Synopsis. Tang Songyuan, an excavator operator, inadvertently uncovers a metallic sphere, which grants him an extraordinary ability of X-ray vision. From that moment on, he embarks on a fantastical journey of treasure hunting and exploration. Imperial green jade, extraterrestrial meteorites, legendary antiques. An endless array of precious and rare treasures finds its way into his possession. Chapter 1. Unearthing treasure. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Songyuan deftly maneuvered the excavator as its bucket descended heavily, scooping up a sizable load of sand and gravel. With a smooth motion, he raised the excavator's boom, slightly retracted the dipper, and then rotated to the left, skillfully depositing the contents into the cargo bed of a triaxle truck, which rattled under the impact. As an excavator operator, Tang Songyuan had endured the monotony of this life for 5 long years. Initially, he had been driven by a fervent passion for operating heavy machinery, but now it had devolved into a mere means of survival. What boy hasn't dreamed of playing with an excavator at some point, even if just with toys? The early spring sky was overcast and oppressive, and as Tang Songyuan continued tirelessly with his work, the radio in the cup holder crackled to life. "Hey Tang, how many times have I told you to work faster and fill that truck up more? Have you heard me?" On the other end was Liu Wei, the supervisor in charge of the excavation operations at the gravel plant, reportedly the brother-in-law of the plant's second owner. "I got it. What do you know? You waste your days away. Do you really think you earn your salary?" Liu Wei's voice grew more agitated with each word, but Tang Songyuan ignored him, continuing his task with indifference. As an orphan, he lost his adoptive parents 5 years ago now. He was the sole breadwinner for his family, with a younger sister still in school. Thus, he reluctantly endured the unfair treatment he often faced. As a laborer, he strove to perform each task diligently, pushing the throttle to its maximum and striving to load as much material as possible into each truck. Yet, Liu Wei, as the supervisor, remained unsatisfied. Since starting work at the gravel plant this year, things had initially gone smoothly. However, in the past week, it felt as though Liu Wei had set his sights on him, often finding excuses to make things difficult. Whether criticizing his skills or claiming that Tang Songyuan was too sluggish, he alleged it was hindering the progress of the entire operation. In all honesty, working along the banks of the Yangtze River to dig for pebbles hardly required significant technical expertise. Suddenly, a sharp metallic crack echoed from the control panel, sending an unusual vibration through the control lever. Tang Songyuan realized that the excavator's bucket had struck something hard beneath the surface. Lifting the bucket, he was taken aback to find that one of the teeth had been broken clean off. He quickly maneuvered to a different spot to continue excavating, barely finishing loading the truck before sending it away. Immediately, he used the radio to call out, "Liu, the excavator's tooth is broken. I need to replace it." He hesitated to report this, fearing that Liu Wei would concoct further accusations against him. "Make it quick. You always have so many issues." Liu Wei's voice came back, laden with irritation. Tang Songyuan could only grimace in resignation after 5 years of operating excavators. He had never encountered a supervisor so unreasonable and rude. What did he do to deserve such scrutiny? Was he digging in Liu Wei's backyard, or desecrating his ancestors' graves? Setting the bucket down on more level ground, Tang Songyuan retrieved a spare tooth from the toolbox and swiftly replaced it with practiced efficiency. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what remarkable object could have caused the tooth to break in such a manner. Drawing upon his experience, he surmised that whatever he had unearthed earlier was likely not large. Yet, what he discovered was indeed remarkable: a shiny, metallic sphere, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, gleaming in the light. It seemed that the bucket's tooth had struck this formidable orb, leading to its abrupt fracture. However, its composition remained a mystery. It was unusually hard. Moreover, considering that this riverbed had been shaped by geological evolution over thousands and millions of years, it was perplexing to find something so modern in nature. With curiosity guiding him, Tang Songyuan hopped down from the excavator and approached, bending down to pick up the small sphere. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary stainless steel ball, its surface incredibly smooth, leaving him unable to fathom how it had managed to break an excavator's tooth. But what transpired next left Tang Songyuan wide-eyed with astonishment. The metallic sphere seemed to come to life, swiftly darting into the palm of his right hand. More accurately, it merged seamlessly into his palm, the entire process taking less than a second. "What the hell?" Tang Songyuan was stunned, nearly leaping in shock. What exactly was this thing, and how did it accomplish this feat? He pinched the palm of his hand, feeling no sensation whatsoever. It was as if a ping-pong-sized metallic sphere had never been integrated into him at all. Yet soon after, something even more extraordinary occurred. His vision shifted inexplicably. His hand no longer appeared simply as a hand. Through his eyes, he could penetrate the flesh, revealing the intricate network of bones, ligaments, and fascia within. He could see the very tissue and blood vessels with crystal clarity. Moreover, when his gaze focused on a particular object, detailed information began to appear beside it. For instance, when he looked at the electronic fuel pump of the excavator, which typically required a cover to be opened for inspection, he could now understand it fully without needing to remove the cover. Detailed specifications were listed: the manufacturer, the model, its function, even its wear, and tier complete with precise data. Have I gained the power of X-ray vision? Tang Songyuan pondered, a mixture of shock, excitement, and exhilaration coursing through him. No, this seemed even more powerful than mere X-ray vision. Could it be that the metallic orb was the source of this transformative ability? How had it entered his body? How did it operate on his vision? Was it perpetually active? Maintaining such a holographic perspective continuously would not be feasible. It would likely need to be activated when necessary and turned off when not in use. As he contemplated this, his vision returned to normal. Joy swelled within him as he eagerly attempted to activate it again. With just a thought, the X-ray vision emerged once more, effortless and straightforward. He could hardly suppress a thrilling laugh. As the saying goes, the wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished rely on anomalies. Here, he was piloting an excavator to excavate gravel, now effortlessly endowed with extraordinary powers. Gazing at his own body, he realized the mysterious sphere was resting quietly within his chest. Although it had become a part of him, he felt no difference. It was as though it existed outside his spatial perception, both integrated within him and simultaneously distant, a fascinating enigma. Such a miraculous object could certainly break an excavator's tooth, or even shatter the machine itself, and he would not have batted an eye. At that moment, however, the radio from the excavator blared with an untimely interruption. Tang Songyuan, what on earth are you doing? Why is it taking you so long to change a tooth? Get back to work. Damn it. He sighed and thought, just another day of grinding away. Excavating pebbles lacked any intricate skill. So as he resumed operations, Tang Songyuan decided to delve deeper into his newly acquired X-ray vision functionality. As the holographic sight enveloped him once more, he was pleased to discover that he could see not only objects on the surface, but also those buried beneath the earth. All structures of gravel and sand beneath the riverbed lay unobstructed before his eyes. There was no time limitation. He could observe as long as he desired. The only drawback was that the visual range below ground was limited to about 1/5 that of surface objects. On the surface, he commanded a view extending roughly 50 meters around him. However, downward, he could only see through to a depth of about 10 meters. What's that? Just as Tang Songyuan reveled in the versatility of his X-ray vision, he noticed an unusual stone not far behind him. It was a striking, golden-hued mass, roughly the size of a pomelo. The identification results came through swiftly. Dog's head gold, ore, weighing 8.5 kilograms, with a gold content of 91.6 and a copper content of 4. Tang Songyuan's heart raced with excitement. Holy cow, it was indeed gold, or in the depths of the Yangtze River, he had unearthed gold. Chapter 2. Prepared. The stone lay a little over 10 meters behind the excavator, buried within layers of silt and pebbles, approximately 4 to 5 meters deep. Tang Songyuan suppressed his eager heart while observing his surroundings as the excavator rotated. The excavation area, where the machine was stationed, was located at the lower left of the sand and gravel factory, having already excavated a deep pit of several dozen meters. The individuals present were not workers of the factory. They were in search of a peculiar stone known as the Yangtze River Wonder Stone, which it was said could fetch thousands or even tens of thousands if found. Whoever picked it up would claim ownership. And the factory paid little heed to these matters, provided one remained discreet. Moreover, there was a figure perched at the edge of the pit, surveying the work area below, even from over 100 meters away. Tang Songyuan recognized this individual as Liu Wei, the overseer of the machinery. This posed a dilemma. Liu Wei had been working in shifts, tirelessly rotating 24 hours a day, with one day on and one day off. taking an hour's rest after lunch and dinner, and even a midnight snack, totaling 18.5 hours of work each day, that as the sun dipped below the horizon, the time for dinner finally arrived. Tang Songyuan concluded his tasks, tidied up, and descended from the excavator to head towards the mess hall. The dinner was quite sumptuous, featuring 3 dishes, a soup, 2 meat dishes, and a vegetable dish, given that some jobs at the sand and gravel factory were quite labor-intensive. Tang Songyuan found his bowl and chopsticks, rinsed them briefly, and filled a bowl with rice, joining other workers at a table to eat quietly. "Come on, Master Tang, have a beer," called out a burly worker, waving a bottle of beer. The worker did not insist further, instead laughing and chatting with his colleagues while they drank and ate. After dinner, Tang Songyuan moved a small stool to sit at the entrance of the cafeteria for a brief rest. No sooner had he settled than he noticed Liu Wei approaching, carrying a bag and accompanied by a young man of about 18 or 19, the Xiao Tang. "Have you eaten?" Liu Wei greeted with an uncharacteristically friendly tone. Liu Wei chuckled casually and said, "Here's the thing, Xiao Tang, could you hand me the excavator key?" Tang Songyuan couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why would he need the key? Although Liu Wei was the administrator, he couldn't operate the excavator. "What do you need the key for?" Tang Songyuan inquired, maintaining a calm facade. Liu Wei's expression darkened slightly. "Just give it to me when I ask. Why so many questions? Am I not entitled to request the excavator's key as the machinery supervisor?" His impatience grew, and his tone became increasingly hostile that in truth, he had the key in his pocket. There were 2 keys in total, with the other in the possession of another operator. Liu Wei's demeanor softened a bit as he raised an eyebrow at Tang Songyuan and said, "All right then, let me inform you of something. You're no longer required to work. Someone will take over your duties, and you can pack your things and head to the finance office to settle your wages." What the hell? Why was he being suddenly dismissed? Tang Songyuan felt as if he had gained the ability to see through people. Whether he continued in this tedious job was of little concern now, but there was a significant difference between resigning voluntarily and being fired. Wasn't he there? Did he not care about his dignity? Moreover, he still had his eyes set on that glimmering piece of gold, or "I'm sorry, Lu Gong, but I was invited by General Su. Even if I'm to leave, it must be communicated to me by General Su. It's just a job. I'm not stubborn about staying. Why not have Lu Gong give General Su a call? If General Su says so, I will pack my things and leave without a word." General Su was the absolute owner of the sand and gravel factory, yet he was rarely seen, perhaps once a month. Liu Wei felt his pride wounded, his face darkening immediately as he stepped closer, invading Tang Songyuan's personal space, and pointed viciously at his nose, saying, "Listen here, don't use General Su to pressure me. It's not me making things difficult for you. It's Zhang's orders with your level of skill. And your lazy attitude. Your work quality has severely impacted the factory's efficiency that I advise you to leave now. Or you can forget about receiving a single penny of your wages." The Zhang he referred to was the second boss of the factory, responsible for daily management. The corners of Tang Songyuan's mouth curled into a disdainful smile as he pulled out the excavator key from his pocket. Standing tall, he dangled the key between 2 fingers and huffed lightly through his nose. "That one do. The excavator belongs to General Su, and the key was given to me personally by him. If you want it, you'll have to have General Su call me." The same message applied, as long as General Su spoke. He would hand over the key without hesitation, that if General Su truly made such a request, Tang Songyuan would readily relinquish the key, settle his wages, and leave. There were plenty of opportunities for excavator operators elsewhere. Besides, with his newfound ability, he was not concerned about his future. However, if Liu Wei intended to wield his authority unjustly, Tang Songyuan was prepared to stand his ground. Liu Wei had troubled him for far too long. Tang Songyuan had long since grown weary of his presence, that I am not a pushover. Standing at 6 feet tall, Tang Songyuan towered over Liu Wei, who was barely 5'6", creating an undeniable sense of intimidation. As more diners emerged from the cafeteria, watching the confrontation with a sense of amusement, some called out, "Come on, Lu Gong, just give General Su a call. It's just a matter of a sentence." Others chimed in, "Exactly. The factory belongs to General Su, the excavator belongs to General Su, and the workers were hired by General X. It shouldn't be difficult to get General Su to say something. You wait. I'll have John call General Su right away." Liu Wei, fuming, spat his threat before hastily departing with the young man. Tang Songyuan's expression turned slightly cold as he observed the bag in Liu Wei's hand. Narrowing his eyes, moments ago, He had activated his ability and saw that Liu Wei's bag contained 3 bottles. One filled with nitric acid, another with hydrochloric acid, and the last with sodium bisulfite. Meanwhile, Liu Wei entered a dormitory with the young man, instructing, "You wait here for a moment. I'll make arrangements for you shortly." After Liu Wei nodded, he exited the room with the bag and walked into a storage facility within the factory. After surveying his surroundings, he carefully produced a key and opened the door. When he emerged, his hands were empty. "Is everything prepared?" "Brother-in-law, everything is ready. We can act anytime." Chapter 3. A bit of dispute. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Jingye, the second boss of the sand and gravel factory. Liu Wei, eager to curry favor, recounted the incident where Tang Songyuan had defied him. "I brought Xiao Yong over, but that excavator operator, Xiao Tang, refused to hand over the key, insisting that General Su must call first. He just sitting at home doing nothing. This job, while physically demanding, pays over 8,000 a month, which is more lucrative than most jobs out there. But you need to be cautious. Don't disrupt the factory's operations, or else that I can't guarantee your position." Liu Wei reassured, thumping his chest. "You can rest easy, brother-in-law. I will ensure that everything proceeds without a hitch." Tang Songyuan, using his ability, had observed everything. Liu Wei entering the storage room, placing items down, and conversing with Zhang Jingye. The living quarters of the factory were compact, conveniently within the 50-meter range of Tang Songyuan's ability. Although he couldn't hear their conversation, he could surmise it was likely unfavorable to him. Once the two concluded their discussion and departed, Tang Songyuan shifted his focus to the storage room. It was well organized, with various mechanical parts and supplies neatly arranged on different shelves. What caught Tang Songyuan's attention was a small gas cylinder located in the southeast corner of the room, accompanied by a spray gun, measuring cup, crucibles, and various other vessels. Next to these items was a locked cabinet. Intrigued, Tang Songyuan concentrated his vision and peered inside. To his astonishment, the locked drawer contained 2 gleaming pieces of gold ore. One weighed 6.7 kilograms, while the other was 4.5 kilograms. This was concrete evidence. Now, Tang Songyuan understood the reason behind Liu Wei's purchase of hydrochloric and nitric acid. He intended to mix them to create aqua regia for purifying gold. This sand and gravel factory not only produced various construction-grade sand and gravel, but also yielded gold sand, a fact known throughout the facility. The excavator dug up the silt mixed with sand and gravel, loading it into trucks to be delivered to a designated funnel for unloading that a powerful spray gun would then wash the materials, separating the sand and gravel. Heavier pebbles were sent away on a conveyor belt to be crushed into building materials, while lighter silt would flow down a sloped trough along with water. In the depths of the water tank, a blanket was laid out, ensnaring the heavy golden sand, which surpassed the weight of river sand, ultimately to be collected by a trusted associate of the big boss. It is said that during the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, one could amass 2 or 3 taels, or even a small half-gene of golden sand in a single day. The upper reaches of the Yangtze River are known as the Jinsha River, and the tales of gold mining in Blue City have persisted since ancient times. However, based on the current circumstances, it is highly probable that these 2 nuggets of gold were clandestinely picked up by Zhang Jingye and Liu Wei, who intend to claim them for themselves. Otherwise, Liu Wei would not be covertly planning to prepare aqua regia to extract gold. Yet, the secretive machinations of these 2 were laid bare to Tang Songyuan through his penetrating vision. Given the weight and purity of the 2 nuggets, it could yield at least 10 kilograms of pure gold, valued at an astonishing 4 to 5 million in today's market. The monthly profit of the sand and gravel factory hovers around 3 to 4 million. And that is during favorable market conditions, not even accounting for the collected gold and sand. Master Tang has commenced his shift. Soon, as the night shift approached, the workers, having rested sufficiently, began to make their way to their respective stations, some calling out to Tang Songyuan as they passed by his dormitory. With a smile, Tang Songyuan responded and closed his penetrating vision, gathering a few bags to stow his clothing, circumventing the living quarters. He arrived at a rain shelter where more than 10 motorcycles were parked. He retrieved his keys and mounted one of the shabby motorcycles, igniting it and accelerating towards the vicinity of the excavator. As the night shift commenced and darkness enveloped the land, emboldened by the shadows, Tang Songyuan activated the excavator and commenced digging at the location where he had discovered the nuggets of gold. Maintaining his penetrating vision, he remained vigilant for any movement within a 50-meter radius, while his subtle actions beyond that distance would remain obscured, appearing merely as excavation of mud and sand. Should anyone approach with a flashlight, they would undoubtedly catch sight of the gleaming golden hue. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, executed with remarkable efficiency. Indeed, technology is the foremost productive force. Extracting or with an excavator proved effortless. Elated, Tang Songyuan swiftly repositioned the excavator's bucket closer to the cabin, then opened the cabin door, leaping onto the tracks and dashing forward to seize the gold, or in his arms, the headlights of an approaching truck illuminated the distance. He hastily resumed operating the excavator, preparing to load his find, that he felt a surge of exhilaration and wild excitement. Having picked up money, gathered rice stalks, and even caught fish from ditches, this was his first encounter with gold ore. Wealth awaited him, and his mind raced with delight at the prospect that if given the choice, who would not aspire to be wealthy? This discovery was akin to those who collect stones. Whoever finds it owns it. Nevertheless, Tang Songyuan understood that it was not yet time for complete trust. Until he had safely extracted the nugget of gold from the sand factory, he could not consider himself secure as midnight approached. Signaling the time for a late-night snack, the workers ceased operations and gradually made their way to the living quarters. Tang Songyuan meticulously wrapped the nugget in a prepared black plastic bag, securing it tightly before placing it into a cloth bag that he then descended from the excavator, finding the area devoid of any presence. Swiftly, he unlocked the storage compartment beneath the motorcycle seat and stowed the cloth bag containing the gold within. Sighing in relief, he mounted his motorcycle and headed towards the living quarters. Chapter 4: Extravagant Trifles. After washing his hands at the sink, Tang Songyuan leisurely made his way to the canteen for a late-night meal. The fare was unremarkable, merely ordinary noodles. Yet, like most workers, he did not complain, filling a bowl and eating heartily. While he dined, Liu Wei unexpectedly emerged from an unknown location, for those fortunate enough to avoid overtime. It was a moment of joy, prompting one worker to exclaim, "Haha, I've eaten my fill. Time to hit the streets. Old Huang, after a tiring day, do you still have the energy to stroll around?" Another chimed in, "Of course. Do I have to do everything myself? After a long day, can I enjoy myself?" The canteen soon filled with a jovial atmosphere that in less than 10 minutes, the previously bustling workers had dispersed, each heading their own way. However, today was different. He needed to leave swiftly with the gold he had found, yet he did not make an immediate exit. Instead, his focus remained on the warehouse where Liu Wei had plans. He had reason to believe that Liu Wei was granting the workers time off as a pretext to create an opportunity for himself to refine the ore, furthermore, with all materials at his disposal. The sooner he acted, the better. "You can't blame me for your own misdeeds," he mused. Lying in bed while scrolling through Douyin, he lost track of time until it was past 3 in the morning, nearly falling asleep when he noticed no activity in the warehouse. Even Liu Wei, observed through his penetrating vision, appeared unperturbed, lounging in the office, engrossed in his phone. He fought off drowsiness, closely monitoring the situation. After all, he had no work the next day and could afford to wait. At 3:50 a.m., Zhang Jingye energetically approached Liu Wei, and after exchanging a few words, Liu Wei summoned the earlier young man, and the three made their way toward the warehouse. Liu Wei cautiously opened the warehouse door, instructing the young man to stand guard outside, while only he and Zhang Jingye entered, under Zhang Jingye's direction. Liu Wei fetched a large open glass beaker and began pouring in hydrochloric acid. They were indeed clandestinely preparing aqua regia to refine gold. Tang Songyuan, observing this development, felt a surge of relief. He swiftly rose from his bed, donned his clothing and shoes, and quietly made his way toward the rain shelter. This time, he refrained from starting the motorcycle. Instead, he pushed it out of the sand factory's main gate while keeping an eye on the warehouse activity, all the while dialing a number. After approximately half a minute, the call connected and a somewhat impatient voice responded. "What is it? Why are you calling in the middle of the night?" In the background, he could faintly hear the sounds of mahjong tiles being shuffled. Goodness, they're still playing mahjong at this hour. What a habit. Tang Songyuan smirked, covering the mouthpiece as he spoke. "Mr. Su, after having a late-night snack." Liu Wei sent all the workers home, but while I was getting up to use the restroom, I discovered Liu Wei involved in something significant. On the other end of the line was Su Guanglin, the owner of the sand factory. Tang Songyuan deliberately omitted mentioning Zhang Jingye, as he was considered Su Guanglin's partner. while Liu Wei's status was merely that of a slightly senior worker. What significant matter? Su Guanglin's tone remained impatient as he played a card. 80,000. Tang Songyuan continued, I stumbled upon this by chance, so please don't accuse me of being a snitch. Just get to the point. Why are you rambling on at this hour? Do you enjoy being scolded by me? Su Guanglin's frustration was palpable, likely due to a poor performance at mahjong that night. Only then did Tang Songyuan say, I saw Liu Wei picking up 2 pieces of gold or on the production line, and today he purchased a considerable amount of chemicals that he is currently refining gold in the warehouse. Naturally, he had not witnessed Liu Wei's actions firsthand, but he figured it best to phrase it this way. While finding or elsewhere might be acceptable, discovering it on the production line was a different matter altogether. Moreover, the unspoken rule was that whoever found it owned it, but should Liu Wei be caught refining it by Su Guanglin, the situation would become complicated. What did you say? Su Guanglin could no longer contain himself. Abruptly standing up, nearly overturning the mahjong table, Tang Songyuan firmly reassured him. This is an undeniable fact. Even if I were fabricating a story, I couldn't conjure something so outrageous that I can still smell the pungent chemicals here. Does inhaling these gases pose a danger? In truth, he had learned in high school that gold could be dissolved by aqua regia to form chloroauric acid, which could then undergo electrolysis to yield high-purity metallic gold, ultimately melted down and cast into the desired form. Listening to the busy signal on the other end of the line, a smile crept on Tang Songyuan's lips as he started the motorcycle and rode to a shadowy corner where the streetlight's glow did not reach. After about 20 minutes, a vehicle hastily drove through the sand factory's gate, with Su Guanglin and several burly men swiftly disembarking at that moment. Liu Wei had just finished preparing the aqua regia mixture. Yet it had not yet reached optimal dissolution. Typically, aqua regia achieves its strongest oxidizing power half an hour after preparation. Thus it is usually made in advance or on the spot that Su Guanglin and his companion strode confidently to the warehouse door, where the young man on guard was clearly unfamiliar with Su Guanglin. Sensing the imposing demeanor of the newcomers, he hesitantly stood up and asked, Who are you looking for? However, Su Guanglin had no interest in idle chatter. He simply shoved the young man aside. Reaching for the warehouse door, he found it locked from the inside. After a few futile tugs, Su Guanglin's anger flared, and he turned to one of the muscular men behind him. Barking, Old two, kick it open. The robust man cast a glance at the wooden door, and without uttering a word, he stepped back and swiftly raised a foot to deliver a forceful kick at the lock. With a resounding bang, the door was instantly flung open. Before him stood Liu Wei, poised to grasp a pair of pliers, clutching a piece of doghead gold ore, seemingly preparing to drop it into a beaker filled with aqua regia. Stop, Su Guanglin bellowed. For heaven's sake, stop. You foolish, extravagant fool. Chapter 5. I quit. The commotion startled both Liu Wei and Zhang Jingye inside. Liu Wei nearly fumbled the pliers, if he lost his grip and let the gold ore slip. Even a mere splash of the fiercely corrosive aqua regia on his skin would be utterly devastating to Su. Why are you here? Zhang Jingye muttered, gazing blankly at the furious Su Guanglin at the doorway. Su Guanglin snorted disdainfully and strode inside. Upon entering, he was immediately assailed by the pungent fumes of chlorine emanating from the aqua regia. Indeed, they were concocting aqua regia. He knew how to prepare it himself, having refined the gold dust collected by his trusted men at the gravel plant through the same method. Moreover, from the color of the solution, Su Guanglin could discern that they had not yet introduced the gold ore into it. What on earth are you doing in the storeroom at this hour, creating such a foul stench? Su Guanglin glared at Liu Wei and Zhang Jingye. He waved his hand dismissively at the noxious odor before striding over to cover the beaker of aqua regia with a piece of board. He then snatched the gold ore from Liu Wei's pliers, scrutinizing it closely as he inquired, Is this all? Where's the rest? Su Guanglin scoffed. Just this one. Do you think I'm a fool? Based on the amount of aqua regia, I know there is more than just this, that if you keep yapping, believe me, I'll have them put your hand in there. At this, several burly men pretended to roll up their sleeves, ready for a confrontation, hinting at the grim prospect of dipping one of Liu Wei's hands into the aqua regia, an acid potent enough to dissolve even gold. The thought of such an outcome terrified Liu Wei. Yet he lacked the courage to make a decision, casting a glance at Zhang Jingye instead. Zhang Jingye, not daring to deceive Su Guanglin, immediately donned a smile and personally retrieved the remaining piece of gold ore from the cabinet. presenting it to Su Guanglin with both hands, saying, "Brother Su, this is the last two pieces that I found them online a few days ago, and hadn't had the chance to inform you. Since you're here in person today, it's best if you handle it yourself." Su Guanglin lifted both pieces, looking at Zhang Jingye with palpable disdain. "Oh, you know this is naturally formed gold, or? And you thought to dissolve it?" Zhang Jingye grimaced. No, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." Su Guanglin huffed again, then slapped Liu Wei across the face, declaring, "Get lost, you extravagant fool. When Zhang introduced you to me, I initially trusted you, but your character is simply appalling. You no longer need to work at the gravel plant. Get out immediately and never let me see you again," he emphasized. "Remember, immediately." Liu Wei, covering his face in shock, felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. "No, Su, please, let me explain." But Su Guanglin had no intention of hearing his explanations, barking, "Shut up. Tomorrow, I will send someone else over." "Zhang Jingye, you understand my meaning, right?" Su Guanglin's implication was clear. Since Liu Wei was Zhang Jingye's man, he must handle this matter. Otherwise, the consequences would be far graver. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan was relishing a delightful ride through the streets at night. He had just witnessed Su Guanglin's sudden intervention, which thwarted Liu Wei's plans and confiscated the gold Liu Wei had hoarded, were it not for the necessity of that meager wage. Tang Songyuan would have preferred not to endure this humiliation. Now that Liu Wei had been outsmarted and thoroughly reprimanded by Su Guanglin, there was a chance he might even lose his job. The thought brought Tang Songyuan immense satisfaction, that he also felt quite content at the sight of the golden dog head securely tucked beneath his seat. After riding for over 10 minutes, Tang Songyuan arrived at a narrow alley near the urban district of Lan City. He casually parked his battered second-hand motorcycle against the wall at the alley's entrance, glanced around cautiously, and then carefully retrieved the dog head gold wrapped under his seat. The gleaming golden hue dazzled his eyes. It was truly gold. This was the moment he had been waiting for. With a rush of excitement, Tang Songyuan fetched some water and meticulously cleaned the dirt from the surface of the gold ore. How beautiful that he marveled, for the piece of dog-head gold ore, viewed through his enhanced perspective, appeared to have an exceptionally high purity, resembling a resting tiger at first glance, with its features distinctly visible upon closer inspection. After admiring it for a while, he tucked the stone into his bedding and, that night, fell asleep embracing it. Such a treasure was far more comforting than holding a beautiful woman. The following morning, Tang Songyuan was jolted awake by the insistent ringing of his phone. Groggy, he glanced at the screen to find it was Su Guanglin calling. "Hello, Su?" he greeted weakly. Su Guanglin's tone revealed no hint of emotion. "Still in bed? Get to my office immediately." After hanging up, Tang Songyuan reluctantly swung his legs over the side of the bed. His sleep-deprived mind felt foggy, and he sat there for a moment, piecing together the events of the previous day. With a thought, he activated his enhanced vision, observing a 50-meter radius around him with complete clarity. The plump ant next door was tidying up, Mr. Wang on the left was feeding his goldfish, and the newly moved-in young woman downstairs was practicing yoga. The sight and angle prompted Tang Songyuan to marvel at his newfound ability that moment. He also discovered another function of his extraordinary vision. Not only could he see through everything without obstruction in a 360-degree panoramic view, but he could also magnify details or zoom out for an overview, much like viewing images on a phone, but even more powerful and comprehensive. After studying his newfound abilities for a while, Tang Songyuan noticed a sticky sensation on his body, but he promptly deactivated his enhanced vision, slipped on his slippers, and headed to the bathroom. While washing his hands, he noticed something odd in the half-length mirror. His skin appeared noticeably fairer. Having worked construction for a long time and often burning the midnight oil, his complexion had been somewhat dark and his pores quite enlarged. But now he observed that his pores had shrunk significantly, and his skin looked much clearer. More accurately, his face appeared slimmer, enhancing his attractiveness. Could that metallic sphere also have transformative effects on the human body? As he pondered this, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. To his astonishment, the slight bulge from his prolonged sitting had diminished considerably. Moreover, he felt as though he had gained a bit of height. Although not dramatically, the sensation was undeniable. After indulging in some self-admiration, Tang Songyuan finally felt content, tidied himself up, securely hid the gold ore, locked the door to his room, and rode his motorcycle to the gravel plant. Upon arrival, Tang Songyuan sensed something peculiar about the atmosphere at the gravel plant today. He paid little heed to it and walked straight into Su Guanglin's office. As he entered, he found Su Guanglin leisurely seated in a swivel chair, his feet propped up on the desk. He was toying with a piece of doghead gold ore, while another lay quietly on the tabletop. "Little Tang is here." "Haha, take a seat." Su Guanglin greeted him with evident delight. Had it not been for Tang Songyuan's tip-off the previous night, Su Guanglin would never have had the chance to see such splendid pieces of doghead gold ore. Tang Songyuan took a seat without much ceremony and inquired, "Su, did you urgently call me for something?" Su Guanglin chuckled heartily. "I called you in because I have good news to share." He waved the doghead gold ore in his hand, adding, "Thanks to your report, we avoided Liu Wei's wasteful plunder." This naturally formed doghead gold ore had a commendable gold content, but its true value surpassed that of gold itself. To be precise, it held significant collectible value, sometimes multiplying by 3, 5, or even 10 times. That scoundrel Liu Wei actually intended to dissolve them in aqua regia. As he spoke, he approached Tang Songyuan and patted his shoulder, saying, "You're quite clever, but you needn't worry. Liu Wei has been kicked out already, and he won't have the chance to trouble you." Tang Songyuan replied, "It was the least I could do." To Su Guanglin continued, "So, I'll write you a voucher. Go to finance and collect 5,000 yuan as your reward." "Su, you make me feel quite guilty," Tang Songyuan responded. Although 5,000 yuan was trivial compared to the value of the 2 pieces of doghead gold ore, he had also gained a far more significant treasure. After a moment of conflicted thought, he finally said, Su, I had intended to resign today." That Su Guanglin's expression soured, and he frowned. "Why on earth would you want to resign? I've just gotten rid of Liu Wei. In the future, the management of the excavator will be entrusted to an old acquaintance of mine. As long as you perform your duties without any mishaps, I assure you that your compensation will not be lacking. Should Liu Wei dare to cause you any trouble, feel free to inform me at any time, and I will have Zhang Jia personally deal with him. But that is not the reason." Tang Songyuan hurriedly explained, "The truth is, some unforeseen circumstances have arisen at home, and I must personally attend to them. Therefore, I must extend my apologies to General Su, given that there were family matters involved." Su Guanglin was reluctant to inquire further. After all, if Tang Songyuan were to request his assistance later, would he be inclined to help? Thus, he replied, "Very well. I will notify the finance department. You may go ahead and collect your wages shortly." Tang Songyuan's heart swelled with joy as he stood up, saying, "Thank you, General Su." Just as he was about to leave, he was called back by Su Guanglin, who inquired in a low tone, "You seem rather anxious. I hope you haven't stumbled upon a gold mine, have you?" Chapter 6. "What brings you here?" A jolt of alarm surged through Tang Songyuan's heart, but he quickly regained his composure. Su Guanglin had merely spoken in jest, and upon reflection, Tang Songyuan found it rather improbable. After all, this was a gold mine they were discussing, not the common pebbles found by the riverbanks, which held little value. If it were that easy to find, it would hardly be worth anything. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. You may continue with your work." With an air of nonchalance, Tang Songyuan smiled and confidently exited Su Guanglin's office. He immediately made his way to the finance office, which was situated near the scale by the exit. Weighing, charging, and general financial disbursements all took place there. Tang Songyuan knocked on the door, stated his purpose to the clerk, and handed over the excavator's key. "General Su has already made the call." The clerk took the key and placed it in her drawer, then calculated Tang Songyuan's outstanding wages. Finally, she said, "You worked 18 days this month, plus the bonus promised by General Su, totaling 9,800. If that's acceptable, please sign here." 9,800. Sighing inwardly at the lack of an even sum, Tang Songyuan nonetheless obediently signed his name. After collecting his wages, he mounted his second-hand motorcycle and, without a hint of nostalgia, set off towards home. However, he had barely left the gravel plant when he was compelled to slam on the brakes. Suddenly, 3 men emerged from the roadside greenery, their expressions unfriendly, blocking his path. While the other 2 were unfamiliar to him, the leader was none other than Liu Wei. At that moment, Liu Wei wore a menacing expression, brandishing a wooden stick and glaring fiercely at Tang Songyuan. 3 against 1. Liu Wei was clearly emboldened by his numerical advantage that a sense of foreboding washed over Tang Songyuan. Could it be that his previous disclosures had come to light? What had happened to the promise of confidentiality? Su Guanglin was certainly proving to be unreliable. "What brings you here?" Tang Songyuan scanned the faces of the 4 men, speaking in a low, steady voice. Liu Wei scoffed. Stop with the pretentiousness. Then I'll ask you straight. Was it you who informed Su Guanglin about what happened last night? Liu Wei had been unceremoniously dismissed in the dead of night, receiving no pay, and was even assaulted by several burly men upon his expulsion from the gravel plant. Tang Songyuan feigned confusion, retorting, "Wasn't last night a holiday? Besides, what happened has nothing to do with me. Don't play dumb with me." Liu Wei barked, pointing the stick menacingly at Tang Song. "You were the only one at the factory last night besides me. If it wasn't you who reported me, then who else could it be?" Indeed, everyone else had been on holiday, and only Tang Songyuan remained until the late hours as he departed. Su Guanglin had suddenly arrived, leaving him the prime suspect. Tang Songyuan, resting his foot on the kickstand, swiftly dismounted from his motorcycle. Given the overwhelming odds against him, remaining atop the bike would only serve to disadvantage him. "Strange, I didn't see you after our late-night supper. How would I know what you were up to? Why would I report you?" Tang Songyuan maintained a guarded demeanor, continuing to defend himself. "Unless perhaps you were involved in something unsavory last night." Though he hadn't witnessed Liu Wei's actions directly, he had seen them through his unique perspective, albeit from several rooms away. "Shut your mouth." Liu Wei, engulfed in rage, swung the stick at Tang Songyuan's head. He had come with the intent of confronting Tang Songyuan, having learned of his presence at the gravel plant from Zhang Jingye, and had brought along a few companions to confront him. Liu Wei had long harbored disdain for Tang Song. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it a point to bully him. Now, having lost his job, his money, and faced a beating, he felt justified in settling both old and new scores. However, Tang Songyuan was quicker as Liu Wei's words faded. Tang Songyuan delivered a powerful punch to Liu Wei's abdomen, fueled by a deep-seated fury that he had intended to mention Su Guanglin's promise to intimidate him. But given Liu Wei's aggressive demeanor and disrespectful words, his long-standing irritation flared. Liu Wei emitted a guttural sound, his body curling like a boiled shrimp as he involuntarily flew backward, landing several meters away, the stick slipping from his grasp. "What just happened? When did I become this strong?" Tang Songyuan was taken aback by his own sudden burst of strength. Could this be one of the peculiar changes brought on by the metallic sphere? He felt no visible change in his physique, but suddenly possessed an extraordinary power. "You little brat, you dare strike first." The other three men, witnessing Liu Wei being sent flying, cursed loudly and charged at Tang Songyuan. Fists clenched and faces flushed with fury. Perfect! Just the opportunity one was looking for. Tang Songyuan stepped forward, fists raised. Bang, bang. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed as Liu Wei's two companions suffered the same fate as their leader. Their faces contorted in pain. They stumbled backward like marionettes with severed strings, landing heavily on the ground. The remaining assailants stood frozen, only to be swiftly kicked aside by Tang Songyuan, who showed no mercy. How pitiful! Tang Songyuan marveled at his newfound strength, unable to suppress a triumphant taunt. Liu Wei and his companions clutched their battered bodies, their expressions a mix of shock and fear as they regarded the formidable Tang Song. How could he be so powerful? Tang Songyuan cast a disdainful glance at the other three, declaring, "I am only targeting Liu Wei. You three are irrelevant and may leave at once. Otherwise, when the blood spills, do not blame me for not warning you." The trio exchanged terrified glances, quickly realizing they were in over their heads. "What do you want?" Liu Wei stammered, terror evident in his eyes as he retreated, propping himself up with one hand. "What do I want?" Tang Songyuan replied with a menacing grin, "That you're the one blocking me on the road in broad daylight, and you dare ask me what I want. I should be asking you what you intend to do." As he spoke, he closed the distance between them, raising his foot to stomp on Liu Wei's abdomen. "Oh, little Tang, listen to me. It's all a misunderstanding." Liu Wei, clutching his belly, wore a pained expression that he had realized the gravity of the situation, knowing Tang Songyuan's strength, and had summoned others to assist him in venting his frustrations. Who could have anticipated Tang Songyuan would be this formidable? Had he trained at Shaolin? At this point, any plea of misunderstanding fell on deaf ears. Tang Songyuan scoffed, bent down, and delivered a resounding slap across Liu Wei's face. The sound echoed as he alternated slapping Liu Wei with both hands, leaving his face swollen and disfigured, a grotesque visage reminiscent of a pig's head. Blood trickled from Liu Wei's nose and mouth, alleviating some of Tang Songyuan's pent-up frustrations. "That don't let me see your wretched face again, or I'll strike you each time we meet," Tang Songyuan warned, stepping aside and spitting disdainfully on the ground. With that, he strode towards a second-hand motorcycle, mounted it, and rode off toward home. Liu Wei, one hand pressed to his battered face and the other supporting himself on the ground, watched Tang Songyuan's retreating figure with a mix of rage and humiliation, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground in frustration. "Are you all right, old friend?" Liu Wei, pointing at his own swollen head, seethed with anger. "Do I look all right to you? Get me to a hospital, now. We never anticipated that the so-called little nobody you mentioned would be this powerful." One of his companions remarked, his expression troubled. "If it weren't for your connection to Xiaoyong, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess." Before he could finish, Liu Wei's anger overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Chapter 7. The Law of Heaven and Earth. Upon returning to the alley, Tang Songyuan greeted familiar neighbors. That an elderly man shook his head and sighed. "The weather has turned cold. The fish aren't biting, making fishing futile." Tang Songyuan let out a huff and remarked, "I believe it's your frail body that's afraid of the cold. Are you looking for a fight?" As he made a move to strike, Tang Songyuan laughed heartily and deftly evaded. Upon returning home, he found himself far from tired. Instead, he turned to the internet to research information regarding doghead gold and its selling avenues. Given that doghead gold is a naturally formed large gold ore, its actual value surpasses that of an equivalent weight of gold. Among these, pieces with better appearances that feature certain animal or object shapes possess collectible value, with some even fetching high prices at auctions. The piece Tang Songyuan stumbled upon was undoubtedly one of these, boasting a gold content exceeding 90% and its form resembling a reclining tiger. Such a premium piece of doghead gold would surely command a handsome price. Wei Qing, a senior at Blue City No. 2 High School, consistently ranked in the upper echelons of her class, with her teacher deeming her a potential candidate for a prestigious university. Concerned, Tang Songyuan dialed her number. "Hello, brother. What is up?" Wei Qing's voice soon echoed from the other end. Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Isn't today Friday? I happen to be off work and have prepared dinner at home. Did something at school delay you?" He refrained from questioning why she hadn't returned promptly, instead opting to ask if she had encountered any issues. "Why would you suddenly think of taking a part-time job?" Ever since their adoptive parents passed away, the two siblings, though not related by blood, had relied on each other and regarded one another as their only family. "Oh, got it." Tang Songyuan decided not to press further, saying, "All right then, take care of yourself." Wei Qing's voice came through the receiver. Okay, I know," just as Tang Songyuan was about to end the call. A piercing scream, unmistakably Wei Qing's, pierced through, followed by the sound of her phone clattering to the ground. The noise erupted into chaos, with coarse male voices and shrill female cries mingling together. Amidst it all, Tang Songyuan could vaguely discern Wei Qing's sobs, which abruptly ceased. What on earth is happening? His heart tightened with worry for his sister's safety. Without hesitation, he snatched the keys from the table, hastily locked the door behind him, and rushed down the stairs, mounting his motorcycle and speeding towards Shuefu Road. Shuefu Road was not far from where they lived, and in his anxious state, Tang Songyuan increased his speed. Arriving in under 10 minutes, as soon as he parked, he overheard Wei Qing's voice. "I'll say it one more time. You were the one who wasn't paying attention and bumped into me. Breaking my phone. I didn't even ask you to compensate for my loss, yet you have the audacity to turn the tables and claim it was me who collided with you. I barely moved while handing out flyers." Hearing this, Tang Songyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, the two siblings had lost their parents at a young age. If they were to cry over every minor grievance, they would have been bullied to the brink all these years. That it was precisely for this reason that Wei Qing's nature had gradually evolved from gentle to resolute, embodying the spirited essence of a fiery Sichuan girl. "How much is your phone worth anyway?" A crowd of about 10 bystanders had gathered, and the person arguing with Wei Qing was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, brandishing several shattered pieces resembling bracelets. Her brows furrowed as she shouted, "This is genuine Burmese jade. Do you understand the value of jade?" Tang Songyuan, though not well-versed in jade, possessed a keen eye for discernment. Through his perceptive vision, he could see that the so-called jade bracelets the woman held were nothing more than cheap glass imitations. Just because you say it's worth over 100,000 doesn't make it so. Besides, we have surveillance footage here that we can easily check who collided with whom," she asserted, gesturing toward the surveillance camera mounted at the shop entrance. The middle-aged woman remained obstinate. "Do we really need to check the surveillance? There are so many witnesses here. You were the one who bumped into me. Look at this deep gash on my hand, she declared defiantly. I'm not someone you can easily mess with. At this moment, a voice from the crowd piped up. Hey, this girl looks quite lovely, yet she is so heartless. She knocks someone down and refuses to take responsibility. Speaking so harshly, another chimed in, exactly. It's a simple matter. Just apologize and compensate a bit, and it would all be over. What a stubborn girl. The prevailing sentiment among the crowd seemed to be that the weaker party was always in the right, and the louder one held the moral high ground. Observing this, Tang Songyuan's brow furrowed as he turned his gaze toward the surveillance camera. That a decision crystallized in his mind. He swiftly purchased a pack of cigarettes and approached the shop. Excuse me, is the owner here? He inquired as he entered. That a man in his 30s looked up from behind the counter and replied, That's me. How can I assist you? Tang Songyuan offered him a cigarette, which he politely declined. That I apologize for the interruption, but the girl outside handing out flyers is my sister. Your surveillance footage is the only thing that can prove her innocence. Anxiously, he succinctly explained the situation and his request. To his surprise, the man became indignant, exclaiming, I was wondering why those people were blocking my entrance. Just wait a moment. I'll retrieve the footage for you. As he spoke, he began operating the computer on the counter to access the surveillance. In less than 2 minutes, the footage was successfully retrieved, and the man kindly adjusted the screen's angle, inviting Tang Songyuan to watch alongside him. As expected, the footage revealed Wei Qing holding a flyer and speaking on the phone when the middle-aged woman stumbled past, tripping and accidentally knocking Wei Qing's phone to the ground. When the woman fell, she initially mourned over her shattered bracelets for a brief moment, but upon seeing Wei Qing's phone shattered on the ground, her expression transformed into one of fury, ready to retaliate. She then sat on the ground, grasping Wei Qing's pant leg, and began to yell, embodying the very essence of false accusation. The shop owner slammed his hand on the counter. Here, I'll make a copy for you. Let us see how she can deny it now. Ah, thank you so much. As Tang Songyuan watched the footage, seeing Wei Qing's initial panic transform into steadfast defiance amidst the crowd's scrutiny and verbal assault, his heart felt heavy. Oh, I have another idea. The shop owner suddenly interjected during the copying process. With a sly grin, he pointed to the large screen across the street. Do you see that big screen? I happen to know someone at the advertising company. We had drinks together yesterday. For just 500 yuan, he can play the video on repeat for 10 minutes. Tang Songyuan pondered for 3 seconds, then pulled out his phone, declaring, money is not an issue. I need it played immediately. 500 it is. I still have some pride. The owner laughed heartily, indicating the payment QR code on the counter. After settling the payment, the owner sent a copy of the video to Tang Songyuan while simultaneously calling the advertising company to ensure they received the footage as well. Feeling a sense of relief, Tang Songyuan stepped out of the shop with his phone in hand. The crowd had only grown larger, and the middle-aged woman was now more animated, squatting on the ground, wailing and crying. Is there no law? Is there no justice? In broad daylight, someone knocked me down and broke my things while bullying an elderly person. Oh heavens, is there any fairness left in this world? Chapter 8. Buying some lottery tickets. Tang Songyuan immediately squeezed into the crowd, and with his current physical prowess, he quickly reached the front. Taking out his phone to record, he proclaimed loudly, Madam, you are absolutely correct. Whoever collides with someone else should take responsibility. Isn't that the principle? The woman, seeing Tang Songyuan's imposing stature, mistook him for an ally and wiped her tears, nodding in agreement. Exactly. How can one not be accountable for hitting someone? What is the point of having laws then? Tang Songyuan chuckled, pointing to the large screen across the street. Then let us all watch closely to see exactly who collided with whom. According to what you just said, if this lady is indeed the one who caused the accident, then she should compensate the young girl for her phone. Truth cannot be hidden, and lies cannot be made real. Let us all witness this. When Wei Qing spotted Tang Songyuan's arrival, her eyes lit up. But upon hearing his remarks, she skillfully pretended not to know him, maintaining her composure as she fixed her gaze on the unfriendly-faced woman. With Tang Songyuan leading the charge, the crowd of onlookers turned their attention to the commercial screen across the street. The footage displayed Wei Qing cheerfully holding flyers and talking on the phone just before the incident, followed by the middle-aged woman stumbling and subsequently accusing Wei Qing of wrongdoing. The dozens of witnesses present could now see her true colors. Meanwhile, a bystander who witnessed the scene, appearing disinterested in intervening, hastily departed the vicinity. However, many uninformed onlookers were drawn in by the loud outcries of an elderly woman. How ironic. Wei Qing gazed at the footage with sparkling eyes, though she was oblivious to how Tang Songyuan had managed it. Yet, with Tang Songyuan's sudden appearance, a surveillance clip revealed the truth, dramatically altering the situation. "Brother, you are simply remarkable. Oh, don't rush off just yet." As Tang Songyuan scrutinized the video, he simultaneously activated his enhanced vision, vigilantly observing the crowd, particularly the woman's movements, that he promptly interjected, determined not to let her escape unscathed. At last, clarity emerged regarding the matter, and the onlookers prepared to shift their focus. The woman's malice was evident. She had clearly caused the accident, yet was attempting to frame the young girl. Truly, one encounters all sorts these days. Her shameless antics were a disgrace to the people of Blue City. Confronted by the crowd's backlash, the woman's face oscillated between shades of blue and white before she erupted in a fit of rage. "My phone is broken. And my bracelet is damaged too. We should each mind our own business and not trouble one another. And what about you people? What does this have to do with you? You're just meddling unnecessarily." Her expression was a grotesque blend of fury and despair, simultaneously detestable and pitiable. When the crowd favored her, they were good citizens. When they turned against her, they were mere busybodies. Tang Songyuan scoffed, retorting, "How is this not our concern? Just moments ago, you were the one sitting on the ground, shouting that the young girl was bullying you. Now it's clear that you were the one slandering others first. Your vile nature is being replayed on that large screen for all to see. Do you think no one understands your intentions?" "What intentions?" The elderly woman chose to play the victim, clutching the shattered pieces of her broken bracelet, lamenting, "I only know my bracelet is ruined, a piece worth over 100,000. Indeed, in comparison, a phone worth a few hundred pails in value. The loss of a bracelet worth over 100,000 is significant enough. There's no need to be so relentless. Young man, listen to me. The young girl hasn't suffered much loss. Let us just let this matter go." An elderly gentleman stepped forward, attempting to mediate that, "Oh, so now those who suffer the greatest loss are in the right." Tang Songyuan coldly countered, "Just moments ago you were discussing justice and compensation. Are we now abandoning reason?" The elder's face flushed with embarrassment as he protested. "One should be forgiving. Young man, this matter doesn't concern you. So why stir up trouble? For heaven's sake, are we now discarding reason altogether?" Tang Songyuan then handed his phone to Wei Qing, saying, "Little sister, if your phone is broken then you can't call the police. Use mine." Upon hearing the mention of legal action, the woman's face contorted with dread, her eyes flickering with fear as she lowered her head, glancing around as if searching for an escape route. However, her previous commotion had drawn a crowd, leaving her no opportunity to slip away. The woman's expression hardened. "Don't threaten me. I have a heart condition. If you push me, I might just collapse here." Tang Songyuan was unfazed by her tactics. Moreover, through his enhanced vision, he clearly noted that her heart was as healthy as anyone else's, save for a minor ailment in her knee. Seeing her obstinacy, he promptly dialed the police. Suddenly, a shout arose from the crowd. "Look! That woman is starting her antics again." Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing turned to see that the elderly woman had somehow crouched on the ground, clutching her chest in apparent agony, crying out in a pitiful tone, "Oh dear, my heart hurts so much. Oh heavens, there's no justice. These two young people are bullying an elderly woman. She wailed dramatically. She intentionally disheveled her hair, striving for maximum tragedy. Witnessing her poor performance, Tang Songyuan felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Unable to suppress a smirk, was she truly attempting to position herself as a professional scam artist? The surrounding crowd quickly caught on, pointing and murmuring, "What kind of person is this? Didn't she realize there were cameras? She should at least act convincingly. Exactly, this could be resolved with an apology. Yet she insists on making it a spectacle." The situation reached a temporary stalemate. The woman continued her wailing while Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing observed with detached amusement. The crowd dispersed somewhat. Yet new onlookers continued to gather. Approximately 10 minutes later, a police car arrived and 3 officers stepped out. Who called the police? The crowd parted to create a pathway, and the lead officer surveyed the scene. Inquiring that I did. Tang Songyuan raised his hand and succinctly recounted the events. Throughout, the woman continued to wail and protest, attempting to interrupt and refute Tang Songyuan's account. Yet the crowd's accusations and the replaying footage were undeniable. After listening to Tang Songyuan's account and assessing the situation, the lead officer remarked, "This matter was initially minor, but given the current disturbance, you three will accompany me to the station for further investigation." Upon hearing this, the woman's complexion drained of color. She had no desire to visit the police station and hastily backtracked. "Officer, I made a mistake. That it was indeed my fault that the phone was broken. I don't want to go to the station." She sobbed and began to throw a tantrum on the ground. Observing her antics, the onlookers shook their heads in disapproval. If only she had recognized her fault earlier. Exactly. Now she has made a fool of herself. Not only did she refuse to acknowledge her mistake, but she also tried to frame others. She truly brought this upon herself. But at this juncture, there was no turning back for her. Thus, she was taken along with Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing to the nearby police station. The station. Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing each gave their statements. While the woman was led to a separate interrogation room, she continued to cry and argue, attempting to evade responsibility. However, when the officer showed her the surveillance footage, she could no longer deny her actions. "I was wrong. I am willing to compensate for the damages." After a stern reprimand, she finally bowed her head, acknowledging her error. Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing met with her once more to discuss compensation. Riding home on his motorcycle, Wei Qing sat behind him and remarked, "Brother, I'm so glad you arrived in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to handle such a situation." Upon returning home, Wei Qing casually tossed her small handbag onto the shoe cabinet by the door, changed her shoes, and stepped inside. Seeing the lavish spread Tang Songyuan had prepared, her mouth watered. Tang Songyuan took the now-cold dishes to the kitchen to reheat. Smiling, "As long as there's food, who cares about the rest? Quickly wash your hands. I'll have it ready soon." He served her a bowl of rice, advising, "Take your time eating. No one is going to snatch it away from you." Wei Qing grinned at him playfully, saying, "Thank you, brother." After the meal, Wei Qing took the initiative to clean up the dishes while Tang Songyuan searched for some information on his phone. Once Wei Qing finished tidying up, Tang Songyuan set down his phone and remarked, "That piece of dogtooth gold or 1T fetch much in a small place like Blue City. Even if sold, it 1T yield a decent price. But in Magic City, it's a different story. That is the most economically developed city in the country. Even a small piece of gold or 1T make a significant splash. Yet it will surely sell for a better price." Wei Qing asked in surprise, "Ah, what are you going to Magic City for? Aren't you done operating the excavator?" Tang Songyuan smiled slightly, replying, "Yes, my previous job there has concluded, and I received my final paycheck along with a bonus of 5,000. So that is how it is." Wei Qing quickly focused on the main point. "But you still haven't said what you plan to do in Magic City." Tang Songyuan had no intention of explaining himself or revealing his secret of enhanced vision. Although he found the gold, it was best to handle it promptly. That he merely stated, "I have other matters to attend to in Magic City. Don't pry into specifics." Then he pulled out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Take this 2,000, buy some new clothes tomorrow, and I'll transfer your living expenses via Alipay next week." That he added, "And don't take up any part-time jobs anymore, that I've told you before. As long as I'm here, I can fully support you through university. This is my wish, as well as that of our parents." "Brother." Remembering their deceased parents, Wei Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded earnestly. "I understand. You can rest assured." Tang Songyuan affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. "All right, don't overthink it. Go review your studies." The next morning, Tang Songyuan had initially planned to indulge in a bit of a lie-in. During his previous employment at the sand factory, his work schedule had been utterly chaotic, and he sought an opportunity to restore some balance. That as the clock had only just passed 8, his younger sister Wei Qing pushed open his bedroom door, exclaiming, "Brother, are you awake?" Tang Songyuan squinted his eyes, reluctant to fully open them, and glanced at Wei Qing, whose face was alight with excitement. Lazily, he turned over and mumbled, "What time is it? Can a person get some rest? It's already past 8. We agreed yesterday to go shopping together." Wei Qing approached him, shaking his arm, her voice cheerful as she urged, "Hurry and get up. I've already prepared breakfast, and we need to eat before we head out." Typically, the morning meal depended on what remained from the previous night, and Tang Songyuan knew full well that it would likely consist of reheated leftovers. Hardly a claim to have prepared breakfast that no, let me sleep a little longer. Just for a bit. Yet perhaps it had truly been too long since he had ventured out for shopping, as Wei Qing was eagerly looking forward to their day. With all her might, she tugged at Tang Songyuan's arm, pulling him upright that a year as planned lies in spring, and a day as planned lies in the morning. This is something you often remind me of. Tang Songyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, gazing at his sister with a blend of exasperation and affection. You really are something. Typically, shopping is reserved for the afternoon or evening. Who goes out so early in the morning for that? Maybe for groceries, but not for shopping that I don't care. Wei Qing declared, her small face beaming with vivacity as she playfully pouted. Brother, you know I haven't been shopping in ages. The last time was during the New Year. Reflecting on her sentiment, Tang Songyuan understood her enthusiasm, that he reached out to ruffle her hair, intending to say he would get up shortly. However, Wei Qing suddenly squealed, Wow, brother, you, what is it? Tang Songyuan asked in confusion. Your muscles are so impressive, Wei Qing exclaimed, her expression exaggerated and enamored as she pointed at his chest. And your skin is so fair. I just want to touch it. You have no idea. But I have a classmate who is particularly good at sports, and she has openly stated her preference for muscular boyfriends. How about I introduce you to her one day? Tang Songyuan, who had a habit of sleeping without a shirt, found her comment absurd. What nonsense is this? You're far too young to be talking about such things. Hurry up and go out. I need to get dressed. After a leisurely breakfast, Tang Songyuan accompanied Wei Qing as promised to go shopping, purchasing for her some new clothes and shoes. However, after less than an hour of browsing, Tang Songyuan's attention was captured by a nearby lottery shop. Damn, these tickets are practically transparent. It would seem remiss not to buy some. With that thought, he led Wei Qing towards the lottery shop, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Brother, are you planning to buy a lottery ticket? Just buying a few for fun, he replied dismissively. Wei Qing did not object, merely adding, just a little fun is fine, but remember that lottery tickets are mostly a scam, you seem quite knowledgeable. Tang Songyuan teased. Wei Qing wrinkled her nose at him, saying it's common sense. They say lotteries are based on statistics, not probability. Relying on a lottery win is more foolish than chasing dreams that it's like us playing rock, paper, scissors. If you win, I'll give you 10 million. If you lose, you only owe me 2 yuan. But you have to go first? Haha. Tang Songyuan chuckled at her jest but said no more as he stepped into the lottery shop. Chapter 9. A small profit before entering. Tang Songyuan had activated his enhanced vision, surveying the scratch-off tickets on display, and already knew which ones held potential winnings. Some tickets could win 10 yuan, but were valued at 10 yuan. Those were not what he sought. However, tickets priced at 15 or 20 yuan that could yield 500 or 1,000 were his true targets that scratch-offs provided instant gratification, unlike lottery tickets that required statistical evaluation before drawing. But they were heavily reliant on luck. Upon entering, he pretended to browse while calculating how to discreetly acquire those higher-value tickets. Meanwhile, Wei Qing looked on with concern, tugging at Tang Songyuan's sleeve, urging, Brother, maybe you shouldn't buy them. You work so hard for your money. It would be a waste. Don't worry, I'm just playing around. I know what I'm doing. Tang Songyuan glanced back at Wei Qing and feigned innocence, asking the shop owner, How much are these? The owner, a middle-aged woman in her 50s with black-rimmed glasses and slightly thinning, wavy hair, patiently explained, This one's 10, this one's 15, this one's 20. The shop was relatively empty in the morning, and she readily agreed when Tang Songyuan requested to see more tickets. Since shop owners earn commissions, they are generally willing to accommodate customers. With Wei Qing watching him with a mix of curiosity and confusion, Tang Songyuan selected several tickets, then pointed to a stack behind the owner, asking, Can I see that variety? He had already noted that one ticket in that stack was the store's highest value option, worth 8,000 yuan. This is a new arrival. I haven't had the chance to display it yet. Without further ado, the owner retrieved the stack he indicated. Tang Songyuan pretended to browse again and managed to select the ticket containing the grand prize. In total, he chose more than 10 tickets and paid 400 yuan, dividing the tickets in half and handing one portion to Wei Qing. These are yours. Let us see who finishes scratching first. Wei Qing pouted fine, but just this once. No more after this. She was concerned that Tang Songyuan might become addicted and waste money, especially given how hard it was to earn these days. Tang Songyuan smiled and replied, No problem. After requesting 2 scratch tools from the owner, the siblings settled at a small table to begin scratching. Tang Songyuan quickly finished, revealing a single winning ticket worth 200 yuan. Wei Qing took her time, needing to calculate her winnings while scratching, and after 3 unsuccessful attempts, she looked at Tang Songyuan with a disgruntled expression, complaining, See? I told you this would be a waste. I've lost dozens of yuan. As she tossed the losing tickets into a nearby trash can with disdain, Tang Songyuan remarked, "Oh, come on, I'm just helping you broaden your horizons and avoid social anxiety." Wei Qing retorted while scratching. "I don't have social anxiety. If I did, would I be handing out flyers?" Just then, her expression froze in disbelief as she scrutinized her ticket, counting aloud, 50, 100, 500, oh my heavens, this one is a winner. Grabbing the ticket with one hand and clutching Tang Songyuan's sleeve with the other, she exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "Brother, this one won. The total prize is 1,050 yuan, really?" Tang Songyuan feigned astonishment. Wei Qing, glowing with pride, presented the winning ticket before him, saying, "Look for yourself." Afterward, she dove back into the remaining tickets, hoping for even more winnings. However, after scratching 5 more tickets without any substantial wins, she only uncovered one worth 10 yuan. Initially, she had not held much hope, thinking 1,000 yuan was already an impressive stroke of luck, until she scratched the final ticket. "Brother, brother, brother." Wei Qing's breath quickened as she saw the winning amount. Urgently tugging at Tang Songyuan's sleeve. With a smile, he leaned closer, inquiring, "What is it?" "This one won 8,000 yuan," she whispered, as if afraid of being overheard. Tang Songyuan's eyes widened in mock disbelief, exclaiming, "No way. Little sister, your luck is off the charts. I toiled day and night to earn 8,000 yuan, and you just scratched it off a ticket." When luck comes, it's unstoppable." Wei Qing giggled, then asked, "What about you? Did you win anything?" Sighing, Tang Songyuan gestured to his one solitary ticket, saying, "Just this one for 200 yuan. Compared to yours, it's like heaven and earth." With a hearty laugh, Wei Qing gathered all the winning tickets and pulled Tang Songyuan to his feet. Declaring, "Let us go collect our winnings at the redemption counter." The shop owner expressed her admiration for their luck, but dutifully exchanged their winnings. Tang Songyuan smiled gently as he watched Wei Qing happily receive her prize. Yet, she promptly handed it back to him, saying, "Brother, this is for you. Why would I take it? This is your prize." Tang Songyuan replied. Wei Qing, without further ado, thrust the money into the inner pocket of his jacket, grasped his hand and led him outside, exclaiming, "What do you mean by yours and mine? I am still a minor. What use do I have for such a sum of cash? Hurry and accompany me to buy some clothes, or it will be noon before we know it." Tang Songyuan understood her implication. Wei Qing believed he, as the head of the household, should manage the family finances. The following day, as they entered the school, Tang Songyuan rode his bicycle, delivering Wei Qing to the school gate before turning to seek out a lottery shop. Employing the same method, he earned over 4,000 yuan that he then visited 4 or 5 more shops. Leveraging his clairvoyant abilities, ultimately amassing over 26,000 yuan that he initially intended to continue replenishing his stock, but as evening approached and coincidentally it was the weekend, the influx of customers at the lottery shop began to swell. To avoid drawing attention, Tang Songyuan reluctantly shelved his plans for further purchases. At 4 o'clock the next morning, Tang Songyuan rose early. After a brief wash, he took the neatly packed luggage and hailed a taxi. Making his way to Yuzhou, since the high-speed rail from Lancheng had yet to be established, he needed to transfer in Yuzhou. The journey took 2 hours and 50 minutes on the highway, costing him 300 yuan for the fare. Upon arriving at the train station, he utilized a self-service ticket machine to retrieve his ticket with his ID. However, a minor incident occurred during the security check. The gold ore in his bag was detected. Fortunately, as it did not exceed the weight limit, a quick inspection led to his being allowed to pass without issue WY 7:30 that evening, after a journey of 11.5 hours. Tang Songyuan arrived safely at Hongqiao Station in the bustling metropolis. That night, he found a budget hotel to spend the night. That on Tuesday morning, burdened with a backpack weighing about 10 kilograms, Tang Songyuan set out to find an auction house in the city to consign his gold ore. This particular type of gold ore was presumed to be quite rare, and lacking a reliable sales channel, he sought a trustworthy auction house for consignment. His first stop was Tianqing Auction House, which he had discovered during his online research. The information indicated that this auction house handled a wide variety of auction items and would soon host an auction event. Eager to sell the gold ore swiftly, Tang Songyuan deemed Tianqing Auction House a commendable choice. Following the online directions, he arrived at the location. After inquiring at the front desk, the receptionist examined the gold ore he presented and promptly made a call. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a sprinkling of gray in his hair emerged to attend to him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Songyuan learned the man's surname was Zhang, and he was named Zhang Shihua. This is indeed a rare piece of gold ore. Zhang Shihua remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the treasure Tang Songyuan brought, offering a candid assessment. Natural gold, or is not exceedingly rare. However, specimens like this, with high purity and excellent appearance, are not commonly seen. What's more, its resemblance to a crouching tiger, complete with head and tail, exudes a certain regal aura befitting the king of beasts. Young man, you are indeed fortunate to have stumbled upon such a piece. Tang Songyuan chuckled softly and asked, what price do you believe such a gold or could fetch at your esteemed auction house? Zhang Shihua chuckled lightly, weighing the gold ore in his hand, and replied, while we have not auctioned items of this nature before, our clientele is extensive. With adequate promotion, it would not be surprising to achieve a sale price of 10 million. 10 million! Although Tang Songyuan was aware of the substantial value of gold ore, he had never anticipated such a staggering figure. Nevertheless, he maintained an impassive demeanor, as if he had expected this price all along, and smiled slightly, saying, that would indeed be splendid. The ensuing discussion between the two was quite pleasant, with Zhang Shihua praising the gold ore Tang Songyuan intended to consign. Soon, they prepared to sign the consignment contract. But upon reviewing it, Tang Songyuan found the commission rate unsatisfactory to Mr. Zhang. This commission rate seems rather steep. Zhang Shihua, glancing casually at the contract, replied, oh, steep? Not at all. You must understand, to sell this gold, or at a higher price, it needs to be classified within the realm of art. According to international conventions, the commission for art auctions is at least 10%. The contract explicitly stated a commission of 10%. This meant that should the gold ore sell for 10 million, Tianqing Auction House would retain 1 million as commission. This is utterly outrageous. Tang Songyuan mused inwardly, stating, I appreciate it, Mr. Zhang, but such a high commission rate requires careful consideration. Just as one compares prices when purchasing goods, the same principle applies to selling. There is no reason to hang one's hopes on a single tree. Zhang Shihua raised an eyebrow, saying, I understand your sentiments. However, to be frank, you might inquire further. Within the entire auction circle of the metropolis, Tianqing is indeed among the top-tier auction houses that in terms of both clientele and quality, very few can rival us. Regardless of his arguments, Tang Songyuan had already resolved to refrain from selling for the time being, that if your commission is 10%, why not go rob someone? Seeing his determination, Zhang Shihua continued, consider this. While other places might offer a lower commission, the selling price may not reach the heights achievable with us. For instance, you might find a commission of 7 or 8% elsewhere, but the maximum sale price could only reach 10 million. Here, however, you have the opportunity to sell for 12 million. Even 15 million is within the realm of possibility. The disparity is not insignificant. No, I do not comprehend and do not wish to understand. You old rascal are quite cunning. Tang Songyuan smiled faintly, reclaiming his gold ore and stating, I will consider this carefully. For today, I shall take my leave. Zhang Shihua expressed some regret, but did not press him further. Leaving Tianqing Auction House, Tang Songyuan hurried to his next destination, which he had also researched online, initially intending it as a secondary option, Shandou Auction House. Hello, welcome to Shandou Auction House. Upon entering, Tang Songyuan was warmly greeted by the receptionist. May I ask if you are here to consign items or to participate in our auction activities? Tang Songyuan set down his backpack and replied, I need to consign an item. That he then opened his backpack, revealing the gleaming gold ore. The receptionist glanced at it, took down some basic information like item name, his name and phone number, and promptly led Tang Songyuan into a meeting room, offering him a glass of water. Please wait a moment, Mr. Tang. I will go fetch our appraiser. Accompanying her was a tall, exquisitely poised beauty who captured Tang Songyuan's attention. As for the other individual inside, Tang Songyuan dared not linger too long, fearing it might be deemed inappropriate. The receptionist stood gracefully and spoke, I apologize, Mr. Tang. Our appraiser for miscellaneous items is currently out on an errand. This is our vice president, who is also our best auctioneer. The personal attention from the vice president left Tang Songyuan somewhat flabbergasted. He stood up, prepared to greet her courteously, but the beauty extended her hand first. Saying, hello, Mr. Tang, I am Yu Qingran. Dressed in a well-tailored business suit, Yu Qingran exuded a harmonious and graceful figure, with features so exquisite they seemed to have stepped from a painting. Most remarkable was her skin. Fair and delicate, seemingly flawless, as though one could extract water from its smoothness. "Hello, Manager Yu." Tang Songyuan shook her hand, remarking, "INT expected Manager Yu to have such extensive expertise that Yu Qingran gestured for him to sit." Taking her place opposite him, the receptionist departed. Yu Qingran, with her expressive gaze, regarded Tang Songyuan and said, "The true rarity of natural gold or lies in the unique shape bestowed by nature." Continuing, she added, "As for this piece you possess, Mr. Tang, its appearance and symbolism are nearly perfect, though I perceive it possesses slight deficiencies." "What deficiencies?" Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow slightly, though Yu Qingran's lips curled into a subtle smile as she explained. "Mr. Tang, you misunderstand. What I propose is for our sculptor to create a base of dragon design using rosewood for this crouching tiger. Together, they would embody the perfect connotation of crouching tiger, hidden dragon. From my personal aesthetic perspective, jade would be the ideal material. However, the finest jade is exceedingly rare and quite costly, making it difficult for our auction house to procure such exquisite materials." This idea was splendid. Tang Songyuan could hardly contain his admiration. Whether it was the dragon coiling around the tiger, or the hidden dragon beside the crouching tiger, merely adding a base made of precious wood or jade would indeed imbue the gold or with greater cultural significance. Although there might be implications of post-processing, the combination of the base would undoubtedly enhance the allure of this gold or immensely. Regrettably, such a substantial piece of jadeite, which also boasts commendable quality, is exceedingly rare. Furthermore, utilizing fine jade to carve a pedestal for a gold ingot seems rather wasteful, does it not? And as for the cost concerning the small leaf red sandalwood, how shall we calculate that? The idea is indeed commendable, yet when it involves additional processing, Tang Songyuan remains concerned about the potential profits. Moreover, jade, in its essence, is rather particular to Yu Qingran, with a gentle smile revealing two shallow dimples, remarked, "The required materials and processing costs are estimated to be between 100,000 to 500,000, with specifics depending on the artisan's insights. However, we shall advance the payment initially and subsequently deduct it along with the commission after a successful auction, so Mr. Tang need not worry." Tang Songyuan felt a stir in his heart and inquired, "What is the commission for your firm?" Shangda, the previous auction house, Tianxing, left him dissatisfied primarily due to their commission structure. Hence he hoped Shangda's rates would not be exorbitant. Yu Qingran responded with poise. "At Shangda, we operate on a dual commission model. Typically, we charge a 2% handling fee for buyers, while for sellers, we only collect a 5% commission." Chapter 11. A major deal, the 5% commission is acceptable, and Yu Qingran proposed an auction plan that greatly pleased him. This left Tang Songyuan with little reason to refuse, for engaging an auction house to sell one's items should not be without compensation. Eventually, Yu Qingran handed him a business card, stating, "We will begin promoting Mr. Tang's treasure shortly, with the auction scheduled for the 30th of this month. That MY assistant will inform Mr. Tang via phone when the time comes." The 30th of this month is merely half a month away. Tang Songyuan accepted the contract and Yu Qingran's card, standing to bid farewell. "I appreciate your efforts on behalf of your esteemed firm." Yu Qingran smiled gently, her dimples deepening. "It is my duty." Exiting Shangda auction house, it was nearly noon. Glancing up, he noticed a lottery shop. With the auction still over half a month away, and reflecting on his dwindling savings, Tang Songyuan pondered if it was time to take a chance on the lottery. If he were to act, he resolved not to engage in the trivial pursuits of the past, but rather to aim for a significant win, with the intention of earning tens to hundreds of millions. He made his decision and set forth. The first step involved retrieving his phone, feigning to be a casual passerby engrossed in scrolling through Douyin. As he casually approached the lottery shop, in reality, he activated his enhanced vision, swiftly searching for the ticket that could potentially yield a grand prize. After more than 10 minutes, he discovered that the largest prize at this shop was a mere 5,000. What a waste of effort, Tang Songyuan silently scoffed, then hopped on a nearby shared bike, hurrying to the next shop. While he had been pretending to play with his phone, he had already located the nearest lottery shop on Baidu Maps. Today, he demonstrated perseverance, embodying the spirit of not resting until his goal was achieved. Methodically visiting shop after shop, it was not until around 4 in the afternoon that, after exploring 17 lottery stores, Tang Songyuan finally found his target. That it was a modestly sized shop, and among the scratch-off tickets at the counter, one particular ticket caught his eye. It was the grand prize he had been yearning for, worth a staggering 1 million. Indeed, hard work pays off, Tang Songyuan thought with delight, quickly reining in his excitement as he returned the shared bike and strode inside. Boss, I'll take 10 of these, upon entering. Tang Songyuan acted like an ordinary customer, observing briefly before pointing to a specific type of ticket. After paying and receiving the tickets, he began scratching them at the counter. Out of the 10, only 3 revealed prizes, totaling a mere 40 yuan. This left him somewhat dissatisfied, prompting him to switch to a different variety. I'll take 10 of these as well. This one is 21, the boss kindly reminded him as he counted out 10 tickets from the counter. Without further ado, Tang Songyuan paid via scan and received another 10 tickets. This time, luck seemed to be on his side. He scratched through the 10 and won 200 yuan, just enough to offset his previous losses. Not too shabby, Tang Songyuan remarked, then added, Now, give me 20 of these. Unsurprisingly, the ticket with the 1 million prize was among the remaining 20 that without claiming his prize. He paid 200 yuan and finally secured that ticket. This time, he refrained from scratching it in front of the boss, instead moving to a small table nearby to leisurely reveal the numbers one by one to Haichid. As expected, it was indeed the 1 million grand prize. The power of my enhanced vision does not deceive me. As he uncovered the most valuable ticket, Tang Songyuan confirmed the winning amount according to the ticket's rules, his heart surging with elation. Must keep this safe. He rubbed his cheeks to maintain composure, then approached the boss with the other winning tickets to claim his prize. The boss, setting aside his phone, scanned each ticket in turn. You won a total of 60 yuan, he said with a hint of disappointment. Would you like to try again? No more. Let's cash out, Tang Songyuan replied, shaking his head slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. The 1 million prize requires collection at the lottery center, so he had no intention of redeeming it here. After cashing out, Tang Songyuan discreetly pinched the ticket hidden within the pocket of his coat lining and hailed a taxi. Driver, to the lottery center. The taxi driver, a man in his 30s, started the meter and inquired, which lottery center? After a brief moment of thought, Tang Songyuan answered, the nearest one. The driver chuckled knowingly. Did you hit the jackpot? Young man, 1 million is a significant amount for an ordinary person, but in an international metropolis like Shanghai, it might just be a drop in the bucket. Noticing Tang Songyuan's reluctance to engage further, the driver focused on the road. At 5:05 in the afternoon, Tang Songyuan arrived at the lottery center. After a brief inquiry upon entering, he quickly met with the director of the welfare lottery center. Oh, you won 1 million from a scratch-off? The director examined the ticket handed over by Tang Songyuan and smiled. Indeed, it's 1 million. Young man, your luck is quite remarkable. May I ask which store you purchased it from? Tang Songyuan answered truthfully, then inquired, Can I claim my prize today? In principle, yes. The director's expression shifted slightly. However, unfortunately, the finance department has already closed for the day. Tang Songyuan glanced at the wall clock, surprised that it was only a little past 5 and questioned why the finance department would close so early. Moreover, how could the director be so certain without checking? It felt somewhat absurd. Sensing Tang Songyuan's dissatisfaction, the director maintained a cheerful demeanor. How about this, young man? Leave your number, and I'll arrange for someone to assist you with the prize first thing tomorrow. How does that sound? Still, I don't quite understand why it must wait until tomorrow. Tang Songyuan remained unconvinced. The director, still smiling, handed the ticket back to Tang Songyuan along with some paper and a pen, slowing his speech. It seems you still don't quite grasp my meaning. Let me clarify. It's not that I'm intentionally making it difficult for you to claim your prize today. Our lottery center's principle is to redeem any ticket presented, without reservation. However, young man, you must understand that today is simply not convenient. The message had been conveyed quite clearly. Even Tang Songyuan, no matter how obtuse, could discern the implications and comprehend the underlying complexities. One must understand that the prize redeemed at the lottery center is legitimate, tangible income. Opportunities to obtain such a considerable legitimate income are rare, and this director holds the key to that channel. From the manner in which he spoke, it was evident that such instances had likely occurred before. Raising an eyebrow, Tang Songyuan nodded and wrote down his phone number. I believe I understand now. Chapter 12. A familiar encounter in a foreign land as night fell. Tang Songyuan sat in a seat not far from the lottery center, leisurely enjoying dessert and sipping coffee. Just half an hour prior, he had stepped out of the lottery center when an unfamiliar call came through, expressing interest in purchasing the ticket he held. The coffee had a smooth, delicate texture, yet Tang Songyuan found it somewhat unappealing. noting a hint of bitterness. Just as he was nearing satisfaction with his meal, a young woman clad in a gray-blue wool coat approached his table. She appraised him from head to toe, and when he glanced over, she initiated the conversation. "Hello, are you Mr. Tang? You arrived rather quickly." Tang Songyuan nodded, responding. "That me dotting you are?" The woman continued. "We just spoke on the phone. My surname is Lu." Lu Chinlu. Lu Chinlu appeared to be around 24 or 25, with prominent brows and almond-shaped eyes, her hair styled in a neat bun, exuding both beauty and competence. Tang Songyuan gestured towards the seat opposite him with a slight smile and said, "Miss Lu, please take a seat." Lu Chinlu glanced around the current environment. The location chosen by Tang Songyuan was semi-enclosed, providing a degree of privacy. She gracefully settled in her chair and beckoned to the waiter to order a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. Turning her gaze towards Tang Songyuan, she spoke directly. "Mr. Tang, may I confirm the authenticity of that lottery ticket worth 1 million in your possession? There is no need for you to hand it over. You can keep it." Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow and retrieved the ticket from his jacket pocket. That Lu Chinlu quickly verified its authenticity and remarked, "That is sufficient. According to the regulations, if Mr. Tang claims the prize himself, a 20% tax will need to be deducted, amounting to 200,000. Therefore, I suggest you consider selling this ticket to me. I will offer you the full prize amount. This way, you can perfectly avoid the loss incurred by the tax." This proposal seemed rather considerate to Tang Songyuan, who internally scoffed, yet a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "I stand by my previous statement. I must decline." Lu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly and inquired, "Why? Do you think the amount is insufficient? I can certainly increase my offer." Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly and said, "It's not merely a matter of money. I just checked, and such dealings carry significant risks. If anything goes awry, it could result in a prison sentence of 1 to 3 years. That I'm relinquishing my clean funds to you only to assume a batch of dubious wealth in return. This transaction seems decidedly unwise, especially since the other party is acquainted with the director of the lottery center. With the same method, what is the worry of not acquiring the winning ticket? Regardless of her ultimate intent in purchasing this ticket, it bears no relevance to me. Furthermore, it's unnecessary. With my newfound ability to see through things, opportunities for profit will abound in the future. Your coffee, please enjoy." The waiter gently placed a steaming cup of coffee before Lu Chinlu. She delicately stirred it with a petite spoon, and once the waiter departed, she furrowed her brow slightly and said, "I can assure you that there will be no issues on that front." Tang Songyuan chuckled again and replied, "Your assurance holds no value for me. To be frank, while I may not be exceedingly wealthy, I prefer my earnings to be entirely legitimate. Like most people from humble beginnings, we may be poor, but we possess our dignity." The Lu Qinglu's expression momentarily turned blank before she offered an apologetic smile and said, "I apologize, I was somewhat hasty. You are indeed correct, and your approach is the right one. That I shall not impose any further." With that, Lu Chinlu rose to leave, casually settling the bill on her way out. The following morning, Tang Songyuan returned to the lottery center to claim his prize, and this time, Director Zhang did not create any difficulties for him, promptly awarding him the winnings after deducting the 20% personal income tax. The 1 million he had initially acquired was now reduced to 800,000. That, however, combined with his modest savings and subsequent lottery winnings in Blue City, he was now merely a few thousand shy of the monumental 1 million mark in his life. Moreover, with the prospect of earning multiple millions in the future, he felt emboldened to dream extravagantly, all thanks to his extraordinary ability to see through things. Otherwise, he would still be toiling away for survival. Upon exiting the lottery center, Tang Songyuan wandered leisurely through the bustling metropolis, determined to purchase a gift for his sister, Wei Qing. After procuring a suitable present, he decided to indulge himself that evening by booking a hotel room priced at 1,380 per night. He had anticipated a service that was meticulous and attentive, akin to a warm embrace, yet was met with a rather ordinary experience. The room was indeed more luxurious than he had envisioned, but it left him curious about the experience of staying in hotels that cost 8,008 or even 88,000 per night. After taking a shower, Tang Songyuan discovered a pink card had been slipped under his door. With an image of a voluptuous woman printed on it, the card stirred the imagination of the 23-year-old virgin within him, igniting an uncontrollable excitement at the thought of a night of indulgence with just a phone call. Yet, after much deliberation, he resolutely tore the card to shreds and tossed it into the trash. What if it was a scam? What if it was a trap? Lacking experience in such matters, he weighed the potential negative outcomes and ultimately opted to abstain. I would rather do nothing than make a mistake. At that moment, he pondered what it would be like to activate his ability to see through things that Tio witnessed the intimate performances of his neighbors up close and personal. As the saying goes, a well-fed mind craves beauty. He was still a normal man, after all, and how could he not desire that? The next morning, while scrolling through his phone and waiting in line to purchase tickets, a large hand suddenly pushed him from behind, nearly causing him to stumble to Li Yangxiu. What on earth are you doing here? Standing behind him was a man with a mischievous grin, known as Li Yangxiu, a high school classmate of Tang Songyuan. They had been quite close during school, but after graduating, Li Yangxiu's family faced hardships, leading him to learn the trade of operating excavators. Meanwhile, Li Yangxiu had successfully enrolled in university. And unexpectedly, they crossed paths again after several years. Little had changed in the years since. Li Yangxiu still bore that familiar, mischievous smile. "Haha, just trying to make a living," he chuckled, pulling Tang Songyuan along as they walked outside. Tang Songyuan had gathered some information about Li Yangxiu's recent endeavors and knew he was currently employed at a trading company, running business errands alongside his boss, which was the reason for his visit to the metropolis. Running errands was quite normal, but Tang Songyuan was curious about the specifics of Li Yangxiu's work. That do you know about stone gambling? It involves cutting stones to see if there are any jade or emeralds inside. Li Yangxiu suddenly said in a mysterious tone. Tang Songyuan was somewhat familiar with jade gambling. During his school days, he had read numerous novels on the subject, and with the current prevalence of short videos, he had come across many related clips. However, his understanding was limited, and he only had a vague grasp of the industry. That he expressed his surprise and chuckled. "You've really made a name for yourself." "Huh. Gambling with stones isn't something just anyone can engage in." Li Yangxiu chuckled and replied, "Of course, I can't play, but my boss has been in the stone business for decades. That he happens to be a distant uncle of mine. After I graduated from university, my dad put in a bit of effort to help me get a job as an assistant, so I can learn a thing or two. At least it counts as a skill." Tang Songyuan contemplated his ability to see through things, realizing it was tailor-made for the stone gambling trade. While other players relied on experience to discern the stones, he could effortlessly peer through them at will. Though he had no particular interest in stone gambling, his desire for profit was insatiable. That he began to look forward to the evening stone appraisal event, wondering if he could leverage his abilities to make a significant profit. "Oh, so there's a stone gambling scene in the metropolis?" Tang Songyuan asked curiously. "And your boss is in Rueli conducting business, yet he's come all the way to the metropolis to gamble with stones? It feels akin to transporting coal from Pingdingshan to sell in Dang." Li Yangxiu smirked. "You wouldn't understand. The stone gambling industry revolves around networks. The Jade Circle is quite niche, with only a handful of true insiders. This gathering is merely a courtesy among peers in the industry. Since the metropolis is the most prosperous city in the country, it naturally has its own stone gambling circle, though these events are primarily privately organized. Those attending are all high-stakes gamblers, which test both vision and luck. Strike it lucky and gamble a piece of imperial green jade, and you'd be wealthy overnight. There are also clear and semi-clear stones." Tang Songyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "Why must it be overnight wealth? If it were me, I'd be fine with 10 nights." Li Yangxiu paused for a moment, then regarded him with an understanding expression, playfully thumping his sturdy chest as he laughed. "Don't worry. With your current physique, if such an opportunity arises, I certainly won't let you miss out." "Ha!" By evening, after dinner, Li Yangxiu led Tang Songyuan to the venue of the stone appraisal event he had mentioned. The place resembled an industrial park, devoid of towering skyscrapers and instead filled with factories and warehouses. Upon arrival, Tang Songyuan was introduced to Li Yangxiu's uncle and boss, Song Jinghua. "Uncle, this is my classmate Tang Songyuan. We happened to meet today, so I thought I'd bring him along to gain some experience." Li Yangxiu introduced him to a portly middle-aged man. Tang Songyuan followed suit, greeting, "Hello, uncle," behaving appropriately, neither glancing around excessively nor speaking beyond necessity. Song Jinghua was not tall, always wearing a cheerful smile, reminiscent of a reincarnated Mephia Buddha, ditto, a friend of Xiao Qiu's. Song Jinghua surveyed Tang Songyuan with a smile akin to Mephia Buddha's and said, "No worries, it's quite good for young people to broaden their horizons." The threshold for such appraisal events was not high, and one could not expect exceptional goods. "You too can take a look around. Just relax and enjoy yourselves." Li Yangxiu chuckled and winked at Tang Songyuan, saying, "Thanks, uncle. I'll take him for a look around." Under Songyuan's guidance, the two smoothly enter the venue. What is referred to as a venue is, in fact, devoid of even a single table. It consists of a vast expanse, with stones placed a few meters apart. These stones vary in size and shape. There are numerous large ones weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds, alongside smaller pieces weighing 2 to 3 pounds. The only distinctive feature is that in front of each stone stands a signboard providing a brief introduction to the stone's origin, weight, and other essential information. At this moment, the venue is already populated with a considerable number of attendees, who appear accustomed to the setting, nonchalantly squatting on the ground as they examine the stones that pique their interest. Some even pour a small amount of bottled water over the stones they are inspecting, their expressions focused and brows furrowed in contemplation. Tang Songyuan also observes a group of 10 or so burly men clad in suits at the periphery, each adorned with identical walkie-talkies, presumably responsible for security on behalf of the organizers. "Xiao Qiu, feel free to wander about. You know my rules," Song Zhengguo remarked, his gaze already fixated on the various stones. Nodding slightly, "Go ahead." Li Yanqiu exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Songyuan, and the two began to meander through the exhibition. "Do you know where these stones come from?" Li Yanqiu inquired as they walked. Tang Songyuan, somewhat irritated, pointed to the sign in front of the raw stones, exclaiming, "Myanmar," as it clearly states. Li Yanqiu replied, "Of course, I know it's Myanmar. I meant the specific site. Do you understand what a site is?" This left Tang Songyuan genuinely perplexed. Upon noticing his confusion, Li Yanqiu wore a knowing expression and continued, "In reality, many places in the world produce jade, but only Myanmar can yield gemstones of this caliber. More precisely, only the town of Pakong is capable of such production. The so-called site refers to the specific locality of jade extraction, with each site yielding jade of distinct characteristics. Many seasoned stone gamblers can identify the origin of a raw stone with just a glance, without needing any introduction." Feeling somewhat redundant, Tang Songyuan retorted, "I have a friend who has been an electrician for over 20 years. He can tell if there's electricity just by touch, and I'm still baffled as to why this appreciation event only begins at night." "Ah, this you may not comprehend," Li Yanqiu chuckled, pulling a small flashlight from his pocket and waving it to at night. With insufficient light, one can better and more intuitively observe how the raw stones respond under different lighting conditions. Look around. Aren't they all doing just that? He gestured toward those using flashlights to examine the stones. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, and with the activation of his perspective, he mused, "Is it really necessary to go through such trouble? I could figure it out with my eyes closed." Chapter 14. The risks are great under the enhanced vision. The stones that initially appeared unremarkable began to reveal their true nature. Some stones, seemingly dull and black on the outside, contained an extraordinarily rich interior, occupying a significant portion within, while only their outer shells remained stony. Even with minimal knowledge, Tang Songyuan recognized that such stones held little value. At this time, Li Yanqiu had taken to a stone that attracted little attention, feigning interest as he examined it with his flashlight. This particular stone weighed around 4 to 5 pounds, its exterior predominantly a deep bluish black, coated with a layer resembling fine wax, shining and slightly glossy, that a series of white numbers adorned the stone, and Tang Songyuan found it intriguing that some areas were marked with concentric circles, likely indicating predicted or estimated bracelet positions. The enhanced vision provided an appraisal. Raw stone number XZ857, originating from Mowanjiji, weighing 2.8 kilograms, that it contained unrefined ice jade with green flecks and Mowanjiji pine flower material. The image is for reference only. After a brief observation, Li Yanqiu beckoned Tang Songyuan over, earnestly stating, "Brother, look at this stone. It is covered in pine flower, and see here." He pointed the flashlight at a minuscule dot on the stone, exclaiming, "This is the jade's texture." Tang Songyuan had already discerned that the raw stone indeed possessed jade's texture, but inside, the quality was not fully developed, with a mass of minuscule green dots inside. He crouched down, preparing to offer a casual agreement, when a derisive chuckle broke through. "Can that even be considered texture? As the saying goes, better to bet on a thread than on a piece. If you cut open something riddled with green spots, just wait for the tears." The speaker was a man in his 60s, who had been examining a nearby stone, but could not help interjecting upon hearing Li Yanqiu's comments. Li Yanqiu looked up, his eyes lighting up with recognition. "Boss and I, what brings you here?" His tone suggested familiarity. Boss and I chuckled and replied, "If you can come, why can't I? Your uncle brought you in, right? My uncle is over there." Li Yanqiu pointed and then introduced Tang Songyuan. "This is Boss and I De Hong, also involved in jade trading in Rueli, just like my uncle." Tang Songyuan greeted him respectfully. "Hello, Boss and I." "Jade trading, you say?" Boss and I retorted. "I am just an old man who enjoys stones, distinctly different from your uncle, who has solely focused on profit." "Indeed," Li Yanqiu quickly agreed. "This is my old classmate. I brought him along to gain some insights. If I misspoke earlier, please don't take offense." Boss and I shook his head. "I won't be offended. It's just that I'm here as a familiar face to offer some advice to help you avoid pitfalls." Li Yanqiu smiled sheepishly. "Your words are golden. This stone is practically condemned, and even if I had the heart, your uncle is certainly someone worth learning from," Boss and I said, returning to his examination of the raw stone in his hands. Tang Songyuan focused on Boss Ni's stone, which was predominantly grayish-yellow, its surface smooth with faint black mottling. The stone's skin bore several concentric circles and numerical codes. However, it was marred by two noticeable cracks. One crack penetrated only a centimeter before halting, leaving the jade inside intact. Even if split into two pieces, it still held the potential for 3 or 4 bracelets that a promising material. The perspective vision confirmed, Moxisha Waterstone. Number XH218, weighing 3.6 kilograms, containing 1.2 kilograms of ice jade and 0.9 kilograms of unrefined ice jade, with transparent jade featuring green flecks that Li Yanqiu, captivated by Boss Ni's intense scrutiny, edged closer. Boss and I shot him a glance and remarked, "Want to learn? I can teach you." Li Yanqiu, shaking his head, responded, "That's fine, as long as you don't pressure me into marrying your granddaughter. I'm all ears." Tang Songyuan nearly burst into laughter, pondering what sort of experience Li Yanqiu had undergone. Boss and I, unfazed, gestured with his flashlight, directing Li Yanqiu's attention to a certain area. "I don't know how your uncle taught you, but when we assess jade quality, we look for this type of halo effect under the light. Remember, clear and bright jade is of superior quality, while murky jade resembles muddy water." As he spoke, he pointed the flashlight to another section of the stone, saying, "Look here, isn't it much clearer? This side appears muddier and more chaotic, doesn't it?" Li Yanqiu nodded in agreement, both impressed and appreciative. Tang Songyuan, aligning his perspective vision, confirmed Boss and I's observations matched what he had seen. It seemed that the craft of stone gambling, having evolved over centuries, indeed had its share of skilled practitioners and shared techniques. Yet, it appeared that his own perspective was unparalleled. "Truly remarkable," Li Yanqiu exclaimed. "If you're correct, Boss and I, good quality jade could be worth 10 times its weight. This half piece should be valued at 200,000 to 300,000 per kilogram, while over there it might only be worth 30,000 to 50,000. Boss and I nodded. "You're partially correct, but what about the cracks and the inclusions?" "There are 2 significant cracks here," Li Yanqiu chuckled. "Typically, cracks in waterstones don't penetrate too deeply. That's common knowledge. This stone shouldn't exceed 12,000, yielding a profit margin of 1 to 2 times. Beyond that, the risk escalates." Leaving Li Yanqiu looking bewildered, Tang Songyuan, however, gleaned a hint of meaning and teasingly remarked to his friend, "This old man is suggesting you earn more money so you can marry his unwed granddaughter sooner." To be honest, Li Yanqiu was quite presentable and exuded a certain shrewdness in his dealings. With a wry smile, he replied, "Dude, I have a girlfriend. Not to mention, I've never even met his granddaughter. Even if she were a celestial beauty, I could never commit such an act of betrayal." Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly. "Just be wary. Nothing escapes the law of true attraction." Chapter 15, 7 parts luck after approximately an hour of exploration. Tang Songyuan and Li Yanqiu had thoroughly surveyed the raw stones on display, gaining a basic understanding of the ongoing jade appreciation event. However, thereafter, no one else emerged to offer guidance. Tang Songyuan and his companions, endowed with their unique perceptive abilities, were fully aware of the jade materials present at the scene. "Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention this way." At that moment, a man in his 30s or 40s, his face aglow, approached the center stage holding a microphone. He was likely either the host or a representative of the organizing party. But he began, "I am Fong Hongyi, and as the organizer, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all friends who have traveled from afar. Today, I see many familiar faces among my old friends, as well as several newcomers. However, This is delightful, as it signifies the continuous influx of fresh talent into our industry. After an hour and a half of observation, I trust you all have gained a general understanding of the raw stones we have presented. Therefore, we shall now proceed with the auction of these jade raw stones, as per our agenda. The purpose of such a stone gambling appreciation event is not merely to invite everyone for a casual viewing. Ultimately, the aim is to sell these stones. The crowd began to gather around the stage, and a rotund, middle-aged man cleared his throat, smiling broadly as he addressed Fong Hongi. Hongi, the quality of this batch of stones is quite impressive. I didn't expect the Fong family to quietly acquire so many fine pieces this time. It truly exceeds my expectations. The man surnamed Han nodded with a smile, but refrained from further comment. Fong Hongi surveyed the audience and continued, "Before we commence the auction, I would like to assure our esteemed guests of two things. First, we have arranged ample security for this auction, allowing everyone to showcase their skills freely. Additionally, we have provided vehicles and accommodations for our guests. Please feel free to request assistance if you require rest. Lastly, I wish everyone an enjoyable evening." While Fong Hongi spoke, Tang Songyuan, Li Yangxiu, and Song Jing were reconvened. "Uncle, I would like to participate in the auction." Following the hint from Old and I, Li Yangxiu had identified his target and was ready to take a chance. Song Jing furrowed his brow slightly, but smiled casually. "Playing around is fine, but that's entirely up to you." Li Yangxiu nodded and, accompanied by Tang Songyuan, paid a deposit of 50,000 to receive a bidding number, a necessary step to partake in the auction. Tang Songyuan followed suit, paying the deposit and acquiring a similar bidding number. Li Yangxiu paused, glancing at him in surprise. "You want to try your luck too?" Tang Songyuan's expression reflected seriousness as he replied, "Yes, I've been fortunate lately and intend to test the waters. Rest assured, I know my limits. This isn't merely a matter of luck." Li Yangxiu urged anxiously. "Newbies are bound to get completely swindled. I'm somewhat experienced." "And your approach is?" Tang Songyuan smirked slightly. "Did you not just say that success relies 70% on skill and 30% on luck? I've assured you that I know my limits. So have faith that if you disagree, I shall simply take another bidding number." Li Yangxiu relented. All right, I concede. I never realized you were such a gambler." Tang Songyuan chuckled. "That's not quite right. It's said that gambling on stones is not merely for the sake of gambling." "Enough chatter. Let's hurry over. The auction is about to commence." The venue buzzed with excitement as the staff began their preparations. Some set up chairs, while others used carts to collect the raw stones previously arranged on the floor and transported them backstage. After more than 10 minutes, the area was cleared, the chairs arranged, and the guests seated, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the auction. Tang Song and Li Yangxiu took their seats beside Song Jinghua, who noted that Old and I was seated in the front row. The first raw stone was presented. Fong Hongi briefly introduced it before signaling for bids. The starting price was 200,000, with each increment no less than 10,000. "Please place your bids." The stone, weighing over 30 pounds, bore a surface densely covered with mottled patterns and a slight sense of shedding. Several individuals showed interest, and as Fong Hongi's words echoed, bids quickly escalated. 210,000, 250,000, 300,000. The latter bid came from an Ai Dahong, who, despite his age, was clearly unfazed by the earlier participant. The stone exhibited only a hint of green flecks, which likely did not appeal to his discerning eye. After several rounds of bidding, the first jade raw stone was ultimately secured by a man in his 40s for 580,000. He stood up, his round visage prominent, and with a chuckle, acknowledged the crowd. Thank you, some scoffed, while others looked on with indifference. Fong Hongi seized the moment to announce, "Congratulations to M.R.Yu Peng for acquiring this jade material. We have professional cutting machinery ready, and M.R.Yu may proceed to cut at any time." Yu Peng chuckled as he took his seat again, saying, no rush. I'll wait a bit." The auction continued, with participants now having a clear understanding of the jade stones provided by Fong Hongi due to the previous hour of observation. Bids began to flow rapidly, with participants refraining once they surpassed their predetermined limits. Within half an hour, over 20 pieces of jade rough were auctioned off in a whirlwind. Li Yangxiu successfully acquired a piece he had his eye on, starting at 80,000 and winning it for 110,000. But just then, a commotion arose from the back of the venue. A graceful figure approached, walking at a leisurely pace reminiscent of a film's glamorous heiress. Accompanying her were a man and a woman. The woman, dressed in professional attire, carried a briefcase, likely a secretary, while the man, tall and robust, appeared to be a personal bodyguard. The beautiful woman spoke to Fong Hongyi at the podium. "My apologies, Mr. Fong, that an urgent matter arose at the company, causing my delay. Please do not hold it against me." It was Qiao Xue, a leading figure of the new generation from the Qiao family. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. It was said that she was currently engaged in short video, live streaming sales, with revenues soaring into the hundreds of millions in a single evening. Others remarked, the Qiao family is on a roll. Not only are they involved in jade, but they are also eyeing high-end sectors like jewelry and antiques. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside, leaving the latter to perish on the shore. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Qiao Xue reached the front, and Fong Hongyi greeted her with a beaming smile. "It is an immense honor to have Miss Qiao in attendance. Please take a seat." He promptly arranged an additional seat for her in the front row. Qiao Xue settled in gracefully, and soon after, someone in the crowd rose to deliver a note to her. She smiled faintly, exchanged a few quiet words with the individual, and discreetly tucked the note away. Chapter 16. Testing the waters. Tang Songyuan, curious, activated his perceptive vision to glimpse the note Qiao Xue received from several rows back. It contained numerical codes and information such as high ice, yang green, and price ranges. That it turned out that the individual was an appraiser working under Qiao Xue, who had come in advance to prepare her, allowing her to make informed decisions. This also indicated that Qiao Xue was indeed quite busy. With his perceptive vision engaged, he could see through the layers of clothing enveloping her figure, revealing her exquisite form. How stunning! How pristine! "Oh no! Forbidden to gaze," he admonished himself, reminding that merely indulging in admiration was sufficient. Any further scrutiny might lead to unforeseen consequences. Redirecting his focus to the stage, another raw stone was presented. This piece, labeled XJ404, weighed approximately 20 to 30 pounds. The perceptive vision assessed it as follows. Item XJ404, weight 16.4 kilograms, contains a piece of ice to high ice quality jade, devoid of patterns or cracks, accompanied by bright green flecks. Without a doubt, this was an exceptionally premium piece. The 8 categories of jadeite, ranked from highest to lowest quality, are glass, ice, glutinous, bean, dry white, lotus, and golden silk. The glass variety undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of quality. But ice to high ice is also remarkably rare, especially without any blemishes. Therefore, Tang Songyuan was eager to acquire this piece. That I need not elaborate further on this material, Fong Hongyi proclaimed, caressing the jade rough labeled XJ404. With a cheerful demeanor, the starting price for this jade material is 500,000 RMB, with each increment no less than 50,000, 800,000. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Xue, seated in the front row, raised her bidding paddle first. Wow! The audacity of her bidding caused Tang Songyuan to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. This woman is remarkably bold. He had originally hoped to seize a good deal, but found himself nearly unable to keep pace with her at the very outset. 850,000. And Ai Dahong, also in the front row, scoffed lightly and calmly announced his bid. 1 million. Qiao Xue directly doubled the base price, adding a hefty 15,000 in one go, radiating confidence. Yet the seasoned bidders were not easily intimidated. Those interested in the stone began to respond with their offers. 105,000, 110,000, 120,000. The exchange among the participants was lively, rendering the eager Tang Songyuan utterly unable to insert himself into the fray. Moreover, given his financial standing, this exquisite piece of jadeite was simply beyond his reach. 5 minutes later, after several rounds of competition and contention, the piece was ultimately claimed by Qiao Xue for the sum of 2,200,000. Qiao Xue, having secured the jadeite, remained unruffled, as if the considerable sum was merely a drop in the ocean, continuing to sit quietly, awaiting the next piece to be auctioned. Next up was a substantial stone, wheeled onto the stage by 2 staff members. This jadeite originated from the Masa quarry, Fong Hongyi announced. Weighing in at 240 pounds, this is considered medium among the jadeites produced in Masa. Yet this specimen boasts a thin skin, and the weathered layer visibly displays color, making it a rather promising piece. Enough of that, Mr. Fong, someone interjected before the bidding commenced. Although Masa stones may have little to no skin, their quality is notably poor, and the greatest gamble in stone betting lies in assessing fissures. An area where Masa stones are notoriously flawed. The DOU think we are novices. Fang Hongyi, unfazed by the critique, chuckled heartily and responded, "Mr. Jiang makes a valid point. However, I believe that since we are at a stone betting appreciation event, we ought to showcase a variety of categories that are in the realm of stone betting. Large stones have their advantages, and smaller ones possess their own unique charms." The middle-aged man, now referred to as Mr. Jiang, scoffed and retorted, "You still miss the mark that I in stone betting. Size is never the crux. The key lies in quality. You mentioned the color on the skin, but I have scrutinized it closely. The color protrudes rather than recedes, and such hues are 90% unlikely to penetrate. Acquiring it would serve little purpose." Fang Hongyi's demeanor faltered slightly, yet the process must continue to clear his throat and forced a chuckle, declaring, "Ultimately, nothing is ever guaranteed. The thrill of stone betting lies in the suspense of that fateful cut that, as the old saying goes, a large stone seldom incurs a loss. This Masa jadeite, numbered in JD 23, has an opening bid of 30,000. With increments of no less than 1,000, perhaps swayed by Mr. Jiang's earlier commentary, or perhaps due to the general skepticism towards the stone, the room fell silent, with no one daring to place a bid. The area around the size of a fist exhibited color that reached the level of Xinjiang green. Moreover, the low starting price made it exceedingly suitable for him. Just as he prepared to call out a bid, someone else raised their paddle first to 31,000. Tang Songyuan turned to see that the bidder was a man seated beside Mr. Jiang, who, upon completing his bid, exchanged a brief glance with Mr. Jiang, though the gaze was quickly averted. Many in the back caught the moment. Songyuan chuckled derisively, commenting, "These fellows come from Pingzhou, specifically seeking out such subpar large stones to carve in a bracelet that a piece this size could easily yield 200 to 300 bracelets without issue. After a bit of acid washing, its translucence and appearance would be quite appealing." It seems Mr. Zhang's earlier criticisms were merely a smokescreen to 35,000. This time, it was Qiao Xue making a bid, surprising everyone with her interest in the stone. Mr. Zhang's expression soured slightly, and the man beside him twitched his lips before announcing, 36,000. This time, Qiao Xue refrained from countering, clearly less interested in the piece. 40,000. Finally, the previously inconspicuous Tang Songyuan raised his paddle, calling out his bid. "Have you lost your mind?" Li Yangqiu exclaimed incredulously. "Everyone claims this piece is of poor quality and unlikely to yield anything worthwhile. Why would you rush to bid?" Tang Songyuan smiled faintly and replied, "Quality is irrelevant to me. I find this piece undervalued and merely wish to participate in the excitement that I'm not necessarily intent on securing it." Yet he secretly felt that if the price remained below 200,000, it would indeed be worth acquiring. That Li Yangqiu smirked, exhaling deeply. "You'd best treat this as a mere game. Even if you manage to secure this stone, it would hold little potential. Those from Pingzhou employ specialized workshops and machinery for bracelet production. Take my advice. Be patient and avoid impulsiveness." At this juncture, the bid had risen to 45,000 when Tang Songyuan again called out, 46,000, 46,000. "Is there anyone else willing to bid?" The fact that this unpromising original stone attracted a bid allowed the organizers to avert a failed auction, prompting Fang Hongyi to breathe a sigh of relief. That 46,000 once, 46,000 twice, 46,000 thrice, sold. With the fall of the gavel, the 200-plus pound jadeite was successfully claimed by Tang Songyuan. Chapter 17. The impetuous youth. The auction continued smoothly, having progressed through over 30 rounds, during which Tang Songyuan had his eye on several pieces. But they were mostly acquired by others at higher prices. These seasoned stone gamblers, with years of experience, were keen to seize any jadeite exhibiting strong skin and lighting performance, leaving little room for opportunistic bargains. Additionally, the jadeite available here had surely undergone meticulous selection, with only experts in attendance. No one could deceive another. Of course, there were pieces that went unsold, belonging to categories that failed to attract interest. Regardless of Fang Hongyi's fervent calls, the audience remained unresponsive, leading to a final lack of bids and subsequent failure to sell. Next, another stone Tang Songyuan favored was presented. This is a piece I personally hold in high regard. An old pit material from Moxisha. The host Fang Hongyi cheerfully introduced. Numbered MX 9257, this jadeite weighs a total of 73 pounds. The starting price is 200,000 RMB, with minimum increments of 5,000. Please place your bids. Upon his announcement, The room fell silent once more, the attendees exchanging various expressions as they gazed at Fong Hongyi on stage. Yet no one stepped forward to bid to Mr. and I, Fong Hongyi implored. Turning his gaze toward an I Dehong. You've already secured 2 original stones today. You shouldn't miss out on this rare old pit material from Moxisha. And I Dehong glanced at the stone with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Stating, I'm afraid, Mr. Fong, that I've just examined this stone and can confirm it is indeed old pit material from Moxisha. However, the weathering structure does not meet my expectations, and the shell exhibits a mix of salt sand skin and mud sand skin, revealing a lack of density and compactness that a light touch causes the sand on the skin to flake off. Even if this material has quality, the likelihood is that it will be quite tender. Furthermore, with such a thick skin, one cannot discern anything under the light, leading to too much uncertainty and risk. I certainly don't wish to see my money squandered so easily to them, or that Ni speaks wisely. Someone immediately concurred. While it is stone betting, the performance of this piece is indeed subpar. Let us swiftly move on and avoid wasting our time. The crowd nodded in agreement, unsure whether they were admiring Ni Dehong's insight or merely eager to transition to the next piece. Yet, Fong Hongyi clearly wished to persist, asking once more, this is the old pit material from Moxisha, numbered MX 9257, with a starting price of 200,000. Is anyone willing to bid? 200,000 and 5,000. Someone chimed in. Are you burning through cash? It was the impetuous youth again. The crowd began to murmur, for over 200,000. Let him buy a lesson. Haha, is stone betting truly so amusing? Even Li Yangqiu could not help but criticize Tang Songyuan. Brother, are you all right? So many experts believe this stone is flawed, yet you still insist on bidding. What on earth is your reasoning? As he spoke, he shook his head in lament. That is 200,000. After all, that be why the way. Where did you get 200,000? Li Yangqiu was aware of Tang Songyuan's background, having grown up in poverty with deceased parents, but he had not anticipated that he would be able to casually produce 200,000 to gamble on stones. On stage, Fong Hongyi's expression brightened, confirming his gaze on Tang Songyuan, cheerfully announcing, this gentleman has bid 200,000 and 5,000. Is there anyone willing to bid further? Given that the crowd held no faith in this piece of jadeite, no further bids were forthcoming. After 3 calls for bids, Tang Songyuan successfully secured the Moxisha jadeite. That as Fong Hongyi's gavel fell, he finally felt a sense of relief. Ice jadeite is considered rare in the industry, with high-quality varieties fetching a price of 1 million per kilogram in the market. However, the downside lies in the numerous and fine internal fissures. The most critical area, which Tang Songyuan found particularly appealing, was a section roughly the size of a rice bowl, where the internal fissures abruptly ceased, replaced by a striking and lustrous emerald green. The rich, blended emerald hue appeared as if it were the very essence of the original stone. Radiant and pure. Nice. Tang Songyuan felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. This was surely the greatest reward of his journey. You actually captured it on camera? Li Yangqiu exclaimed in astonishment. He still couldn't comprehend why Tang Songyuan would purchase stones that had failed to pique the interest of so many seasoned professionals. With a chuckle, Tang Songyuan replied, relax until the stone is opened. Anything is possible, don't you think? Let us hope so. As the situation had already unfolded, Li Yangqiu followed his lead, saying, I've often heard those in the industry boast about the miracles that can occur in the stone gambling business. So let us believe in miracles. Huh. Tang Songyuan chimed in with a laugh. That moment, many attendees began to leave the auction hall. Some had successfully acquired their desired raw stones and moved to the workshop area for cutting, while others had lost interest in the stones yet to be presented. Given that competition intensified as the event progressed, the Li Yangqiu fell into the latter category, having already made a substantial bid that evening. He informed Song Zhenghua and then turned to Tang Songyuan, saying, I'm heading to the back to cut my material. Would you care to accompany me? Observing the fierce competition in the hall and considering his financial capacity, Tang Songyuan readily agreed. His resources were still limited, but given a bit more time, he was confident that at the next auction, he would certainly be the one to bask in the limelight. The two of them proceeded to the management office beside the podium, settled their remaining fees, and collected their respective jade raw stones. In the workshop area, numerous individuals were already engaged in cutting their stones. Fortunately, Fong Hongyi's workshop was spacious and well-equipped, with some machines still available for use. The raw stone Li Yangqiu had acquired was not large, and on the master's advice, he opted for a water cut. Tang Songyuan's two pieces of raw material were significantly larger, with the one from the Masa quarry weighing over 200 pounds, necessitating a line cut. As he watched several workers skillfully operate the machinery to place the two raw stones into different cutting machines. Tang Songyuan noticed Li Yangqiu nearby, his hands clasped in prayer, murmuring incantations. "What are you doing over there?" Tang Songyuan said irately. "Wishing at this point is futile. If you're going to gamble, you should do it boldly. Or perhaps you should wish on my behalf, and I shall fulfill your desire." Chapter 18. From glutinous ice to ice. As the two chatted, the auction concluded successfully. The remaining raw materials found their buyers, and the crowd, led by Feng Hongyi, began to move toward the workshop area that, oh no, it collapsed. Collapsed? That is called black chicken. The first stone gamblers have begun cutting. And when the owner unveiled the cut stone, laughter erupted from the crowd, mocking the outcome. The raw stone split in two, revealing two sides that were pitch black, with a grayish base devoid of any aesthetic appeal, suitable only for propping up a fish tank. Li Yangqiu stood beside Tang Songyuan, lamenting, "Collapses are the norm. It's the rises that are rare." Sigh. "I acted impulsively. There are risks in gambling on stones. Investment requires caution until the cutting is done. No one can make rash judgments, except for me." He thought the last part to himself. Just then, the first cut was made on the jade material Li Yangqiu had purchased, with a mix of trepidation and excitement. He cradled the freshly cut piece, and as the crowd caught wind of the action, they began to gather, intensifying Li Yangqiu's anxiety. "Hurry up and unveil it. What are you dragging your feet for?" someone urged from the crowd. "Whether you stick your neck out or retract it, it's still a cut. Hurry up, don't waste my time looking at the next piece." Li Yangqiu shot an irritated glance at the speaker, but chose to ignore him, slowly lifting the cover off the cut stone. Beautiful. The material was sliced along the old cracks on the surface, perfectly dividing the piece. As he pried open a small gap, a discerning observer in the crowd spotted a glimmering, translucent sheen akin to radiant jelly. "Wow, it's got water." The exclamation stirred excitement among those nearby. "Ice jade with color. Mosisha truly is a place where miracles can happen." Collapses are the norm, yet seeing someone cut jade with water content brought joy to the surrounding crowd. "It's a rise. It's a rise," Li Yangqiu exclaimed, holding up the two halves of the cut stone, his excitement palpable as he turned to Tang Songyuan. A tall, middle-aged man pushed his way through the crowd. Smiling as he addressed Li Yangqiu, "Young man, don't just stare. Since your material has risen in value, are you interested in selling it? I'll offer you 150,000 for both." Having purchased the stone for a total of 110,000, selling it for 150,000 would net him a profit of 40,000. 150,000. You must be joking. At this moment, Song Zhengguo finally made his way through the crowd, taking the open stone from Li Yangqiu's hands for a brief inspection. "This piece's water content here is already glutinous ice. And over here it reaches ice quality. I can even see a hint of floating flowers. And from this angle, there is hardly a crack in sight. You think you can snatch it for 150,000? Are you trying to take advantage of a novice?" Li Yangqiu, still riding the wave of excitement, called out, "Uncle." Song Zhengguo chuckled heartily and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, cut a few more slices. Even if it ultimately collapses, I'll guarantee you at least 150,000. As more raw stones were cut, each occurrence drew the attention of numerous guests. These individuals were not merely spectators. They were also eager to seize opportunities for their own bets. When a piece opened up with promising quality, they were quick to place their bids. They were all seasoned professionals, thoroughly familiar with the market dynamics. When Tang Songyuan's piece, MG8023, was finally cut open, the hefty piece from the Masa quarry, there was an uproar as the line cutter's machine roared to a halt, the cover lifted to prevent mud splatter. And many couldn't help but shout, "Step aside, the big goods are coming out." In truth, over 200 pounds was hardly considered a large piece. Some of the largest raw stones from the Pekin area could be as massive as a mountain, requiring explosives to break them apart before they could enter the market. "Would the owner like to unveil it himself, or shall we assist?" inquired the cutting technician kindly, given the substantial size of the raw material. Even the weight of the outer shell posed a risk during handling. Tang Songyuan was confident in this piece, or rather, in his ability to perceive its potential, and he cheerfully replied, "Then I'll leave it to you." "Damn it! What incredible luck!" Jiang Mingxing cursed under his breath. Originally intending to come and witness the spectacle, he found himself thwarted by Tang Songyuan, who had seized the opportunity while he hesitated. Although the water content was somewhat tender, it still possessed some quality. Nearby, someone remarked, it barely reached the bean grade, yet given its broad range, even if it avoids cracks, it can yield plenty of fine products. Old Jiang realized he had missed a golden opportunity. At over 40,000, he regretted not placing a bid at the time. Now, with the piece opened, its value had more than doubled. Frustrated, he huffed and puffed, yet found himself at a loss for words that he lamented that this piece had fallen into Tang Songyuan's hands. If he had acquired it, he could have realized far greater value from it. With a weight of over 200 pounds, even after skinning it, there would still be around 180 to 90 pounds left, enough to craft numerous bracelets that he contemplated swallowing his pride to discuss selling it to Tang Songyuan. But before he could voice his thoughts, Li Yangqiu and Song Zhenghua, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Yangqiu exclaimed, "Haha, well done, brother. Your luck today is nearly rivaling mine. Indeed, what remarkable fortune," Tang Songyuan echoed with a smile. Then resumed discussing further cutting plans with the technicians. Normally, it would be prudent to open another window on the backside, and after some consideration, Tang Songyuan agreed to this approach. The technicians promptly adjusted the positioning of the raw material, covered it again, and restarted the machine. As they waited, Tang Songyuan observed that not all purchasers of raw stones opted to cut them in this workshop. Time had already crept toward dawn, yet many remained, clustered in small groups, chatting. Whenever a stone was cut, they surged forward. While keeping an eye on his jade material, Tang Songyuan listened to the conversations among the insiders that in 2019, I encountered a piece of glass-grade material at the Myanmar auction. Can you guess its starting price? You wouldn't believe it. Only 5,000 euros. I directly flipped it tenfold, investing 50,000 euros, but when the bidding commenced, do you know how much it fetched? An astonishing 120,000 euros. The speaker gestured. It was about this big, possibly just over 200 grams, and yet it commanded 12,000 euros. The Myanmar auction is divided into open and hidden bids. In this instance fell under the latter category. Most of the raw stones at the auction are clearly marked. It's no surprise. Another chimed in. That year, I too was at the Myanmar auction, and I came across a small piece of glass-grade jade, weighing around 3 kilograms, which was already so cracked it was unrecognizable at that time. Those of us in the same profession deemed it to hold little value. The initial price for that material was merely 20,000 euros. However, I, undeterred by superstition, gambled on its future potential and placed a bid of 210,000 euros on the spot, only to discover in the end that I did not win the bid. Later, through various inquiries, I learned that a certain individual from Jiang had acquired it for over 6 million yuan. The act of gambling on stones is merely the initial stage of jadeite's industry. Once fashioned into true finished products, their market value is likely to multiply significantly. After about half an hour, Li Yangqiu approached Tang Songyuan, beaming with delight. "So, brother, how did it turn out? Have you finished the cuts?" "Everything on my end is all set." Tang Songyuan shook his head slightly, smiling at his exuberance. "Have you struck it rich?" "You rascal?" Li Yangqiu chuckled and replied, "I split the materials into 2 pieces, both of which are perfect. My uncle bought them for 300,000. Generally, the price for ice-tied materials is around 300,000 per kilogram, while the glutinous ice variety goes for tens of thousands. Selling the 2 pieces together for 300,000 seems quite reasonable." Tang Songyuan feigned surprise before teasingly saying, "You've certainly benefited from Boss Ni's goodwill. This money is essentially a gift from him. I advise you to understand the nuances of human relations." The Li Yangqiu paused, adopting a bitter expression. "What nonsense are you spouting? That old man and I has only one granddaughter. He wants me to be his son-in-law." Chapter 19, Designated Cut Ruin. Tang Songyuan chuckled. "What is wrong with being a son-in-law? My friend, in this day and age, money is hard to earn and life is tough. Opportunities like this, which save you 20 years of hard work, don't come by every day. Get lost. It's green. It's green, and quite a beautiful shade of Xinjiang green." The crowd around them fell silent before surging towards the slicing machine. Indeed, it was Xinjiang green. A dozen or so individuals surrounded the freshly cut masa jadeite, discussing it with astonishment. "Well, would you look at that? The materials here at the masa market can yield Xinjiang green. Such a rare sight." Unfortunately, the texture was still a bit young. Had it been older material, just this hint of green could fetch 70 or 80,000 for a bracelet. Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu joined the crowd. noticing that on the back of the cut material was a striking green spot the size of a marble. Wow! Jiang green. Li Yanqiu pointed at the small green dot on the jade material, exclaiming, "If that color penetrates a bit deeper, this piece could easily double in value." Although the texture is somewhat youthful, it still appears quite fine from the side that he promptly added with enthusiasm. So why hesitate? Keep cutting. Wait. Just as Tang Songyuan was instructing the workers to continue cutting, Jiang Mingsheng, who had been watching, hastily interjected, "Young brother, hold on. Let me share a word." Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Sir?" Jiang Mingsheng forced a smile and explained, "You see, young brother, I had my eye on this piece as well. We might find ourselves in competition during the auction, now that it has been cut twice. Further slicing could yield unpredictable results, good or bad. So, how about this? I'll offer you 200,000, and you let me have this piece." Tang Songyuan chuckled twice, replying, "Selling it to you isn't a problem. But let me cut one more slice first before you make a reasonable offer. You think I'll sell it to you for 200,000? Dream on." With that, he ignored Jiang Mingsheng and instructed the workers to adjust the position for another cut. This time, they would slice not just the outer shell, but delve into the left side of the raw stone, aiming to reveal more clearly the color changes within. Mr. Tang, your Masa 9257 is ready. 9257 was the second piece Tang Songyuan had bid on. He hadn't even touched it yet when he used his perspective ability to scan it. "Let us go take a look," Tang Songyuan called out casually to Li Yanqiu. The two led the way, drawing 4 or 5 onlookers along with them. There was no need to look closely. This piece was destined to be a cut ruin. Before they reached the machine, someone had already spotted the stone and immediately doused their enthusiasm with cold water. This raw stone has been cut 4 or 5 centimeters in, and from the seams, you can see some yellow stone slurry. As Tang Songyuan opened the cover of the raw material, the cut surface revealed a gray-green pattern reminiscent of moss. Yet, the quality remained akin to the outer shell. "I told you it would definitely be a cut ruin." The surrounding crowd murmured in dismay, and Jiang Mingsheng chimed in, "A reckless youth is just a reckless youth. Consider it tuition for your education." They say that many materials have a strong correlation with their outer appearance. Those who understand know, and those who don't won't grasp it no matter how it's explained. Given the current situation, it was indeed a cut ruin. With so many people surrounding and commenting, Tang Songyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Faced with such undeniable reality, he found it hard to refute. Even Li Yanqiu wore a look of indignation. Glaring at those around who were commenting, "And no worries, didn't you just say that cutting ruins is the norm?" Tang Songyuan forced a smile, inquiring whether the workers could slice it again. The workers commenced their task without hesitation, while Jiang Mingsheng resumed his sarcastic remarks. "I really don't understand these young people. They expect some miracle to happen with another cut. It's simply a waste of time." Tang Songyuan chuckled softly, saying, "Precisely because we are young, we have plenty of time to waste, don't we?" Implicitly, he was saying you an old fossil. Talk too much. Jiang Mingsheng was momentarily at a loss for words, but as the machine roared to life, the crowd gradually lost interest and dispersed, leaving him with few to engage. Just past noon, Tang Songyuan's masa raw material was finally ready once more. It had appreciated, significantly so, with the careful operation of the workers. 2 pieces of stone emerged before everyone's eyes. Wow, this guy really transformed. Such a large chunk of Xinjiang green has skyrocketed in value, even with several sides of the outer shell still intact. The material's overall shape was now clear. Whether fashioned into bracelets or pendants, countless finished products could be made. Selling a bracelet for a few thousand was a mere formality, especially the area with Xinjiang green. Its vibrant hue stirred excitement in everyone's hearts that you've hit the jackpot. Li Yanqiu excitedly shook Tang Songyuan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Just based on this bit of Xinjiang green, this piece is worth at least $1 million. No sooner had he spoken than a melodious female voice from the back chimed in. "I'll offer 1,500,000. Can you sell this piece to me in one go?" Chapter 20. Valuable to oneself quality jadeite naturally attracts discerning eyes, and there is no shortage of individuals willing to pay a handsome price for it. The journey from raw material to final product often involves countless hands along the way. Xiao Xue was the first to bid, thus initiating a new round of competitive bidding. Miss Qiu, is quite astute. She doesn't even ask if the seller is willing, remarked Song Zhenghua from the crowd. Qiao Yingshue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she turned her questioning gaze towards Tang Songyuan. The latter rubbed his nose and smiled. Well, of course, I intend to sell. I have no channels for producing or selling finished products. However, to whom it is sold will be determined by the highest bidder. With so many people present, a live auction would maximize profits. Song Zhengguo laughed heartily, immediately placing his bid. I believe this piece has sufficient weight. Extracting over 100 bracelets is no problem, especially with such a large chunk of Xinjiang green that I bid 160,000. Just as she pursed her lips, preparing to speak, an older voice interjected. 170,000. My old man has taken a liking to this piece. The crowd turned to see an elderly gentleman in his 60s or 70s, leaning on a cane, with Fong Hongyi, who had just hosted the auction. Assisting him, old Master Fong. The crowd gasped, astonished that a mere piece of masa jadeite could draw out Fong Qingzhua, who had not emerged from his retreat for many years, hearing the crowd's exclamations. Old Master Fong waved his hand with a smile, acknowledging them. Actually, this piece was sourced from an old friend of mine. There are many stories and connections behind it. With this stone now revealing such good fortune, I, too, am delighted today. I hope my impulsive bidding does not offend anyone. Old Master Fong is merely joking. We take no offense, Song Zhengguo chimed in. However, the seller has stated that the highest bidder will prevail, and no one seems to have any objections. Old Master Fong chuckled. Naturally, I have no objections. What followed was quite entertaining. The room fell into a brief silence, with no one immediately placing a bid. Old Master Fong looked towards Tang Songyuan, who with a hint of helplessness, said, Currently, Old Master Fong has bid 170,000. I ask there anyone willing to bid higher. If no one places a bid, this piece of material will belong to Master Fong. Most of those present are practitioners in the jade industry, and seeing such high-quality material, they naturally do not wish to miss the opportunity. Moreover, they possess the channels for processing and selling, and each has a rough idea of how to cut this material. After some calculations, they are acutely aware of how much profit they can make after deducting processing costs. 1,750,000. The bid comes from Qiao Yingshuo, who glances at Fong Qingzhua with a slight smile and says, Grandpa Fong, I also have my eye on this piece. Fong Qingzhua squints slightly and replies, Little girl from the Qiao family, how you've grown. How is your father? After Qiao Yingshuo responds that he is well, Fong Qingzhua places a bid of 1,800,000. But I'm afraid, Miss Qiao, this piece of material is something I must have. After saying this, Fong Qingzhua glances at Fong Hongyi, who lowers his head, displaying a look of shame. Qiao Yingshuo observes this scene, and after a moment of contemplation, smiles slightly and states, Since that is the case, I shall withdraw. Congratulations, Master Fong. Fong Qingzhua nods in satisfaction and then looks towards Tang Songyuan. Purchased for 460,000. It is now selling for 1,800,000. Nearly a 40-fold increase in just a few hours. Tang Songyuan is quite pleased but still asks as a formality, Is there anyone else willing to bid higher than 1,800,000? After asking 3 times in succession, there are finally no further bids. Thus, the piece of material is claimed by Fong Qingzhua. He promptly instructs Fong Hongyi to transfer the money to Tang Songyuan, while also directing the workers to load the material onto a flatbed truck. Having spent 250,000 on the material, he is now set to receive 1,800,000. Up to this point, Tang Songyuan has already netted over 1,500,000. Not to mention, he still has a superior piece of material that is yet to be fully cut. Its value is another matter altogether, making this a bountiful harvest. With the story of this piece of material concluded. Sometime later, the second cut of the Moxishan 9257 is complete. This time, Tang Songyuan reveals the answer himself. Ice type. My goodness, this piece of material has actually been cut into ice type jade. Li Yangqiu, who is nearby, exclaims, President Song, come take a look. Does this piece have full color? Although he is indeed somewhat surprised and envious, he genuinely hopes that Tang Songyuan will reap even more benefits. Maximizing its value tonight, then I no need to check. It is indeed ice type. Song Zhenghua and Ni Dehong, standing together, glance at it and chuckle. Even old Ni misjudged this one. This piece has unexpectedly yielded full-color ice type. Quite remarkable, old Ni, unperturbed by the jest, displays a flicker of fondness for the piece, as if he feels an urge to possess and appreciate it. From my experience, this piece of material indeed shows little promise for gambling. But in the world of stone betting, nothing is ever certain. There have been instances of misjudgment before. It is not unusual. Hearing the commotion, Fang Qingjue also strolls over. Qiu Yingxue approaches with her secretary. Briefly surveying the situation, Fang Qingjue, with a cordial inquiry, asks Tang Song, "Young man, you seem to have had quite the luck tonight. Are you planning to part with this piece?" A trace of regret flickers in Fang Qingjue's eyes. Yet he continues, "No matter, feel free to cut it as you wish." After discussing with her appraiser, Qiu Yingxue steps closer and asks Tang Songyuan, "Handsome, are you truly not considering selling?" Based on the quality revealed, "I can offer you 2 million, that a beautiful lady." Li Yangqiu glances at Tang Songyuan with delight, yet Tang Songyuan firmly declines. "I'm sorry, but I truly intend to keep this piece for myself." Chapter 21. Supplementary agreement. From the very beginning, Tang Songyuan had planned to retain this piece of jade containing exquisite ice-type jade for his own use. The tiger-shaped gold head at Shanda Auction House is precisely lacking a piece of natural jade for enhancement. Just the other day, Yu Qingran remarked that jade is hard to come by, especially top-quality jade, and now, barely 48 hours later, Tang Songyuan has secured a truly exceptional piece of ice-type jade. He simply needs to cut this material and then leave the remaining tasks to Yu Qingran. Tang Songyuan believes that his tiger-shaped gold head and this exquisite ice-type jade will surely yield a result greater than the sum of their parts. One should not underestimate the consumption power of the wealthy in the country, particularly in the Magic City. Such uniquely shaped and perfectly meaningful objects are bound to be immensely popular. Qiu Yingxue, taken aback by the rejection, finds this situation quite rare. "But why?" she presses, puzzled. "You just claimed you lack the means for processing and selling. Are you actually intending to keep it for your collection?" Tang Songyuan's lips twitch slightly as he replies, "I'm very sorry, but it's inconvenient for me to disclose the specific purpose." That he then turns to the worker, drawing a new line on the rough material. "For the next cut, I'd like it done this way, if that is all right." The worker, blinking in surprise for a full 3 seconds, thinks to himself how this young man is truly impervious to persuasion. A stunning beauty is speaking to him. And this is his attitude? Of course, just as the boss said, cut it however you like. Qiu Yingxue, slightly annoyed, stamps her foot and lets out a soft huff, but quickly regains her composure as she walks away with her entourage. Li Yangqiu can't help but give Tang Songyuan a thumbs up. "Impressive, my friend. You're not swayed by beauty." Tang Songyuan shoots him a glare. "Spare me. I genuinely intend to keep this piece for a purpose. It has nothing to do with beauty. Besides, he has already thoroughly assessed every aspect of such beauty. He could even discern the number of worms in her stomach. While everyone has an appreciation for beauty, can one really forge a connection simply through a jade transaction? That seems highly improbable." "Yes, you're remarkable, so noble. I must be the one who is infatuated and oblivious." Li Yangqiu scoffs. Tang Songyuan crosses his arms and gazes towards the cutting machine. "I never said that. What I mean is one must have strength to forge ahead. There will always be beautiful women, but opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared." That Li Yangqiu chuckles. "So you're saying you're not strong enough yet? Get lost, at least I'm tougher than you." As night deepens, the cutting machines gradually empty, and most of the stones have been cut. After a night of hustle and bustle, with some rejoicing and others lamenting, the crowd at the stone bedding appreciation event slowly disperses. Song Jingwo prepares to leave and, on his way out, instructs Li Yangqiu, "You have 5 days off. Just return to the company when the time is up. Also, be sure to stay safe. Got it, uncle? Take care." At IS&T until after 2 in the morning that Tang Songyuan's last piece of jade rough is completely cut. The worker has kindly cleaned up all the edges and corners of the jade blank, leaving behind a pristine, translucent, and lush green jade that makes one's heart race. That it's truly beautiful. Li Yangqiu sincerely praises as he gazes at the jade Tang Songyuan is holding. The finished ice-type jade weighs around 4 to 5 jin. Tang Songyuan requests some packaging bags from the worker and securely wraps it up before signaling for Li Yangqiu to leave the venue together. The organizers have arranged for bodyguards in a hotel. Yet Tang Songyuan prefers to find his own place to stay. Being cautious is indeed wise. Upon entering, Li Yangqiu tosses his luggage onto the bed near the door and then sprawls out. "So now you can tell me what you plan to do with this piece of jade, right?" Tang Songyuan, having placed his few belongings, pushes open the bathroom door. "You'll find out tomorrow. I'm going to take a shower first. Shall we go together?" Li Yangqiu teases. "Come on." Tang Songyuan defiantly beckons him. The night passes without a word. The next morning, the two have a self-service breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Tang Songyuan checks out, taking Li Yangqiu along as they taxi to the Shanda auction house. Are you really planning to auction off this jade blank? Upon disembarking and seeing the sign at the auction house, Li Yangqiu asks in confusion. Last night's setting was the best jade trading circle. Those people understand the market and are willing to bid. How did I not realize you talked so much nonsense before? Tang Songyuan strides inside. If you want to know my plans, you'll see soon enough. Although they arrive early, Yu Qingran is already at work in the elegantly antique reception room of Shanda. Yu Qingran once again receives Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu. Mr. Tang, you've returned. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Or is there anything we at Shanda can assist you with? Without further ado, Tang Songyuan opens his backpack and retrieves the exquisite full green ice-type jade he acquired last night. Before he can even explain, Yu Qingran's luscious lips form a large O shape in astonishment. The exquisite icy jade, resplendent in its full coloration, left Yu Qingran utterly astonished as she exclaimed, "Such jade roughs are exceedingly rare in Modu. How did Mr. Tang acquire it?" While icy jade is not inherently scarce, most of it circulates within the realms of stone gambling or among jade enthusiasts, subsequently being crafted into finished products according to demand. Indeed, the unprocessed roughs are still rather limited in number. Tang Songyuan smiled gently and inquired, "Miss Yu, do you believe this piece would serve well as a base for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?" Yu Qingran turned her gaze towards the jade rough laid out on the table, her expression shifting back to one of professionalism. "May I examine it?" Upon receiving Tang Songyuan's nod of approval, she carefully lifted it with great caution. After a thorough inspection, she remarked, "This material possesses exceptional quality in terms of texture, color, and clarity, making it highly suitable as a base for the tiger. However, such a piece, if circulated within the jade community, could easily be valued at 4 to 5 million. Is Mr. Tang truly willing to make such a substantial investment?" Implicitly, she suggested that such a fine material should not be squandered on mere bracelets. One cannot catch a wolf without letting go of a child, she mused, pondering whether the carving process could be completed in time. "Rest assured, Mr. Tang," she continued, "this is Modu, where the consumption capacity is unparalleled across the nation, and our artisans at Shangda are renowned for their craftsmanship. Given your decision, we should proceed to sign a supplementary agreement. Chapter 22. The Mysterious Sphere. As for the timeline, we have about 10 days until our next auction at Shangda," Yu Qingran added with a smile. "This time frame is ample for our craftsmen." The supplementary agreement was a safeguard for both parties' rights, and Tang Songyuan had no objections, readily consenting. It was then that Li Yangqiu found an opportunity to inquire, "What exactly did you consign here? What is this Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon jade?" Tang Songyuan cleared his throat and succinctly explained, "Oh, I stumbled upon an intriguing item, which I named Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Nothing of great significance, really." Li Yangqiu regarded him with skepticism. "That I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me." Tang Songyuan promptly shifted a bit further away, feigning alarm. "Please don't look at me with such a resentful expression. Those unaware might think I've wronged you." He rolled his eyes. "That you've successfully chosen to dabble in petty grievances between legality and crime." The two exchanged banter, and after 10 minutes, Yu Qingran returned with the finalized supplementary agreement. Tang Songyuan reviewed it meticulously, confirming its accuracy before signing his name. The agreement was prepared in duplicate, and once both parties had signed, Yu Qingran collected her copy and extended her delicate hand. "Does Mr. Tang have any instructions regarding the leftover scraps of jade?" Tang Songyuan stood and shook her hand, saying, "I have no particular demands. Let the craftsmen exercise their creativity and make the most of it. That if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. That I will return in a fortnight." Yu Qingran gestured for him to proceed. As they exited the reception room, Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu walked side by side, with Yu Qingran leading the way. Passing by an office with a slightly ajar door, Tang Songyuan casually glanced inside, only to be captivated by the scene within. Several staff members were busily photographing a piece of iron debris. His attention was drawn to this peculiar object. Initially, he was merely curious about the purpose of their photography. But upon activating his X-ray vision, he was taken aback by what he discovered, that a meteorite from the M24 nebula, weighing 1.47 kilograms, was identical to the small sphere he had found while digging in the sand. Its size, color, and every detail matched perfectly. Moreover, while his X-ray vision typically provided precise identification for most objects, it failed against this small metallic sphere, offering only the word unknown. since acquiring the metallic sphere and gaining his X-ray abilities. Tang Songyuan had never encountered such a situation. Perhaps obtaining it would enhance his powers further, or even improve his physical capabilities. Do you have any questions, Mr. Tang? Li Yanqiu inquired, noticing his distraction, following his gaze. He chuckled. They're merely taking promotional photos. There's no need to be so surprised. Tang Songyuan shot him a look of exasperation before turning back to Yu Qingran. I apologize for my momentary distraction. May I ask if that meteorite is also part of your auction? Indeed, it is a piece that a client entrusted to our auction house, Yu Qingran confirmed. Are you interested in it, Mr. Tang? I do have some interest, Tang Songyuan replied with a chuckle. I simply haven't seen the actual item yet. May I take a closer look? If it was like before, just a slight touch could cause the metallic sphere to slip into his body without anyone noticing, completing the act effortlessly. Though this request seemed somewhat unreasonable, considering Tang Songyuan was regarded as a key client, Yu Qingran hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. It won't be a loss to let you take a look with that. She personally opened the door, leading Tang Songyuan into the photography area. Hello, Mr. Tang. The photographers greeted her, to which she nodded in acknowledgement, then instructed them to pause their work and allow Tang Songyuan to observe. Of course, Mr. Tang, please feel free. The two staff members stepped back, indicating for Tang Songyuan to approach. For the sake of the metallic sphere, Tang Songyuan was determined to seize this opportunity. After all, the potential benefits of upgrading his powers outweighed any concerns about appearances. However, regardless of the angle from which he examined it, he still gleaned no additional information. Even when he shamelessly reached out to gently touch it, there was no response. It seemed that only by cutting it open and extracting the metallic sphere could he delve deeper into its mysteries. Yet, given that this was someone else's consignment, the current circumstances were clearly not suitable for such an action. What a magnificent meteorite! Tang Songyuan remarked, standing upright with a resigned smile. It appears I am now even more intrigued by the upcoming auction. Initially, he could have abstained from attending, but it seemed he could no longer afford to miss out. Tang Songyuan was determined not to let such a treasure slip through his fingers. After all, once it was up for auction, he would find a way to acquire it. Upon exiting the Shondo auction house, Li Yanqiu could not suppress his curiosity any longer. I don't recall you ever showing an interest in meteorites before. That one in particular didn't strike me as anything special. You may not find it remarkable because you only observe the surface, failing to see the essence beneath. Tang Songyuan replied, gazing skyward. People do change. Previously, I had no choice. Now, I am captivated by all the treasures in the world. I plan to construct a grand warehouse to store such treasures. Chapter 23. The Elm. Not upon hearing Tang Songyuan's mention of purchasing a plane ticket, Li Yanqiu was elated, nearly leaping from his seat. Really? Father, however, for a good friend, he would readily call him father over a mere 5 yuan snack. While there were no direct high-speed rail connections to Blue City, flights were still available, as the newly constructed airport had opened routes to numerous first- and second-tier cities. At 11 in the morning, the two boarded a flight to Blue City at Hangzhou Airport. Would you consider this a triumphant return? Li Yanqiu asked, glancing around the business-class cabin as he settled into his seat, having made over 1,500,000 yuan from a piece of jade the previous night. Tang Songyuan's newfound wealth positioned him as quite affluent in the relatively modest setting of Blue City. This did not even account for the additional 100,000 he had won from the lottery earlier. That's hardly significant. Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes. Blue City has its fair share of wealthy individuals. My assets are merely a drop in the bucket. Yet Li Yanqiu countered earnestly, dissatisfaction can be a virtue. But do not be excessively modest. The money you earned last night is enough to buy a car and a house in Blue City, living comfortably with some left over. Moreover, after spending this past half year learning from my uncle, I've witnessed the ups and downs of the stone gambling world. The tales of families torn apart and lives ruined are tragically abundant. I would hate for you to end up like that. I have emerged from the depths of poverty and seen the worst of circumstances. I vowed to work diligently to provide my sister with a good life, so you need not worry. I'm quite aware of my limits in this regard. As a friend, Li Yanqiu hopes that Tang Songyuan does not become complacent, thinking that he can disregard the risks associated with gambling stones simply because he has tasted success. The ability to see through objects is Tang Songyuan's greatest secret, one he would never divulge to anyone. Moderation is key, though this phrase has been uttered by you numerous times over the past few days. Li Yanqiu, unable to maintain a serious demeanor for more than 3 seconds, quickly resumed his teasing. Look at that beautiful woman over there. Her figure is absolutely stunning. That it is rare for two single men to gather without discussing women. And Tang Songyuan, with a sense of resignation, followed Li Yanqiu's gaze. Indeed, there stood a strikingly voluptuous beauty, dressed in an exceptionally fashionable and vibrant manner. Even with sunglasses and a mask obscuring her features, Tang Songyuan could still discern her exquisite visage. Lu Chinlu. What is she doing on this flight? 2 days prior, Lu Chinlu had intended to spend a fortune to procure the million-yuan lottery ticket from Tang Songyuan, only to be firmly rejected. He had assumed they would have no further interactions. Yet here they were, encountering one another again on the airplane, and not far behind him at that. Although they were acquainted, Tang Songyuan felt no need to greet her, merely turning to Li Yanqiu and saying, "No matter how many beautiful women you see, she is not yours. Furthermore, aren't you supposed to have a girlfriend? Having a girlfriend doesn't prevent me from admiring beautiful women," Li Yanqiu retorted defiantly. "Besides, I'm not just looking for myself." He leaned closer and whispered, "I'm merely observing since you're still single. This is a splendid opportunity. 10 years of cultivation allows us to share a boat, but whether we can share a bed depends solely on your efforts." Tang Songyuan scoffed. "Our neighbor, Uncle Zhang, lived to be 95 because he never meddled in others' affairs." "What a blockhead, truly a blockhead!" Li Yanqiu exclaimed in exasperation. "You are as unyielding as a rotten wood that cannot be carved." Yet he quickly adopted a mischievous expression, adding, "Are you perhaps secretly a little wild? You say no, but your heart is clearly in turmoil." Tang Songyuan, uninterested in engaging further, simply closed his eyes, exhausted from staying up late the previous night. Approximately 2 hours later, Tang and Li exited the Blue City Airport, the plaza outside the airport. A myriad of individuals stood ready to solicit passengers, asking where they were headed or if beautiful women were leaving. "We'll discuss it later," Tang Songyuan said as he closed the taxi door, and the driver started the vehicle. That moment, Tang Songyuan noticed Lu Chinlu, who had exited the airport just behind them. Getting into a rather nice private car, he shut his eyes again, not wishing to dwell on it further, that a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. Although his house was old, it had been his home for over 20 years. Even now, with a bit of money in his pocket, as Li Yanqiu remarked, he could easily afford to buy a house or a car. Yet he had no immediate plans to purchase real estate, but he envisioned one day earning more money to upgrade to a larger villa or a spacious apartment. Nevertheless, even if he moved to a better living space in the future, he would retain this place, as it held countless childhood memories with his sister Wei Qing. In a state of drowsiness, Tang Songyuan lay back in his bed and fell asleep once more. When he awoke, it was already 8 in the evening, disturbed by a call from Li Yanqiu. "Where are you?" "I'll be right there." After Tang Songyuan arrived on his motorcycle at the location Li Yanqiu had specified, he discovered that his friend was not alone. Beside Li Yanqiu sat a petite and attractive young woman. Given the distance between their seats, this girl must be the girlfriend Li Yanqiu had mentioned. As Tang Songyuan approached, he speculated silently, parking his motorcycle before walking over. "Over here." Li Yanqiu waved from a distance. Tang Songyuan drew closer and had yet to sit down. Li Yanqiu hurriedly introduced. "This is my good brother, Tang Songyuan. Lao Tang, this is my girlfriend, Huang Jie, whom I've known since university." "What nonsense. You'll eventually get yourself into trouble with that mouth of yours." Tang Songyuan greeted Huang Jie politely, but she extended her hand confidently, saying, "Hello, Tang, I've heard Yanqiu mention you often." Tang Songyuan was pleasantly surprised by her pure Blue City accent. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he was astonished to learn that Huang Jie had graduated from the same high school as them, albeit a year below. "From now on, you can't call me Tang Go. You must call me Shuozheng," Tang Songyuan declared. Huang Jie stifled a laugh, just about to call him Shuozheng when Li Yanqiu interrupted. "Call you what? In Blue City and the Yuzhou area, we all refer to each other as Xixiao. Should we start calling you Tang Xixiao? Or perhaps Tang Chonglao?" Tang Songyuan cleared his throat. "Let's stick with Lao Tang." With the topic now open, the atmosphere gradually warmed, and Tang Songyuan couldn't resist indulging in a few drinks, albeit beer. Li Yanqiu remarked, "It's rare to have a few days off. We should enjoy ourselves for 4 or 5 days." Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement. "Sure, besides, I'm currently unemployed, so I can join you for some fun." "Just for fun? What else would you like to do?" Chapter 24. Bargain hunting at the street market. The barbecue feast lasted until nearly 11 at night. The three of them consumed 7 bottles of beer, and Tang Songyuan felt far from satisfied, having spent over 700 yuan. But fortunately, Li Yanqiu picked up the tab. The beauty of barbecue in Sichuan is that everyone is treated equally. Locals are equally charged. The next morning, Tang Songyuan awoke in his familiar bed. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he entered the bathroom, brushing his teeth while admiring a young woman practicing yoga on the ground floor. Well, Li Yangqiu wasn't he wrong. He truly is a bit repressed. But one must admit, this woman possesses an extraordinary figure, an hourglass shape with a flat belly that hardly shows her 5-month pregnancy. After washing up, he headed downstairs to find a place for breakfast. Most breakfasts in Blue City consist of noodles, though there are also steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks, with noodle dishes being the most prevalent. Today, Tang Songyuan planned to browse various markets to gauge the true prices of jadeite. Given the profitability of gambling stones, he had no reason to abandon this venture. Having acquired the ability to see through objects, it would be a waste not to leverage it for financial gain. Understanding the market prices of finished jadeite products would provide him with insight into the value of different jade pieces. Previously, his understanding of jadeite was limited to what he had read in online novels, fragmentary and often inaccurate, with some details even fabricated by the authors. However, Tang Songyuan was mistaken. Blue City is merely a 4th-tier small city, and the jewelry stores he visited primarily displayed subpar jadeite, with only a handful of high-quality ice-grade jadeite products. Some sales staff couldn't even clarify the terms of quality and transparency. Even Tang Songyuan, with his limited knowledge, understood that quality and transparency refer to two distinct concepts. Quality pertains to the structure and texture, while transparency refers to clarity. "Sir, you've been browsing for a while. Have you found any pieces that catch your eye?" asked a saleswoman in a black business suit at the 3rd jewelry store Tang Songyuan visited. "Are you looking for something for your girlfriend or family? We can help recommend options." It is often said that salespeople can gauge their customers' preferences, but in reality, they undergo rigorous training and market experience. And even if they look down on most items, they wouldn't openly express it. Feeling somewhat awkward, Tang Songyuan scratched his nose. "Oh, sorry, I'm just browsing. No need to trouble yourself." "Not a problem at all, sir," the saleswoman replied politely, "that we have many styles suitable for men that you can try on. No, thank you. I'm really just looking around." "You carry on." Tang Songyuan politely declined once more. Flashy gold chains and small watches were not his style. After perusing the various offerings, Tang Songyuan gained a general understanding of the market prices for jadeite jewelry, that a piece of less than 50 grams of bean green jadeite pendant, paired with a silver necklace, was priced at 1,500 yuan. That a similar 50-gram bean green jadeite Buddha statue, slightly better in quality with a gold rim, was astonishingly priced at 2,000. That a bracelet made of ice flower jadeite could even fetch 4 to 500,000 yuan. There were lower-priced options, but those were mostly B-grade jadeite that had undergone acid treatment. They appeared visually appealing, but were of dubious quality. With disappointment, despite visiting only 3 or 4 stores, it was evident that these were among the more reputable jewelry shops in Blue City. Yet they still lacked significant reference value in his eyes. Exiting with empty hands under the sales staff's resigned gaze, Tang Songyuan turned right out the door. Just ahead is Dongmen Street in Blue City. Perhaps I can find a hidden gem there. Dongmen Street is essentially a flower and bird market, yet many elderly individuals also set up stalls selling ceramics, coins, and various trinkets that in the past, Tang Songyuan would have dismissed these items as mostly counterfeit. However, with his newfound ability to assess authenticity, perhaps he could uncover a treasure among them. With nothing else to occupy his time, Tang Songyuan strolled leisurely toward Dongmen Street. The street is approximately 6 or 7 meters wide, with stone bollards installed at the entrance, and while many pedestrians passed by, few showed interest in the rows of antique stalls lining half the street. Tang, Song, and Yuan strolled leisurely past the vendors, their perspective revealing a world of treasures. With an air of cultured elegance and a keen eye for hidden gems, they perused the wares laid out before them. Regrettably, the items on display were predominantly new. Even those that appeared antique bore clear signs of artificial aging, rendering them devoid of any genuine antiquity or value. The discerning insights offered by their perspective left Tang, Song, and Yuan shaking their heads in disbelief. But wait, a genuine artifact caught their attention. A small porcelain piece resembling a garlic mortar. Though modest in size, its white base adorned with blue floral patterns was unassuming. The authentication revealed it to be a porcelain incense burner, dating back to 1542, the 30 year of Jiajing. Originating from Jingdezhen, standing 6.66 centimeters tall with a base diameter of 3.33 centimeters. Just when Tang, Song, and Yuan had relinquished hope, they discovered a true treasure amidst the stalls, maintaining their stride and feigning indifference. They discreetly checked the market value of Ming Dynasty incense burners on their phones. The information indicated that such pieces were favored by ancient scholars for burning incense, typically igniting but a single stick. These incense burners, integral to the refined pursuits of sipping tea and listening to music, were classified as scholarly accessories that eye in the antiques market. Their prices began at no less than 200,000. Bending down, Tang, Song, and Yuan picked up a gold ingot, weighing it in their hand, and inquired, "What would it cost if I were to take all five?" All five. That is quite a substantial transaction. The vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s, an uncommon sight at these stalls, grinned, eagerly responding, "If you take all five, I can let them go for 3,000, which is 600 each. But if you only want one, it's at least 1,000 for that." Tang, Song, and Yuan chuckled inwardly, maintaining a neutral expression. "That still seems a bit steep, doesn't it? How many taels does one of these weigh?" Without a moment's hesitation, the vendor, seated on a small stool, replied, "I haven't weighed them yet. I wouldn't know if this were in the past. It would be worth at least 50 taels that if I sell it to you, I won't be able to acquire another set like this." That a hint of disappointment crossed Tang, Song, and Yuan's face as they lamented. "Oh, 3,000 really is quite high." The vendor furrowed his brow. "You must understand, it's not easy to source these at DO. You know how difficult it is to gather 5 gold ingots from different dynasties? Such a complete set is rare to find." "That is quite a stretch," Tang, Song, and Yuan retorted. "If I walked away from this market, I'm sure you'd pull out a matching set from your pocket the moment I left." The vendor hesitated. "The lowest I can go is to 500. Raising an eyebrow, Tang, Song, and Yuan replied, "I'm genuinely interested, but your price is unreasonable. May I propose a counteroffer?" The vendor nodded, acknowledging, "One counteroffer is acceptable. Let us settle on 50 for each." "I'll give you 50, Tang, Song, and Yuan declared. "50. Have you lost your senses? You might as well rob me. Even adding a 0 wouldn't suffice," the vendor exclaimed, visibly offended. Unfazed, Tang, Song, and Yuan continued, "You're not being sincere in your sale. I've invested a good amount to acquire these, and encountering someone unreasonable like you before the market even opens is quite the disappointment. Surely, you could offer a fair price that I wouldn't trust a word you say." "You crafty old man." Throughout the exchange, Tang, Song, and Yuan never once glanced at the small porcelain incense burner, persisting in their negotiation. "I truly admire this piece, and wish to buy it sincerely. Think it over and give me a fair price." The vendor, visibly troubled, replied, "At the very least, you should offer 1,800. That is already a generous discount of 700. Tang, Song, and Yuan scoffed. 1,800 is hardly generous. I'll give you a flat 1,000. That if you don't want to sell, I can always look elsewhere." "Then go ahead and look." The vendor feigned indifference, but inside, he was quite pleased. Tang, Song, and Yuan truly began to walk away, showing no signs of attachment. Wait. You can take it for 1,000. The vendor called out, rushing after him. "Let us consider it a good start to my business." He lamented inwardly, having lost 900 in the process. "Are you serious? 1,000? Tang, Song, and Yuan queried, halting mid-step. "Absolutely 1,000. The vendor assured, thumping his chest. Tang, Song, and Yuan frowned. "Yet I can't shake the feeling that spending 1,000 on these gold ingots feels like a loss." "What loss?" The vendor, now abandoning his beads, grabbed a bag and filled it with the 5 ingots, handing it to him. "That if this weren't an opening sale, would I let you take such a bargain?" "Ah, indeed," Tang, Song, and Yuan replied, feigning ignorance as he reached for his phone to complete the transaction. Upon successfully scanning the payment, he hesitated just before entering the final digit of his password. Chapter 25. The great sifting of sand at last. The truth was laid bare. The vendor felt torn. On one hand was the imminent profit of 1,000. On the other was a small trinket he couldn't even name. This simply wouldn't do. He couldn't part with such a cherished item. Setting aside thoughts of its worth, the vendor initially refused, shaking his head. "That's not possible. Can you add a bit more?" "How much more?" "At least an additional 250 deal." After yet another round of intense negotiation, Tang, Song, and Yuan finally agreed to add 50 more, securing the small porcelain incense burner. Once the payment was settled, Tang, Song, and Yuan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he leisurely placed the incense burner into his bag. Only after distancing himself from the vendor did he take it out, examining it closely, that he then found a trash bin and discarded the 5 Daqing coin ingots, knowing they were made of lead tin alloy and could pose a risk over time. Continuing his stroll, Tang, Song, and Yuan found no more valuable antiquities. That a few genuine articles caught his eye, but 2 were from the late Qing dynasty, poorly crafted and overpriced, leading him to forego those as well. Nevertheless, his expenditure of 1,050 for an incense burner valued at no less than 200,000 was not in vain. Upon entering the house, Wei Qing immediately spotted Tang, Song, and Yuan busy in the kitchen and cheerfully asked, "Did you bring me a gift from the Magic City? Was it fun?" Tang, Song, and Yuan smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I completely forgot amidst all the busyness. How about I take you shopping tomorrow?" Chuckling, he added, "Actually, I'm just teasing you. I've already put something in your room." Wei Qing, filled with excitement, dashed to her room and soon emerged, cradling a brand new tablet, exclaiming, "Wow, the latest Huawei MatePad Pro. This must have cost a fortune. Have you struck it rich?" "Not exactly rich, but I can afford to enhance our quality of life a bit," Tang, Song, and Yuan replied, carrying a plate out of the kitchen that he shared a mindset akin to many Southern parents. Even with a fortune amassed, they wouldn't easily disclose it to their underage children, especially considering they only had around 2 million in savings, far from being a wealthy household. After dinner, Tang, Song, and Yuan inquired about Wei Qing's academic performance as the college entrance examination approached. "I can't really assist you in this regard. It all rests on your shoulders." Having experienced the exam himself, he recalled barely making it into an ordinary undergraduate program, and after years of neglecting his studies, he had nearly forgotten all he had learned. Clutching her new tablet, Wei Qing nodded, "I understand. Brother, did I want to disappoint you? Not only my expectations but also those of our parents in heaven. They silently hope for your success too." "You know," Wei Qing obediently nodded, "Yes, brother. I'll be careful." 3 days later, on a Monday, Tang, Song, and Yuan met up with Li Yangxiu, who carried a sports backpack. Upon seeing Tang, Song, and Yuan's cheerful demeanor, he inquired, "Is everything settled at home?" Tang, Song, and Yuan retorted, "You're making it sound as if we're off to do something scandalous. What do you mean everything is settled? Or have you given me a relocation fee?" Li Yangxiu rubbed his nose, saying, "Just checking in. Why are you so worked up?" Tang, Song, and Yuan raised a hand in a gesture to halt the frivolity. "Enough nonsense. Are we going or not?" With little more to say, they embarked on a journey of over 5 hours. Finally arriving in Ruili under Li Yangxiu's guidance, that Li Yangxiu rented a modest room here. Though small, it accommodates a bed and a private bathroom, sufficient for 2 to squeeze in. The space is a bit cramped. "But you'll have to make do with me," Li Yangxiu said, somewhat apologetically as he set down his luggage. Tang Songyuan responded nonchalantly, "It's fine, I have a normal disposition, so you needn't worry about me infringing upon your space." Li Yangxiu shot him a playful middle finger and continued, "Let us stow away our things first. I'll take you out for a meal. After we eat, you can rest at home while I make a trip to the office. And later I'll show you around." Being unfamiliar with the surroundings, Tang Songyuan had no objections to the arrangement. That it was at this moment that Tang Songyuan gleaned the specifics of Li Yangxiu's work here, which essentially involved menial tasks, assisting Song Jinghua with deliveries and driving duties. Song Jinghua operated a company here, employing over a dozen people, managing everything from jade processing to sales. Ruili is the largest mining stone trading market in the country, with the early market at Jigao and the Dalong night market being the most bustling. In the car, Li Yangxiu drove while enthusiastically playing the role of a competent tour guide, incessantly introducing the sights to Tang Song. "It's nighttime now. Let us take a stroll through the Dalong night market." Before long, they arrived, and Tang Songyuan immediately felt the vibrancy Li Yangxiu had mentioned. The entrance to the night market featured a grand archway inscribed with Dalong International Jewelry City. Below, the streets were lined with stalls brimming with a plethora of stones, large and small, with a sea of people that seemed endless, a true throng, bustling with activity. Various advertisements caught his eye. Direct from Myanmar, high-quality gambling stones, free cutting, 500 each, and nearby, high-quality gambling stones, wealth myth, free cutting, 100 each. Li Yangqiu parked the car skillfully, then produced 2 flashlights, handing one to Tang Songyuan with a grin. "What do you think?" "Quite lively, isn't it?" Looking around, it was evident that whether at the stalls or in the shops, the jade rough materials easily totaled several million. Yangqiu chuckled. "It's a classic case of the big wave washes away the sand." "Do you really think you can find anything valuable for just $100? To be frank, 99% of what you see in the market is worthless rubbish. It all depends on whether you have the skill to sift through and unearth something truly valuable." Chapter 26, a lesson in buying gambling stones aren't just for gambling. However, they are also the quickest route to financial ruin for many gamblers. The saying, "one cut can lead to poverty, another to wealth," is not just a playful phrase. Yet, Tang Songyuan possessed an ability to see through everything. To him, the jade rough materials appeared as transparent as an unclothed beauty, every secret laid bare. He chuckled suddenly and declared, "Let the waves wash away the sand. Tonight, let's take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle." With that, he activated his perceptive vision and, alongside Li Yangqiu, began examining each stall. In an instant, within a 50-meter radius, the rough materials at each stall revealed themselves to him without any blind spots. Yet, as Li Yangqiu had stated, 99% of the materials were indeed subpar. Compared to the stone appraisal events in the bustling metropolis, this was a few notches lower. Moreover, these stones bore no identification numbers, leaving one to wonder if they were unworthy or simply of inferior quality. However, there was a silver lining. The sheer volume was impressive, enough to satiate one's needs. Many of those present were the lowest-tier miners from Myanmar. As they strolled, Li Yangqiu explained, they scour through abandoned mines or tailings for potentially valuable rough materials, which then find their way here through various channels. Even selling just one piece a day is a substantial income for them. This reminded Tang Songyuan of a TikTok video he had seen, showcasing throngs of people rushing towards the dumping trucks at the mines, eager to dig through the debris with various tools, heedless of the dangers. Given the market's baseline of 100 for a piece of rough material, a monthly income of 3,000 could be considered quite decent for the lower strata in Myanmar. Not to mention, the constant flow of eager bargain hunters made it unlikely for anyone to leave empty-handed after a night of shopping. Though it was a case of the big wave washing away the sand, the abundance of jade rough materials on site was still ample. After about 10 minutes of browsing, Tang Songyuan spotted a piece of promising jade. "Let us check that way," Tang Songyuan urged Li Yangqiu, pointing in a direction, and the two squeezed through the crowd. The stall owner was a woman in her 30s, with 3 or 4 customers squatting at her stall, examining the rough materials with small flashlights. Although there were streetlights, their illumination was dim. Perhaps the market didn't require overly bright lights that eye in the shadows. It was easier to assess the quality of the jade. The two unreservedly squatted down, each picking up a piece of rough material for examination. Then a minute later, Li Yangqiu discarded the piece he had just picked up, switching to another for further study, but soon shook his head in dismay. "It's too poor. 200 is still money." He glanced at the sign from the stall owner, which indicated 200 per piece, and stood up with a look of disdain. Yet, Tang Songyuan remained unfazed. Inquiring of the stall owner, "How much for each piece?" 200 each, with free cutting." The woman's Chinese, though imperfect, was still comprehensible. "That I'll buy it." Tang Songyuan replied decisively. That Li Yangqiu stared momentarily, then seized the piece from Tang Songyuan's hand, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "You just bought it." He then took out his flashlight to examine it closely. It was a piece weighing just over 2 jin, predominantly gray-black, precisely the one Tang Songyuan had noticed earlier, containing a section of glutinous ice jade material. "I can't quite gauge this stone, but at the end of the day, it's only $200. You decide." That's it, truly a novice at learning the craft. Tang Songyuan paid, opting not to have the owner cut the stone on the spot, planning instead to borrow a cutting machine from Songyuan's company, that if Songyuan showed interest, he might even take it off his hands. However, Tang Songyuan realized this was merely a temporary solution. To thrive long-term in Rueli's stone gambling scene, he would need to invest in cutting equipment and hire some workers. Alternatively, like Songyuan, he could establish a company focused on acquiring stones and selling jade. With the rough material stowed in his backpack, the two continued to wander. Deeper into the market, they encountered more fixed stalls, where the price per piece climbed higher, starting at 500 and even reaching 1,000. That the quality of jade rough materials at these stalls was slightly better. Yet Tang Songyuan observed that even the higher quality was not significantly superior. During this time, Li Yanqiu was drawn to a black stone, with the seller claiming it was a Kaka black material, highly likely to yield premium jade, perhaps even imperial green. Kaka is a major marketplace. Many premium jade rough stones with black skins come from there, but he switched his flashlight to yellow light to inspect it. This is a good sheen that Li Yanqiu remarked, presenting the stone to Tang Songyuan. Tang Songyuan nodded slightly. Yes, it looks decent, but there seems to be a fracture. Has the seller made a cut? Li Yanqiu flipped the stone to check, noticing a subtle fracture on the side, not easily detectable, and minimal signs of artificial alteration. The seller, a middle-aged man with somewhat dark skin, immediately shook his head in denial. Young man, you mustn't speak carelessly. A cut would be clean. This chip is clearly from a digging machine. Look here. You can see the mist layer. This is undoubtedly a premium material. If it truly is good material, would you resist the urge to make a cut and let it go for just 1,000? Li Yanqiu hesitated, glancing at Tang Songyuan with an inquiring gaze. I think it's acceptable. How about that I buy it? Tang Songyuan turned his head away nonchalantly. It's up to you. 1,000 isn't a million. Consider it a lesson learned. Chapter 27. A harsh defeat. Li Yanqiu gleefully paid for the stone he deemed acceptable and immediately requested the seller to cut it. While waiting for the cutting, Tang Songyuan seized the opportunity to purchase 2 more pieces of rough material. One with an icy type and floral pattern, and another with a glutinous ice blue base, both of which were fairly decent. Additionally, he intentionally bought 2 pieces of waste material, stuffing them into his backpack, which now weighed over 10 jin, yet he didn't mind the heft. Ah, what a harsh defeat. Before long, Li Yanqiu's purchased rough material was cut open. And indeed, there was some quality within, nearing the icy type. Unfortunately, the stone was riddled with cracks, making it unsuitable even for bead crafting due to the multitude of internal fractures. The proprietor who sold him the raw stone, with a look of regret, handed the stone to him and remarked, Indeed, what a pity. This piece has a certain color. If it weren't for the cracks, it would be worth at least 500,000 now. It can only be discarded into the rubbish bin. Observing Li Yanqiu's expression of disappointment and sorrow, he further consoled. This is actually quite normal. There are 5 aspects to gamble on when it comes to rough stones: color, texture, inclusions, cracks, and impurities. Among these, cracks are the most challenging to predict. Even the most experienced experts can fall short when it comes to cracks. In truth, it is still early. It's only a little past 9 that once his cutting equipment is in place and he has his own crew, he won't have to worry so much that on the way back, Li Yanqiu, puzzled, inquired, since the stone cutting is free, why didn't you have the boss cut it right there instead of going to Laosong? Tang Songyuan thought of a reason and explained. Even when cutting stones, I prefer a quieter environment. It was rather noisy over there, and I have a bit of social anxiety. Although somewhat perplexed, Li Yanqiu accepted this explanation. After a little more than 10 minutes, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a workshop. Inside, the lights were on, accompanied by the cacophony of saw blades cutting through stones. The two alighted from the car, with Li Yanqiu leading Tang Songyuan straight inside. They soon encountered Song Jinghua, dressed in casual attire that Li Yanqiu promptly greeted him. Hello, Song Zong. Tang Songyuan followed suit, also greeting. Hello, Song Zong, and added, I just bought a few stones at the Delong night market and plan to borrow the company's machine for cutting. Then you can let Xiao Qiu take you. There's no need for such formality among fellow townsfolk from Blue City. You young ones enjoy yourselves in Ruili. Tang Songyuan quickly expressed his gratitude. And Li Yanqiu, familiar with the surroundings, led him to an available cutting machine that he waved his hand and said, Come, come, give me the stones and I'll cut them for you. Are you sure you can do it? You little rascal? Tang Songyuan questioned with a hint of distrust, yet he began to retrieve the stones from his backpack. One by one. What do you mean? Can I do it? In a man's dictionary, there is no such thing as impossible. Li Yanqiu retorted with a scoff, picking up a stone and asking, So, how do you want it cut? Tang Songyuan feigned ignorance and gave a casual direction. Li Yanqiu then started the machine. Although his technique was not yet polished, as long as he paid attention to safety, there were no significant issues that AS expected. The first piece was tragically ruined. After cutting, the surface of the rough material appeared dark and gray, resembling a lump of cow dung, which Li Yanqiu disdainfully tossed onto the table in front of Tang. So, and I told you it was garbage. How much did you buy this for? Tang Songyuan rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly. 200 yuan, 200 yuan. In the past, 200 yuan could have bought you a night of fun on the Fengqing Street in Blue City Dam. This is a clear ripoff. The price of 200 yuan is ancient history. Nowadays, you can't even get in for less than 688. Tang Songyuan glared back and stopped rambling. Are we cutting or not? Why don't you mention how you just wasted 1,000 yuan? Li Yanqiu chuckled and resumed cutting. The second piece, too, met a similar fate. Shaking his head, Li Yanqiu sighed. How is it? I told you, gambling on stones isn't easy. We're equally matched. Half a dozen each, and don't remind me about the 1,000 yuan I wasted on that rough stone. By the time they reached the third piece, Li Yanqiu had grown somewhat indifferent. After all, he held little hope for the few stones Tang Songyuan had purchased that night. The cutting machine whirred rapidly, with a fine stream of water trickling down to cool the blade and prevent overheating. Amidst the splattering mud, Tang Songyuan's third piece was sliced open. What the heck? It actually yielded something. As soon as the cut was made, Li Yanqiu noticed a glimmer of water-like luster at the incision, reminiscent of a clear sky. Lifting the cut lid revealed a lustrous blue-green hue before both their eyes that I can't believe my luck. It actually yielded something. This must be of a glutinous ice variety, and blue-green is currently quite popular in Rueli. Tang Songyuan also saw the outcome, and, meeting Li Yanqiu's slightly astonished gaze, said, "What are you staring at? Keep cutting." However, Li Yanqiu did not rush to cut. Instead, he gestured over the stone. If this spot transitions into a translucent base, it could yield a pair of bangles. This piece could be worth at least 300. 000. What do you mean 300,000? Hearing the commotion, a worker familiar with Li Yanqiu approached with interest. Master Gao, take a look at this. My brother picked up this stone for just 100 yuan tonight, glutinous ice blue-green material. Li Yanqiu could hardly contain his excitement, handing the open stone to him. Master Gao examined the exposed surface, shining a flashlight on it a few times, and remarked, "Indeed, it is blue-green. The water content is excellent. And if the texture were even older, it would be perfect." That Li Yanqiu grinned. Finding a gem for just 100 yuan is already remarkable. If you're not busy, Master Gao, could you help me open it all up? Perhaps spurred by the thrill of the hunt, Master Gao readily agreed and moved to the nearby machine to start cutting. Li Yanqiu then selected one of the remaining two pieces and turned to Tang Songyuan. "How about we cut from here?" Tang Songyuan retorted. "Are you addicted to cutting or something?" It's actually quite enjoyable." Li Yanqiu laughed heartily, then resumed operating the machine. Chapter 28, The Generous Boss. An hour and a half later. 3 gemstone-quality jadites were the fruits of Tang Songyuan's endeavors that night. Li Yanqiu found himself questioning the very essence of life. How is it fair? Why did I waste 1,000 yuan while this guy spent 500 yuan on 5 pieces and ended up with 3 good stones? A crowd of workers, some responsible for cutting and others for carving, gathered around, chuckling in unison. "This is fate. Xiao Qiu, you simply lack that luck. Don't forget. Even Ba Song has his off days." Ha ha. Just then, Song Zong arrived. Master Gao, chuckling, recounted how Li Yanqiu had wasted 1,000 yuan, while Tang Songyuan had spent 1,500 yuan on 5 pieces, but managed to yield 3 pieces of quality jade. Song Jinghua observed the 3 pieces, which were nearly cut open, requiring only a bit of edge polishing to remove the mist layer, and cast a surprised glance at Tang Songyuan, saying, "Xiao Tang, you're quite impressive. Cutting 3 good pieces from 5 stones bought at the night market is extraordinary luck." Tang Songyuan scratched his head and humbly replied, "It's indeed luck. I initially thought I'd come here for a few days of fun, never expecting such a windfall." Li Yanqiu chimed in. "Song Zong, please don't rub salt in my wounds. It's rather regretful to think how I couldn't resist my greed. That 1,000 yuan could have treated everyone to a late-night feast." "Well, it's not too late for you to treat us now." Master Gao laughed heartily. Cough. Song Jinghua cleared his throat, stepping closer to pat Li Yanqiu on the shoulder. "You, my friend, still lack experience. That I suspect the piece you bought was likely pre-cut by its previous owner." Li Yanqiu felt a wave of clarity wash over him, realizing, I thought, how could there be such high-quality stones in that kind of place? The light made them appear so brilliant, but once cut, there were indeed some good features, yet the cracks looked like a spider web. "Ha!" Song Jinghua chuckled. "That's not unusual. I've seen stones that, after cutting, were deemed unsatisfactory, then coated with special materials to resemble genuine jadeite, making it nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye." Then he turned to Tang Songyuan with a friendly smile. "So, Xiao Tang, How do you plan to handle these pieces? This question struck a chord. Tang Songyuan had been pondering how to broach the subject. With a sincere smile, he said, "These pieces are truly an unexpected fortune, but as you know, I lack the channels for selling them. Perhaps you could help me think of a solution, Songzong, considering the situation. There are simply too many wolves and not enough meat to go around. With just 2 pieces to sell, it's nearly impossible to keep the machines running. How about this? I'll buy these pieces from you, and you can let Song Shu earn some processing fees?" Though these 3 pieces weren't the top-tier jadites, their quality was still quite popular in the mid-range market, and it could be said that selling them would pose no trouble. Only the challenge of sourcing more was a concern. The jadeite market fundamentally hinged on luck from extraction to processing, intertwined with aspects of vision, experience, luck, and financial strength. Even after 2 decades in this industry, he still felt he had much to learn. Then Song Shu, "Please name your price," Tang Songyuan said, glancing at Li Yangqiu before addressing Song Jinghua. The shift from calling him Song Zong to Song Shu indicated a closer relationship. Song Jinghua chuckled heartily, his laughter reminiscent of the Methriya Buddha, and assured, "Rest assured, we are all fellow villagers from Blue City, and I adhere to principles in my dealings that I will certainly not engage in any dubious transactions that I ask for these stones. I shall offer you a price in line with the general market value. What do you say?" As he spoke, he picked up the first stone from the table and continued, "This piece, a translucent icy blue with potential for bracelets, can yield a pair quite comfortably, and the remaining material can be fashioned into several pendants. I will give you 300,000. How does that sound?" To be candid, Tang Songyuan was not particularly well-versed in market prices, as his previous experiences in Blue City had provided scant reference. However, noticing the slight nods of approval from those around him, he felt that the price was reasonable and responded with a smile, "That works, Uncle Song." Song Jinghua then proceeded to appraise the remaining 2 stones, valuing the icy green speckled piece at 120,000 and the icy variety with green flecks at 460,000, bringing the total to 880,000. Tang, you are destined for prosperity. Such fortuitousness to stumble upon the auspicious sum of 880,000. Although the office had closed for the day, Song Jinghua still used his phone to transfer the money to Tang Songyuan. "That I've received it. Thank you, Uncle Song," Tang Songyuan exclaimed, glancing at the text notification on his phone. Song Jinghua then turned to the group and said, "Weren't you all clamoring for a late-night snack? Xiao Qiu, go find a spot on P Street. Tonight, I shall treat you all to dinner in honor of our newcomer, Xiao Tang. Yay, our boss is generous." The group laughed and began animatedly discussing whether to have barbecue or hot pot. Chapter 29. Deceit and intrigue. The following morning, in Li Yangqiu's rented apartment, the shrill sound of an alarm clock roused both friends from their deep slumber. Tang Songyuan, still with his eyes closed, nudged Li Yangqiu and groaned, "What time is it? I feel like I haven't slept enough." He was in the midst of a delightful dream and had no intention of waking up just yet. Li Yangqiu grabbed his phone and mumbled, "At 7 o'clock, didn't you want to visit the Jiegao morning market? I set the alarm early for that. Jiegao town is the primary entry point for Burmese jade, and its morning market is highly regarded in the industry." Tang Songyuan, reluctantly rubbing his sleepy eyes, kicked Li Yangqiu's leg and said, "Make way. I need to use the bathroom first." "Together then," Li Yangqiu replied, sitting up and rushing toward the restroom. The sound of running water was accompanied by Li Yangqiu's satisfied exclamations. "Ah, this feels great." Squinting his eyes, he casually remarked, "That's quite a hefty investment." Tang Songyuan chuckled knowingly. Likewise, after descending the stairs, Li Yangqiu treated Tang Songyuan to a local breakfast of zao mi xian. The bright red and oily noodles were quite appetizing, adorned with pieces of braised tofu, crushed peanuts, and fried white sesame seeds, complemented by the restaurant's signature braised beef and meatballs, with a small dish of pickled vegetables offered for free. Tang Songyuan slurped the spicy noodles, savoring the taste. "How do you find the flavor here?" Li Yangqiu asked with a hint of pride, as he too began to enjoy the noodles. After breakfast, the two resumed their journey. Jiegao boasts 3 major jade trading markets: Yuqing Industrial, Jimao Jewelry, Jade City, and Xuanjua Jewelry City. As a guide, Li Yangqiu proved to be quite competent. Tang Songyuan, hands behind his head, leisurely inquired, "So where shall we head first?" "Naturally, we start at Yuqing Industrial. It is the oldest and retains the best traditions. Perfect for someone like you who enjoys gambling on rough materials," Li Yangqiu replied, Then added, of course, I'm not saying the other places are inferior. My uncle's shop is over there. Tang Songyuan nodded, I understand. Once you drop me off, you can head to work. The distance of 3 to 4 kilometers was covered in less than 10 minutes. Upon arrival, Li Yangqiu did not rush off to work. Instead, he took Tang Songyuan for a brief tour. The trading hall of Yuqing was already open, and upon entering, one could see neatly arranged display counters reminiscent of a bustling market that it was no exaggeration to say it looked like a market. With counters over a meter high displaying various jade Buddha statues, rings, bead strings, bracelets, and cabochons. Unlike typical jewelry stores that require glass display cases, customers could directly handle and choose their items as if they were shopping for groceries. The raw stone trading area was located at the back of Yuqing Market. Here, the lighting was significantly dimmer, and the displays were less crowded, resembling individual stalls where each merchant occupied a space, with larger areas designated for storage and cutting. Tang Songyuan noticed some merchants displayed cut jadeite and semi-translucent materials, with small openings for showcasing, but that's not all. Li Yangqiu led the way, adding, the only thing to be cautious about is that there are many scammers here, and their tricks are hard to detect. Just keep an eye on your wallet and resist any temptations. They won't force you to buy. Tang Songyuan smiled lightly and replied, of course, they may take my life, but taking my money would be even more unbearable. Li Yangqiu chuckled and said, all right then, feel free to browse. I'll finish my tasks and can find you that if you need anything, just call me with that. Tang Songyuan began to wander the market alone, primarily in the raw stone area, activating his X-ray vision to scrutinize each piece of rough jadeite. Hey there, interested in some jade? Glass type? A man in his 30s approached him within minutes. The man had dark skin and spoke with a strong Burmese accent. Though Tang Songyuan was not entirely familiar with what constituted a Burmese accent, he recognized it instantly. Raising an eyebrow, he promptly declined. No, thank you. Just moments before, Li Yangqiu had warned him about the prevalence of scammers. It was astonishing that one had approached him so quickly. The man, seeing that Tang Songyuan was unfamiliar, refused to relinquish this rare opportunity for a potential customer. Tang Songyuan, feeling exasperated, looked at the man and said, all right, let me see it. The man's face lit up with joy as he eagerly pulled out a finely crafted jade Buddha statue from his bag and presented it to Tang Songyuan, saying, this is a premium glass jade carving of the Buddha. Look at the fluorescence and the texture. Only the highest quality glass jade can achieve this effect. Tang Songyuan did not reach out to take it but thoughtfully regarded the statue in the man's palm, saying, it is indeed a fine piece, but what? The man asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. He continued, listen, the current glass jade is quite scarce. If you miss this one, you'll regret it. Understanding the underlying message, Tang Songyuan nodded, feigning eagerness, and asked, how much? 80,000. The man gestured with his fingers, then quickly altered his expression to one of sincerity and said, but today is your lucky day. I have a pressing issue, so if you give me 80,000, this Buddha statue can be yours at a discount. Tang Songyuan laughed lightly and replied, that sounds quite appealing, but I only have 200 on me. How about this? Wait here for a moment while I go borrow some money from my brother. The man's excitement grew even more, and he immediately responded, can I accompany you? Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow. You don't understand. My brother is quite astute and stubborn that if he finds out I want to buy your item, he might refuse to lend me any money. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the man in a state of indecision. Chapter 30. Violet jade. Tang Songyuan blended into the crowd, quickly disappearing into the bustling market. Even without his X-ray vision, he could easily deduce that a glass jade Buddha statue could not be sold for a mere 80,000. This small encounter did not dampen his enthusiasm for exploring the market further. If the man wanted to wait, he could do so indefinitely. Excuse me, may I take a look at this piece? At last, Tang Songyuan found a piece of jadeite he was interested in and inquired with the vendor, pointing to the rough stone on display. The vendor, a middle-aged man with a shaved head and a rather burly appearance, grinned, revealing a face that seemed to belong to someone involved in the underworld. My young friend has a keen eye, the bald man chuckled, his features jiggling as he patted the stone's color band. This piece weighs 28 jin, boasts an excellent skin quality, and is a material with a color band here. He highlighted the positive aspects of the stone, but the green flecks were more of a wispy quality rather than a full saturation. Nonetheless, it was certainly of higher value than the pieces he had purchased at the Dalong night market. In fact, the quality of rough materials across the Yuqing market surpassed that of those found at the Dalong night market. It is indeed quite remarkable. listening to the enthusiastic introduction from the boss. Tang Songyuan also pretended to shine a flashlight to inspect it. "How much can you offer?" After a long pause, Tang Songyuan inquired calmly. The bald man chuckled and gestured a sign of 8 with his hand, saying, "Considering our rapport, my brother, I can offer you 1,080,000. It's a sign of good fortune." What the hell? Does he really dare to set such a price? But offering 1,080,000. Is this guy out of his mind for money? Is it truly a case of not opening for 3 years and then making a fortune in one go? Yet Tang Songyuan still thought to negotiate a bit and attempted to counter. "I can only go as high as 200,000. What? 200,000? The bald man appeared to find this utterly amusing, laughing exaggeratedly. "Brother, you get what you pay for. You think you can buy such a material for 200,000? I even doubt whether you know how to play with stones." Tang Songyuan indeed lacked expertise in stone appraisal, but he possessed a supervision, merely hoping to seize an opportunity to profit. Now that the bald man evidently had confidence in this stone, he had no choice but to relent. That he chose not to speak further, shook his head, and departed from the bald man's stall. There were countless stones in this market, and Tang Songyuan would not dwell excessively on momentary gains or losses. Soon, he formulated a principle of his own. Within this market, whether it was clear material or rough stone, the stall owners would display what they deemed best, showcasing good outer appearances to attract customers. Conversely, those materials that were less favored were often haphazardly piled in the back storage, perhaps not deemed worthy of attention. Having come to this realization, Tang Songyuan adjusted his strategy, shifting his focus to the various storages within the market. Before long, he zeroed in on a target that a piece of Muna jade raw stone, weighing 12.3 kilograms, contained 2.1 kilograms of icy violet jade and 0.7 kilograms of high icy violet jade. Within his sight, the color of the violet jade was relatively light, resembling a hazy purple-violet flower, with a few specks of snowflake cotton in the middle. This was it. Tang Songyuan approached the stall where the raw stone was located, exchanged a few pleasantries, and expressed his requirements to the owner. The stall owners were 2 individuals, one a middle-aged man with a square face, the other a young man with a round face and slightly bulging eyes. The young owner smiled and said, "No worries. Feel free to look and choose. Once you've made your selection, we can discuss the price." Tang Songyuan was not shy and walked straight in to begin selecting. He certainly wouldn't go straight for his target. Instead, he first shone a light on a piece of black skin material to inspect its water quality. After assessing, he asked, "How much for these 2 pieces?" He brought the stones out one by one and placed them at the feet of the 2 owners. The square-faced man did not immediately respond. Instead, he crouched down and shone a flashlight on the 2 rough materials a few times. After a moment of silent contemplation, he looked up at Tang Songyuan and said, "This piece from Hojing is 20,000. For this Muna piece, the lowest I can go is 100,000. Got a total of 120,000. And Tang Songyuan unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief that a rough material worth a couple of hundred, through his perspective, could easily be worth 200,000 to 300,000 once processed. Little by little, adding up to a total of 100,000 seemed reasonable to him. Tang Songyuan attempted to negotiate, saying, "Boss, you seem like a straightforward person. I am not one to be overly hesitant either. Although this is our first transaction, I would like to maintain communication, and in the future, I will certainly frequent your stall for my raw stone purchases." The 2 stall owners exchanged glances, and eventually, it was the young round-faced man who spoke. "Cutting down by 20,000 is too harsh. I can only reduce it by 10,000. Let us consider it a gesture of friendship. A reduction of 10,000 is still money." And Tang Songyuan decided not to prolong the bargaining. After all, a cooked duck flying away would leave him with regret. He promptly took out his phone to make the payment and added the young round-faced man as a contact on WeChat. "My surname is Yuan. Call me Yuan Jie. Please make a note." Tang Songyuan added the note on his phone and introduced his name. Yuan Jie then asked Tang Songyuan if he needed help with cutting the stone, to which the latter politely declined. Weighing over 20 kilograms, Tang Songyuan did not find the stone overly heavy. He tucked the smaller piece from Hojing into his clothing pocket, while the larger Muna rough stone he simply carried on his shoulder as he headed toward the parking area where Li Yangqiu was. Just as he was about to exit, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face that was none other than Ni Dehong, whom he had met once at the stone gambling appraisal conference in Modu. "Hey, young man, wait a moment." And Dahong also spotted Tang Songyuan, but his attention was primarily drawn to the rough stone resting on Tang Songyuan's shoulder. His eyes filled with curiosity and uncertainty. He pointed at the stone and asked, "May I take a look at that piece?" Chapter 31. Incredible Fortune. Tang Songyuan paused for 3 seconds, but eventually placed the rough stone on the ground. "If Elder and I wishes to see it, it is the honor of this stone." "Please go ahead." And Dahong then recognized Tang Songyuan, pointing at him. You were the young man who was with Xiao Qiu and Moda last time? What brings you to Rueli?" After a brief pause, as if realizing something, he added, "Oh, I recall now, last time in Modu, you picked up 2 pieces of material, and I commented that I had misjudged. Just luck." Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly, but did not elaborate further. "Do you have any water? Please get me some." And Dahong did not even look up, merely extending his hand toward Tang Songyuan. Tang Songyuan smirked and helplessly replied, "Just a moment. I will go buy a bottle." Within just a few minutes, Tang Songyuan returned with a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Dahong. "Here is the water you requested. Open it." And Dahong glanced at it and said without courtesy, then returned his gaze to the Muna raw stone. Tang Songyuan pursed his lips and opened the bottle cap, handing it to him once more to show his surprise. And Dahong took it and poured half the bottle over the rough stone, soaking half of it instantly, that he could neither say anything nor inquire about it. After about 2 to 3 minutes, Dahong finally stood up and looked at Tang Songyuan. "What is your surname?" "Young brother?" Without any indication, Dahong chuckled and said, "I just want to know who Tang Xiaoga's master is. Your eye for jade is quite unique, and I would love to make your acquaintance. 1 or 2 pieces can be attributed to luck." And Dahong candidly stated, "But if you say it's luck 3 or 5 times, I do not believe that in the stone gambling business. I've had my share of failures after so many years of playing with stones. Do you really think it's just luck?" Tang Songyuan laughed awkwardly and said, "It truly is luck. You might not know, but I used to operate an excavator. My exposure to stone gambling is only within the past week or so." "Excavator?" And Dahong appeared slightly surprised, scrutinizing Tang Songyuan carefully before stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I do not deny that there is a degree of luck involved in stone gambling. But your luck seems almost otherworldly. This piece of material, even someone with a bit of experience would not choose. Yet those seasoned experts like myself who enjoy research before long." Li Yangqiu emerged, panting as he approached. Exchanging glances with Tang Song, with a mischievous grin directed at the old man and he inquired, "What brings you to summon me in such haste, old master and I?" And Dahong gestured toward the rough stone on the ground, saying, "The piece your friend purchased piqued my interest when he left. He expressed no desire to sell, nor did I wish to press the matter. However, since he intends to have it cut anyway, I suggested he come to my place for the cutting. Strangely, he declined. How about this? Wherever it gets cut, it will be cut, so old master and I extend an invitation that I shall accompany you. What do you think?" Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement, lifting the rough stone from the ground and preparing to head towards the direction where Li Yangqiu had parked. Yet, the old man called out to him, "Where do you think you're going?" "My car is over there." Upon looking in the direction indicated by the old man, Tang Songyuan was amazed to find a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, specifically the Model G class, which he had long coveted. My goodness. This old fellow may be aging, but his spirit remains youthful. The old man, noticing Tang Songyuan's expression, let out a light scoff, then energetically strode over to the driver's seat, opened the door, and beckoned to the two. "What are you standing around for? Hurry and get in." Chapter 32. Another cut and another increase. Old Master Ni's residence was situated not far from the outskirts of Rueli City, a 3-story standalone villa adorned with a distinctly Dai architectural style. Surrounded by lush greenery and blooming flora, evoking a sense of paradise, Dahong drove the car straight into the basement garage. While Tang Songyuan marveled at the automated garage door, the old man halted the vehicle and announced, "We've arrived. Time to disembark." The garage was quite spacious, though only a single rugged Ford F950 pickup was parked inside. Dahong led the way, with Tang Songyuan carrying the rough stone and Li Yangqiu, who was scanning his surroundings, trailing behind. Turning a corner in the underground garage, they entered a large room resembling a warehouse. Inside, an array of machines, water cutters, wire saws, and several other contraptions unfamiliar to Tang Songyuan were neatly arranged against one wall. In the center stood a long workbench adorned with various tools. Tang Songyuan's esteem for the old man grew, recognizing that in his youth he must have been a hands-on individual with remarkable skills. "Where shall I place this? Isn't it tiring to carry?" Ni Dahong remarked, switching on the lights and pointing at the workbench. Tang Songyuan gently set the stone down, and the old man added, "There's water, coffee, and tea over there. Help yourselves if you're thirsty or hungry." Without further ado, he began examining the rough stone on the workbench, his attention fixated as he held a flashlight in one hand, the other resting on the stone, his expression akin to that of a lover gazing at a cherished partner, absorbing the myriad reflections off the stone surface. Li Yangxiu, ever the sociable one despite this being his first visit, soon rummaged through the area Ni Dahong had indicated, quickly finding a kettle to fill with water and set to boil that he then busied himself with the tea set, casually asking Tang Songyuan whether he preferred tea or coffee. Tang Songyuan shot him a glance and replied, "Orange juice. Do you have any?" Always one to defy conventions, Li Yangxiu shot him a middle finger before ignoring him entirely and pouring a cup of tea. "You two, come here." About 10 minutes later, Ni Dahong waved the two over to as they approached. He turned to Tang Songyuan and asked, "What made you decide to purchase this piece?" Tang Songyuan hesitated, pondering how to respond without revealing his ability to see through the stone. This piece has a tight skin," that he stammered, searching his limited vocabulary for relevant terms. "Also, it has significant sand shedding on the surface, and under the light, it appears very translucent." Ni Dahong chuckled derisively. "Tight indeed, but translucent is a load of nonsense." He picked up a bright flashlight from the table and shone it onto the stone. Beneath the yellowish skin, a murky white light emerged. "You call this translucent?" He casually switched off the flashlight and set it aside, then patted the rough stone, turning to Tang Songyuan and stating, "Let us make a cut." After placing the stone into the wire saw, adjusting the cutting position, tightening the clamps, and closing the lid, Ni Dahong looked over at Li Yangxiu and said, "It'll take about an hour to cut. Since we have some time to spare, shall I show you my collection?" "Absolutely," Li Yangxiu replied with a grin. "Old Master and I has traversed the world for years. His treasures must be top-notch. The average person might never get a chance to see them." Ni Dahong, filled with pride, let out a hum of satisfaction and beckoned, "Follow me," as he turned towards a robust-looking door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by utter darkness. Ni Dahong fumbled along the wall until he found a row of switches and turned on a yellow light. The moment the light flickered to life, the two were astonished to see an array of stones, large and small, neatly arranged on steel shelves within the room. Judging by the sheer volume, there were no fewer than 300 pieces, black, yellow, white, and green, dazzling to the eyes. Some weighed 100 to 200 kilograms, while others were merely fist-sized, all uncut rough stones. The diversity in color and size was so meticulously arranged that Tang Songyuan began to suspect the old man had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. As he activated his ability to see through the stones, they transformed before his eyes. Some displayed excellent quality, vibrant colors, but also had numerous cracks. Nonetheless, it must be said that the collection in this warehouse, if put up for sale, would undoubtedly overshadow all the rough stone merchants in Yuqing, both in quality and quantity, vastly expanding Tang Songyuan's horizons that he envisioned a future where he, too, could possess such a warehouse filled with treasures, gorgeous glass jade, imperial green jade, priceless antiques, and rare curiosities, all crammed within his own collection. "Are all these yours?" Li Yangxiu inquired, puzzled. "Why are they all uncut rough stones?" With a hint of pride, Ni Dahong replied, "I'm not short on funds. If these stones are intact, why must I cut them? Isn't it more beautiful to preserve their original form?" His reasoning was sound, yet it carried a distinctly ostentatious air. The two were thoroughly captivated as they explored, while Ni Dahong surveyed the stones with an appreciative gaze, lost in thought. After completing the tour, they returned to find the rough stone had nearly finished cutting. Ni Dahong switched off the machine and opened the lid. A thin slit had been cut into the wood stone. "Open it up. What is all this fuss about?" Dahong urged. Tang Songyuan gently lifted the cover off the rough stone, producing a sound reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Li Yangqiu's eyes lit up. "Holy smokes, you've struck gold again." Chapter 33. Seizing the opportunity, it's violet. Ni Dahong exclaimed, shining the flashlight onto the cut surface and catching a glimpse of a dense, ethereal purple light beneath the misty layer. In the past, jadeite was esteemed primarily for its green hues, but in recent years, other colors can fetch good prices. For discerning clients, these vibrant shades are in high demand. Mixed colors are preferable to colorless ones that Lu Yanqiu interjected. Violet is not merely a mixed color, old master. You must understand that nowadays, women possess far greater purchasing power than men that if this is indeed violet. Its price could easily double, and Idehong scoffed slightly at this conclusion, continuing to shine the flashlight as he remarked, "Looking at it now, this stone has an aged quality, reminiscent of old ice oil. The oiliness is quite apparent that if it were to be processed, it could reach high ice quality." That he turned to Tang Songyuan and asked, "Shall we continue cutting?" "Of course, let us proceed. Do you have any suggestions?" "Old master and I?" Tang Songyuan replied. That in Idehong touched the misty layer on the stone surface and suggested, "I recommend making another cut along the edge of this misty layer. Don't underestimate this misty layer. In some cases, it can produce remarkable patterns during the cutting process." That Lu Yanqiu nodded in agreement. The outer layer shimmered with a faint white fluorescence, revealing the clean material. Through his enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan saw that the violet jade portion weighed only 2.8 kilograms plus over a centimeter of the misty layer, bringing the total weight to 4.5 kilograms. This side had essentially reached high ice quality, while the other side, though only ice quality with slight snowflake cotton, did not compromise the extraction or final product quality. That he then looked at Tang Songyuan and asked, "Would you mind sharing how much you paid for this when you bought it?" Tang Songyuan cleared his throat, retrieving the piece from his pocket, and stated, along with the small piece, "I spent a total of 110,000. "What? Did you just say, together it was only 110,000? Lu Yanqiu widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Tang Songyuan and exclaimed, "Do you have any idea how much this material is worth right now?" Naturally, Tang Songyuan was not well versed in the valuation of such items and promptly inquired, "How much do you say it is worth?" Lu Yanqiu scoffed and replied, "This fully saturated violet, if fashioned into bracelets, could yield approximately 7 or 8 pieces. Let's conservatively estimate it at 7 to each bracelet could sell for between 300,000 to 400,000. The remaining material, including scraps, could easily be crafted into a dozen or so pendants and exquisite small items. So let us conservatively estimate another 500,000, and that doesn't even factor in the premium for this high-quality ice type. Therefore, this material could fetch at least 2 million. The profit margin is nearly 20-fold." While Lu Yanqiu focused on the profit, and Idehong was more concerned with the small piece of material from Hojiang. After examining it briefly, he quickly dismissed it, tossing it aside as if it were worthless and not sparing it another glance. "Have you truly never dabbled in stone gambling before?" he questioned Tang Songyuan. His gaze piercing to Idehong subtly nodded and then fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, he suddenly spoke, "In all my years of stone gambling, I've never encountered someone as purely fortunate as you. Yet you are utterly ignorant about the intricacies of stone gambling. Why not take me as your mentor? I am getting on in years and can no longer participate as I used to. When you are ready to go out on your own, you may select any piece you desire from the materials in that room." Seeing Tang Songyuan frozen in place, Idehong raised an eyebrow and added, "You should know there are even pieces of glass-gray jade in there." Indeed, Idehong's collection of jade rough included substantial pieces of glass-gray material, and there was more than one. Tang Songyuan had noticed this during his earlier visit with Lu Yanqiu. Before Tang Songyuan could respond, Lu Yanqiu became anxious and nudged him, saying, "What are you standing there for? There is no reason to hesitate. So many people wish to take an Lao as their mentor, but never have the opportunity." However, Tang Songyuan's thoughts were not so easily settled. While he possessed the ability to see through materials, which promised gradual success, taking an Lao as a mentor would undoubtedly streamline his journey. Furthermore, he could leverage Lao's extensive connections, which would be of immense benefit with no downside. Conversely, what could Lao possibly gain from him? Could he snatch away his ability? After all, he himself had yet to fully comprehend it. With that thought, he eagerly said, "I would be more than willing to take an Lao as my mentor. May I ask if you have any other requests?" Idehong replied, "At my age, I have no worries regarding food, shelter, or enemies. What could I possibly want from you?" Tang Songyuan, without hesitation, knelt down and bowed 3 times with great reverence. That Lu Yanqiu, grinning, hurried over with a cup of tea, presenting it to him. "Here, toast your teacher." Tang Songyuan shot him a glance but accepted it respectfully, saying, "Master, please enjoy the tea." Lao accepted it with a smile, savoring a sip, but soon spat it out with a splutter, glaring at Lu Yanqiu. Damn it, it's gone cold. Tang Songyuan dusted off his pants and stood up. Then I Dahong set down the teacup and asked, "Where are you staying now? I have plenty of space here, and the equipment is at your disposal." Chapter 34. The stunning senior sister with meals included, no tuition fees, and such a fine residence. The conditions were far superior to Li Yangqiu's shabby rental. Moreover, with an array of cutting machines available for his use, the opportunity was truly beyond Tang Songyuan's imagination. However, he declined, thanking his master for the generous offer. It would be more convenient for me to rent a place nearby, and he genuinely wished to profit from stone gambling, using his ability, and aspired for a better material life. Nevertheless, Tang Songyuan harbored a secret desire to maintain his independence in living arrangements, and I Dahong did not press further and nodded. "That's fine, but we are hosting a banquet for you tonight. So, you must not miss it, understood?" And I Dahong nodded again, saying, "I know you're eager to sell jade. I was the same when I was young. Having been poor, I couldn't wait to fill my pockets with money, lest I feel restless for even a moment. You may go now, but remember to arrive early tonight." Tang Songyuan was elated, exchanging glances with Li Yangqiu before bidding farewell to An Dahong and preparing to leave the basement with a bag of jade material. Just then, a melodious voice tinged with a Yunnan accent floated in from the garage door. "Grandpa, I made flour cakes. Would you like to try some?" The three of them turned their gaze to the source of the voice, first noticing a pair of delicate slippers. Since the path to the underground garage was a small slope, the newcomer must have appeared from below. The slippers adorned a pair of dainty feet, leading up to smooth, shapely calves, then bare knees, and a tantalizing short skirt. This young woman, likely in her early 20s, spoke in a tone that suggested she was I Lao's granddaughter, in her right hand. She held a delicate plate filled with steaming cakes. Upon noticing Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu, she seemed startled, covering her mouth in mock reproach. "Oh, Grandpa, you have guessed and didn't say anything." I Dahong sighed and replied, "Come here. They are not strangers." He then turned to Tang Songyuan and asked, "How old are you this year, son?" Tang Songyuan responded, 23, and I Dahong casually introduced, "Then you should address her as senior sister. This is my wayward granddaughter, Nicc. But don't be deceived by her quirky exterior. This girl loves to play tricks on people." Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback by being asked to call her senior sister. Could it be that the rumors were true? He exchanged a bewildered glance with the astonished Li Yangqiu and quickly exclaimed, "Greetings, senior sister." And Nicc playfully stomped her foot, pouting, "Grandpa, how could you say that? I kindly made you flour cakes, and now you are making me angry that I won't bother with you anymore." As she spoke, she didn't even glance at Tang or Li, placing the plate on the workbench before turning to leave. However, through his ability, Tang Songyuan noticed that as Nicc walked away, her eyes were darting about, plotting who knows what mischief. Then Lao cleared his throat and said, "Don't overthink it. This girl has been spoiled by me since childhood and has no intention of inheriting my craft. I certainly can't take this skill to the grave with me." He looked at Tang and Li, saying, "Thus, for many years, I have been searching for a suitable candidate. When I found Xiao Qiu, I never expected he would turn me down." Li Yangqiu let out a surprised "ah," and then scratched his head awkwardly. He had been worried about becoming a son-in-law to the Ni family and didn't want to abandon his girlfriend. That was why he had encouraged Tang Songyuan when Ni Lao offered to take him on as a disciple. That moment, Ni Lao picked up a piece of the flour cake from the workbench, took a bite, and remarked while chewing, "Strangely enough, I'm feeling a bit hungry," before taking another piece without hesitation. The outer layer of the flour cake was made from wheat flour, butter, and honey, crumbling delightfully with each bite and offering a wonderfully sweet flavor that pleasantly surprised him. The filling was crafted from layers of rose petals, bursting with floral fragrance and sweetness, further enhanced by extra honey that touched his heart. Then Lao finished his cake, took a sip from the tea he had left unfinished, and said with a twinkle in his eye, "Not bad, though a bit too sweet. Are you two still here? I need to take my afternoon nap." Tang Songyuan quickly gathered the bag containing the jade and exclaimed, Oh, master, we're leaving now." As Li Yangqiu departed, he couldn't resist pocketing an extra piece of flour cake. Not far from the exit, they reached the main road and soon flagged down a taxi. Once inside, Tang Songyuan curiously asked Li Yangqiu, "Who told you my master was looking for a son-in-law?" Li Yangqiu shrugged, saying, "Our company's workers mentioned it. When my uncle asked me, they spoke of it as if it were the gospel truth. But had I known an ICC looked like this, and I didn't have a girlfriend, I would have bowed and become his disciple long ago, or that it wouldn't have come to you. You lucky dog. Tang Songyuan scoffed but fell silent, looking out the window while clutching his bag. Yet Li Yangqiu continued chattering, but how did you change roles so quickly? I mean, do you really want to become a son-in-law to the Ni family? Tang Songyuan hadn't considered this before, but upon being questioned, he chuckled and replied, I'm an orphan, raised by the Wei family, who have a younger sister to carry on the family line. What is wrong with that? Li Yangqiu was momentarily speechless, but soon he became somewhat irritated, saying, well then, did I wish you both a long and happy marriage. What is this nonsense? And Dahong has never explicitly stated his intention to recruit a son-in-law who marries into the family. It is merely a concoction of rumors and your own imagination. Tang Songyuan silently scoffed, yet provocatively remarked, once, a sincere and beautiful love was presented before me, but I failed to cherish it. Li Yangqiu retorted. Get lost. Chapter 35. A new transaction. Upon returning to Song Jinghua's company, Tang Songyuan entered the office with a jadeite wrapped in a black plastic bag alongside Li Yangqiu. Have you eaten? The cafeteria still has food. Song Jinghua casually inquired, noticing their appearance. The two greeted him, and Li Yangqiu cheerfully replied, not yet, uncle. Let me show you something good. He gestured to Tang Songyuan, who placed the jadeite on the coffee table before Song Jinghua. As the bag was opened, Song Jinghua was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the jadeite inside. His heart raced with excitement, and without uttering a word, he grabbed a flashlight to scrutinize it by the window. Violet, slightly startled, Song Jinghua looked up at Tang Songyuan and asked, Little Tang, did you gamble this out again? Tang Songyuan nodded and replied, indeed. Master Anai has taken me as his disciple, and this piece was cut under his guidance. He deliberately obscured the sequence of events, wishing to attribute the credit to Ni Dahong, thus avoiding suspicion after continuously gambling out good jadeites. This was the advantage of apprenticing under Ni Dahong. In the future, he could keep producing exceptional jadeites, even those worth billions, and attribute them to his master. What harm was there in gambling out exquisite jadeite under the auspices of a master? Song Jinghua, astonished yet regretful, cast a glance at Li Yangqiu and then chuckled. Back then, I even tried to persuade Xiaoqiu to apprentice under him, but this kid refused. Truly foolish, he then continued. However, it's quite fortunate. Master Ni's expertise in gambling stones is unparalleled, ranking among the best in Rueli and even the entire country. This piece boasts exceptional quality, ice to high ice grade, flawless and uniformly colored, with violet being the trending color in recent years. He took out a caliper and a bracelet mold to measure it, then looked up at Tang Songyuan, saying, since we are fellow townsmen, I want to keep anything from you. However, I still need to process and design it. And there are labor and lead time costs to consider that I must earn a little profit. How about I offer you 2.4 million for this piece? What do you think? After saying this, he nervously watched Tang Songyuan, contemplating that if he disagreed, he might have to grit his teeth and increase the offer slightly. Li Yangqiu seized the opportunity and said, I'll go check what dishes are still available in the cafeteria. You two take your time discussing. After pondering for a few seconds, Tang Songyuan smiled and replied, Uncle Song, I appreciate your generosity. This exceeds my expected price. The offer of 2.4 million indeed fell within his anticipations. Moreover, he currently lacked other sales or distribution channels, and Song Jinghua had been quite accommodating throughout their dealings. With the transaction settled, Song Jinghua promptly called for the finance department, and soon enough, Tang Songyuan received the money. With another 2.4 million credited to his account, his mood was naturally buoyant. Song Jinghua, also in good spirits, caressed the newly acquired jadeite and said, Little Tang, you should go eat. After your meal, we'll chat some more. At that moment, the piece of violet jade had vanished, likely taken to be sliced for bracelets. As Song Jinghua invited them to sit, he poured each of them a cup of tea and leisurely remarked, Little Tang, I've watched you grow step by step. You have now entered the fold, and your wealth is steadily increasing. However, the notion of overnight riches is not at all novel in the gambling stone industry. Tang Songyuan quietly lifted his teacup and took a sip, indicating no intention to speak. Li Yangqiu smiled amiably, adopting an attentive demeanor. Song Jinghua then pointed to the floor and continued, I've been in this industry for nearly 20 years. But do you know how many owners this factory has had? Tang Songyuan shook his head, and Song Jinghua chuckled as he revealed the answer. 11. I am the 12th owner of this factory. In this seemingly lucrative industry, the competition behind the scenes and the number of seasoned players who have perished are countless. Thus, well, I suppose I can call myself your senior. Permit me to share a few words of wisdom. Despite possessing extraordinary vision that nearly guarantees he would not be deceived in the gambling stone industry, Tang Songyuan humbly replied, "No worries, Uncle Song. Please continue." "I am all ears." Pleased with his response, Song Jingwen nodded and said, "I know you are fortunate, but you must always maintain a sense of reverence for the market. The tides of commerce rise and fall. Cultivate a calm heart towards gains and losses. Lastly, I wish to impart one more thing." Tang Songyuan promptly replied, "Please go ahead." Song Jingwen smiled slightly and said, "What you are currently exposed to, be it the night markets or the Jade City and other markets, is merely the introductory circle of the gambling stone industry. Beyond this, there are larger and more prestigious circles of experts and masters, which you will gradually encounter after apprenticing under Master and I." Thus, the plethora of advice he offered earlier was simply a request. He hoped that when you acquire valuable pieces in the future, you would not forget Uncle Song. Tang Songyuan quickly responded, "Uncle Song, do not mention it. I will certainly keep your words in mind. More friends mean more avenues, while more enemies lead to more obstacles." Li Yangqiu chimed in, adding, "Uncle, please continue with your discussion about the circles of experts and masters. I'm still quite unfamiliar with that." Song Zhenghua refilled their cups and took a sip himself before continuing. The so-called expert circle consists of the Myanmar Nabitu public auction and the 4 major domestic public auctions, which are fundamentally devoid of outside participation, being a battleground for industry insiders, for instance. At the Nabita public auction, the materials presented are semi-transparent, yet they can still yield tenfold or even dozens of times the profit margin, with over half of the stones being subject to secret bidding, which entails numerous intricacies. However, in secret bidding, one may not necessarily outmaneuver the old foxes who navigate this world with ease, but not quite. In secret bidding, one can still see others' bids. With enthusiasm, Song Zhenghua continued to elaborate. As for the so-called Master Circle, it comprises various gambling stone intermediary companies between China and Myanmar. Although they are intermediary companies, even the rough materials from public auctions are exchanged among these intermediaries. The gambling stone resources they gather range from tens of millions to billions. Some specialized intermediaries even possess better sources than public auctions, with superior quality, occasionally presenting extraordinary materials that fall outside the rules. Chapter 36. A day as a disciple. Tang Songyuan realized why he seldom encountered high-end glass-grade or imperial green jade materials. They had already been cut off at the source. From the culture of gambling stones to the current gambling stone ecology, Song Zhenghua shared nearly everything without reservation, interspersing his narrative with legendary stories he had experienced or heard. Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu listened with rapt attention, finding the insider information about the industry both fascinating and enlightening. After conversing for over an hour, Tang Songyuan took his leave from Song Zhenghua. He planned to rent an apartment in Ruili and also lease a workshop for cutting stones, purchasing some cutting machines for his future use. "Do you need me to accompany you? I am quite familiar with this area," Li Yangqiu eagerly inquired as they stepped outside together. "That would be great." Li Yangqiu smiled and added, "Earlier, my uncle mentioned that you should take care of him in the future. Given our bond, I want to elaborate further. You understand." Tang Songyuan chuckled and replied, "Naturally. One should not forget their friends in times of prosperity." Then he walked over, patting Li Yangqiu on the shoulder, saying, "A brother fighting tigers together. A father-son duo in battle point one day. When I achieve great success, I will definitely seek you to lend me your help. Get lost." Li Yangqiu playfully scolded before hailing a taxi to leave. Finding a rental was quite straightforward. Tang Songyuan downloaded a rental application on his phone, logged in his personal information and location, browsed briefly, and selected an apartment located on Shijia Road, named Shidai Jiyuan. The apartment featured 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, with an expected rent of 1,800 a month. Next, he contacted customer service, and they quickly sent someone to show him the apartment. After inspecting the place, which was fully furnished with air conditioning, television, and refrigerator, he found it satisfactory enough for immediate move-in. He chose a 3-bedroom layout, considering Wei Qing would soon be taking her college entrance examinations and would inevitably come over during her break. This arrangement would allow for leisure and care at the same time. After some negotiation regarding the rental fee, they settled on an annual rate of 18,000. Tang Songyuan paid 20,000, covering the remaining agency fee. With his living arrangement secured, the next matter at hand was transportation. For the time being, I find myself traversing several markets and a few locations belonging to Ni Dahong. Although hailing a taxi is quite convenient, it pales in comparison to the luxury of having my own vehicle. However, he has yet to obtain a driver's license. After much contemplation, Tang Songyuan resolved to purchase a motorcycle first. This proved to be an even simpler task. I casually sought out a motorcycle shop, and after half an hour, I paid a deposit of 3,000 yuan to secure a Xinjiang motorcycle. The remaining tasks, such as registration, would be handled by the shop owner. As the clock approached 4 o'clock, Tang Songyuan hailed a taxi and made his way to Yuqing Market. Ni Dahong had invited him over for dinner, establishing a master-disciple relationship, and although it was described as a family gathering, it could also be viewed as a ceremonial feast for his apprenticeship, that it would not be fitting for Tang Songyuan to arrive empty-handed. Thus, he contemplated purchasing a piece of raw jade to present to Ni Dahong, knowing well that the latter had a penchant for such items. The stall of the Yuan family, Tang Songyuan selected a piece weighing over 5 jin. Upon inquiring about the price, Yuan Jie quoted 20,000 yuan. However, Tang Songyuan was no longer the naive buyer he had been earlier in the day. After a discussion with Song Jingguo at noon, he realized that 90% of raw jade merchants would inflate their prices. As the buyer, one need not be concerned with the seller's asking price. One could negotiate based on what one deemed the piece to be worth. Unlike earlier, when a bald vendor had quoted a staggering 1,800,000 yuan, Tang Songyuan had felt comfortable countering by merely 10,000 yuan, knowing that the seller would not take offense. Any indignation would merely be an act. Moreover, having purchased 2 pieces from the Yuan family for 12,000 and ultimately settling at 11,000, he now felt somewhat wronged, believing the price should have been even lower. Nevertheless, he regarded this as a learning experience, vowing to avoid such situations in the future. 20,000 was exceedingly outrageous. With widened eyes, Tang Songyuan exclaimed, "Yuan boss, do you think I am so easily deceived because I am a newcomer?" Yuan Jie, round-faced and jovial, replied with a grin, "The piece you selected is indeed quite distinctive. It contains some jade, albeit sparingly. A 1 to 2 centimeter wide water vein is visible only on the side, and the quality is merely icy jade with a color that is faintly mottled and lacks concentration." For this gift, he had not intended to present anything too exquisite that a piece of inferior quality would not satisfy the elderly Ni, while a high-end piece might raise suspicions about his own motives. Thus, something with minor flaws that could still offer Ni Dahong a chance to appreciate would be just right. With a chuckle, Tang Songyuan proposed, "How about I suggest a price? If you find it agreeable, I'll purchase it. If not, I shall simply seek another vendor." That he stated, 2,000. Yuan Jie feigned shock. 2,000? That's utterly impossible. At most, I can show it to you for that amount. Tang Songyuan insisted, "Let me be clear. When I didn't negotiate this morning, did you truly believe me to be a fool? This piece is worth at most 2,000. I will not pay a single fin more." Seeing his resolute demeanor, Yuan Jie donned a smile and replied, 2,000 is far too low. Just a few days ago, someone offered 5,000, and I didn't sell it. Brother Tang, could you perhaps increase your offer? This was even more absurd. Someone had offered 5,000. Yet he quoted 20,000. Tang Songyuan scoffed. "Honestly, you should have sold it for 5,000, he added. "How about this? I won't be overly demanding, so I'll raise my offer by 100, 2,001. If that works, splendid. If not, I will turn and leave at once." With that, he adopted an air of indignation as if preparing to depart. "If you enjoy theatrics, I can play the part as well." 2,001 it is. Yuan Jie, exasperated, conceded, "I am truly at your mercy." After finalizing the payment and acquiring the raw stone, Tang Songyuan exited Yuqing Market in good spirits and took a taxi to Ni Dahong's residence. Upon arrival, Ni Dahong had already changed into a formal outfit and was seated with an air of gravity in his living room. "Greetings, master." Tang Songyuan greeted first, presenting his gift. Ni Dahong accepted it with a smile, weighing it in his hands. "Did you specially select this from the market?" Tang Songyuan nodded. "Indeed, master, that I am an orphan. My adoptive parents have also passed away, leaving only a younger sister. Yet, my adoptive parents imparted to me a principle. Once a teacher, always a father. I humbly request you not to take this small token amiss." Then Ni Dahong nodded with a smile and gestured to a nearby chair. "Please sit, that I lack for nothing here, and I shall accept this gift. But do not make a habit of it in the future." Chapter 37. The enigmatic senior sister, Ni Dahong, examined the piece of raw jade Tang Songyuan had presented, habitually retrieving a flashlight to scrutinize it from various angles. Before long, a smile began to emerge on his face. "Come here for a moment." Tang Songyuan approached, and Ni Dahong pointed to a specific spot. "Look closely at this area. What do you observe? It seems cleaner than the rest." Tang Songyuan replied somewhat uncertainly, and Ni Dahong chuckled softly. "It's not just a matter of cleanliness. In this case, the owner has likely used a hard iron brush on it, a practice known in the industry as brushing the skin. However, after doing so, they likely regretted it, as the appearance of the skin did not meet their expectations. That he then illuminated another spot with the flashlight, instructing Tang Songyuan, "See here? Only this tiny area reflects the light clearly. The rest is murky. What does that signify?" Tang Songyuan, suddenly enlightened, realized it indicates that only this area contains moisture, while the rest is uncertain. Then Ni Dahong's smile broadened. "Exactly. In such cases, some individuals might create a small window in this location, allowing you to glimpse the meager moisture present, thus making it even more deceptive. However, it seems the previous owner did not have time to do so before you snatched a bargain." Tang Songyuan felt a flush of embarrassment. His master was teasing him that he had intended to offer a fine gift, only to find himself inadvertently outsmarted, which was quite mortifying. That Ni Dahong waved his hand dismissively. "This piece is quite good, that I shall keep it safe and return it to you when you complete your apprenticeship." Subsequently, Ni Dahong took the opportunity to impart a wealth of knowledge regarding jade gambling, covering topics such as the influence of lighting, the various appearances of raw stones under different colored lights, and the classification of moisture levels and color differences. This was all new information to Tang Songyuan, who wished fervently for a notebook to jot everything down. "Grandfather, dinner is ready." To the height of their discussion, a delicate voice wafted in from the adjacent hall, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking rhythmically against the hard floor. Shortly after, an ICC entered, adorned in a white floral qipao. She paused, then reiterated, "Grandfather, little junior brother, the meal is prepared. We may begin." That NICC's appearance was a stark contrast to that of midday. Her hair was elegantly styled into an updo, and her face bore a light touch of makeup. With her brows meticulously shaped, dangling from her ears were jade earrings of a vibrant green hue, enhancing her porcelain complexion and exuding an air of refined elegance. She embodied the essence of a sophisticated woman, far removed from her earlier youthful demeanor. Ni Dahong clapped the armrest of his chair and rose, declaring, "Let us commence the feast. Songyuan, come along." Though it was termed a feast upon entering the dining room, Tang Songyuan noticed the absence of a fourth person. That a sturdy round table was adorned with over 10 exquisite dishes that were visually enticing, along with a bottle of seemingly aged wine. Ni Dahong settled at the head of the table, gesturing to the seat on his left. "Songyuan, please take a seat here. That today's dishes were prepared by your senior sister, and I hear that you hail from Suzhou. So she has specially crafted several Sichuan dishes for you that I trust they will suit your palate. Do provide your feedback afterward." Tang Songyuan glanced at the table, momentarily taken aback by the sight of fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, and mala soup. Turning to NICC, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister. The presentation of these dishes speaks volumes about your culinary prowess. I have no doubt that your skills are of the highest caliber. It's a pity Michelin only awards 3 stars, that if I were to judge, you would undoubtedly receive a resounding 5-star rating." Seated to his right, NICC rolled her eyes, dismissively muttering, "Flatterer." She then casually picked up some pigweed and began to munch, producing a satisfying crunch. Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly, and Ni Dahong poured a glass of wine, inquiring, "Songyuan, do you drink?" "I usually do not partake in alcohol, nor do I have a particular liking for it." Tang Songyuan replied, "But today, I must toast my master." With that, he poured himself a glass and raised it, saying, "I am grateful to my master for accepting me as a disciple. Moving forward, I shall heed your teachings and diligently pursue my craft." Ni Dahong waved his hand gently, smiling. "No need for excessive formalities. Feel free to treat this as your own home." Though he was encouraged to be at ease, Tang Songyuan still felt a tinge of restraint. Fortunately, NICC's culinary skills were indeed impressive, with each dish not only visually appealing but also delectable in taste. After the meal, NICC quietly began to clear the table. Tang Songyuan, eager to assist, was halted by Ni Dahong's hand. "This is not your concern. Bring that piece of jade and follow me." This sudden shift left Tang Songyuan somewhat bewildered. At home, he was accustomed to washing dishes and cooking for his younger sister. And now he found himself in the role of a carefree guest, which felt unfamiliar. Well then, senior sister, I will accompany master for now. Nicc barely lifted her gaze, responding nonchalantly, go ahead, following Ni de home. They entered a tea room, where they each took their seats at opposite ends of Ni de home, while boiling water to brew tea. Remarked, as for me, I am a native of Rueli, having ventured into Myanmar to mine in my early years. Scouring the mountains for stones, just like those in Muxai, as I grew older, I gradually unraveled the principles of jade appraisal, thus becoming self-taught. Tang Songyuan listened quietly, yet a question lingered in his mind. Logically, with such a vast family fortune, why was there only one granddaughter in ICC? In their conversations, her parents had never been mentioned. However, Ni de home had previously stated that he bore no enemies. Furthermore, Li Yanqiu had indicated that Ni de home sought a son-in-law. But whether this was true remained uncertain and was not something he dared to inquire. Nevertheless, considering Nicc's affluent background, her appearance and physique were beyond reproach, and her character and style were versatile. It seemed improbable that suitors would be lacking. In fact, those vying for her affection ought to be queuing from here to France. Yet Ni de home made no effort to retain her, merely nodding and saying, well, wait for me at the door tomorrow morning. I will take you to a place. Chapter 38. The glass-type material that night, Tang Songyuan moved out of Li Yanqiu's rental apartment, taking only his modest belongings to the house he had rented. The following morning, he arrived early at Ni de home's residence. To his surprise, the grandfather and granddaughter had risen even earlier to eye in their spacious garden. Ni de home was practicing a set of martial arts that Tang Songyuan could not comprehend in a small clearing at the southeast corner. Meanwhile, Nicc, clad in form-fitting yoga attire, stood at the northeast corner, balancing on one leg in a pose reminiscent of a golden rooster standing alone. Utterly motionless that Songyuan has arrived, Ni de home continued his movements, speaking slowly. Tang Songyuan greeted him, Master, you are up so early. It's been my habit for decades. Ni de home replied, exuding a serene demeanor as he concluded his practice. Standing firmly with his feet point, one might think that at my young age, I should begin to focus on health preservation. Therefore, it has nothing to do with age. Tang Songyuan found this reasoning compelling. After all, one can never have too many skills. The ancient Chinese practice of Qigong, having been passed down for thousands of years, might indeed contribute to longevity, that he readily agreed to practice under Ni de home's guidance. Typically, newcomers to this practice experience discomfort such as chest tightness, shortness of breath, and difficulty breathing that Ni de home remarked. However, this is a normal phenomenon. The key is to practice diligently, ideally twice a day. Later, I will teach you the 5 animals play and Tai Chi. Tang Songyuan felt no adverse reactions. Instead, he experienced warmth in his body and slight perspiration in his palms and soles. It seemed clear that the old master possessed genuine skill, aside from his talent in jade appraisal. He appeared to be in his 50s despite being over 60, which was impressive in itself. Moreover, he was knowledgeable about the 5 animals play and Tai Chi, whether for fitness or self-defense. It was imperative that he learn more. After enjoying breakfast at the Ni household, Ni de home brought out his Ford pickup truck, inviting Tang Songyuan to get in. Can you drive? Ni de home inquired while starting the vehicle. Tang Songyuan replied, I haven't had the opportunity to learn, but I am preparing to take the test. Ni de home nodded. You should do so as soon as possible. Driving has become a fundamental skill for the youth that if you cannot drive, how can you discuss a harmonious society? As Tang Songyuan observed the scenes outside the car window, he noticed they were not headed toward the market or city center, prompting his curiosity. Master, where are we going today? Ni de home replied, we are visiting a stone gambling brokerage to catch up with an old friend. This establishment was typically inaccessible to the average person, yet once Tang Songyuan honed his skills, he would be able to visit frequently, that he had heard about such stone gambling brokerages from Songjingwa the day before. Yet he still found some aspects puzzling. Some brokerages strictly limited participation from outsiders, often requiring power and influence to qualify. Tang Songyuan asked, isn't it said that stone gambling is not for gambling? And there are no restrictions domestically? Why then do such brokerages operate so clandestinely? Ni de home chuckled. There are numerous reasons, but ultimately it boils down to 2 words. Profit. Tang Songyuan remained somewhat perplexed, prompting Ni de home to glance at him and continue. To put it simply, the jade industry accounts for more than half of Myanmar's income, Yet the mining areas are under the control of local warlords. Before the 1990s, there was constant warfare among warlords. It wasn't until 30 years ago, after peace negotiations, that the old Myanmar began to regulate the jade produced from these mines. The legitimate trading process requires first paying taxes to the Kachin army, after which the old Myanmar categorizes the raw stones into 4 grades based on quality. The premium resources in the top 2 grades are supervised and marketed by the old Myanmar. This is the origin of the Nabaidu public auction, aimed at clarifying tax collection while seizing opportunities, thus requiring premium jade to be cut open to ascertain its base value before it can legally enter trade channels. With this explanation, Tang Songyuan finally grasped the situation. These so-called stone gambling brokerages were essentially leveraging their channels to exploit the old Myanmar's resources. Therefore, they would never dare to expose this easily, as it could attract various forces, leading to unforeseen complications. This was why they limited their clientele, maintaining long-term partnerships with those who adhered to the rules and kept their agreements as they spoke. The Ford Raptor came to a halt at the iron gate of a 3-story townhouse that a man in a security uniform approached, glanced at the driver, N.I. Dahong, and without uttering a word, opened the gate to allow them entry. Upon entering, they found themselves in a parking lot, where N.I. Dahong casually found a space to park and exited the vehicle with Tang Songyuan, Master and I. It has been a long time, as soon as they stepped out. A middle-aged man in his 40s with slicked back hair eagerly extended his hand to N.I. Dahong that we just received a batch of premium materials last night, and the seals haven't even been broken. We are waiting for you to come and evaluate them. That N.I. Dahong raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward Tang Songyuan. This is my newly accepted disciple, Tang Songyuan, and I brought him here today to broaden his horizons. Is that acceptable? The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled as he quickly produced a business card from his pocket, handing it to Tang Songyuan with a smile. Of course, we welcome Master Ni's esteemed disciple. Let us keep in touch. Tang Songyuan accepted the card with both hands and glanced at it quickly. The name Zhou Hongyang was printed on it, along with a phone number and the name of his company. Hongyang Jade. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I look forward to your guidance. Tang Songyuan replied politely as he tucked the card away and no need for formalities. Zhou Hongyang smiled and nodded, then gestured for N.I. Dahong to enter, saying, Master and I. Please. Zhou Hongyang personally led the duo into a relatively spacious yet dimly lit room. The floor was strewn with numerous bulging white snakeskin bags, easily numbering over 100, each sealed with lead and bearing English and numerical codes. After emptying 7 or 8 bags, approximately 20 raw stones were piled together. He even brought over a small stool and placed it at N.I. Dahong's feet, saying, These are all top-quality materials. Please take your time to examine them. I will check on other guests at the entrance. N.I. Dahong sat down without hesitation and called to Tang Songyuan, come over and take a look. As Tang Songyuan approached, he casually activated his perspective vision. Wow, glass type. Chapter 39. The Master Carver. Upon activating his perspective vision, Tang Songyuan immediately recognized the piece of jade in N.I. Dahong's hand as a genuine glass type. There was no need to rely on the appraisal results provided by the vision. He could discern it himself. The term type refers to the texture and structure of jade, while water denotes its transparency. Though these are 2 distinct concepts, they are interrelated. Generally, high-quality types possess good transparency, and those with excellent transparency typically do not have inferior types. The jade material in N.I. Dahong's hand weighed around 3 to 4 pounds, with a white-green exterior that had already shed its sand. To the naked eye, its thin outer layer resembled the keratinized layer formed from calluses on human skin, seemingly coarse yet exuding a rich gelatinous quality. Under the light, the raw material appeared even more stunning, resembling a shimmering lake, resplendent and crystal clear. This was undoubtedly a glass type. N.I. Dahong asserted, Songyuan, come take a look. Thus, the primary gamble with this material lies in the cotton, that he then proceeded to explain to Tang Songyuan the specifics of cotton as an internal inclusion in jade during stone gambling. Ultimately, he expressed regret, saying, You need not entertain hopes for this piece. Its base quality is too high. Conservatively, it would likely cost no less than 20 million if it could be acquired for 15 million. That would still be somewhat profitable. Tang Songyuan was astonished. Was this the realm of jade gambling experts? Such a relatively small piece could command a price in the millions. It seemed he truly needed to accelerate his earning potential to have sufficient strength to acquire valuable items in the future. N.I. Dahong, without any lingering affection, set aside the piece of glass-type jade, and picked up another slightly smaller raw stone. This piece had a green hue tinged with gray and black. Yet under the light, it subtly revealed an intensely rich green glow. This material is known as color agent, sourced from the rear Jiangchenko. The snake-like patterns you see are the original stone's python skin. Also referred to as python band, the in Idahong pointed to a specific area on the raw material, explaining, it is distributed across the surface of the jadeite's weathered shell, typically appearing as raised serpentine veins resembling the skin of a python. Tang Songyuan listened intently, absorbing the information like a parched sponge, soaking up nourishing water. At that moment, Zhou Hongyang entered with 4 other individuals. Among them were 2 familiar faces, Fang Hongyi and Xiaoying Su, whom Tang Songyuan had met at the stone gambling appreciation event in the magical city. The other 2 were men in their 50s or 60s, one with graying hair and a slender frame, and the other sporting high cheekbones and wearing glasses. The bespectacled elder, upon spotting An Dahong, greeted him warmly. "Wow, Master and I, long time no see." An Dahong rose to acknowledge him, but quickly turned to the other man, saying, "Old He, come over and meet my new apprentice." The elderly gentleman, surnamed He, looked at Tang Songyuan with surprise and chuckled. "Not bad, not bad. Your taste is quite good." After An Dahong's introduction, Tang Songyuan learned that the elder's name was He, a renowned carving master with numerous apprentices and several jadeite retail outlets in Rueli. "Greetings, Master He. I look forward to your guidance." Tang Songyuan courteously addressed him, realizing this was likely the old friend An Dahong had mentioned earlier. He, smiling, nodded. "No need for formalities. Old and I has only you as an apprentice, so learn well, and you will achieve great things in the future. And don't call me Master He. Out of respect. Just call me Uncle Tai." While the 3 conversed, Fang Hongyi, Xiaoying Su, and the others began examining the raw materials under Zhou Hongyang's guidance. As time passed, more individuals entered the room, yet the total never exceeded 20, confirming An Dahong's earlier assertion of being discreet and low-key. Some, like Fang Hongyi and Xiaoying Su, selected several pieces, stacking them in the corner like a small mountain. Naturally, An Dahong had his eye on a piece of glass-grade raw material and called Zhou Hongyang to negotiate its price. Zhou Hongyang's eyes sparkled with amusement as he remarked, "Master and I, your discerning eye is truly exceptional. Our boss has already appraised this piece, stating it cannot be less than 28 million An Dahong. However, scoffed, 1.5 million, no more discussion." Though he stated 1.5, everyone understood it to mean 1,500,000. That Zhou Hongyang's expression turned troubled. Master Ni's offer was indeed quite harsh for glass-grade material. As it barely covered the cost of this trip, the An Dahong replied coolly, "Spare me the theatrics. The deal not be deceived by its promising exterior. There are still many uncertainties. Furthermore, this is not pure glass grade. The variety on the side is inferior, only approaching glass grade. You know as well as I that a slight difference in quality can lead to a 10-fold variation in price." Zhou Hongyang recognized he could not outmaneuver An Dahong on professional grounds, especially since every point he made accurately reflected the characteristics of the material. Reluctantly, he said, "I really can't make this decision. Let me call the boss." That An Dahong nodded slightly, and Zhou Hongyang hurriedly exited the room. Without hesitation, An Dahong took out his phone and transferred the money. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Songyuan inquired about the price of the rear Jiang small material, and upon hearing it was only 50,000, he promptly paid and acquired it. This piece was not only of good quality and color, but it also had a thin jade skin concealing ample material beneath, boasting a vibrant green hue. He also purchased 4 or 5 pieces, to which An Dahong asked, "I'm nearly done. What about you?" He replied, "What, are you planning to treat me to a meal?" An Dahong retorted, "What I meant was to take Songyuan to see your workshop and perhaps have this piece cut." He glanced at Tang Songyuan, thought for a moment, and then laughed. "You rarely accept invitations, yet now you are the one proposing it. I find that suspicious." That An Dahong, slightly irritated, countered, "Stop the nonsense. I want you to show him the actual finished product market to help him understand the correlation between quality and price. Where do you think your old mind wanders?" Upon hearing this, Tang Songyuan finally grasped An Dahong's good intentions. The primary reason was that many factors influence jadeite's value. Variety, water content, and color are merely the basics. Even within the realm of water content, there are numerous subtle distinctions, and color classification can number in the hundreds. Undoubtedly, imperial green holds the highest value, but encountering such a hue is no small feat, Tai suddenly understood. That's a minor issue. Let's head out now, then on the way to Tai's workshop. Tang Songyuan still rode in the same vehicle as Dahong. Upon hearing this, Tang Songyuan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, yet he was also grateful. This was the benefit of apprenticing under Dahong. These invisible connections were not something everyone could possess. Perhaps this was just the tip of the iceberg. He even noted that Tai drove a luxurious Range Rover, and he was not behind the wheel, but comfortably seated in the back. After a brief drive, they arrived at Tai's carving workshop. Dahong alighted from the vehicle with composure, while Tang Songyuan assisted Tai in unloading the purchased materials and bringing them inside. The workshop housed numerous workstations with various machines humming busily, some cutting, some polishing, and designers meticulously sketching on jade materials. Shall we start with this piece? Tai asked, eyeing the glass-grade jadeite raw material with a glint of desire. Then he turned to Tang Songyuan and said, "Bring out the rear jiang color material." The piece weighed less than a pound, and Tang Songyuan retrieved it from his pocket, handing it to Dahong. Holding the raw stone, Dahong remarked, "You are quite astute. This material possesses remarkable characteristics. Under the light, it reveals both quality and color. From this angle, you can see some cracks, thus the risk of gambling on color is substantial. However, if this piece yields a ring face the size of a fingertip," he paused momentarily, prompting Tai to interject. "Such a high-quality ring face would start at no less than 600,000. A flicker of joy crossed Tang Songyuan's eyes, but Tai continued. "Yet, if the color is slightly weaker, the price might drop by an entire zero. A difference in color quality can lead to a tenfold price disparity. Enough talk, let us get to polishing," Dahong declared, and then he busied himself with a small grinding tool, beginning to work on the jade material. After about 10 minutes, he had ground a window the thickness of a fingernail at the edge of the rear jiang small piece. Through a tiny crack, a glimmer of spring-like, crystalline green light emerged. "Look!" Dahong exclaimed with delight, presenting it to the two. "The common characteristic of rear jiang color material is that wherever there is color, it penetrates deeply, which significantly differs from the quality of water material." Tai raised his eyebrows, stating, "This is commendable. The color is exceptionally rich and vibrant, that IT can be considered invaluable, yet the risk remains high." Dahong chuckled lightly, saying, "When the price is in the tens of thousands, what is there to fear from such risks? A small bet can yield great rewards. You take Songyuan to explore. I'll continue polishing here." Tai nodded. "That works." Thus, Tang Songyuan began to broaden his horizons as Tai meticulously explained the standards for discerning different qualities of water and color, detailing what colors correspond to which price tiers. For instance, the most prestigious green is subdivided into numerous shades, with a specific grading system, and so forth. Regrettably, while the jadeite was fully green, there were still variances in its depth. Some areas appeared deep and rich, while others seemed light and pale. After a simple lunch, Dahong resumed working on the jade material, he then adhered the rough piece onto a wooden stick using 502 glue, secured it with a hairdryer, followed by sanding, and ultimately polished it, resulting in a smooth, lustrous, and strikingly green gemstone. "It's done." Dahong beamed, showcasing the polished ring face to Tai, and Tang Songyuan. Tai confidently declared, "It's approaching imperial green. Old Ni's craftsmanship remains unparalleled." Tang Songyuan was equally impressed. Not only did Dahong possess a unique ability to appraise jadeite, but his practical skills were also exceptional. While tidying up the remaining scraps, Dahong inquired, "Just a ring face. I need not flaunt my skills in front of you, old he. Does Songyuan wish to keep it for himself, or shall I have you handle it?" Tang Songyuan smiled and replied, "Then I'll trouble Uncle Tai." Tai chuckled, caressing the exquisite ring face, considered for a moment and stated, "This ring face is worth 1 million. The remaining scraps have decent quality and color, allowing for some smaller pieces to be extracted. Overall, let's value it at 800,000. What do you think, Songyuan?" Naturally, Tang Songyuan had no reason to disagree, and they promptly completed the transaction. Over the next few days, Tang Songyuan diligently studied the art of stone gambling with Dahong in the mornings, while in the afternoons and evenings, he accompanied Tai in the workshop and market, leading a busy yet fulfilling life. During a moment of respite, Tang Songyuan took the opportunity to inquire about local driving schools in Rueli, that he downloaded a driving test guide in preparation for his upcoming theoretical exam. He calculated the time. He realized it was nearly time for the auction at Shondo Auction House to commence. Tang Songyuan had been eagerly anticipating this auction. On one hand, he had high hopes for the Crouching Tiger, hidden dragon piece, which featured a captivating combination of doghead gold and icy jadeite, and he hoped it would fetch a handsome price. That on the other hand, there was the meteorite containing a mysterious orb, which he suspected might be linked to his own clairvoyant abilities. An opportunity he simply could not miss. That he mentioned only that he had matters to attend to in the Magic City, which would delay him for a few days. That Dahong did not probe further, contemplating for a moment before agreeing. But he made one request, that Nicc accompany him. Your senior sister has been cooped up at home. Let her join you in the Magic City to consider it a chance to unwind. Tang Songyuan was taken aback and had yet to respond when Nicc, having just finished her yoga session and glistening with sweat, approached with a soft, melancholic tone. What's the matter? Does the junior brother not wish for the senior sister to accompany him? The sudden intimacy in her words caught him off guard. That of course not. Tang Songyuan quickly replied, if senior sister wishes to go, then so be it. That I merely worry it may disrupt your plans. That I have no plans, just aimless fun. And Nicc tilted her head and playfully smiled. Then it's settled. The next morning at 10:30, Tang Songyuan, with a light load of luggage, boarded a direct flight from Mongshu to the Magic City alongside Nicc. Shortly after takeoff, Nicc requested a glass of orange juice from the flight attendant and, crossing her legs, leisurely turned to Tang Songyuan. Junior brother, do you find it dull learning about stones from my grandfather? Tang Songyuan replied, not at all. My master possesses exquisite skills and is a luminary in the field. To learn under him is a tremendous fortune. Nicc chuckled and said, do you know why my grandfather took you under his wing? She continued, he once remarked that my luck was remarkable. Hence he decided to take me as a disciple, curious to see if the fusion of luck and skill would yield any subtle transformations. How do you truly believe that rationale? Nicc covered her mouth with a giggle, her eyes glinting with mischief. Are you not aware that my grandfather, Dahong, takes on disciples primarily to find a suitable son-in-law for the Ni family? Tang Songyuan's mouth fell agape, astonished beyond measure. He had indeed heard this before, and when Lu Yangqiu mentioned it, he found it somewhat absurd. Yet, hearing it directly from Nicc transformed the absurdity into something fantastical. Gazing at Nicc's stunning visage, he swallowed hard and nervously remarked, I have heard some whispers, but given that senior sister possesses such admirable qualities and is also an excellent cook, I would expect suitors to be vying for your attention at the Ni household. From Dahong's collection, it was evident that while the Ni family might not be extraordinarily wealthy, their assets surely exceeded 100 million. Spending 15 million on a piece of jadeite seemed trivial. Nicc's expression suddenly turned alluring, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on Tang Songyuan. Then do you find me beautiful, junior brother? Tang Songyuan nodded earnestly. In both appearance and figure, senior sister is extraordinarily beautiful. Nicc's enchanting eyes blinked a few times, and she smiled. Then what exactly do you find beautiful about me? This question stumped Tang Songyuan, who racked his brain before finally saying, your beauty resembles that of a celestial being descended to earth. Akin to the enchanting allure of flowers that shy away from the moonlight, truly the most beautiful in the world, though. Oh ha. Your words are quite sweet. Junior brother, Nicc burst into laughter, but her expression quickly shifted to seriousness. Since that is the case, why do you think I remain unmarried? Indeed, this question had been a topic of discussion between Tang Songyuan and Lu Yangqiu. With the wealth of the Ni family, Dahong's unique abilities, and Nicc's own beauty and charm, one would expect her to be inundated with suitors. That Nicc's demeanor grew slightly cold, her tone laced with melancholy. Because I am ill. What? Tang Songyuan was taken aback once more, and he activated his clairvoyant vision, akin to an X-ray, scanning Nicc's body. However, he found no discrepancies compared to an ordinary person. In fact, Nicc appeared healthier than most. Why then did she claim to be unwell? Observing the astonishment and confusion in Tang Songyuan's eyes, Nicc took another sip of orange juice and tilted her head. What? You don't believe me? Tang Songyuan shook his head. I truly do not believe me. Senior sister appears quite healthy. Surely, this cannot be a ploy to frighten me? He added earnestly, I have come to learn my craft. If you are dissatisfied with this, I can ask Master Ni to expel me from his tutelage. Do I need to frighten you? Nicc set down her cup, adjusting her posture to face Tang Songyuan. When I tell you the truth, you still do not believe me that I genuinely have an illness. Every full moon, I lose my sanity, transforming into a completely different person, crying and screaming in agony, and even attacking those close to me with a knife. Thus, whenever I am about to succumb to this affliction, my grandfather locks me in bed, binding me tightly until dawn. Tang Songyuan had encountered individuals with mental illnesses before and understood emotional instability to some extent, but hearing such a regular occurrence was unprecedented. Yet he was not a doctor and felt ill-equipped to draw conclusions, let alone discern the truth of her claims. Have you tried any medications? He inquired cautiously. Nicc shook her head in distress, her brow furrowing slightly, exuding a sense of melancholy as she replied, "It's futile. Even the best tranquilizers are ineffective during an episode, but once the time passes, I return to normalcy." She then added with utmost seriousness, "But you need not worry. The last full moon was 3 days ago, and for nearly a month, I shall not experience any episodes." That a hint of sympathy flickered across Tang Songyuan's face as he said, "Senior sister, you need not fret. Medical technology is advancing swiftly, and I believe a treatment for your condition will emerge soon. Now that I have shared my truth with you, do you still wish to marry me? Do you still wish to become the son-in-law of the Ni family?" Nicc's eyes glimmered with a hint of mist, her hopeful gaze fixed on Tang Songyuan. Tang Songyuan found himself momentarily taken aback. His expression a mixture of conflict, struggle, and hesitation. Nicc was undeniably beautiful, her whimsical personality captivating, yet he did not harbor any substantial feelings for her. The notion of marriage felt abrupt and overwhelming, especially given the ambiguity surrounding her earlier statements. That a flicker of disappointment crossed Nicc's eyes, which soon transformed into a playful disdain, before she burst into laughter, her expression triumphant. "I was just teasing you. You actually believed it. How utterly gullible. I'm going to sleep now. You can amuse yourself." With that, she donned an eye mask, reclined her seat, and soon fell into a state of steady breathing. Tang Songyuan found himself bemused, utterly unprepared for the dramatic twists and turns of their earlier conversation, which had merely been a prank by this girl. Watching Nicc lying beside him, donned in her eye mask and headphones, it was hard to tell if she was genuinely asleep or merely pretending. There was something quite captivating about her disregard for the world around her. He smirked slightly, leaned back against his seat, and closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. By 3 in the afternoon, the plane landed smoothly at Hongqiao Airport. Tang Songyuan carried a sports backpack while Nicc pulled along a petite suitcase, retrieving a pair of sunglasses from seemingly nowhere to wear. Her lips curling into a slight smile as she turned to Tang Songyuan. "Junior brother, this is my first time in the Magic City. Is there anything I should be aware of, senior sister? Perhaps tone it down a bit. Let us keep a low profile, and we should be fine," Tang Songyuan replied, attempting to rein in the exuberance. "That is your survival mantra. Hurry and get in the car." With a sense of resignation, Tang Songyuan climbed into the vehicle and closed the door. Nicc then instructed the driver to the Pudong Regal Hotel. Naturally, the hotel was booked by Nicc, reportedly to check out the trendy infinity pool. Not long after they had set off, Nicc suddenly inquired in a melodious tone, "Driver, do you think we make a good match?" The question momentarily stunned the driver, who took a moment to glance at the two through the rearview mirror before hesitantly responding. "I suppose that you look quite compatible." Nicc's eyes lit up, and she bounced in her seat, turning to Tang Songyuan. "Look, even the driver thinks we make a good pair. What is wrong with me being with you? Speak up, brother-in-law." Tang Songyuan nearly choked, and the driver slammed on the brakes in shock. "Wow, is this how the younger generation rolls these days?" Tang Songyuan, both anxious and flustered, attempted to explain to the driver. "Please disregard her nonsense. She is actually my senior sister." Nicc, with a visage marked by sorrow and lament, pointed a trembling finger at Tang Songyuan and admitted, "Fine, I was indeed speaking falsely. Our matters should not be disclosed to my elder sister." Tang Songyuan, in a state of resignation, turned his face away, choosing to ignore her. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the hotel. Once they settled their luggage in their respective rooms, Nicc unexpectedly took Tang Songyuan's hand and insisted on going shopping. As if nothing had transpired earlier, "Junior, you are now a person of considerable wealth. While you need not flaunt designer labels, at the very least, you ought to present yourself more elegantly. That it was as if she was directly insinuating that Tang Songyuan appeared rather unsophisticated. Tang Songyuan, non-committal, replied, I think it's perfectly fine. The purpose of clothing is to provide modesty and warmth, and I genuinely find it satisfactory. That Nicc raised her eyebrows and retorted, that won't do. As the yet-to-be-acknowledged husband of the Ni family, you simply cannot appear this way. Come along with me. Tang Songyuan felt a sudden rush in his mind. This woman was indeed unpredictable, whimsically following her own script. Hadn't she just asserted that it was all a lie? Why was she bringing it up again? It seemed he had yet to navigate this obstacle. Thus, bewildered, he followed Nicc onto the streets, only to discover what true terror meant. Aside from jewelry, Nicc appeared utterly immune to restraint. Whenever she fancied an item, a swipe of her card would have the shop staff promptly wrapping it up and placing it in Tang Songyuan's hands. Though he had no objections to carrying her purchases, the pivotal issue was that Nicc insisted on trying on each piece, her voice dripping with sweetness as she inquired, Does this look good? What is appealing about it? Naturally, Tang Songyuan would affirm its beauty, yet upon sensing a flicker of impatience in his demeanor, she would swiftly change to another outfit, repeating this cycle. It wasn't limited to women's apparel. Nicc also selected 2 exquisite ensembles for Tang Songyuan, a Hermes belt, a pair of handcrafted shoes made from fine lambskin, and a wristwatch, all charged to her card. Tang Songyuan had intended to offer her the money, but was met with a fierce glare from Nicc. Silence. She then smiled sweetly, observing him squeeze between numerous bags. Oh dear, I truly apologize for burdening you with so many. Are you not weary? Would you like me to assist you with some of it? However, all Tang Songyuan could think upon hearing this was a retort. Are you capable of it? You little rascal, clearing his throat. He replied, No problem at all, senior sister. His physical condition had been enhanced by a mysterious orb, granting him strength and resilience beyond that of an ordinary person, so carrying such items was indeed manageable. Though their volume was somewhat cumbersome, Nicc smirked mischievously before turning back to her shopping spree. After a solid 4 hours of shopping, Nicc finally felt a pang of hunger, prompting her to abandon her retail therapy in search of a place to dine. Casting a glance at his pitiful countenance, she smirked slightly. All right then, but you must treat me to dinner, and you know my standards. If the food is subpar, be prepared for my wrath. Nicc's culinary skills were the finest Tang Songyuan had ever encountered, though this was perhaps due to his limited experiences. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. With the wealth of information available today, finding a top-notch restaurant was hardly a challenge. Tang Songyuan chose a restaurant near the Qinghuang Miao. Handing the menu to Nicc, she merely skimmed it before exuberantly ordering a variety of dishes, including stir-fried crab roast soup dumplings, 2 servings of crab roast xylong bao, lotus leaf fragrant 8 treasure duck, black pepper grilled scallops, braised lion's head meatballs, and oil-splashed river shrimp. She then passed the menu back to Tang Songyuan. Is this sufficient? After a brief consideration, he added a clay pot braised chicken, bringing their total to 8 dishes. While waiting for their meal, Nicc curiously inquired, Junior, you haven't told me why you've come to the Magic City this time. Tang Songyuan pondered for a moment before responding, Actually, I'm here to attend an auction. Would you care to join me, senior sister? Nicc scrunched her nose in disdain. I have no interest in such things. If it were a literary festival or a comic convention, I might be slightly intrigued. This woman truly marched to the beat of her own drum. He wondered whether she intended to attend a comic convention as a cosplayer or merely as an observer. After satisfying their appetites, Nicc assessed, not too shabby. The stir-fried crab roe and lion's head were quite acceptable, though that 8 treasure duck fell short. Barely passing, I suppose. Once they finished their meal, Tang Songyuan anticipated some whimsical turn from Nicc. Glancing at his watch, which indicated it was just past 8, he found himself lost in thought. But you wouldn't understand. Nicc observed his perplexed expression and continued. Next, I'll apply a facial mask. Steam my face, do some beauty exercises, and take a shower. By then, it'll be 10 o'clock. For me, sleeping at 10 is already quite late. Her reasoning was so sound that he found himself at a loss for words. How dedicated she was to self-care. Did she intend to live to be 200 years old? The night passed in silence. The next morning, Tang Songyuan awoke early. Dai Dehong had informed him that as long as he felt no discomfort, Both practices could be undertaken simultaneously. The two practices complemented each other effectively, promoting longevity. After practicing for more than a week, while he had yet to fully grasp the nuances of energy sensation, he could distinctly feel an enhancement in his physical condition. His bones felt sturdier and his limbs more powerful. Though the progress was modest, the results were indeed tangible. 9 o'clock, Tang Songyuan arrived at the auction venue of Shanda Auction House. He sat comfortably, awaiting the commencement of the auction. The event was set to begin at 9:30. He casually picked up the promotional brochure for the auction placed on his chair. The brochure featured images of each item up for bid, along with their auction numbers. There were over 40 items in total, including porcelain and renowned paintings. The piece Tang Songyuan submitted, the Wahyu Panlong, was positioned as number 18. However, upon flipping to the last page, he encountered a grave issue. The brochure conspicuously omitted the extraterrestrial meteorite. Previously, Yu Qingran had clearly stated that it would appear at this auction, so why was it absent from the promotional materials? This meteorite, seemingly unremarkable, resembled a rugged lump of iron. That he immediately rose and navigated through the auction hall to the office area, where he found Yu Qingran preparing for the auction. Mr. Tang, you've arrived quite early. The auction is about to commence, so I kindly ask you to remain patient. While Yu Qingran was clad in a fitted qipao, exuding grace and poise. However, Tang Songyuan had no inclination to focus on her appearance. With his ability to see through things, he had already perceived her entire being in its entirety. His current concern was why the previously confirmed extraterrestrial meteorite was absent from the auction lineup. He took a deep breath to steady his mind and asked, "Excuse me, Miss Yu. May I inquire why the meteorite I was quite fond of is not listed in your auction lineup?" Meteorite. Yu Qingran pondered for a moment before smiling. "Oh, I recall now. That meteorite was indeed slated for auction. However, the consignor unexpectedly requested its withdrawal over a week ago, even paying a fee of 30,000. What? Yu Qingran quickly reassured him. "Mr. Tang, please don't be alarmed. Allow me to explain." Chapter 43. What on earth? Tang Songyuan's spirits plummeted. This turn of events was entirely unexpected. Did I apologize for my earlier reaction? Yu Qingran's expression turned troubled as she inquired. Is Mr. Tang particularly invested in this information? Generally speaking, when a consignor requests confidentiality regarding client information, the auction house is obligated to respect that confidentiality. If no request has been made, there is no necessity to do so. Tang Songyuan nodded. Yes, I truly have a fondness for that meteorite and believe it is imperative that it comes into my possession. Now that the meteorite had gone missing, he felt an amalgamation of anxiety and unease, accompanied by a wave of apprehension that he certainly did not wish for the secret of the metallic orb to be discovered by anyone else. Yu Qingran glanced at her watch and suggested, "How about this? The auction is about to begin, and once it concludes, I will contact the client on your behalf. Whether they are willing to meet you is entirely up to them." Given the circumstances, Tang Songyuan had no other recourse but to tentatively agree. The venue was already packed, and the attendees were impeccably dressed, exuding an air of success. Had it not been for the new attire that NICC had insisted on purchasing for him the previous night, he might have felt somewhat out of place. Yet, reflecting on it, Tang Songyuan found himself unconcerned that as long as these affluent individuals were willing to pay a handsome sum for his, that was all that mattered. Soon, Yu Qingran, with a subtle smile, gracefully took to the podium, wielding a small wooden hammer with an air of elegance. As the chief auctioneer of Shangda, she began with a brief introduction before presenting the 40-plus items up for bid. The first item was a Ming Dynasty landscape painting, which she elaborately introduced for over 3 minutes. The voice of Yu Qingran is both soft and melodious, evoking a sensation akin to gentle tingles, effortlessly drawing one into her narrative. Tang Songyuan, currently disinterested in the past dynasties of Tang, Song, and Yuan, finds his focus solely on the item number 18, the Wohu Panlong, that he is consumed by curiosity regarding the price this exquisite combination of gold and jade might fetch. He merely hopes for the auction to conclude swiftly, so he can seek out Yu Qingran to unearth the identity of the client who commissioned that celestial meteorite, that he is determined to acquire it at any cost. Moreover, disregarding financial constraints, he has yet to secure a specific location to house this ancient landscape painting. As for future matters, he decides to postpone them for later. As the auction officially commences, attendees begin to bid on the landscape painting, the atmosphere intensifying with each competing offer. In no time, The antique landscape painting is sold for a staggering 1.3 million. That various auction items continue to parade before the audience, while Tang Songyuan remains a silent observer. Unable to alter the current events, he redirects his attention toward Yu Qingran. Her skin is truly fair, distinct from that of naturally fair-skinned individuals. It possesses a delicate whiteness that many women envy. It is as tender as that of a newborn, smooth as a peeled, soft-boiled egg, inciting a desire to caress her skin with rough hands, tracing the warmth beneath her surface. Next up is our 18th treasure of the day. Just as Tang Songyuan's thoughts wander into daydreams, it is finally time for his Wohu Panlong to be presented, and while Yu Qingran smiles gently, revealing her charming dimples, her voice remaining clear and soothing as she states, "This is an exceptionally unique piece of art." More remarkably, its purity reaches an astounding 91%, which is quite rare in the natural world. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the large screen. It resembles a reclining tiger. The naturally formed doghead gold is already a rarity. And to find one with such a perfect form and auspicious symbolism is even more extraordinary. The large screen to the left of the podium showcases a close-up of the Wohu Panlong, presenting the doghead gold from various angles. The Wohu doghead gold retains its original appearance. Though lacking the finesse of intricate craftsmanship, it is precisely this essence of natural creation that captivates the audience. Yu Qingran continues, "As the saying goes, gold has its price, while jade is priceless. For this Wohu, the client specifically sought a premium piece of icy jade, engaging the finest jade carver in the country to personally craft it, resulting in this splendid fusion of gold and jade." The audience begins to murmur. "This piece is intriguing, understated yet refined. It would be perfectly suited for my study." Another adds, "Doghead gold is indeed rare. Especially in good condition. It looked unremarkable in the promotional catalog, but seeing it in person ignites an impulse to acquire it." Yet another remarks, "I think the name Wu Panlong is rather unappealing. If I win the bid, I shall rename it Wohu Songlong, which seems more fitting." With the crowd buzzing with enthusiasm, Yu Qingran achieves her desired effect, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she proclaims, "Seeing that everyone is quite fond of item number 18. Let us commence the bidding. The starting price for this Wohu Panlong is 10 million RMB, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 100,000 RMB. Please place your bids 0.11 million as soon as her words fall." Someone raises their paddle, declaring the price with an air of determination, 0.12 million, 15 million. Tang Songyuan's attention sharpens, feeling the fervor of the auction atmosphere, which he believes is how such events ought to feel. Reminiscent of a game where money is proclaimed in sums of tens and hundreds of thousands. Initially, over 10 individuals participated in the bidding, but now only 3 or 4 remain, undoubtedly the most financially robust contenders present. 25 million. Suddenly, a slightly portly man in a suit raises the bid dramatically. "Hiss, just a piece of doghead gold combined with icy jade. Does it warrant such a lofty price? 25 million could purchase a substantial amount of gold." 26 million. The room falls silent for a brief 10 seconds before the earlier bidder, who had expressed a desire to rename the piece, swiftly raises the offer again to 26 million. Yu Qingran, her eyes sparkling with delight, echoes the figure, stating, "Bidder number 188 offers 26 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" As bids rise amidst a flurry of competition, this is a scenario every auctioneer relishes at this moment. She must adeptly stir the pot, pushing the price even higher. The man in the suit, who previously bid 25 million, furrows his brow in contemplation, weighing his own resources against those of potential rivals. Yu Qingran scans the room, her gaze landing on the suited man as she inquires, "Mr. Wang, number 16, with bidder number 188 offering 26 million, are you willing to raise your bid?" Her dulcet, sweet voice proves unbearable for Tang Songyuan seated below. Not to mention for Mr. Wang. Unsurprisingly, the man in the suit cannot contain himself any longer, promptly raising his bid. 28 million. Please, everyone, consider the significance of this Wohu Panlong. I genuinely admire it and hope for your support. Yet, some refuse to yield, and another voice calls out, 28,500,000. The suited man glares at his rival, seething with anger as he grits his teeth. "Are you intentionally trying to thwart me?" Mr. Li, Mr. Li, identified as bidder number 42, smirks and retorts, "You're the one trying to thwart me. Last month, you sent an undercover agent into my company, secretly boiled a kettle of water, and quietly scalded the money tree outside my office. You even dismantled the fortune cat I had painstakingly acquired. The suited man, incensed, rolls up his sleeves and counters, and you have the audacity to bring that up. Last year, during our competition for a project, you spent extravagantly hiring male models to seduce our project manager. Why don't you mention that? Mr. Li, with a mocking grin, shoots back, that project manager was your lover. Wasn't he she? Otherwise, why would you be so furious? Tang Songyuan, sitting in the back, is taken aback, his jaw dropping at the revelation of such explosive exchanges that this high-stakes business rivalry really so simplistic. The atmosphere grows increasingly chaotic, prompting Yu Qingran to suppress her laughter and interject. All right. We have bidder number 42, Mr. Li, at 28,500,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 29 million. The suited man, brimming with fury, raises the price point 30 million. Mr. Li counters stubbornly, unwilling to back down, to 31 million. 32 million. 35 million. The two engage in a fierce battle of bids, igniting a fire that even bidder number 188, who had intended to secure the piece only to rename it, finds it difficult to interrupt. 40 million. The suited man bellows in a fit of rage, his eyes fixed on MRL as he declares, Mr. Li, I bid 40 million, that if you can outbid me, I'll gladly relinquish this woe upon loan to you. Yet Mr. Li, with a triumphant smile, shrugs nonchalantly. In the end, I'm not one to back down, that he smirks at the suited man, relishing the moment, that asks the two prepare for another verbal duel. Yu Qingran swiftly interjects. Bidder number 16 offers 40 million. Is there a higher bid? She then glances at bidder number 188, who shakes his head with a wry smile, signaling his retreat. 40 million, going once. 40 million, going twice. Yu Qingran scans the audience once more, as nearly all eyes are upon her, fixated on the gavel in her hand. Once it strikes down, the auction will conclude. Yet an elderly voice suddenly disrupts the gathering. 41 million. The crowd turns to locate the source, revealing an elderly gentleman adorned in a traditional Tang suit, his white hair contrasting with his unassuming demeanor, reminiscent of a man leisurely strolling through the park with his pet bird, Mr. Wu, Chairman Wu. The audience gasps in unison. Though the titles vary, Tang Song, an outsider, recognizes the significance of this Mr. Wu. Unfazed, the elderly gentleman remains stoic, ignoring the astonished murmurs around him, his gaze fixed on Yu Qingran, seemingly awaiting her cue. Yu Qingran strives to maintain her composure, clearing her throat to continue the proceedings. Bidder number 1, Mr. Wu, offers 41 million. Is there anyone willing to continue bidding? This time, silence prevails. Even those who had previously sought to win now retreat in the face of Mr. Wu's bid. After 3 inquiries, Yu Qingran lowers the gavel, declaring the item sold. Congratulations to Mr. Wu, number 1, for successfully acquiring the crouching tiger, coiled dragon. Sitting below as merely an audience member, Tang Songyuan couldn't help but exhale in relief. Although the process was fraught with twists and turns, this outcome was indeed a delightful surprise for him, the 41 million. He never anticipated that the first windfall of his life would be worth such an astonishing sum. This piece of dog-head gold was the first valuable treasure he stumbled upon after gaining his extraordinary ability of clairvoyance, although it was accompanied by a piece of ice jade. The focal point remained the dog-head gold, with the jade merely serving as a complementary element. His interest in the subsequent auctions waned significantly, compared to the guests who casually splurged tens of millions, or even over 100 million. He found himself unable to appreciate antiques, collectibles, or calligraphy and paintings at this moment. He rapped gently on the door and inquired, Miss Yu, is it a convenient time now? Upon seeing Tang Songyuan, Yu Qingran couldn't help but smile as she said, Congratulations, Mr. Tang. The crouching tiger, coiled dragon fetched an astounding 41 million, making it the second highest priced item sold today, far exceeding our expectations. She then added, however, I must ask you to wait a moment. We will need at least another half hour to tally the accounts, and the funds will be slightly delayed in reaching your account. Tang Songyuan shrugged and replied, There's no rush. My primary concern now is the matter that Miss Yu had previously promised me. I wish to obtain the information regarding the client of that meteorite. The Yu Qingran paused for 2 seconds, then raised an eyebrow and said, Let me place a call to them first. Chapter 45, Striving with all one's might indeed. There was no use in hurrying. Tang Songyuan could only nod helplessly. Yu Qingran retrieved a document from the filing cabinet, rifled through it, and began dialing on her phone. A few minutes later, she hung up and looked at Tang Songyuan with a hint of regret, saying, "I just spoke with the client. They don't mind you contacting them. However, there's some unfortunate news. They have already sold that meteorite. Sold it." The worst outcome Tang Songyuan had feared had come to pass. He felt a mix of frustration and anger, yet had no outlet for his feelings, as this matter had nothing to do with Yu Qingran or the way they handled it. But if he were to blame anyone, it could only be himself for not being decisive enough at the outset. When he discovered it, he should have immediately contacted the client and gone to any lengths to secure it. Rather than facing all these complications now, the IT had been sold, and Tang Songyuan struggled to contain his emotions, expressing his wish to withdraw from the auction, even willing to pay a penalty fee, only to find the outcome the same. It had been sold. Yu Qingran nodded in affirmation, saying, "That is indeed the case, and I sincerely apologize, Mr. Tang." The client mentioned that it was for a very close friend of theirs, who also covered the penalty fee for this transaction. Who could possibly need such an unremarkable meteorite? Tang Songyuan couldn't fathom this question at the moment, but as the situation had not reached its conclusion, he was unwilling to give up. Yu Qingran remained non-committal but still provided him with the phone number. After spending another half hour at Shondo Auction House, the proceeds from the sale of the Crouching Tiger, Coiled Dragon finally arrived. The final price of 41 million meant that, according to their agreement, the auction house would take a 5% commission, amounting to 2,050,000 from this auction. Tang Songyuan gained a total of 38,950,000. Coupled with his various previous earnings, his net worth had soared to over 45 million from starting with nothing to becoming a millionaire in less than a month. Yet he still felt no particular joy, primarily due to his unsuccessful attempt to secure that meteorite. Carrying the leftover jade carving scraps, Tang Songyuan exited Shondo Auction House and sought a quiet place to call the mysterious client. However, after 3 attempts, there was no answer, and further calls could not connect. Just as his irritation began to mount, he received a call from NICC. "Junior brother, are you done over there?" As soon as the call connected, NICC's soft voice came through the receiver. NICC chuckled lightly, saying, "It's nothing much, but are you sure you won't come experience the infinity pool at Lijing? Today, I'm wearing a rather alluring swimsuit. Truly a temptress. Yet to be honest, it mattered little whether you wore a swimsuit or not in my presence. That no, I won't be coming. You enjoy yourself." He had no desire to engage, only wanting to swiftly locate the client and inquire where the meteorite had been sold. NICC seemed to sense his discontent and laughed softly. "What's bothering you, junior brother? Are you feeling down? You can share with your sister if you want." Tang Songyuan neither affirmed nor denied, only stating, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. That you're definitely not yourself." NICC's tone suddenly turned serious. "Where are you now?" "I'm coming to find you. That it's nothing. I just..." Tang Songyuan attempted to evade the question, but was cut off by NICC. "Location. Right now." Her tone was reminiscent of a queen, commanding from her throne. Tang Songyuan resignedly sent her his location via WeChat. That NICC glanced at the information and quickly instructed, "There's a Starbucks right across from you. Go inside and wait for me. Order an iced Americano for me in 25 minutes. I'll be there in half an hour." After hanging up, Tang Songyuan complied, all the while continuing to dial the mysterious client's number, still unable to reach them. Within half an hour, NICC appeared before him, dressed casually and carrying a small bag. Without a word, she pulled out a chair and sat down, sipping the coffee that had just been served while casting a scrutinizing glance at Tang Songyuan. "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" Tang Songyuan inquired. Puzzled, NICC pouted and said, "Come on, tell me what difficulties you're facing." Tang Songyuan retorted, "How did you know I was facing difficulties? It's obvious." NICC replied without hesitation, "Look, yesterday you accompanied me shopping and carried things without complaint. But now you seem impatient even to speak a few more words. Only a fool wouldn't notice your change, right? Aren't you attending some auction today? Was it not smooth?" The underlying concern in her tone was clear, yet her manner remained that of a spoiled princess. Tang Songyuan pondered for a moment and realized she was correct, yet he still replied, "It's nothing serious. There's no need to trouble my sister." NICC raised an eyebrow and said, "Just share. Perhaps I can help you think of a solution." "Junior brother, do you not consider going all out in your endeavors?" Tang Songyuan replied, "How can you say I haven't gone all out?" NICC smirked slightly, You've never considered seeking help from your sister. What does that count as going all out? When undertaking a task, one must exhaust all possibilities and not rest until the goal is achieved. Understand? Oh, Tang Songyuan was taken aback, saying, "That's not necessary. It's truly nothing significant," but he did not elaborate on the matters concerning the meteorite. Now that the client's phone was unreachable, he felt lost that NICC rolled her eyes and said, "I thought it was a big deal. You have the person's phone number, so why worry about finding them?" Tang Songyuan inquired, "Sister, do you have any ideas?" NICC scoffed, "Most people's phone numbers are registered under their real names. The client who sent items to the auction would be no exception. Then you can pretend there's a mistake or find some reason to check their display screen. That way, you will at least get their registered address." Wow, it can be done this way. Chapter 46. Together as one, the key to this method is that it must be done at the service center, and one must possess basic acting skills and a thick skin. NICC, holding her unfinished iced Americano, stood up and said, "If you can't bring yourself to do it, I can help you ask. That won't be necessary. It's a simple matter, and I can handle it myself." Tang Songyuan stood up as well. The NICC walked out. She lightly chuckled, "No worries. After all, I'm a bit of a lunatic with a doctor's note to prove it." Tang Songyuan replied, "Your suggestions have already been of great help. I'll manage on my own." That he didn't even need to sneak a look at the screen. His clairvoyant vision allowed him to see information clearly within 50 meters. That it was merely for the sake of pretense that he decided to act the part. Yushu in Zhejiang province, the NICC furrowed her brow slightly, saying, "That's over 100 kilometers from the Magic City. Are you planning to head there now?" Tang Songyuan replied, "At least I should have lunch first." "What would you like to eat?" Finally, feeling less lost and more positive, Tang Songyuan began to take the initiative. That NICC, not one to be coy, fiddled with her phone to choose a nearby restaurant. While dining, she also contacted a car rental company, arranging to drive Tang Songyuan herself. In that fleeting moment, Tang Songyuan felt a profound sense of emotion welling up within him. Having grown up as an orphan, he had shouldered the responsibility of caring for his younger sister ever since the Wei family's demise. That he had certainly experienced the vicissitudes of life. Although NICC was often whimsical, at this moment, he could sense a warmth that could only be described as thoughtfulness emanating from her. "Does the senior sister have a driver's license?" Tang Songyuan casually inquired. NICC scoffed. "What's so remarkable about that?" "Driving is quite simple. I obtained my license when I turned 18, but within just 3 months, I totaled the first car my grandfather bought for me. That I even earned the title of road killer, though I haven't driven since then. And you dare claim that driving is easy? Do you have any idea of the risks involved?" Tang Songyuan smirked slightly and replied, "Well, senior sister, how about we just hire a car to go there? After all, I'm still quite young. Just teasing you." NICC chuckled softly, covering her mouth. After their meal, she instructed him to wait at the entrance of the restaurant. That in a short while, she returned, driving a car that came to a halt before Tang Songyuan. With a suave wave of her hand, donning sunglasses, she commanded, "Get in." Tang Songyuan glanced around nervously before climbing into the vehicle, diligently fastening his seatbelt and gripping the overhead handle with one hand. Observing this, NICC felt a flicker of annoyance and remarked, "You've got to be kidding. This gesture seriously implies a lack of trust in me." Tang Songyuan replied, "It's not distrust. It's simply standard procedure for safe travel." "Isn't it?" NICC huffed but refrained from further comment, smoothly starting the engine and driving forward. To be fair, NICC's driving skills were commendable. She maintained a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. Once they merged onto the highway, Tang Songyuan felt his tension dissipate as he acclimated to the smooth speed of the car. "So, how's it going, little junior brother?" NICC provocatively glanced at him. Tang Songyuan nodded eagerly. "Senior sister is impressive. You exude power and authority." Oomph. At 3 in the afternoon, the pair finally arrived at the registered address of the client they had been informed about. The location was nestled within a quaint village. Upon confirming the house number, Tang Songyuan called out to the open door of a 3-story building. "Hello, is anyone home?" He quickly added, "I apologize for the intrusion. May I inquire if Ning Kongxing resides here?" Ning Kongxing was indeed the name of the client. That a puzzled man replied, "That's me." "What do you need?" "You are Ning Kongxing." Tang Songyuan paused momentarily, then swiftly regained his composure, stating, "I apologize. I received your information from Shondo Auction House. That I attempted to call you several times this morning, but you did not answer." Ning Kongxing showed no inclination to invite him inside and stood at the threshold. Casually responding, Oh, perhaps my phone was accidentally set to silent. What can I do for you? His Mandarin was interspersed with a local dialect and spoken rapidly, making it somewhat challenging for Tang Songyuan to comprehend. Ning Kongxing frowned and asked, "Why are you inquiring about it?" Tang Songyuan fabricated a story. "I am an astronomy enthusiast who enjoys collecting meteorites that I am very interested in this particular meteorite. Might you be able to provide me with some information?" "Brother Ning," he continued, "recently, my child sought to purchase a home in the city for marriage, and I was contemplating selling it. However, a distant relative learned of this and insisted I sell it to him, even offering me a handling fee." Tang Songyuan's heart sank as he pressed further. "If you don't mind my asking, how much did you sell it to him for? Did your relative mention what he intends to do with it?" "Just over 200,000. Ning Kongxing replied straightforwardly. "His name is Huang Xingde, a renowned swordsmith from the Yushur area that I've heard even appeared on CCTV. Tang Songyuan patiently inquired about Huang Xingde's address. Ning Kongxing provided the details without hesitation. NICC, noticing the worry etched on his face, asked, "What's wrong? Is the situation still not favorable?" Tang Songyuan took a deep breath and replied, "It's nothing. We'll do our best. I appreciate your assistance, senior sister. Let's head to the next location." Chapter 47. The recluse master Huang Xingde's residence was named Huanxi, a name that conjured images of a picturesque locale that it was located roughly 10 kilometers away. And Tang Songyuan and NICC took about half an hour to arrive. The mountain road twisted and turned, and NICC halted the car at the end of the path. Surrounding them were undulating hills, with a delicate stream meandering down the mountainside, its crystal-clear waters revealing countless small fish frolicking beneath the surface in the shallow areas. "Jinlu?" NICC murmured as she glanced at the simple stone monument at the entrance. "This place is quite secluded. Are you certain this is the right location?" Tang Songyuan exited the vehicle and surveyed the area, stating, "The gentleman earlier mentioned that the meteorite was bought by a swordsmith. This must be in his view. Such a master would likely choose to live in hidden seclusion, embodying the essence of a hermit." "Who are you looking for?" As they pondered, a middle-aged man stood on the pebble-paved path. Likely having heard their commotion, "Is this the residence of Master Huang Xingde?" Tang Songyuan politely inquired. "Are you here to purchase swords as well? Come on in." The man, identified as Huang Xingde, gestured for them to enter. Just as Tang Songyuan intended to clarify that they weren't there to buy swords, Huang Xingde had already moved ahead, leaving him no choice but to follow suit. The NICC, however, leisurely admired the surroundings as they strolled into the Jinlu. The pebble path was relatively even but still winding, leading to a row of 10 or so simple, brick-built houses, devoid of excessive ornamentation, exuding an air of antiquity. The rear, against the mountainside, stood a tall chimney. Huang Xingde awaited them at the door of one of the rooms, raising his hand to point inside as Tang Songyuan approached. "These are all handcrafted masterpieces. Choose any sword you like, and I'll tell you the price." He then began to sharpen a sword on a massive whetstone. The room, with its open door, displayed walls adorned with beautifully sheathed swords of various colors, all unsharpened. However, Tang Songyuan, lacking knowledge of swords, had no intention of delving into that realm. Clearing his throat, he addressed Huang Xingde. "I apologize, Master Huang, but we are not here to purchase swords." "Not buying swords? Then what are you here for?" "My establishment is not open to the public, nor can you take photographs freely." Huang Xingde continued his task, his tone tinged with impatience. Tang Songyuan quickly responded, "I heard that you recently acquired a meteorite from a friend, and I am very interested in it." Huang Xingde furrowed his brow slightly, pausing his work as he replied, "I plan to keep this meteorite for a purpose. I'm intending to forge it into a mystical iron sword using ancient methods that if you forge it into a sword. How will I retrieve the mysterious orb inside?" Tang Songyuan's mind raced, and he suddenly proposed, "Master Huang, the meteorite you possess weighs just over a kilogram. That may not suffice to forge a true mystical iron sword. If I were to find a larger iron meteorite, would you be willing to exchange it with me?" Huang Dexing paused his sword polishing, pondering for several seconds, his brow furrowed as he remarked, "The weight is indeed somewhat lacking. Initially, I intended to incorporate additional materials." Tang Songyuan clapped his hands and said, "Master Huang is absolutely correct that in modern times, there are myriad new materials and various alloy formulas. Yet they ultimately amount to mere common iron." Huang Dexing scoffed and replied, "Do not speak so much. Since you have proposed this plan, I do not intend to take undue advantage of you. According to schedule, I will ignite the furnace on the 5th day of the 5th month, that if you can procure at least 4 kilograms of iron meteorite before then, I shall exchange it with you. The 5th of May? Tang Songyuan took out his phone to check the calendar. There was still over a month to go, that as long as he could find a larger piece of iron meteorite before that date. There was still hope, Tang Songyuan said. Then let us agree on this, but Master Huang, you must guarantee that during this time, you will not transfer this meteorite to anyone else. Humph, rest assured, no one dares to tamper with my belongings. Huang Dexing's gaze was focused as he resumed his sharpening. Seeing this, Tang Songyuan resignedly said, Then we shall not disturb Master Huang any longer. I will certainly visit again before the 5th of May. As they departed from Huang Dexing's workshop, Nicc drove leisurely, inquiring, Do you have any methods for acquiring iron meteorites, senior brother? For some reason, he instinctively sought Nicc's advice. Chapter 48. Deceptive Realities. Nicc contemplated for a moment and said, I believe there are 2 methods you might try. Point 1 is to post a bounty online. As long as you are willing to pay, many will be eager to assist you. Tang Songyuan recalled his ability to see through objects. Capable of perceiving a radius of 50 meters underground, specifically designed for treasure hunting, that he suggested, perhaps we could employ both methods simultaneously, posting a bounty online while also searching personally. Ultimately, the goal is to find over 4 kilograms of iron meteorite before the 5th of May. Could you tell me which website allows for such bounties? Nicc smirked slightly, one hand on the steering wheel while the other tapped her cheek playfully. Kiss me, and I shall tell you. Ah, this is such a delightful proposition. Tang Songyuan hesitated for 3 seconds before leaning in, reasoning that he had nothing to lose. You truly intend to kiss? Once again caught in her playful trap, Tang Songyuan shot her a glare, employing his enhanced vision to scrutinize her thoroughly. Indeed, among all the women he had encountered, she possessed the most impressive physique. Senior sister, is there anything in this world that you fear? Tang Songyuan inquired. Nicc replied, Why this sudden question? After a brief pause, Nicc squinted slightly and said, Insects. I have an intense fear of insects, particularly cockroaches and spiders. Just the sight of them sends shivers down my spine. Tang Songyuan nodded slightly, but remained silent, his gaze lost on the retreating landscape. After approximately 5 minutes, he suddenly tensed and said, Senior sister, please stop the car. I need to relieve myself, surrounded by lush forests with no one in sight. Nicc, trusting him, came to a halt. He extended his right hand, half clenched into a fist, and said, You've accompanied me tirelessly this afternoon. Allow me to present you with a gift. Clang, 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 before Nicc could react. Tang Songyuan opened his hand, mere centimeters from her face. How childish! To his surprise, Nicc displayed no fear at all. Instead, she wore a mocking expression. Are you not aware of the Yunnan 18 oddities? 3 insects on a plate, such high-protein delicacies, battered in egg and fried to perfection. Shall I prepare a plate for you next time? Or we could consume them raw. A single bite would burst with flavor. With plenty of undigested insect remains inside. Crunchy chicken flavor, duh. In a moment of carelessness, he fell for her trick again. Tang Songyuan, frustrated, tossed the insect out the window, muttering, The books were correct. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is. That Nicc smiled. All right, I shall take that as a compliment, that I promise not to deceive you today. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Tang Songyuan internally scoffed, closing his eyes and ignoring her further. During dinner, Nicc indeed provided Tang Songyuan with the website details, instructing him to register and post his bounty notice. Upon returning to his room, Tang Songyuan logged into the website Nicc had provided. After browsing briefly, he discovered it was genuinely a bounty site, featuring hefty rewards for locating missing children or providing leads, with bounties ranging from 200,000 to 1,000,000, that there were also requests for helping with ride-hailing services, offering 2,000 yuan for a simple beating of a neighbor without any trouble. Some even sought to connect with celebrity Ma Yun, offering 10,000 yuan for a meal with her. Even certain official bodies posted bounties for identifying suspects, promising monetary rewards. Regardless of the outcome, Tang Songyuan registered his personal information and posted a bounty for the acquisition of iron meteorites, spending an additional 1,000 to have his post pinned for a week. After a long day, Tang Songyuan felt fatigued and, after a quick wash, collapsed on his bed and fell asleep. The next day, Nicc once again dragged Tang Songyuan around the commercial streets of Zijiaoui. purchasing him a plethora of clothing and shoes from top-tier brands, while also treating herself to 2 stylish handbags that moment. Tang Songyuan received a phone call from someone who had seen his bounty for iron meteorites online, indicating they were currently in the city and could meet for a discussion if he was indeed interested. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 10 at night. "You can go. I want to sleep early." Nicc chuckled softly. "At this hour, you expect me to go out?" "Not a chance." Tang Songyuan shrugged helplessly. "Very well. I shall call you in the morning." The agreed meeting place was a coffee shop, half an hour's journey from the hotel. The other party was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Yuan, who arrived over 10 minutes earlier than Tang Songyuan. After confirming identities, Yuan retrieved a box from beneath the table and opened it before Tang Songyuan. "Your luck is quite remarkable, brother. My friend gifted me this iron meteorite just a few days ago, and I happened to see your bounty tonight. This should be worth a fair amount, no?" Inside the box lay a dark, metallic glimmering rock, which indeed resembled a piece of iron meteorite that had survived atmospheric friction and combustion. However, upon activating his X-ray vision, Tang Songyuan was taken aback by the identification results. This was not an iron meteorite at all, but rather a worthless chunk of unrefined iron ore. It was unclear whether Yuan had been deceived by his friend or was deliberately attempting to swindle Tang Songyuan, that he wore a skeptical expression as he questioned. "Mr. Xia, are you suggesting that this iron lump is an iron meteorite? Yet you, so young, have you ever seen what an iron meteorite looks like?" Chapter 49. The mysterious man Tang Songyuan was both amused and infuriated. Yuan's misplaced confidence was bewildering. It was clearly a man-made hunk of scrap iron, yet he insisted it was a meteorite. Statistically, scientists estimate that numerous meteors visit Earth annually, but most disintegrate due to their rapid speeds and the heat generated upon atmospheric entry. Nevertheless, around 400 to 500 meteors remain intact and fall to the ground each year. However, unless one witnesses a meteorite fall, locating one is exceedingly difficult. Tang Songyuan, disinterested in debating, merely shrugged and said, all right, you are correct. Can we move on?" Yuan huffed. "Now that you acknowledge my correctness, you should pay up." "Pay?" Tang Songyuan chuckled, standing up. "My apologies. I was in a hurry when I left and forgot my money. Perhaps we could reschedule." Had it been a genuine iron meteorite, Tang Songyuan would have readily paid without hesitation. However, since Yuan's offering was clearly a fake, he had no intention of being taken for a fool. Yuan fumed. "You posted a bounty online seeking to purchase an iron meteorite, and I thought to reluctantly part with it for you, that you're simply lacking integrity. Say whatever you wish. There is no merit in discussing matters with such a person." It was no wonder so many online lamented the lack of boundaries in others. Ignoring Yuan's tirade, Tang Songyuan strode towards the exit. However, as he stepped outside, a torrential downpour began, forcing him to take refuge at the door. He pulled out his phone, intending to revise his bounty information, ensuring that clients confirmed the authenticity of the iron meteorite before contacting him. He would not entertain any worthless imitations. Just as he opened the app, several notifications appeared, revealing that others had left comments on his bounty post. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the remarks were laced with accusations directed at him, claiming he lacked discernment and integrity. Among other things, point one need not be a detective to ascertain that this was the handiwork of Yuan from earlier. Indeed, as the saying goes, a large bird attracts all kinds of trees. Tang Songyuan, feeling exasperated, decided to delete the bounty post to avoid further entanglements with such individuals, resolving to seek out the iron meteorite by other means in the future. Settling into the passenger seat, Tang Songyuan instructed the driver to head to the Regent Hotel. However, just a few hundred meters down the road, they encountered a man waving for the car to stop. The driver inquired, "Hey there. On such a rainy day, would you like to share a ride?" The man, clad in a thin trench coat, appeared gaunt and was thoroughly drenched, adhering to the principle of kindness and recognizing the struggles faced by individuals across various professions. Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement. As the taxi halted, the man hurriedly entered and immediately commanded, "Driver, take me to Huadong Road, high-tech industrial zone. Could you please drop this gentleman off at the Regent Hotel after I'm settled?" To Tang Songyuan's dismay, the man disregarded his presence entirely, pulling out a wad of cash, approximately a dozen bills, and thrusting it into the driver's hands, exclaiming, "Stop with the chit-chat. Just drive. Money is no object." Was this yet another individual devoid of boundaries? Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow and retorted, "Shouldn't we observe some order here? Just moments ago, I saw you hailing the cab, and the driver asked if I was willing to share. I allowed you to join out of pity for your soaked state. You claim to have money. Do I appear to be one in need?" Having already been unsettled by Xia Yongyuan's earlier antics, Tang Songyuan's annoyance only deepened at this man's audacity, and his tone grew increasingly harsh. "Who do you think you are? What business is this of yours?" The man shot back, glaring at Tang Songyuan before pressing the driver. "Just follow my instructions. I'm in a hurry. Once we arrive, I'll compensate you handsomely, but am I not in a hurry too? If you're dissatisfied, you can exit and find another ride." Tang Songyuan snapped. The man narrowed his eyes at him and replied, "Young man, I advise you not to meddle. The world does not operate on your logic." He then glanced at his watch and patted the driver's shoulder, urging, "Step on it. I really need to get there quickly." "So you expect me to merely accompany you on your joyride?" Tang Songyuan retorted, his patience wearing thin. Suddenly, the man rummaged in his trench coat and produced a pistol, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Tang Songyuan. He then turned to the driver, asking, "Can we proceed to the high-tech industrial zone now?" What the hell? This was indeed a real gun. The Browning M1903. Tang Songyuan activated his enhanced vision, confirming the authenticity of the weapon. He hadn't noticed before that the man was armed. The driver, taken aback, slowed the vehicle. The man pressed again, "Don't stop. Accelerate and take me there." Reluctantly, the driver complied. The man let out a cold laugh, then directed his gaze at Tang Songyuan, asking, "Well, you were quite eloquent earlier. Why the silence now?" Initially taken aback, Tang Songyuan was now fraught with concern. The gun model was not domestic. What kind of person was this, and why was he armed? An array of thoughts raced through his mind, while his enhanced vision remained vigilant, scanning for an opportunity to escape, that if all else failed, he could jump from the vehicle, though at the current speed. The consequences would be dire. Fortunately, the man seemed to have established control and fell silent, keeping a watchful eye on the scenery outside. After a little over 10 minutes, the taxi arrived at the designated location. It was past 11 in the evening, and the street was relatively quiet, with a spacious spot by the roadside occupied by a white Jinbei vehicle. The man ordered the taxi to stop behind the Jinbei, tossed a stack of cash to the driver, and commanded, "Hand over your phone." Chapter 50. A glimmer of hope. The driver, drenched in cold sweat, complied without hesitation, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, yes, I understand, big brother, I know nothing." The man paid him no further mind and pointed his gun at Tang Songyuan, ordering, "Now, you get out of the car, but don't even think about pulling any tricks." Tang Songyuan's mind raced with a torrent of thoughts, yet the reality of the situation was stark. He was being threatened with a firearm. What could he do? The sensation of being held at gunpoint was unsettling and left him feeling utterly powerless. What manner of person was this? What was his motive for carrying a weapon? With these questions swirling in his mind, Tang Songyuan exited the vehicle. The taxi driver cast a sympathetic glance his way, but said nothing as he quickly sped off. The man gestured towards the white Jinbei vehicle ahead, instructing Tang Songyuan, "Go open the door for that car." Using his enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan peered inside, noting the presence of two men in their 30s, one driving and the other in the passenger seat. He confirmed that neither was armed. Approaching, he opened the rear door, prompting the two men in front to laugh, addressing the man on the street, "Zheng Gaoliang. Why so cautious? The boss sent us to pick you up." Zheng Gaoliang's face twisted in a forced smile, but he remained wary of Tang Songyuan, insisting he join them in the Jinbei. The driver frowned, questioning Zheng Gaoliang. "Who is this guy? Why bring him along?" Zheng Gaoliang slammed the door shut with one hand, dismissing the query with a huff. "None of your business. Take me to Xianchai." As the vehicle began to move, Tang Songyuan felt increasingly restless, held at gunpoint and bewildered by the entire situation. He had done nothing wrong, merely hailed a taxi, yet found himself embroiled in this chaos. What was this man's intent? A reasonable person would have rejected such circumstances. Silence enveloped the vehicle, with tinted windows obscuring the view outside. Tang Songyuan kept his enhanced vision active, continuously monitoring Zheng Gaoliang's movements for a chance to retaliate. Yet Zheng Gaoliang remained extraordinarily vigilant, his muscles taut and his gaze fixed on the occupants of the car, as if ready to strike at any moment. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, the vehicle gradually came to a halt. They had arrived. The two men in the front exited, and Zheng Gaoliang pressed the gun against Tang Songyuan's waist. barking, "Get out." With no choice but to comply, Tang Songyuan exited the car. The location appeared to be a fishing port, with a boat waiting to set sail nearby. 5 men stood ahead, and apart from the two who had come to retrieve Zheng Gaoliang, 3 others turned their attention toward them. The leader glanced over Tang Songyuan's shoulder and addressed Zheng Gaoliang. "We need to make a run for it. Why did you bring this stranger along?" Zheng Gaoliang scoffed. "Why didn't you inform me sooner about the escape? If it weren't for Yichang's call, I'd still be in the dark." "As for this kid," he shot a menacing look at Tang Songyuan, adding, "I had no choice but to pull my gun when he insisted on arguing with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it here in time to meet the boss." Xiangqin chuckled. "You handle it. The boat is about to depart." "Handle it? Depart?" A chill ran down Tang Songyuan's spine. Were they planning to kill him to tie up loose ends? His nerves tightened, preparing him to fight back. "Stop." Suddenly, a melodious female voice echoed from the direction of the fishing boat. Everyone turned to see a strikingly beautiful, capable-looking woman descending from the vessel. "Zheng Gaoliang, you must not harm him." "Lu Chinlu." Tang Songyuan was astonished to recognize her. She had previously approached him about purchasing the $1 million lottery ticket he possessed. What was she doing here? Was she in cahoots with these men? "Lu Qing, what business is it of yours?" Zheng Gaoliang retorted, his gun still trained on Tang Songyuan, his tone unfriendly. Lu Chinlu stepped forward, unwavering as she locked eyes with Zheng Gaoliang, declaring, "I said, do not harm him." Zheng Gaoliang's expression turned scornful as he challenged her. "Why not? Give me one good reason. He has seen all of us." "It is imperative to silence him now." Lu Chinlu cast a calm glance at Tang Songyuan before explaining, "Because he is my boyfriend, that I intended to take him with me. But you brought him here against my wishes." The surrounding men gaped in shock, while Zheng Gaoliang's face contorted with a mix of anger and disbelief. "Lu Qing, you're really something else. You can't just claim any random guy as your boyfriend. Do you even know his name? You're just spouting nonsense." Lu Chinlu smirked slightly and replied, "His name is Tang Songyuan. He is 23 years old, hails from Suzhou, and resides at 188 Xining Street, East Bay District, Lan City." Zheng Gaoliang, of course, did not believe her and demanded Tang Songyuan produce his identification. Although bewildered by how Lu Chinlu knew his details, Tang Songyuan quickly fished out his ID and held it up for Zheng Gaoliang to see. "Damn." Zheng Gaoliang confirmed the information, yet he still harbored no intention of letting Tang Songyuan off the hook. At that moment, Xiangqin interjected, "Enough. There's no time to waste. Hurry up and board the boat." Zheng Gaoliang shot a fierce glare at Tang Songyuan, but ultimately holstered his weapon and proceeded towards the fishing vessel. Lu Chinlu, however, lightly intertwined her arm with Tang Songyuan's and urged, "Let's go." Tang Songyuan murmured a barely audible "thank you," to which Lu Chinlu whispered, "Speak less. If you wish to survive, follow my lead." Yet just before boarding, Zheng Gaoliang once again blocked Tang Songyuan's path, demanding he surrender his wallet and phone. Tang Songyuan relinquished his wallet, but he deliberately tossed his phone into the sea. Suddenly, he recalled the multitude of private messages contained within. Although it was password protected, what if Zheng Gaoliang had a way to unlock it? If opened, it could easily prove that he and Lu Chinlu were not in a romantic relationship, thereby creating a new crisis for the two. That it was better to dispose of it entirely. "Oh dear. I slipped." Tang Songyuan lamented with a feigned expression of regret. Zheng Gaoliang glared at him, his eyes glinting with malice, as though he wished to carve a piece of flesh from Tang Songyuan. Chapter 51. A shot from behind. Haha. Songyuan, the self-proclaimed boss, Xiangqin, chuckled heartily, extending his hand to shake Tang Songyuan's, while patting his arm with the other. "Welcome. From now on, we are all in the same boat." Through Lu Chinlu's introduction, Tang Songyuan learned the names of the others present, aside from the leader Xiangqin and the hostile Zheng Gaoliang. The remaining individuals were He Chang, Mai, Zhonglei, and Shinbo. As they entered the cabin, the fishing boat slowly departed from the harbor. Xiangqin casually chose a seat and remarked, "This mission was executed commendably, especially thanks to Lu Qing's significant contribution. The boss has made arrangements for us. We will first take this fishing boat to international waters, followed by a helicopter that will transport us to Hawaii, and finally, we will fly to Los Angeles to meet the boss. Rest assured." Xiangqin smiled. "Each of you will receive at least $50,000, enough to last you for quite some time." After distributing the cabins, Tang Songyuan naturally shared one with Lu Chinlu. The space was limited, barely accommodating a small bed. Leaving little room to spare, Lu Chinlu closed the cabin door and suggested, "Let us take a short nap. It will be a while before we reach international waters. Just as Tang Songyuan was about to comment on the cramped quarters, Lu Chinlu abruptly pushed him onto the bed and followed suit, resting her head on his arm. The two lay side by side, resembling a sweet couple in an intimate embrace. That Lu Chinlu's hair brushed against Tang Songyuan's nose, releasing a subtle fragrance. "Thank you for saving me." Tang Songyuan whispered his gratitude once more. Although Lu Chinlu's identity remained shrouded in mystery, she had indeed rescued him at a critical moment. However, Lu Chinlu, with her eyes closed, parted her lips just enough to say, "No talking. This is not the time for conversation, that we must act according to the situation." Yet after all the commotion, Tang Songyuan found it nearly impossible to fall asleep, harboring a multitude of unanswered questions. Despite this, he refrained from speaking further, as Lu Chinlu had advised. Before long, however, she succumbed to sleep. Perhaps due to her specialized training, hours passed, and Yi Chang knocked on the cabin door, calling them for a meal. What was termed a meal turned out to be instant noodles with hot dogs. Tang Songyuan didn't mind. He sat beside Lu Chinlu, slurping the meal with gusto. Xiang Qian had already finished eating and was smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke, when he suddenly inquired, "Songyuan, are you from Shuzhou?" Tang Songyuan recalled the new identity Lu Chinlu had provided and replied, "Yes, from Ningxing in Shuzhou." Xiang Qian grinned, "Haha, I'm from Linqing in Shuzhou. Our hometowns are quite close." Tang Songyuan's hometown, Lancheng, was not far from both Ningxing and Linqing. With only slight variations in dialect, Xiang Qian's words resonated with a sense of nostalgia. Yet Tang Songyuan knew that such individuals were hardly deserving of sympathy. Given their current circumstances, it was evident they had engaged in unsavory dealings. Several hours later, the fishing vessel reached the expanse of international waters, but would require another day's journey before the helicopter arrived. Lu Chinlu suggested taking a stroll on the deck, and Tang Songyuan naturally accompanied her. Activating his perceptive vision, he scanned the area, confirming the absence of others or any listening devices. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he asked, "Who exactly are these people, and what is your identity?" "Embrace me." Tang Songyuan complied, wrapping his arms around Lu Chinlu's slender waist. Only then did she begin to explain, "We must maintain a degree of intimacy to avoid raising their suspicions." She then glanced towards the deck entrance, lowering her voice as she continued, "They belong to an international intelligence trafficking organization. As for my identity, I cannot disclose it. Even if you guess, do not speak of it." But, though Tang Songyuan had his suspicions, numerous uncertainties remained. That he inquired, "What was your purpose in asking me to buy a lottery ticket?" Lu Chinlu arched an eyebrow and replied, "The reason I asked you to buy the ticket was to gain their trust. For instance, if they intended to extract information from someone but failed, they would be more inclined to believe in our partnership. Rescuing you last night was fortuitous. More importantly, since Xiang Qian suddenly needed to flee with people, I thought you could assist me in this matter. The more hands, the more strength. By the way, what did you do to provoke Zheng Gaoliang?" Tang Songyuan recounted his encounter the previous night, explaining how he had intended to procure a meteorite, but had instead found himself embroiled in a series of events instigated by Zheng Gaoliang. Lu Chinlu frowned slightly and asked, "A meteoric iron? What do you need that for?" Tang Songyuan fabricated a response, "I find it fascinating. I've recently developed an interest in this area." Lu Chinlu continued, "I actually have a lead on meteoric iron. Once this matter is resolved, I can introduce you to someone. I recall he possesses a piece of meteoric iron." Tang Songyuan exclaimed with delight, "That would be splendid. You can rest assured, I will cooperate with you to complete your so-called mission." However, he then raised another question. "You mentioned they were intelligence traffickers, yet they seem quite discordant. I noticed last night that there appears to be a conflict between the group leader Xiang Qian and Zheng Gaoliang. It seems Xiang Qian planned to flee without informing Zheng Gaoliang, which is why I was coerced onto the boat over a trivial exchange of words. That scoundrel must have been quite desperate." Lu Chinlu cast a calm gaze around before stating, "Have you heard of the Jilong Sword?" Chapter 52. The Jilong Sword. What? The Jilong Sword. Although Tang Songyuan was merely an excavator operator, he was somewhat familiar with the legendary Jilong Sword. His adoptive father had enjoyed watching anti-Japanese dramas, and he had absorbed some knowledge over the years. Regarding the Jilong Sword, aside from the information gleaned from films and television, he had also researched it online. Historical records indicated that the Jilong Sword was the favorite blade of Emperor Qianlong during his reign, measuring approximately 5 feet in length with an exceptionally long hilt. The scabbard was intricately engraved with 9 flying golden dragons. symbolizing the highest honor. Hence it was commonly referred to as the Jiulong sword. It was said that Qianlong cherished the Jiulong sword, viewing it as a symbol of his achievements in quelling the Zhenghars and the Hezhua rebellions. And he often took it out for admiration and display. Ultimately, he even designated the Jiulong sword as part of his burial goods. In modern times, the Jiulong sword re-emerged, yet it was subjected to turmoil alongside the fate of the nation, frequently changing hands. Ultimately, it was lost in a plane crash alongside an unnamed major spy, burning to ashes. Tang Songyuan remarked, "I have heard some stories, but I believe the book mentioned it was reduced to iron scraps." Lu Chinlu scoffed coldly. During the war years, this Jiulong sword changed hands among several treacherous traders, enduring countless plots and betrayals, and none of its last 4 owners met a good end. Now, the Jiulong sword has resurfaced. Yet it has unexpectedly fallen into the hands of Xiang Qian and his group. Tang Songyuan chuckled. "You say they are intelligence traffickers, yet they are also engaging in the smuggling of cultural relics? How do these two pursuits align? These are not mutually exclusive. For the sake of money, these individuals would forsake their conscience. They would sell out national interests without hesitation, let alone priceless artifacts. Besides, they have the channels to facilitate such dealings." Tang Songyuan suddenly understood. So, Xiang Qian intends to claim the sword for himself, while Zheng Gaoliang wishes to take a share. Thus, their conflict is irreconcilable. Xiang Qian planned to flee without even notifying Zheng Gaoliang. Simultaneously, it implied that as long as it was confirmed the sword was in Xiang Qian's possession, they would no longer need to venture westward. Things are not as simple as you think. Lu Chinlu countered. Once Xiang Qian and his group obtain the sword, they will have already arranged an escape plan. He would never take the sword with him. Even if we were to apprehend them domestically, it would undoubtedly alert them, risking the permanent loss of any leads regarding the sword. Such a national treasure must never be lost again, especially not under my very nose. Furthermore, my current alias is Lu Qing. Please do not miscall it. Tang Songyuan nodded slightly and then activated his perspective vision to thoroughly search the fishing boat. The focus was on the cabin where the first few individuals resided. As expected, there was no trace of the Jiulong sword, just as Lu Chinlu had mentioned that moment. Tang Songyuan noticed someone approaching. It was He Chong from the group of 6, who was holding a fishing rod. Was he planning to fish? The two quickly ceased their conversation, directing their gazes towards the leisurely striding He Chong. "I hope I'm not interrupting you," He Chong casually remarked while organizing his fishing rod. "I was bored in the cabin, so I asked the captain for a rod, that if I managed to catch a fish or two, we can skip the instant noodles for dinner." Tang Songyuan turned his attention to the water's surface, where his perspective vision effortlessly penetrated the seawater. Within a radius of 50 meters centered on him, no fish could escape his watchful eyes. Consequently, he felt a surge of excitement within that he asked He Chong. "I've heard that sea fishing requires considerable skill and is quite challenging." He Chong had already organized his fishing gear, expertly baited the hook with a whole shrimp, and cast it into the sea. He chuckled, saying, "Generally, saltwater fish must contend with the strong currents and tides of the ocean. Thus, most saltwater fish possess significantly greater strength than their freshwater counterparts of the same size. Sometimes, even a small saltwater fish can provide an exhilarating experience of battling against the catch." Observing Tang Songyuan's eager and restless demeanor, Lu Chinlu suggested, "Shall I borrow a fishing rod for you as well?" Tang Songyuan's eyes brightened. "Is that possible? But I've never fished at sea before," He Chong chuckled. "No worries. Just fish away. I have over 10 years of fishing experience and will guide you along the way." Soon, Lu Chinlu procured a fishing rod for Tang Songyuan, and He Chong helped him set up the gear and bait. Tang Songyuan then cast it into the water, while Lu Chinlu quietly stood beside him like a devoted little wife. He Chong added, "Since the boat is moving, it's difficult to gauge the currents. And the types of fish in this area remain unknown, so it all boils down to luck, but let us consider it a way to pass the time." Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan was intensely focused, activating his perspective vision. Upon spotting fish entering his field of view, he adjusted the bait to entice them, but he alternated between reeling in and letting out line, resembling a complete novice fumbling in confusion. Initially, he lacked experience, and the complex currents made it challenging to control the bait according to his intentions. However, as time passed, he began to find his rhythm, managing to manipulate the bait and enticing a few passing fish. Unfortunately, none took the bait, leading Tang Songyuan to wave his fishing rod on the deck for quite some time without success. That in contrast, He-chang appeared composed and relaxed, despite not having caught any fish either. Brother Songyuan, you seem quite impatient, that He-chang remarked with an amused smile. Many beginners are like this. It's a wonder if you manage to catch anything at all. That he then shared some of his sea fishing experiences and techniques, adding, once I've saved enough money, I plan to buy a fishing boat and go out to sea every day. Who cares about the mundane world when there's fishing to be done? Just then, Tang Songyuan's fishing rod suddenly dipped sharply, the line tautening instantly, bending the rod into a bow shape and producing a sharp whistling sound. That He-chang's eyes widened in urgency, shouting, "Whoa! You've hooked a fish!" Chapter 53. A novice's fortune. Though Tang Songyuan had never fished before, he had seen plenty of fishing videos on Douyin. When the fish bites, one must strike hard to ensure a firm hook set. He-chang leaned closer, anxiously watching Tang Songyuan's movements, murmuring, "Yes, yes, just like that. Reel it in, keep reeling." Tang Songyuan gripped the rod tightly with one hand while quickly cranking the reel with the other. That Lu Chinlu watched in surprise, silently encouraging him with her gaze. Before long, a somewhat flattened sea fish broke the surface, its bright yellow fins shimmering in the sunlight. That it was a yellow grouper. He-chang shouted excitedly, "Such a large yellow grouper is quite rare. This one must weigh at least 3 to 4 pounds. Songyuan, have you really never fished before?" Tang Songyuan continued to reel until he had brought the fish onto the deck. The sizable yellow grouper thrashed violently, slapping its tail against the deck, futilely attempting to escape. Tang Songyuan leaned down, grasped it, unhooked it, and placed it in the water bucket He-chang had brought to He-chang, as if having found a kindred spirit. Cheerfully encouraged, "Keep it up. Tonight's dinner depends on you." In the next half hour, Tang Songyuan managed to catch 3 more fish. Although He-chang had not caught any himself, he remained exuberantly animated. "Songyuan, your luck is downright incredible." His face beamed like a blossoming flower. "That I've fished for over 10 years and have never encountered someone with such fortune. To catch so many in such a difficult area is truly remarkable. If you don't pursue a professional career, it would be a loss for the fishing world." Tang Songyuan chuckled. "Brother Chang, you jest. It's merely luck. Next time, it may not be the same." That He-chang insisted on continuing to fish for a while longer. Perhaps spurred on by Tang Songyuan's success, that he, being a seasoned veteran in fishing, had unexpectedly found himself schooled by Tang Songyuan today. Upon entering the cabin, their bountiful haul immediately caught the attention of the other members of the group. This was a communal cabin spacious enough, and Ma Yi, Chen Bo, and Zhang Lei, who had been playing cards, rushed over in surprise and delight. They hadn't expected Songyuan to be such an adept angler. Lu Chinlu had indeed chosen wisely. The team leader, Xiang Qian, offered lavish praise. Tang Songyuan humbly smiled and said, "Brother He-chang is the true expert. I was just fortunate today, merely a novice's fortune." Chen Bo, who lived by the coast and was well-versed in various methods of preparing seafood, volunteered, "Songyuan, how about I take care of these fish? I guarantee you'll enjoy a feast tonight." Tang Songyuan replied eagerly, "Of course, that works for me. I was just pondering how to prepare them." The others enthusiastically agreed, while Chen Bo exclaimed, "So expensive." Tang Songyuan couldn't help but click his tongue, realizing he should have opted for a different catch. What a waste to let such precious fish go to these traders, he thought, trying to comfort himself with a bit of self-deprecation. "Well, I suppose it's a treat for them." He chuckled, "I just wonder if the captain has a pot large enough for this." Chen Bo lifted the fish bucket, saying, "I'll go get one now." Zhang Lei, seizing the opportunity, added, "I'll help you out." With their departure, the card game fell apart, and Xiang Qian invited Tang Songyuan to join in. But Tang Songyuan declined, saying, "I really don't know how to play. Why don't you call Zheng Gaoliang to join you?" Xiang Qian scoffed. "That guy hides in the cabin all day. He won't come out until we dock." Ma Yi chimed in, "Yeah, it's just for fun, no loss of money or rice." But Tang Songyuan genuinely had no interest in card games and continued to decline with a smile. Xiang Qian, no longer pressing the issue, patted the spot next to him and said, "Everyone has their own preferences. If you don't want to play, come sit over here. Let us have a good chat since we're both from the same hometown." With no way to refuse, Tang Songyuan had no choice but to sit down. Yi stood up, saying he wanted to take a stroll on the deck. The spacious communal cabin was left with only Xiang Qian, Tang Songyuan, and Lu Chinlu. Xiang Qian smiled and, speaking in a Sichuan dialect, asked Songyuan, "What did you do back home?" It seemed this cabin was free of any listening devices, perhaps due to its public nature. Xiang Qian sighed. lamenting the state of affairs, and proceeded to voice some cynical opinions regarding various issues like the economic climate, systems, and corruption. Tang Songyuan nodded along, while Lu Chinlu sat beside him, expressionless, fiddling with her fingers. Suddenly, Xiang Qian's demeanor shifted to one of caution and seriousness that he glanced around and leaned closer to Tang Songyuan, lightly whispering, "Brother Song, I need to tell you a secret." Tang Songyuan was taken aback. Chuckling awkwardly, "What does Brother Xiang want to tell me?" Xiang Qian chuckled, though his smile lacked warmth, saying, "I believe we have a traitor among us." Tang Songyuan's expression froze, a chill running down his spine. Chapter 54. The infighting begins. Xiang Qian claimed there was a traitor among them. Tang Songyuan subconsciously believed that he and Lu Chinlu had inadvertently revealed their identities. However, in an instant, he reconsidered and recognized the flaw in his thought process. Xiang Qian had mentioned one. Traitor to he and Lu Chinlu were two distinct individuals, and given their roles as undercover agents, they could hardly be labeled as traitors. That he managed to compose himself and said, "Brother Xiang, I have only just joined and have yet to do anything." After speaking, he cast a casual glance at Lu Chinlu, who remained expressionless and unmoved, her psychological resilience truly remarkable. Xiang Qian unexpectedly produced a dagger from somewhere. Placing it lightly on the card table where they had been playing, "That I certainly did not imply it was you. I was referring to Zheng Gaoyang. He is our team's traitor." "What? Zheng Gaoyang?" Tang Songyuan's heart jolted, realizing that Zheng Gaoyang was indeed not on the same side. But if it weren't for Zheng Gaoyang, he wouldn't be on the boat with them now. Dou seemed skeptical. Xiang Qian maintained a fade of a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Speaking coolly, I possess ample evidence indicating that Zheng Gaoyang is the one betraying us. That I need you to assist me in this matter. That eliminate him." Just as he prepared to grit his teeth and accept the task, Lu Chinlu seized the dagger and declared, "I'll do it. I will go and kill him right now." She stood up, intent on charging towards the cabin where Zheng Gaoyang sat. However, Xiang Qian intercepted her, saying, "Lu Qing, hold on. Did I believe it would be more appropriate for Songyuan to handle this?" His tone left no room for rejection. Lu Chinlu turned her gaze towards Tang Song. "I also think I am more suited for the task." "Brother Xiang, when do you intend for me to take action?" To put it bluntly, any conscientious citizen would find it impossible to coexist with these traitors and would rather act swiftly to eliminate them. Xiang Qian revealed a barely perceptible smile, saying, "Let us wait a bit longer. During dinner, you could take the opportunity to sit beside him and wait for my signal." As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Chen Bo, with Zhang Lei's assistance, finally prepared a feast of fish. 4 lively sea fish were now neatly placed in a basin. The steamed grouper drizzled with hot oil and garnished with ginger shreds, alongside the dry-fried yellow croaker and yellowtail, was enough to make anyone's mouth water. The sashimi of red snapper was arranged in a floral pattern, though regrettably lacking was wasabi. Chen Bo concocted a garlic sauce for dipping, which provided a unique flavor. "Come, everyone serve yourselves, ha ha!" Chen Bo placed the last basin on the table, laughing heartily. "This meal is thanks to Songyuan. Otherwise, we would still be stuck with instant noodles and ham." Tang Songyuan replied, "This is purely luck on my part, that if we are to express gratitude, it should be to the heavens that He Chong picked up a piece of fish," chewing as he said, "Indeed, it must be divine intervention. Look at me, I spent the whole afternoon fishing and caught nothing, but wasted a lot of shrimp. That it has been ages since I had such a dry spell." Everyone picked up their chopsticks to enjoy the fish. And fortunately, the 4 fish were substantial enough that even 8 people could feast abundantly. Midway through the meal, Xiang Qian remarked, "What a pity there's no wine. If we could enjoy a glass, that would truly be delightful." He Chong chuckled, "Boss, once we reach Hawaii, I'll treat you to drinks and even arrange for a lovely lady to accompany you." "Wouldn't that be even better?" Zhang Lei added, "By tomorrow noon, the helicopter arranged by the boss will arrive, and we'll be partying in Hawaii tonight." "Indeed." Xiang Qian squinted his eyes and then turned to Zheng Gaoyang, saying, "Gaoyang, during our training years, you had the best results, didn't you?" Zheng Gaoyang paused momentarily, then replied with an impassive expression, "Why bring this up all of a sudden?" Xiang Qian chuckled twice and continued, "With your caliber, there was no reason for that girl to leave Professor Wang's house alive." From the dialogue, it seemed that Xiang Qian was revisiting a certain action of Zheng Gaoyang's. However, he knew that it was time for the dagger to be drawn, gripping tightly the concealed blade hidden in his sleeve. Zheng Gaoyang furrowed his brow and said earnestly, "I already explained to you. It was merely a mistake, A splendid mistake, Xiang Qian scoffed, then added. So why did both institutions receive identical blueprints? Impossible. This is slander. Zheng Gaoliang, agitated, stood up, glaring furiously. But Xiang Qian remained unfazed, reclining back slightly, speaking nonchalantly. Zheng Gaoliang has betrayed the organization. He deserves to die. Execute immediately. Execute your mother. Zheng Gaoliang, enraged, overturned the table and prepared to charge at Xiang Qian. However, unexpectedly, a dagger struck like lightning into his chest. Tang Songyuan had taken decisive action, executing the ambush with blinding speed. He then stepped back, assuming a defensive posture. This was his first kill, and his face paled slightly, heart racing, adrenaline surging. The others reacted differently, but were nonetheless stunned by the scene before them, never having anticipated that Tang Songyuan would be the one to strike. Blood gushed from Zheng Gaoliang's chest, his face turning ashen in an instant, lips trembling uncontrollably. Finally, he struggled to raise a hand, pointing at Xiang Qian, saying, "You know how ruthless that everyone's expressions varied, especially He Chong, whose face was etched with shock." Momentarily at a loss for words, Xiang Qian waved his hand, commanding in an authoritative tone, "He Chong and Chen Bo, take care of Zheng Gaoliang's body. Zhang Lei, Ma Yiqing, clean up the scene." The four complied silently, their faces devoid of expression, each lost in their thoughts that He Chong and Chen Bo carried Zheng Gaoliang's corpse out of the common cabin to the rear of the ship. Together, they exerted force and, with a splash, discarded the body into the sea. "Got a cigarette?" Chen Bo sighed that He Chong, gazing at the churning waves under the night sky, felt a swirl of emotions, pulled out a cigarette, lit it for himself, and then tossed the pack to Chen Bo. Chen Bo took a cigarette, then asked, "Got a light?" He Chong shrugged but still struck a match for Chen Bo. In a swift motion, he stealthily slipped a blade across He Chong's neck, leaving a clear cut. Yu He Chong clutched his wound, eyes wide with shock as he stared at Chen Bo. The latter offered no opportunity for a reply, delivering a kick that sent He Chong tumbling overboard. Chapter 55, Change of Plans. After completing this, Chen Bo gazed at the vibrant colors of the sunset reflecting on the waves, finishing the cigarette He Chong had given him. Flicking the butt, it vanished into the sea that he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiang Qian, both sharing an unspoken understanding through their smiles. Tang Songyuan felt a surge of alarm. What was happening? Zheng Gaoliang was a traitor. But why were He Chong and Zhang Lei involved? Xiang Qian, however, raised his hand to check his watch, chuckling softly. "All right, the helicopter is arriving soon. Everyone, gather your belongings. We meet on the deck in 10 minutes. This announcement startled Tang Songyuan again. Hadn't it been stated that it would arrive by noon the next day? How could it be arriving so soon? Before he could ponder further, Lu Chinlu spoke up. "We won't need 10 minutes. 5 will suffice." With that, she headed straight for the cabin where they had rested the previous night, prompting Tang Songyuan to hurry after her. Upon entering the room, Lu Chinlu rapidly packed her personal belongings while keeping her voice low, yet speaking at a rapid pace, to Tang Songyuan. "Plans have changed. I suspect Xiang Qian intends to monopolize the Jiulong sword, that he might have found a new buyer and plans to exchange it for a fortune. But how does this relate to his intention to eliminate Zheng Gaoliang and the others? He could easily obtain the Jiulong sword first, and then figure out a way." Tang Songyuan retorted, "Or perhaps there is more to this. Are you suggesting that Zheng Gaoliang is affiliated with their big boss?" Tang Songyuan blurted out, "Then He Chong and Zhang Lei are as well." Lu Chinlu shook her head. "Zheng Gaoliang could be confirmed as the big boss's man, but I am uncertain about the other two. However, from now on, our danger level has increased considerably. Xiang Qian may very well include us on his kill list." Tang Songyuan squinted slightly and inquired, "What do you plan to do now?" He activated his perceptive vision, tidying up his belongings while keeping an eye on Xiang Qian and the others, that he observed Xiang Qian discreetly stowing 2 daggers into his calf and concealing a handgun beneath his outerwear. Along with a satellite phone and a locator, Lu Chinlu remarked, "It seems Xiang Qian is not heading to Hawaii. His next destination will likely be somewhere in Southeast Asia. This could be our opportunity to acquire the Jiulong sword." Now that he had eliminated the eyes watching him, he would undoubtedly meet with the true bearer of the Jiulong sword. Tang Songyuan nodded. "All right, we will adapt as the situation unfolds, even with Xiang Qian armed." Tang Songyuan was unafraid. Having anticipated this, Lu Chinlu checked Zheng Gaoliang's belongings, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. That a few minutes later, the 5 of them gathered on the deck, The last to arrive was Xiangqian. A faint smile gracing the corners of his mouth as his eyes swept across the four individuals. Poised for departure, he spoke. Lu Qing, you are a clever person. Do you have anything to say? Lu Chinlu raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, as for that big boss Lu Isi, I have neither met him nor received any favors from him. Thus I can only look to you. Brother Xiangqian. Xiangqian turned to Tang Songyuan and inquired, what about you, my fellow townsman? Tang Songyuan shrugged and said, I don't mind. I will follow Lu Qing wherever she goes. Xiangqian laughed heartily, assuring them, fear not, the world is vast. We can go anywhere. After waiting for another 10 minutes, a distant rumble began to echo from the sky. The sound grew louder, and soon they could see a helicopter swiftly approaching their fishing boat. Intense searchlights illuminated the area, casting a spotlight on the five of them, while the whirling blades stirred a fierce wind that rustled their clothes. Then, a rope ladder was dropped from a height of several meters. And Xiangqian was the first to grasp it and begin his ascent. Lu Chinlu gestured to Tang Songyuan, who immediately understood, and, as Xiangqian was about to board the helicopter, hastily seized the rope ladder and climbed up second. Using both hands and feet with remarkable speed, he reached the helicopter's doorway in mere seconds, executing a plank position before flipping inside. Xiangqian gave him a knowing glance and shouted, not bad. Have you trained before? The roar of the helicopter drowned out the response, but Tang Songyuan sheepishly replied, what training? I used to climb trees and raid bird nests when I was a kid. Xiangqian raised an eyebrow, but chose not to comment further. The third to board was Lu Chinlu, who silently took a seat beside Tang Songyuan. Finally, Ma Yi and Chen Bo boarded in succession, securing the rope ladder and closing the cabin door behind them. The group donned the headphones attached to the cabin walls, which not only muffled the noise, but also facilitated conversation. However, it seemed that none of them felt inclined to speak, instead silently absorbing the sensation of the helicopter ascending and speeding away. Tang Songyuan closed his eyes, yet his body remained tense, alert to any potential changes that Lu Chinlu nestled against his shoulder, her gaze seemingly lost in thought. But Tang Songyuan knew she was on constant guard, her body never truly relaxing. Approximately an hour later, the lights of land became visible through the porthole. Yet, the helicopter continued its journey, and after another half hour, it landed in a clearing. Xiangqian calmly smiled and announced, we've arrived. Let us disembark. One by one, they exited the helicopter, with Xiangqian being the last to emerge. Tang Songyuan quickly surveyed the surroundings, which appeared to be a wooded area with a small path where two vehicles were parked, flanked by two blonde, blue-eyed foreigners. They appeared to be of Western descent. Xiangqian instructed, you all wait here for a moment until I give the signal. With that, he approached the two foreigners, shook their hands, and exchanged a few words. Then he waved for the others to come over. The four hastily made their way to him, and Xiangqian said, get in the car. We're heading to our next destination to settle in. After half an hour, the vehicle brought the five to a modest inn, where Xiangqian assigned a room to Tang Songyuan and Lu Chinlu. Upon entering the room, Lu Chinlu quickly began searching for any listening or surveillance devices. Concluding that none were present, she remarked, it seems that the flight path has long since deviated. Xiangqian must have had this planned all along. Tang Songyuan looked at the room, which contained only a single bed, and asked, how are we going to sleep tonight? Chapter 56. How to escape, how to sleep. Lu Chinlu responded, tonight, we'll take turns resting. We need to remain vigilant against any moves from Xiangqian, and also prevent him from slipping away when the opportunity arises that we anticipate that his next step will be to seize the Julong sword, which will undoubtedly lead to another fierce confrontation. Tang Songyuan nodded, activating his enhanced vision to monitor Xiangqian's movements, saying, you should rest first. I'll keep watch. Lu Chinlu shook her head, insisting, no, you sleep first. I need to ascertain our location, and if necessary, I must contact my superior. Seeing her determination, Tang Songyuan made himself comfortable on the bed, fully clothed, and quickly fell asleep. Not long after, he turned and sat up, asking, do you think it's possible that Xiangqian doesn't need to personally collect it? From what I observed with those two foreigners earlier, he might have made arrangements to have his associates handle the transaction. Lu Chinlu pondered for a moment before responding. That possibility cannot be ruled out, but it is rather unlikely. Given Xiangqian's cautious nature, the Julong sword is his ultimate bargaining chip and holds significant importance. He will surely want to oversee the transaction himself. Tang Songyuan chuckled and continued, what do you think the Julong sword could fetch on the market? This treasure cannot simply be measured in monetary terms. It is even more valuable than the 12 bronze zodiac heads from the old summer palace that if placed on the market, its worth would be at least $500 million. $500 million? Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing why Xiang Qian would betray them, even to the point of murder. Such a sum could obliterate all sense of morality. Moreover, as a traitor, Xiang Qian's conscience had likely long been devoured by dogs. Tang Songyuan soon drifted back to sleep and lost track of time until he was gently awakened by Lu Chinlu. What time is it? He mumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Lu Chinlu replied, "It's around 4 o'clock local time." Tang Songyuan sat up, got out of bed, and put on his shoes, asking, "Has Xiang Qian made any moves?" He activated his enhanced vision to confirm the status of Xiang Qian and the others, noting that all three were still asleep, and their rooms were equipped with rudimentary traps that would alert them if anyone entered. Lu Chinlu shook her head, saying, "No, I just made contact. We are in Papua New Guinea. And reinforcements 1T arrive for at least 3 to 4 days. What a long and obscure place name. I've never even heard of it." However, upon reflection, he realized that in such a remote locale, various factions were likely weak, making it an ideal spot for Xiang Qian to operate in the shadows. "You should rest as well. I'll keep an eye on things. There shouldn't be any issues here." After a brief nod, Lu Chinlu lay down fully clothed and quickly fell asleep within seconds. When Lu Chinlu awoke, daylight had already broken. She sat up alertly and glanced at Tang Songyuan beside her, immediately asking, "Is there any news?" Tang Songyuan shook his head, replying, "No, you can sleep a little longer, but I'm not sleeping anymore. Let us go take a look outside." Upon exiting, they discovered that they were in an ordinary small town, with the innkeeper, a local indigenous man, preparing breakfast for them. However, they noticed the 2 foreigners from the previous night were nowhere to be found, perhaps not having arrived for the scheduled meeting with Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian and the others began to wake up one by one, and after a quick wash-up, they gathered to have breakfast together. After the meal, however, Xiang Qian showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he invited the 4 to play cards together. The timing for leaving hadn't yet matured, so it was better to pass the time playing cards. Naturally, Tang Songyuan and Lu Chinlu declined, prompting Xiang Qian to express his boredom and call Chenbo and Ma Yi into his room. A sense of unease began to creep into Tang Songyuan's mind, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. "When I received news about the Julong sword, Xiang Qian had already sent it away." It was evident that he had devised a plan to divide their forces from the very beginning, subsequently orchestrating the assassination of Zheng Gaoliang. As Tang Songyuan activated his enhanced vision to continue monitoring Xiang Qian's movements, he suddenly grasped a crucial point. "You mentioned yesterday that Zheng Gaoliang is affiliated with the big boss." This meant that if Xiang Qian wished to possess the Julong sword, his first step would be to eliminate Zheng Gaoliang. No matter whether he used our hands or others, that he then manipulated Chenbo and the others to deal with Yichang and Zhang laid out if Chenbo and the others were his trusted followers. The next step would simply entail eliminating the 2 of us. And if he intended to take the sword for himself, both of us, along with Chenbo and Zhang Lei, would inevitably become targets of his schemes. Lu Chinlu interjected, "Your analysis is quite sound. Xiang Qian's disposition likely leads him to desire the sword entirely for himself." She walked over to the window, opened it, and stated, "You need to leave the inn immediately and hide. Keeping a close watch on Xiang Qian, you must obtain the Julong sword." Tang Songyuan paused, curious about why she would devise such a plan. That wouldn't it be better to work together? Sensing his confusion, Lu Chinlu quickly explained, "We overlooked something. Those 2 foreigners who assisted us last night." Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow, asking, "What about the 2 foreigners?" "This is the Republic of Papua New Guinea, a Commonwealth member. Xiang Qian likely intends to leverage local official power." With her words, Tang Songyuan suddenly understood why had Xiang Qian suggested playing cards. He knew that the strongest among them, himself and Lu Chinlu, would never indulge in such games. All he needed to do was eliminate Chenbo and Ma Yi, framing it on the 2 of them. With careful timing, he could achieve his goal of escape. Having witnessed Xiang Qian's meticulous timing on the fishing boat, Tang Songyuan resolved not to hesitate any longer, and he promptly climbed out of the window, fleeing the inn. Chapter 57. Ruthless within the modestly furnished room of an unpretentious inn, Xiang Qian, Ma Yi, and Chenbo were leisurely engaged in a game of landlord. Unlike the trepidation they had experienced back home, The trio was now relatively at ease. At least they no longer had to worry daily about being exposed to the overwhelming tide of the populace. Chenbo played a pair of threes and laughed. Xiang Qian, are you really planning to take Lu Qing and those two with you? Will you share a portion of the money with them? Xiang Qian chuckled nonchalantly. What is the harm in taking them along? As for the money, you can't take it with you when you die. Besides, wealth disperses while people gather, and wealth gathers while people disperse. I suppose I can spare them a little. Lu Qing doesn't strike me as someone who is overly greedy, that don't you agree? Mai immediately chimed in. Whatever you say, Xiang Qian, we will absolutely comply. Xiang Qian continued. That's why I am determined to take you both with me. I can never abandon my brothers, not at any moment. Once we secure the money, we shall head to Australia, where I intend to purchase a farm and indulge in the life of a capitalist. Chenbo joined in the daydreaming. I'll build a grand villa right next to yours, and then marry a stunning foreign beauty, siring 10 or 8 mixed-race children. Haha. Mai laughed in agreement. Me too. When it comes to the dirty work, we can leave it to Lu Qing and that Songyuan. It's a pity that Lu Qing's beautiful face is not only thorny, but also poisonous. Xiang Qian burst into laughter. I told you before, don't provoke her. Yet you wouldn't listen. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, Xiang Qian suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, his face turning crimson as if he could scarcely catch his breath. Chenbo immediately stood up with concern, anxiously looking at him. Xiang Qian, are you all right? Mai, quickly fetch a glass of water. Mai sprang to his feet, but Xiang Qian waved him off, gesturing towards the tissues on the table. His expression one of anguish. Alas, this dog traitor dreaming of marrying a foreign beauty had not even left a last word before meeting his end. Yet, no matter how swift Mai was, he could not match the speed of the gun in Xiang Qian's hand. Bang, bang, bang. Xiang Qian fired several rounds in Mai's direction until the magazine was emptied. Mai's body was riddled with holes, a torrent of crimson blood gushing forth, pooling on the floor as he lay there with a face etched in despair and defiance. Xiang Qian swiftly reloaded, chambered around, and shot him in the head, then calmly opened the door, that as anticipated by Lu Chinlu. There were already 4 or 5 armed indigenous police officers stationed at the inn's entrance, with the 2 blonde, blue-eyed Europeans trailing behind. Xiang Qian pointed towards Lu Chinlu's room, and the officers immediately rushed over, kicking the door open with a forceful kick. However, the room was utterly vacant. Where could Tang Songyuan and Lu Chinlu have gone? Just moments earlier, Tang Songyuan had climbed out the window, voicing his concerns. It's no longer safe here. Xiang Qian is ruthless. Staying will only increase the danger. We should leave together. What chance do we have? Tang Songyuan exclaimed in frustration. That I'm a stranger here, unable to communicate. How am I supposed to manage? Come on, let us go together. Lu Chinlu hesitated for a moment, but Tang Songyuan's face changed suddenly, urging, hurry, I sense someone is coming. Through his perspective, he noticed 2 police cars arriving outside the inn, with several indigenous officers leading the 2 Europeans they had encountered the night before. Lu Chinlu steeled herself, no longer hesitating, and with a graceful flip, she followed Tang Songyuan out the window. The 2 took off running towards the dense forest at the back of the inn. Xiang Qian, his face a shade of iron, stared at the empty room and murmured darkly, They were just here. Where have they gone? Alexis remarked, Qian, I can have them assist in the search, but they are the only law enforcement personnel in this small town, and I cannot guarantee they will find them. Xiang Qian insisted, We must locate them. Otherwise, the deal is off. Alexis scoffed, Qian, you currently have no bargaining power with us, that I will do my utmost to cooperate. But you must complete the transaction with us immediately. That moment, Xiang Qian felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have eliminated Lu Chinlu and her companion on the helicopter. Yet he reconsidered. Even with a gun in hand, given Lu Chinlu and Tang Songyuan's skills, he might not have succeeded in taking down the 4 of them, even with a surprise attack. Fine, Xiang Qian replied grimly. You instruct them to commence the search at once. I will lead you to the transaction site. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, Tang Songyuan had already witnessed the tragic demise of Chenbo and Mai. Exclaiming, I fear Chenbo and Mai have met their fate. What shall we do now? Lu Chinlu swiftly analyzed the situation, stating, This place is no longer safe. We should procure a vehicle. Indeed, we need a vehicle. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, pressing, But how do we acquire one? Lu Chinlu rummaged through her belongings and produced a roll of green bills, saying, "I initially prepared $10,000 for our trip to Hawaii. This is an English-speaking region. I should be able to manage." Indeed, money proved effective. Soon, Lu Chinlu had her eye on a small car parked roadside, owned by a young indigenous man who was engaged in a phone conversation. Lu Chinlu approached briskly and tentatively remarked, "Hey buddy, nice car." Tang Songyuan stood nearby, on high alert, observing their surroundings. Upon noticing the beautiful woman conversing with him, the car owner's face lit up with a grin. He hung up the phone and replied, "Sure, want to hop in? I can take you for a drive." Without hesitation, Lu Chinlu entered the vehicle, taking the passenger seat and stating bluntly, $5,000 for your car. As she waved the green bills in front of him, Tang Songyuan's perspective revealed that the vehicle was a dilapidated piece of junk, while $5,000 was nearly equivalent to the young man's 2 years' worth of income. "Really?" The car owner's eyes sparkled with excitement. That Lu Chinlu nodded, "Absolutely. You get out now, and the money is yours." Chapter 58. Direct assault. $5,000 for a mere shabby vehicle felt like winning the lottery. Especially since the US dollar was considered hard currency in their region. The indigenous young man readily agreed, seizing the cash and sprinting away, fearful that Lu Chinlu might change her mind. That Lu Chinlu slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and listened to the sound. Everything seemed in order. They needed to hurry. From a distance of about 100 meters, they kept a watchful eye on Xiang Qian and his companions. They observed Xiang Qian exiting the inn, followed by the 2 Europeans as they entered a car. The remaining police officers had vanished, presumably searching for the 2 of them. Lu Chinlu maintained a steady grip on the steering wheel, waiting for the car carrying Xiang Qian to pull away before leisurely following behind. The shabby vehicle weaved through traffic, and after 1 or 2 kilometers, Tang Songyuan noted Lu Chinlu's adept tracking skills. She wasn't detailing Xiang Qian's vehicle too closely, but instead maintained a distance of 5 or 6 car lengths, ensuring she could always keep the front car in view. As they soon exited the small town, the car merged onto a wide road, and Lu Chinlu once again increased the distance from the vehicle in front, at times even maintaining a gap of 200 to 300 meters. After all, Xiang Qian was a cunning fox. Getting too close would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. After half an hour of following, Lu Chinlu observed the roadside signs and concluded this route should lead to Moresby, which hosts Papua New Guinea's largest port and international airport. Xiang Qian likely intends to complete the transaction swiftly and leave this place as soon as possible, that if we wish to find him again, it will be extremely challenging. Tang Songyuan considered that you're right. He continued that I also believe both parties in the transaction must be anxious, which could provide us with an opportunity. This kind of organizational hijacking must be discreet and swift. Since Zheng Gaoliang had gone missing, his former employer would soon notice, and Xiang Qian's betrayal couldn't remain concealed for long. They were running out of time. Suddenly, Lu Chinlu's expression shifted, and she warned, "You shouldn't be overly optimistic. The other side might have reinforcements." Tang Songyuan also sensed something amiss. The car Xiang Qian had been traveling in, initially driving solo, now had a black sedan trailing closely behind. "What do we do now?" Tang Songyuan asked anxiously. Lu Chinlu's mind raced as she prepared for the worst-case scenario, that I currently have no further plans. Let us continue to follow for now. As they entered the outskirts of Moresby, buildings began to appear more frequently, and the number of intersections increased. Suddenly, the 2 noticed that the 2 vehicles in front had turned down a side street resembling a row of industrial warehouses, ultimately stopping at the entrance of a large warehouse. They stopped. Tang Songyuan exclaimed that Lu Chinlu's eyes sparkled with determination as she drove past the intersection, stopping in front of a nearby convenience store. After approximately 3 minutes, amidst the bewildered gazes of Tang Songyuan and Yuan, Lu Chinlu procured an assortment of miscellaneous items, including several screwdrivers and various powder compounds, specifically black fertilizer, white sugar, and matches, along with a crowbar selected for Tang Songyuan. The duo then abandoned their vehicle and swiftly made their way around. Indeed, they found a row of warehouses, the majority of which were locked, with 2 armed guards stationed at the entrance of one. It was likely that the previous individuals had disembarked and were currently conducting transactions inside the tightly shut warehouse. Launching a surprise attack seemed implausible, as their eastern features would easily raise suspicion. "Wait here, I'll bring the car around." Lu Chinlu promptly altered her strategy and dashed towards the dilapidated vehicle. Tang Songyuan quickly comprehended her plan. Charging in with the car felt rather reckless, but the thrill surged within him, causing his heart to race. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the small car sped out, covering a distance of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Duck! Lu Chinlu shouted sharply, executing a swift turn to collide with one of the guards at the entrance. The guard's hair stood on end as he raised his weapon to fire, but it was too late. The car slammed into the guard's abdomen, followed by a crash against the door, producing a thunderous sound. Glass shards flew everywhere, and Lu Chinlu was already poised. Leaping out of the vehicle the moment they made contact in quick succession, she hurled 2 screwdrivers, while the remaining guard managed to fire only 2 shots before one of the screwdrivers struck him in the forehead. Tang Songyuan also vaulted out of the car, brandishing the crowbar and delivering a blow to the head of the left guard, who was caught between the vehicle and the warehouse door. Disoriented from the collision, he succumbed before he could regain his composure. The 2 swiftly seized the guard's firearms, and Lu Chinlu quickly examined one, declaring, "Give me 10 seconds when I say open the door. You must swiftly pull it up." With that, she began to prepare the chemical compounds. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan activated his enhanced vision to scout the interior of the warehouse. However, the warehouse was somewhat extensive, exceeding his 50-meter range of visibility. And within that distance, he could only spot 2 gun barrels aimed at the entrance. "Open the door." Lu Chinlu ignited the prepared compound, and immediately, a thick smoke billowed forth. Tang Songyuan strained to lift the somewhat deformed roll-up door, while Lu Chinlu swiftly tossed in the smoke bomb. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of gunfire erupted from within the warehouse, bullets striking the partially open roll-up door, yet Tang Songyuan and Lu Chinlu had already taken cover to the side. Obscured by the dense smoke at the entrance, the gunfire ceased, likely due to a magazine change. Lu Chinlu and Tang Songyuan exchanged a glance, inhaling deeply before simultaneously charging into the warehouse, weapons drawn. The smoke bomb continued to burn, but Tang Songyuan, undeterred by visibility, quickly found a cover behind a large wooden crate. This brief advance allowed him to finally encompass the entire warehouse within his enhanced vision. There were 6 individuals inside, for with Western features and 2 of Eastern descent, with Xiang Qian among them. Most crucially, on the table lay a beautifully adorned box containing a sword, the very treasure they had fervently pursued, the Nine-Dragon Sword. Chapter 59, National Treasure, the Nine-Dragon Sword. The verification result from the enhanced vision confirmed its authenticity. At last, the coveted artifact that Tang Songyuan and Lu Chinlu had traversed countless miles to find was right before their eyes. A surge of excitement filled Tang Songyuan's heart as he glanced at Lu Chinlu and inquired, "Can we prepare another smoke bomb?" It was this very smoke bomb that had provided Tang Songyuan with a method, using the smoke as cover. They would be unseen while he could perceive the enemy through enhanced vision without obstruction. "Yes, but only one," Lu Chinlu replied as she crouched down to prepare it. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Songyuan examined the assault rifle in his hands. L85A1 assault rifle. Manufactured in the UK, chambered for 5.56 mm rounds, with 29 bullets still in the magazine. With a crackle, the second improvised smoke bomb ignited, releasing a vast cloud of smoke that further obscured both parties' sight. Within Tang Songyuan's enhanced vision, of the 6 opponents, 5 were armed, 2 with rifles and 3 with handguns. They had all reloaded, yet instead of regrouping, they remained on high alert, anticipating an assault from within the smoke. Xiang Qian, holding a handgun, pointed towards the entrance while angrily berating a figure named Alex. "That I told you those 2 would be trouble. Now look, we arrive and they're right on our heels," the individual named Alex scoffed. "So what if they are? Such primitive smoke bombs will eventually burn out, and when they do, they'll be nothing but lambs to the slaughter." And no sooner had he finished speaking than gunfire erupted from within the smoke, startling the 6 individuals who hurriedly sought cover. Xiang Qian shouted in frustration, "They've taken the guards' weapons at the entrance. They're all idiots." Bang, bang, bang. Alex opened fire as well, but with the smoke thickening, they could hardly locate their targets. And their shots were merely expressions of frustration into the air. Tang Songyuan adjusted his aim and fired again. Still, he missed, the bullets striking the far wall of the warehouse. Without time to ponder, he made a slight adjustment and fired again, this time in quick succession, taking down one of the riflemen. Elated, Tang Songyuan pressed on, suppressing the smoke's acrid scent as he fired again. Bang, 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 bang. 5 rapid shots fired. And as he shot, he adjusted his aim, utilizing the smoke as cover to eliminate another rifleman. The man fell backward, letting out a desperate cry before his demise. "How is this possible?" Xiang Qian exclaimed. Astounded that in the midst of the smoke, they were unable to see anything, while the opposing side had already taken down two of their own. Alex fired twice in the direction of the earlier gunfire. But through enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan was fully aware of his movements and quickly re-emerged, aiming at Alex. Aligning his shot, he unleashed a rapid series of fire, the 5.56mm rounds piercing through the wooden cover, killing Alex and another British individual on the spot. Just then, Lu Chinlu charged in from the opposite side, as if a war deity had descended, emerging from the smoke while firing and advancing with solid, assured strides, a wisp of smoke trailing behind her. Tang Songyuan followed closely, his ammunition limited, yet one bullet was sufficient for a kill. Though not overly dense, the fierce firepower forced Xiang Qian and another Eastern-looking man to cower behind a wooden crate. In a mere moment, Tang Songyuan and Lu Chinlu covered the distance of less than 50 meters. Tang Songyuan fired again, unleashing a barrage against the crate. Splinters flew and blood sprayed. Before Xiang Qian could even utter a word, he was left riddled with bullets, and the other Eastern man met a similar fate, both departing without even a name. "Well done," Lu Chinlu praised, proceeding to ensure those remaining were thoroughly dispatched. Only then did she examine the password-protected box on the table. "There might be a bomb," Tang Songyuan warned. Under enhanced vision, the box was devoid of explosives. Yet if forcibly opened or mishandled, it would trigger the layers of thermite wrapped around the Nine-Dragon sword. If ignited, the hard-won treasure would be reduced to mere scrap. Furrowing her brow, Lu Chinlu searched the bodies of Xiang Qian's group and indeed found a remote control, but it bore only a single activation button. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan approached the box with enhanced vision, magnifying the lock's mechanism and tentatively adjusting the first gear of the password. Success. A smile of triumph crossed his face as he continued to manipulate the remaining gears. With a click, the box opened. "How did you know the password?" Lu Chinlu inquired, curiosity piqued that I guessed. Tang Songyuan replied, rubbing his nose. "Indeed, there was a bomb." Lu Chinlu leaned closer, raising an eyebrow as she swiftly dismantled the thermite's triggering mechanism and carefully removed the thermite from around the Nine-Dragon sword. "It truly is the Nine-Dragon sword." The fire of excitement gleamed in Lu Chinlu's eyes. Tang Songyuan gazed at Xiang Qian's lifeless body and requested, "Hand me a screwdriver." Without questioning his intent, Lu Chinlu tossed one to him. Gripping the screwdriver, Tang Songyuan knelt beside Xiang Qian's corpse. He raised his hand and, with a swift motion, stabbed the screwdriver into Xiang Qian's forehead, the immense force allowing it to penetrate as easily as slicing through tofu. Driving into the warehouse floor, he murmured softly, "In your next life, do not act as a traitor to fellow countrymen." Chapter 60. The perfect return to Zhao, the shooting incident in Moresby, has captured the attention of the police. The tragic demise of two British nationals in the outskirts of the capital is indeed a sensational case. Regrettably, this area lies outside the surveillance perimeter, and the parties involved deliberately chose such a secluded locale to ensure the confidentiality of their transaction. By the time law enforcement arrived, the assailant had long since vanished. After fleeing the scene, Lu Chinlu applied a subtle disguise for herself and Tang Songyuan, altering their skin tones to resemble that of the indigenous people. They then hailed a passenger vehicle by the roadside. Departing from the Moresby vicinity, in the afternoon, Lu Chinlu discovered an indigenous village where they masqueraded as tourists and took residence. The locals were not particularly hospitable, and it was only after Lu Chinlu spent nearly $500 in local currency that they were granted temporary shelter in a modest thatched hut. Though small, the hut offered about 7 or 8 square meters of space. Lu Chinlu utilized a satellite phone she had confiscated from the deceased to establish a contact, then informed Tang Songyuan, "We must remain here for at least 2 days before we can depart by sea." By sea? Another helicopter perhaps? Tang Songyuan pondered, while Lu Chinlu opened the locked case, revealing the treasured Jiulong sword for inspection. Suddenly, she remarked, "Your skills are quite impressive. Once this matter is resolved, have you considered joining us?" Tang Songyuan, intrigued by the sight of the Jiulong sword, momentarily paused before chuckling. "No, this was merely a fortuitous encounter. Why would you still think of me?" He then added, "I was hoping you would take me to find the iron meteorite." Lu Chinlu drew the sword, meticulously examining its blade for any damages, and continued, I once had an informant, an associate of ours, who possessed a piece of iron meteorite that I had seen with him. Tang Songyuan's excitement surged. Where is he? How large is the meteorite? Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow. I assumed he was in the country. Los Angeles is so far away. Must I fly to the west to complete the transaction? That is not impossible, Lu Chinlu replied, or perhaps he could mail it to you. Tang Songyuan, feeling somewhat disheartened, shrugged. Forget it. Let us discuss this after we leave here. 3 nights later, the duo packed their belongings and made their way to the coast to await their rendezvous. As the appointed time approached, Lu Chinlu ignited a bonfire. Approximately 10 minutes later, a speedboat swiftly approached them. After confirming their identities with a secret code, Lu Chinlu and Tang Songyuan boarded the vessel, which gracefully carved an arc across the water, speeding away in the direction they had come from. The speedboat was piloted by 2 plainclothes men who appeared relatively young. Tang Songyuan noticed their closely cropped hair, prompting a suspicion in his mind. The boat sped along for over an hour, bringing Lu Chinlu and Tang Songyuan to the formidable site of a maritime fortress. To their astonishment, it was a massive warship. Forgive Tang Songyuan for his limited experience. This was his first encounter with such a colossal vessel, and he was taken aback by its size. Welcome aboard the USS 108. I am Captain Gung Pingbo, commander of the 108. Upon boarding the ship, a military officer adorned with 2 stripes and 4 stars greeted them warmly. Lu Chinlu, holding a suitcase in one hand, shook his hand with the other, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Colonel Gung. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Captain Gung arranged for them to have separate cabins, instructing that no one was to disturb them. Following 2 days of navigation, the USS 108 docked at a small island. The two then boarded a plane, and upon landing, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lu Chinlu, grasping her suitcase, nodded, lead the way. In their company was a man in his 50s, bearing a square face and an energetic demeanor despite his thinning hair. Accompanying him were 2 elderly gentlemen, distinguished yet graceful in their bearing. These 2 were the former director and deputy director of the Palace Museum, as well as honorary presidents of the Antique Association of the capital. One was named Chu Shiji, and the others were Mingyuan. Lu Chinlu stepped forward, placing her suitcase on the table and opening it. The Jiulong sword, in pristine condition. As the box opened, the previously stoic elderly gentleman suddenly erupted with excitement. Tears welled in Chu Shiji's eyes as he rose unsteadily, hesitating to reach for the sword. Zhuo Mingyuan mirrored his sentiment, murmuring, the Jiulong sword, it truly is the Jiulong sword. After 70 years, it has finally re-emerged. The minister cleared his throat, pressing for confirmation. Chu Lao, Zhuo Lao, might you verify once more? Chu Shiji managed to contain his overwhelming emotion, delicately lifting the Jiulong sword from the case, as if it were the most precious of treasures, fearful it might dissolve in his grasp. With unwavering certainty, he declared it cannot be mistaken. His hand glided over the exquisitely adorned scabbard, caressing the embedded rubies and diamonds, and the vividly depicted 9 golden dragons that he then drew the sword, its cold gleam illuminating the room. Producing a magnifying glass from seemingly nowhere, he scrutinized it closely. Zhuo Mingyuan nodded approvingly, exclaiming, to witness the Jiulong sword in this life, I can die content. Excellent. The minister nodded with a smile, saying, please, follow me. He led Tang Songyuan and Lu Chinlu into an adjacent office. After ensuring the door was shut, he continued, due to certain special circumstances, Mr. Tang's contributions this time must remain confidential. Therefore, we can only offer him a limited material and spiritual reward. Tang Songyuan noted the words limited and spiritual reward. Feeling somewhat skeptical, he chuckled lightly, saying, Team Leader Lu promised me an additional condition. Chapter 61. Beware the Enchantress. Tang Songyuan exited the room and dialed NICC. Hello? Who is this? Came the sweet voice of NICC on the other end. It's me, senior sister. Tang Songyuan replied. This phone was provided by Lu Chinlu, so it was only natural that NICC was unaware that he quickly clarified his identity. Senior sister. Where are you now? Could you come to the airport to pick me up? You little rascal. You disappeared without a word for so many days. Where have you been? NICC's initial tone was slightly displeased, but it soon softened with an apology that if it weren't for the last message you sent, I would have thought you'd been abducted, that I'm in Sanya now. I just canceled my reservation at the Regal Hotel. You should have said something earlier. I only decided this morning that NICC chuckled lightly, adding, I just arrived yesterday. You could come and have some fun too. I can take you surfing that a vision of an ICC in a revealing bikini, frolicking in the sun-kissed waves, flashed through Tang Songyuan's mind. He cleared his throat, responding, and ICC laughed playfully. I'll be waiting for you, little junior brother. Not long after hanging up, Lu Chinlu emerged. She handed Tang Songyuan a box, to which he inquired, What is this? Lu Chinlu gestured for him to open it. Yet, still puzzled, he asked, What use does this serve? Lu Chinlu explained, at certain times, it can provide you with special assistance. Though her words were somewhat vague, Tang Songyuan grasped her meaning. Additionally, the cash amounting to 100,000 yuan alleviated his current financial predicament. Lu Chinlu pressed her lips together and added, I've purchased you a plane ticket for tonight at 9, that I will accompany you to Los Angeles. She referred to her promise to provide Tang Songyuan with a means to acquire the iron meteorite. But he expected it to come so swiftly. Tang Songyuan replied, Is it really that urgent? But I've never been to the West and don't have a passport or anything. Lu Chinlu raised an eyebrow. I will handle the passport situation. She gestured towards the cash in his hand, saying, Shall I help you exchange this for dollars? Tang Songyuan nodded, handing over the money. That would be much appreciated. But I've heard that obtaining a passport for the West takes at least 10 days, that Lu Chinlu scoffed lightly. Don't concern yourself with that. As long as I'm with you, I will ensure you pass through customs unscathed. Her implication was that she intended to prepare fake documents, and judging by her tone, it was not her first time doing so at NICC, sounding disappointed. Remarked, Honestly, I was going to invite you to that grand event. What a wonderful opportunity. Next time you seek me out, you might not find such an opportunity. That little enchantress, Tang Songyuan silently mused, quickly saying, I'm sorry, senior sister. Next time, I'll treat you. NICC retorted with a playful disdain, You can take a hike. What would a single, unmarried girl like me do at such an event? At 7:50 in the evening. Lu Chinlu and Tang Songyuan boarded a Delta Airlines Boeing aircraft. After a layover in Tokyo and nearly 18 hours of travel, they finally arrived in Southern California, Los Angeles. As they approached customs, Tang Songyuan, holding the passport provided by Lu Chinlu, felt a twinge of apprehension. Nevertheless, they passed through without incident. As they stepped out of the airport, Lu Chinlu disdainfully remarked, The CIA often engages in such practices, and what they produce pales in comparison to our authenticity. At the very least, the chips we use are genuine. Tang Songyuan remained non-committal, as the local time in Los Angeles was just 4 o'clock in the morning due to the time difference. The two found a hotel to rest for a while, and at noon, Lu Chinlu awakened Tang Songyuan. After they had lunched together, Lu Chinlu took Tang Songyuan to an antique shop located in Torrance. Although it was called an antique shop, Tang Songyuan felt a sense of chaos the moment he entered. The store offered an eclectic array of items, ranging from grandfather clocks and pianos to clothing, shoes, and hats, even including items that were often overlooked in their homeland, such as baskets, shovels, scissors, and buttons that he couldn't help but scoff internally. Is this truly considered an antique? Or is it merely due to the relatively young history of this country, which is only 246 years? Welcome, my dear friend. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. A middle-aged man greeted them enthusiastically in somewhat faltering Chinese as soon as they entered. He was a slightly portly middle-aged Caucasian who opened his arms to embrace Lu Chinlu. But she declined, merely extending her hand for a handshake, saying, Long time no see, Franco Li. She then introduced Tang Songyuan, and they exchanged pleasantries. Lu Chinlu conveyed the purpose of their visit, which was to purchase the iron meteorite in Franco Li's possession. With a beaming smile, Franco Li responded, That is not just any iron meteorite. That is Cupid's heart. Please wait a moment while I fetch it for you. He then proceeded to rummage through the store's storage area, eventually emerging with a lump of iron, declaring, Here it is. Franco Li spoke with a nostalgic tone, explaining, It hails from the asteroid belt near Ceres, weighing 4.15 kilograms. I have named it Cupid's heart. Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision to confirm that the iron lump indeed was a meteorite, containing approximately 80% iron along with other metallic elements. This is it. Tang Songyuan felt reassured and asked, Franco Li, is this meteorite for sale? Of course, Franco Li replied with a grin, patting the meteorite. Although I have a fondness for this Cupid's heart, I am looking forward to finding someone who truly appreciates it and can unlock its true value. If only you knew that this meteorite's fate was to be forged into a sword by Huang Xingde. You might not be so optimistic, Tang Songyuan thought to himself, that he then said, I believe I am indeed that person who would cherish it. Please name your price. Franco Li chuckled and glanced at him, saying, typically, lunar or Martian meteorites fetch prices between $4,000 to $5,000 per gram. But this is merely a series iron meteorite, valued at only 1/10 of a lunar meteorite's worth. For Lu Chinlu's sake, I will offer it to you at $300 per gram. Tang Songyuan replied, somewhat dazed, I think I no longer fancy it. This price makes me feel like a complete fool. After Lu Chinlu explained, Franco Li finally grasped the meaning of complete fool. His expression turned serious as he said, I apologize, Songyuan, but I did not deceive you. You see, scientists estimate that the total weight of asteroids visiting Earth daily can reach around 50,000 tons. Moreover, finding one is not an easy task. It requires courage, audacity, and a touch of luck. His theories seem to revolve around the notion that rarity begets value, implying that a meteorite weighing over 4 kilograms is not commonly found on Earth. Charging you $300 per gram, totaling over $100,000, is not exorbitant. Reflecting on his previous blunder of missing the first meteorite, Tang Songyuan decided not to dwell on it further. How about this? Franco Li, $1 million, though what do you think? Franco Li looked somewhat bewildered and glanced at Lu Chinlu, who gave him a look that indicated to go ahead as he pleased. Oh, Songyuan, your negotiating skills are quite aggressive, he said, half in annoyance and half in complaint. This is an iron meteorite with a well-documented provenance. Even ordinary iron meteorites average $500 per gram. Tang Songyuan smirked and ultimately gritted his teeth, conceding, very well, Franco Li, let it be as you say. Bargaining was instinctive. After all, what if he succeeded? Franco Li cheerfully extended his hand, wishing him a pleasant transaction. During their handshake, Tang Songyuan realized a pressing issue. He had only a little over $10,000 in cash on him. While he was not short on funds, his domestic bank cards could not be used for direct international transfers. To send money abroad, he would need to apply for a remittance at the bank, which would require approval, meaning he would have to visit the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China branch in Los Angeles to complete the transaction. Lu Chinlu scoffed, saying, do you think a civil servant like me would have over $100,000 in available funds? Just then, two tall, dark-skinned men entered the shop, dragging a suitcase behind them. One of them, a hefty man adorned with a large gold chain and sunglasses, exclaimed, Hey Franco, come out and see what treasures we've unearthed this time. Franco Li raised his hand, signaling Tang Songyuan and Lu Chinlu to wait, and approached the newcomers with a friendly smile, saying, Yuri in case, let us see what you've got I'm quite curious about today, as finds.as he spoke, Yuri Jean, the man with the gold chain and sunglasses, opened the suitcase and began pulling out an assortment of miscellaneous items onto the counter. There were ancient-looking books, what appeared to be jewelry bracelets, and several jewelry boxes of various sizes, all presumably valuable. Case Jean excitedly remarked, we just auctioned off 3 suitcases today, and look at all this. Franco, you're the expert in this area. Help us appraise these items. Tang Songyuan, not being particularly proficient in English, glanced at Lu Chinlu for assistance. She promptly translated the gist of the conversation for him. Tang Songyuan soon realized that Yuri Jean and Case Jean were likely the professional treasure hunters he had heard about. He recalled some popular short video platforms that often featured 5 major types of treasure hunting activities: knife forging competitions, African Musselmen riding bicycles while carrying bananas, wilderness survival, and the allure of blind boxes from warehouses and containers. If he were not mistaken, these two were indeed engaged in one such venture: treasure hunting through unclaimed luggage. These suitcases, left behind at the airport, would be auctioned off after a certain time limit to alleviate inventory burdens. Treasure hunters could bid to acquire ownership of these suitcases and, in turn, the items within. The value of these suitcases could be unpredictable. Some contained luxurious items worth a fortune, while others might only hold mundane clothing, leading to potential losses for the treasure hunters. With this in mind, Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision to assess the treasures the two men had found. The ancient book was a 1908 Bible, and the jewelry bracelet was a diamond chain. Meanwhile, Franco Li had already begun appraising the items, providing the two brothers with evaluations. This Bible once belonged to a renowned bishop from the last century, valued at $200. This diamond bracelet is of average quality, worth $50. And this ruby ring is appraised at $1,200 in total. The suitcase brought by the Hefty brothers was valued at $2,250. Oh, the brothers erupted into exuberant cheers, jumping up and down. They exchanged playful jabs and even pounded their fists together with a thudding sound. Yuri Jean twirled around the store in excitement, letting out ecstatic whoops. While Case Jean laughed heartily at Franco Lee, saying, "You know, Franco, we gathered all these items from 3 suitcases for just $250. Oh my goodness, we've struck it rich." Franco smiled as he counted the cash, handing it to Yuri Jean, saying, "Congratulations. May you continue to have such good fortune every day." Yuri Jean grinned widely, accepting the cash, and in a burst of excitement, kissed the money, beaming with pride as he declared, "Of course, we're professionals. Goodbye, Franco, I will be back tomorrow." Case Jean waved as they left. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan was consumed by a different thought that he too was intrigued by the idea of participating in the treasure hunting activities involving container blind boxes, warehouse blind boxes, and luggage blind boxes. "Franco, may I ask if anyone can join such treasure hunting activities?" Chapter 63. Registration for the competition. It is said that the venerable Rockefeller once proclaimed, "Even if you were to cast me into the desert, as long as a caravan passes by, I could establish a commercial empire." This sentiment resonates with Tang Songyuan. Although he currently possesses a mere $10,000, he harbors the extraordinary ability to see through all things. Is this blind box challenge not tailored for him? While others rely on luck and experience, he requires but a glance to discern the truth. Indeed, it is feasible. Los Angeles International Airport accommodates nearly 100 million travelers annually. And inevitably, there are some careless passengers who misplace their luggage. The airport has no choice but to proceed in this manner as fate would have it. In just 3 days, a treasure hunt competition for lost luggage will be held at the airport, with the ultimate victor receiving a staggering grand prize of $1 million to Songyuan. Do you intend to participate? Tang Songyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, upon encountering such an opportunity. "Of course, I must participate. You know, Franco, I was also an experienced treasure hunter back in my homeland. The selection of jadeite from countless raw stones can also be considered a form of treasure hunting." Franco raised his eyebrows in surprise and chuckled. "I would never have guessed that. So, what do you plan to do with this iron meteorite?" Tang Songyuan responded, "The meteorite can be stored here for now. You need not worry. We Chinese place great importance on our promises that in 3 days, after the treasure hunt competition, I will return to finalize our transaction." Franco Lee revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Oh, I too have received an invitation to the treasure hunt competition, albeit as a judge. But rest assured, I will be entirely fair and impartial." Tang Songyuan chuckled. "That would be most excellent." Exiting Franco Lee's antique shop, Lu Chinlu wore an expression of confusion and perplexity. She inquired, "For the sake of this meteorite, you risked everything to accompany me, yet now that the meteorite is within reach, you seem unconcerned." Tang Songyuan replied, "After so many days of delay, what do a couple more days matter? You must understand, it requires over $1 million, and that is in US dollars." That Lu Chinlu furrowed her brow and said, "So, you intend to profit from that luggage treasure hunt competition?" "Precisely. Did you see those 2 chubby fellows? They opened merely 3 suitcases and made nearly $2,000. Were it me, I might earn even more. That you're just boasting." Lu Chinlu kindly cautioned, "I believe this is akin to gambling. Don't merely focus on those who have profited. You must also consider those who have lost everything." "Relax," Tang Songyuan replied nonchalantly. "This is merely a game of luck, and I have always excelled in matters of fortune. Have you forgotten how I won the lottery with you?" "Don't." Tang Songyuan hastily grasped her hand, grinning, "My English isn't very good. Would it not be a breach of camaraderie to leave me here alone?" Recalling their previous days of camaraderie, Lu Chinlu pursed her lips and said, "Very well, but you must promise me to know your limits and never indulge recklessly." Her intention was to keep an eye on him, ensuring that even if Tang Songyuan incurred some losses, it would not escalate to the point of utter ruin. Tang Songyuan readily agreed. "I promise. I swear that will suffice." Lu Chinlu shot him an exasperated glance. "Can you now release my hand?" Tang Songyuan gently let go, chuckling as he hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at Los Angeles International Airport, Tang Songyuan, guided by Lu Chinlu, located the registration area for the luggage competition. In fact, this was also the usual venue for luggage auctions, and even now, regular auction activities were underway nearby. Additionally, Tang Songyuan spotted the figures of Yuri and Keith King, the 2 brothers, using a fake passport. Tang Songyuan registered. This document passed through customs without issue, and the registration process was remarkably straightforward. However, he was taken aback by the registration fee, which amounted to $300 that he asked Lu Chinlu to inquire whether he could still participate in the auction today. Of course, there are still 28 suitcases left to auction. Just take this paddle and walk over. You could participate in the bidding, she said, retrieving a paddle from a drawer and handing it to Tang Songyuan. I hope you have a wonderful harvest. Number 188. What a propitious digit. Tang Songyuan took the paddle and, with his limited vocabulary, smiled and said, "Thank you." He and Lu Chinlu settled into the auction area, where the cacophony of bidding echoed like a bustling marketplace back home. The auction was hosted by a plump, fair-skinned man, accompanied by a female assistant in a white shirt. At the foot of the stage stood a suitcase, clearly the object of contention among the crowd. $260, $265, $268. The bidding proceeded rapidly, the auctioneer sometimes echoing the bids from the crowd. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, resembling a heated argument. Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision, scanning the suitcase currently up for bid. After a meticulous examination lasting over 10 seconds, he moved on to the next one. That inside were merely some ordinary clothing, shoes, and a few cards. The most valuable item appeared to be a tablet from 2016. Wait a moment. Those cards are not just any cards. They are basketball player cards. Moreover, they are from the 2015 NBA championship-winning Golden State Warriors team. One card even bears Stephen Curry's autograph. Without a second thought, Tang Songyuan raised his paddle and, in halting English, declared, $350. Chapter 64. The super treasure. After announcing his bid, Tang Songyuan felt a twinge of regret. He was uncertain of the actual value of the player cards and which types might fetch a high price. However, the other treasure hunters around him perceived this suitcase as rather ordinary, and Tang Songyuan's bid of $350 exceeded their expectations. Consequently, a brief silence ensued, with curious, mocking, and derisive glances directed at the eastern face in their midst, seeing the lull in excitement. The chubby auctioneer prompted 3 more bids before declaring that the suitcase belonged to Tang Songyuan. At this juncture, he no longer dwelled on his initial doubts and instead feigned excitement, raising his fists in triumph and exclaiming, "Yay!" Seated beside him, Lu Chinlu was both exasperated and bewildered. What is so special about this suitcase? I doubt these discarded belongings would harbor any valuables. Tang Songyuan chuckled. This is the allure of blind boxes. The quest for the unknown is the fundamental reason humanity has evolved from savagery to its current status as the world's dominator. Having successfully bid on his first suitcase, Tang Songyuan did not choose to withdraw. He also did not search for a place to open it immediately, as the assistant would record his number and final bid, allowing him to settle the payment after the auction concluded. He activated his X-ray vision once more, conducting an in-depth scan of the remaining 27 suitcases, determined to secure the most valuable one. That the auction continued, with the sounds of bidding rising and falling once more. $80. $80. I bid $85. All right, Yuri bids $85. Both treasure hunters participating in the auction and the auctioneer spoke at a rapid-fire pace, making it difficult to keep up. This often led to instances of identical bids, but the auctioneer would accurately identify the first person to call out the price. Ultimately, the suitcase was successfully bid on by the King brothers for $122. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan had already scanned 7 or 8 other suitcases using his X-ray vision. However, the results were somewhat underwhelming. Most suitcases contained either worn underwear, outdated electronics, or a few coins. Even when a couple of them contained some jewelry, his X-ray vision revealed them to be either low-quality gems or outright fakes. It seemed Lu Chinlu's words were indeed prophetic. These discarded suitcases rarely contained anything of real worth. Suddenly, Tang Songyuan's attention was drawn to a glimmering silver watch, beyond its exquisite and luxurious appearance. His X-ray vision provided an exceptionally lavish appraisal. Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon Ref 5002P. Serial number 5002P. Platinum. Brand Patek Philippe. Movement diameter 38 mm. Case diameter 42.8 mm. Additionally, detailed descriptions of the case material, dial color, shape, crystal material, crown material, and other features were provided. This was undoubtedly a remarkable find, and Tang Songyuan could scarcely believe his eyes. Have the wealthy truly become this extravagant? Could a suitcase containing such a valuable watch be so easily lost? Yet his X-ray vision had never deceived him. This was indeed a watch of considerable worth. This suitcase must be secured at all costs. Tang Songyuan silently resolved to take action, pulling out his phone to search for the value of the Patek Philippe Stargazer Moonphase Tourbillon. At that moment, Lu Chinlu inquired, "You were so enthusiastic just now. Why have you suddenly withdrawn?" The treasure hunters present were all actively engaging in the vibrant atmosphere, while only Lu Chinlu maintained her composure. From the moment they left Franco Li's antique shop to the auction site for the luggage blind boxes, Tang Songyuan's behavior exuded a sense of bewilderment. His gaze was erratic, his expressions oscillating between joy, confusion, and seriousness, as if he had transformed from the calm and composed warrior he had been alongside her in the Papua New Guinea Republica. Tang Songyuan paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "This is my first time participating in such an auction. It feels quite novel." "Then why did you bid $350 right off the bat?" Lu Chinlu pressed. Tang Songyuan fibbed. "I was just intending to throw out a random price. And considering my poor English, I didn't expect to actually win the bid." His command of English was indeed lacking. After 5 years of operating an excavator, most of the vocabulary and grammar he had once learned had long since been forgotten. Currently, he could only muster a couple of hundred simple words that Lu Chinlu nodded and chose not to pursue the topic further. She then shared her observations with Tang Songyuan. "The old man with sunglasses and slick-back hair is quite cunning. He raises the bid by only small increments. Several times, he appeared determined to win. But he backed off at crucial moments. And that visibly married white couple over there." Tang Songyuan observed closely and realized that Lu Chinlu's assessments were largely accurate. "Very professional," he remarked with a smile, then added, "What about those two hefty brothers? What are your thoughts?" Lu Chinlu rolled her eyes and said, "They may seem reckless at first glance, but they are quite astute that if you observe closely, you'll notice their bids are very strategic." As they conversed, Tang Songyuan remained uninvolved in the bidding. The luggage on stage was either auctioned off or went unsold. Finally, the suitcase that had occupied Tang Songyuan's thoughts made its appearance. Indeed, it was the very suitcase containing a genuine Patek Philippe watch. The sixth-to-last suitcase of the day appeared somewhat antiquated. Perhaps it concealed some significant treasure. Starting bid is 50. Seize the opportunity, everyone. After a brief introduction from the host, the auction commenced once more. $400. The man with the small mustache was the first to raise his paddle, confidently placing his bid, but a gasp rippled through the crowd. Goodness! The man had opened with a price that intimidated most participants. Tang Songyuan noticed this style contrasted with Lu Chinlu's earlier analysis, and just as he prepared to bid, the sunglasses-clad old man raised his paddle. $450. Chapter 65. Infuriation. Mark was the owner of a thrift store in Los Angeles, thriving on the principle of buying low and selling high. However, his true passion lay in participating in various auctions at the Los Angeles airport, particularly luggage blind boxes. The thrill and excitement sent his adrenaline soaring while allowing him to earn a bit of extra cash. The slick-back man was named Billy. He had previously worked in advertising. After striking gold on a fortunate find, he invested in an antique shop in Los Angeles, hiring someone to manage it while he scoured the airport for treasures. Before each blind box auction at Los Angeles International Airport, treasure hunters were granted an hour to observe and could register their interest before bidding against one another. Electronic items were typically sold separately, while jewelry could be bundled together, akin to a semi-blind box, with the outcome relying heavily on luck. During the observation period before the auction, Mark had taken notice of a leather luggage bag. The bag featured a mechanical combination lock, and through the leather, he felt what seemed to be a box-like object, leading him to conclude that this suitcase was worth a gamble. Of course, there was an element of chance involved. If he guessed correctly, it could be a windfall. $450. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The host at the auction continued to enthusiastically call out. Mark shot a furious glance at Billy, who had been right beside him when he inspected the bag. Perhaps the old man had gleaned some insight. Billy, unfazed by Mark's murderous glare, only laughed louder. They were longtime rivals, having jacked up each other's bids on more than one occasion. $500. Mark gritted his teeth and reluctantly made his bid. All right, $500. Bidder number 134 has placed a bid of $500. That is there anyone willing to go higher? The auction host, who earned commission based on the sale price, naturally hoped for higher bids. After a brief silence, it was finally Tang Songyuan's turn to speak. He raised his paddle and, with his clumsy English tinged with a Sichuan accent, declared $510. Upon seeing that familiar Eastern face, the crowd erupted in mocking, derisive laughter. but Mark's fury reached a boiling point. It was one thing for Billy to raise the bid, but this oblivious, impudent Oriental dared to enter the fray. Did a neon person? Mark ventured to ask. Chinese Mark, sporting a duckbill cap and a small mustache, curled his lip in disdain and turned to the host to raise his paddle. $600. Tang Songyuan, with his keen perception, caught sight of Mark's contemptuous expression. The mere mention of neon person riled him. He was a proud descendant of the yin and huang, not to be compared to the Japanese. With a cold snort, he promptly countered $700. He gazed defiantly at Mark, exuding an air of challenge. This suitcase was a must-have for him, and he was willing to spend every last cent of his $10,000 in cash if necessary. As Tang Songyuan's new bid echoed through the room, a wave of murmurs swept through the treasure hunters. This seemingly ordinary suitcase, devoid of any luxury brand label or signs of master craftsmanship. Why on earth should it be valued at $700? Billy's expression was one of delight. Seeing Mark falter brought him immense satisfaction. The brothers Yuri and Keith King furrowed their brows, contemplating whether to join the bidding fray and at what moment to intervene. Brother, those two we saw earlier in Franco's shop. Do you think they received any tips from Franco? No, brother, trust me on this. $700 is not a small sum. The host excitedly called out, bidder number 188 has placed a bid of $700. Mr. Mark, we are old friends. Can you offer a higher price? Mark, already fuming, was further provoked by the host's direct mention. He raised his paddle once more, declaring $750. $800. Tang Songyuan immediately followed suit, clearly intent on a competitive exchange. $850. Mark was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, vowing that if the box did not contain items worth more than $850, he would personally take a chainsaw to that suitcase. $900. Tang Songyuan stood up, raising his paddle with a loud shout, his gaze locked onto Mark, filled with mockery and derision. The host attempted to incite further bidding, but Mark remained silent. After 3 rounds of inquiries, the host finally declared that the suitcase belonged to Tang Songyuan. With his goal achieved, Tang Songyuan felt immense satisfaction that he mused whether he should open the suitcase right there and reveal the Patek Philippe watch, just to provoke little mustache Mark and guarantee his explosive reaction. Disinterested in the remaining luggage, he stood to leave with Lu Chinlu to complete the transaction with the auction assistant. Just as they prepared to exit the auction venue, the hefty brothers hurriedly approached him. Hey brother, we saw you at Franco's store earlier. Yuri King grinned, flashing a row of gleaming white teeth that, to be honest, Tang Songyuan had no racial biases. He merely disdained the kind that loitered domestically. Hello, nice to meet you. He replied politely that I'm Yuri King, and this is my brother Keith King. After introducing themselves, Yuri continued, we've long been displeased with that Mark fellow. You did brilliantly today. Huh? Tang Songyuan offered a perfunctory smile, not quite grasping their words, and shot a pleading glance at Lu Chinlu, who automatically took on the role of translator. Yuri praised, excellent strategy. By the way, tomorrow morning, there's an auction for a batch of expired storage units on Santa Monica Street. Are you interested? Chapter 66. Stargazer moon-faced Tang Songyuan was already well aware of the warehouse auction that in the Western countries. Many individuals preferred to rent storage units for their belongings, whether it was a temporary storage space during a trip or a place to keep idle items or old furniture after an upgrade. Moreover, the majority of these are short-term rentals. Once the time is up, if no renewal is made and no termination procedures are completed, the items within these warehouses automatically become the property of the warehouse company. Typically, the warehouse company will auction off these expired storage units. Prior to the auction, the personnel from the warehouse do not open the units to inspect their contents, lest the auction lose its significance. When the bidding commences, the auctioneer will cut open the warehouse's lock with a large pair of pliers, allowing treasure seekers to stand at the entrance, usually for just 3 to 5 minutes before bidding begins. Some items are also handled as mystery boxes, simply priced per unit, making it a straightforward transaction. Santa Monica Street. Tang Songyuan pondered over the English name, then inquired, are there any restrictions for participants in the auction? Restrictions? Ha. Keith King laughed. As long as you bring money, that's all that matters. Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement, saying, that's good. I will have Franco contact you all when the time comes that, oh my goodness. Seeing the two of them dragging various obviously worn suitcases inside, Franco exclaimed, are you really going to participate in the suitcase auction? Tang Songyuan smiled slightly. Initially, I intended to sign up for the competition, but since the auction is still ongoing, I thought I would try bidding on a couple just to experience the atmosphere. He added, and please help me see if there's anything valuable inside. Delighted to assist, Franco Li smiled and then fetched some tools from the storage room, preparing to open the 2 suitcases with brute force. Tang Songyuan selected a claw hammer and struck the combination lock on the first suitcase forcefully 2 or 3 times, rendering the lock completely unusable. Upon opening the suitcase, a musty odor filled the air, accompanied by a few worn jerseys and some sneakers beneath. Franco frowned and curiously asked, "How much did you pay for this suitcase?" Franco shook his head. "By the looks of it, it's just a bunch of used clothes. Not worth much even at a second-hand market. And those sneakers are not special editions they're SA tablet. Let me see." Tang Songyuan retrieved the tablet nestled among the clothes, and Franco examined it, declaring, "This tablet originally cost 600, but now it's only about 30 new, so you'd be lucky to sell it for 100. Wow. That's not bad," Franco praised as he carefully inspected the sports trading card Tang Songyuan handed him. "However, this set isn't particularly rare. Only this card with Curry's autograph is slightly more valuable, that I could offer you 17,000 for the whole set. What do you think? Purchase for 350, selling for 17,000. Haha. You startled me." Tang Songyuan replied cheerfully, "The way you speak, Franco, I thought it wasn't worth anything." Franco glanced at Lu Chinlu beside him and said, "You must understand, Chinese is not my native language. I haven't yet mastered your tonal nuances." Tang Songyuan gave him a thumbs up. "Compared to my English, yours is quite impressive." Franco toyed with the well-packaged sports trading card and added, "Songyuan, if you ever need to check the price of such items, you can easily look them up on Amazon or eBay. It's very convenient." Tang Songyuan nodded in understanding, and both parties happily concluded their transaction. Tang Songyuan proceeded to open the second suitcase. Most of the contents were also clothing. But compared to the previous one, these appeared to be of significantly higher quality. They were neatly folded and devoid of any unpleasant odors. "This shirt is nice. It looks custom-made." Franco pointed to a shirt, stating, "In Western countries, professional men have high standards for shirts. For instance, those in finance prefer a more fitted style, and there must not be any obvious brand markings on the shirt." That he then felt the fabric of the shirt. Continuing, "This shirt could be worth 150. What? A second-hand shirt worn by someone else is worth 150. This was rare in his home country, yet Franco's tone made it seem commonplace. What astonished him further was that not only the shirt but also the trousers and jacket inside received various price assessments from Franco, totaling an impressive 1,050. That this was merely Franco's buyback price, indicating that these second-hand garments could fetch at least double in the market. There's also a box. Ding, ding, ding. As the box opened, a beautifully crafted watch gleaming in silver lay quietly inside. Oh my, Franco, who had been composed until now, was suddenly overwhelmed. His eyes widened like saucers, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an entire dragon fruit, his face transitioning from surprise to shock, then to delight and excitement. The corners of his mustache quivered uncontrollably, and he exclaimed in his native tongue upon seeing the watch, "Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon Ref 5002p. He nervously looked at Tang Songyuan, asking, "Can I see that, the Patek Philippe?" Tang Songyuan and Lu Chinlu exchanged a knowing smile, with the former replying, "Of course, Franco." Chapter 67. Worth 1,000,000 Franco Li treated the watch box with utmost reverence. Gently accepting the exquisite timepiece from Tang Songyuan, he caressed the crown pattern texture on the watch case and meticulously wound the mechanism a few times. Then, placing the watch to his ear, he listened to the sound of the ticking hands. As if hearing a beautiful melody, he displayed an expression of rapture. The second hand ticked rhythmically, each sound resonating in his heart. "Patek Philippe, this is unbelievable. It's a genuine Patek Philippe." Franco Li was in utter disbelief, then pulled out a small microscope from somewhere to examine it once more. Lu Chinlu found Franco's expressions and actions somewhat exaggerated and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is this watch very valuable?" In her understanding, how could there possibly be valuable treasures in a suitcase that someone had abandoned? Franco replied, "It's not just about value. The Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon series is handcrafted and globally limited edition. Sometimes a certain status is required to purchase it. A few years ago, the platinum version of this series sold for 2 million at auction. So much." Now it was Lu Chinlu's turn to be astonished. She had been present for the watch's entire journey, and the suitcase it was hidden in seemed utterly ordinary. In fact, when Tang Songyuan, out of frustration with Mark, spent 900 on the suitcase, she had been somewhat dissatisfied. Who would have thought that within this seemingly unremarkable suitcase lay a watch worth $1 million? The notion that a watch could be valued at $1 million was also hard for her to grasp, though the existence of such value was indeed reasonable, not at all excessive. Franco's excitement gradually faded, but he still looked at the Patek Philippe with affection, softly stroking the watch case. Compared to the myriad luxury items for women, such as jewelry, cosmetics, and handbags, there are hardly any luxury items that signify a man's status. This watch not only uses rare and precious materials and exquisite craftsmanship, but also carries a significant history and prestige, alongside its brand and artistic value, which contribute to its high price. Turning to Tang Songyuan, he said earnestly, "Songyuan, are you willing to part with this Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon?" "Certainly," Tang Songyuan replied, a slight smile curving his lips. "As long as you offer a fair price." Franco Li raised an eyebrow, maintaining his contemplative demeanor for a while before stating, "This watch is in pristine condition, with no signs of wear and tear. And given that this model is nearly priceless, I believe it's worth at least $2.2 million. What do you think?" Tang Songyuan, who knew little about luxury watches, understood that even online pricing could be vague. Based on his limited knowledge of Franco's fairness in business, he said, "I trust your judgment, Franco. Let us go with your assessment." Tang Songyuan smiled. Franco was overjoyed and immediately prepared to finalize the transaction. However, Tang Songyuan did not have a Spanish bank account number, but this posed no challenge for Franco. After about 10 minutes, he successfully set up a Swiss bank account for Tang Songyuan. After providing Tang Songyuan with the account number and password, he added, "You can change the password later. They only recognize the password, not the person." Tang Songyuan, however, secretly scoffed. Ever since the incident involving the seizure of assets from wealthy individuals in the Snow Country by UBS, he had harbored no fondness for Swiss banks. Nonetheless, for the sake of the transaction, he accepted the new account. Upon completing the transaction, including the $17,000 from the sports trading cards, Tang Songyuan netted a total of over $218,000 from the two suitcases. Excluding expenditures, a net profit exceeding $220,000 has been achieved, which, according to the current exchange rate, translates to more than 15 million renminbi in earnings. Earning tens of millions daily is an unimaginable feat prior to the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, yet it has now become a tangible reality. Tang Songyuan once again mentioned to Franco that the Black brothers had invited him to participate in the warehouse auction scheduled for tomorrow. Franco pondered for a moment and replied, "The vicinity of Santa Monica Boulevard is home to the affluent of Los Angeles. The auction of warehouses on this street is indeed quite enticing. How about this? Tomorrow, I will have my employees manage the store for the morning, and I shall personally drive you there. What do you think?" Tang Songyuan responded with delight, "That would be absolutely splendid." Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Chinlu followed Tang Songyuan into his room. After closing the door, she remarked, "We agreed that this trip was solely for acquiring iron meteorites. Now that you have sufficient funds, why must you insist on attending a treasure hunt at a warehouse? Should I tell you that I possess X-ray vision?" Tang Songyuan inwardly scoffed but replied, Lu Chinlu stated, "By your reasoning, there is indeed some merit to your argument. But can you guarantee that you will always make a profit?" "I certainly can, but I cannot disclose how." Tang Songyuan chuckled and confessed, "All right, I admit that I am utterly powerless against such treasure-hunting adventures. But you cannot hold me entirely accountable. Let us place the blame on the insidious nature of capitalism." This statement rang true. Whether it be suitcase blind boxes or warehouse blind boxes, such thrilling and challenging treasure-hunting games are nearly non-existent in the country. The only remotely related activity would be stone gambling, but that inherently carries an air of mystery, and the intricacies, entanglements, and the wealth-laden deceptions involved are not something the average person can navigate. Just as they were about to open the door, she paused and said, "I have heard that the treasure-hunting competition is recorded in its entirety. Do you need to make some adjustments to your appearance?" Tang Songyuan, seated cross-legged on the bed, contemplated for a moment before responding, "That is acceptable, but I hope to appear even more dashing." The following morning, Franco Li arrived at the hotel in a pickup truck to pick up Tang Songyuan and Lu Chinlu. His nose appeared slightly augmented, and his eyes sported subtle, light blue contact lenses that, of course, unless one scrutinized closely, most would not discern the difference. Once in the vehicle, Franco started the engine and remarked, "Actually, I have participated in similar auctions of expired warehouses in the past. Overall, it is quite an intriguing experience. That I asked that so." Tang Songyuan responded, seemingly having found common ground, and engaged in cheerful conversation. I heard that someone once discovered a Picasso masterpiece in a warehouse. Is that true? Franco confirmed. Indeed, there have been instances where individuals found Picasso's works, and not just one, but none of them are particularly famous, and those who discovered them are generally unwilling to sell, opting instead to keep them for personal collection. It is said that the artistic genius and renowned master painter Picasso left behind 37,000 pieces of artwork during his lifetime, with such a substantial number of works circulating among collectors. The trio arrived at the venue for the day's warehouse auction. Over 20 assorted treasure hunters were already present, including the Black brothers, Yuri, and Keith King. Tang Songyuan also spotted the familiar figure of Mark, the mustached rival he had encountered the previous day. Today, however, Mark was not alone, as a stunning blonde with striking blue eyes and an alluring figure stood beside him. Also present were the slick-haired Billy and the elderly couple. Old White, that as soon as they alighted from the vehicle, the Black brothers greeted Franco with enthusiasm. And Keith King even winked at Tang Songyuan. It was evident that Franco was well known among the attendees. As a somewhat influential antique dealer in Los Angeles, coupled with his previous experience as a treasure hunter, many recognized him. Franco naturally engaged in casual conversation with the crowd, while Keith King leaned closer to Tang Songyuan and whispered, "Hey, buddy, your old adversary Mark is here today." Through Lu Chinlu's translation, Tang Songyuan perceived that this individual was attempting to incite him into confronting Mark, or perhaps simply viewing him as expendable, that he smiled slightly and replied in a leisurely tone, "Isn't he also your adversary?" Keith King chuckled and said, "Of course. Our objective today is to take down Mark, that he recently started dating a new girlfriend. You see, the one standing next to him, and he probably brought her along to showcase his illustrious treasure hunting achievements. He wants to flaunt how skillful he is at treasure hunting and how lucrative it is." While the rationale held some truth, Tang Songyuan had no intention of being a pawn for the Black brothers. His primary goal remained focused on treasure hunting and profit. Maintaining his expression, he continued to smile gently. "I understand your intentions, but you two brothers must coordinate effectively." After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the auction administrator finally arrived on site. There were two individuals. One was a bald Caucasian wearing glasses, carrying a satchel and holding a folder. His name tag read Jamie. The other appeared to be an assistant or worker, bearing only a single item, a large pair of pliers. It was evident that he was designated to cut the locks before the auction commenced. The treasure hunters quickly gathered around the bald man to register. With Lu Chinlu's assistance, Tang Songyuan completed his registration and noticed that Franco was also in line. Slightly plump, Franco explained, "You need not worry. I am merely here to soak in and reminisce about the atmosphere. I will not be competing with you." Tang Songyuan smiled and said, "No need for concern, Franco. I have never feared competition, for I believe in the favor of Lady Luck." This was a row of connected warehouses, with a spacious front drive and parking area, clearly designed for tenants to conveniently access their belongings. Jamie called out to the treasure hunters, "You all have 3 minutes to observe. Once time is up, the bidding will commence." Yet it was the somewhat aged furniture that caused the treasure hunter's eyes to gleam with excitement. In the corner stood a wall clock, only partially visible from the entrance. But its embellishments were still exquisite. Such an antique clock could easily fetch $5,000 in the market. The crowd began to murmur, deliberating whether to collaborate or go solo, while Mark even produced a small telescope to scrutinize the furniture from various angles. Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision to assess the items within the warehouse, and soon wore a smile as he arrived at a conclusion. As the 3-minute mark approached, Jamie announced, "Warehouse No. 1, starting bid at $100. Bidding begins now." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yuri King bid $200, and Mark, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly raised the bid by $100. The scene erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market, with voices clamoring and bidding escalating rapidly, soon surpassing $1,000. Mark, visibly irked by the Black brothers, felt an additional pressure not to lose face in front of his new girlfriend. He exclaimed in a somewhat arrogant tone, $1,200. I bid $1,200. Who else? There was a brief moment of silence in the room. Yet, $1,200 was merely a trifling amount. Tang Songyuan scoffed and countered, $1,350. Having practiced his numerical English with Lu Chinlu the previous night, he articulated with newfound fluency, his voice firm as he declared, $1,500. I must secure this warehouse. Chapter 68. Mutual scheming to everyone's surprise. As the first warehouse auction commenced, the treasure hunters immediately displayed fervor. Mark, feeling the pressure from multiple fronts and unwilling to lose face in front of his date, impulsively bid a staggering $1,500. Tang Songyuan crossed his arms, utilizing his X-ray vision to scan warehouse number 1, but he still discerned nothing of high value and decided against raising his bid further. What if he got stuck? $1,500 going once. Mark declared with bravado, followed by a brief silence, during which the auctioneer Jamie began his final inquiries. $1,600. The latest bid came from slick-haired Billy, who typically had a contentious relationship with Mark. Since Mark was intent on winning this warehouse, Billy decided to make him pay a higher price. Shit fuck. Mark cursed under his breath, then retaliated with $1,800. Billy hesitated, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses, seemingly in a quandary. However, in a bid to undermine Mark, he ultimately countered with $2,000. Unexpectedly, Mark refrained from escalating his bid further, expressing a sense of resignation as he raised his hands. All right, if you old Billy are so keen, I shall concede to you. It turned out that during his earlier examination with the small telescope, Mark had noticed signs of corrosion on the batch of old furniture, and the seemingly antique wall clock bore a fracture. With visible broken components within, an ominous feeling washed over old Billy. As he sensed that something was amiss, Jamie observed that no one was willing to raise their bids. He declared that the dominion over warehouse no. 1 belonged to old Billy after 3 rounds of inquiries. Within the next 24 hours, he had the authority to manage all the items contained within the warehouse. Congratulations, Billy! Yuri King exclaimed loudly. The others chimed in with their own expressions of congratulations. Billy merely huffed, walked over to pull down the rolling door, and with a dismissive demeanor declared, well, now it's mine. In response, he was met with a chorus of boos from the crowd. Jamie took $2,000 from Billy and led everyone to the next expired warehouse. As the scissors snipped through the padlock, the assistant yanked open the rolling door, prompting a collective gasp of wow from the treasure hunters upon seeing the piled items inside. The contents of warehouse no. 2 were still in disarray. Several cardboard boxes were stacked at the entrance, and further inside were a few storage bins filled with items and several office chairs. Peering deeper, they could make out several upright wooden crates. But the innermost items were nearly obscured, mostly hidden behind the wooden boxes. Additionally, there were various odds and ends, including bulging black plastic bags. Mark, holding a pair of binoculars, peered intently inside and through the gaps in the wooden crates. He discerned a large safe that he also noticed that 2 of the cardboard boxes bore handwritten labels stating fragile. Yuri King leaned down, speaking softly to his brother Keith. I just inquired, and this warehouse belongs to a door. This guy was arrested 2 months ago for selling flour. I bet there are some valuable items in this warehouse. Keith's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied, that is fantastic, brother. Perhaps there are still goods that a door hasn't sold off. Even a kilogram could yield us a fortune. Standing behind the hefty black brothers, Tang Songyuan happened to overhear their conversation and couldn't help but scoff, though he refrained from voicing any opinions. The 2 brothers stood behind Mark, uncertain whether their dialogue was earnest or merely a performance for Mark's benefit. Tang Songyuan had just used his X-ray vision to inspect this warehouse and noted that most of the contents in the boxes were discarded refuse, broken toys, and so forth. The wooden crates contained old clothes and other miscellaneous items, while the large black plastic bags held stained bed linens that in fact, in Europe and America, there are detailed waste classification laws. And disposing of garbage incurs substantial costs. Many households in Western countries rent storage units specifically to store their trash, allowing the contract to expire without renewal, thus offloading the responsibility onto the storage companies. Consequently, over 90% of the warehouses auctioned are worthless, often requiring payment to dispose of the refuse. According to the rules, treasure hunters who win a warehouse must completely clear all items, including trash, and cannot merely take the valuables while leaving the garbage behind. Otherwise, they risk being blacklisted by the storage company. As the observation period concluded, Jamie rallied the crowd once more. All right, the auction for the second warehouse begins now. Starting at 100, the hefty black brother, Yuri, was the first to bid. 200. Surprisingly, the second bid came from the sultry lady beside Mark, who called out, 250. It was clear that Mark understood he was being targeted today, so he had the sultry lady bid on his behalf. However, due to the obscure nature of most items in the warehouse, the treasure hunters could not ascertain any value, resulting in minimal participation. Yuri, seemingly unwilling to concede, raised his hand and shouted 350, 500. With Mark's subtle encouragement, the sultry lady quickly added 150 to her bid. The back and forth continued, and the price rapidly climbed to 950, but with an aggressive demeanor. Yuri declared 1000. Come on, beauty. Let us see what you've got. Exceeding 1,000 equated to approximately 7,000 renminbi in the domestic market. The sultry lady appeared to waver, reflecting on the insanity of spending such a sum for the 24-hour ownership of an expired warehouse. 100. Mark had inadvertently overheard Yuri's conversation earlier, and knowing this warehouse belonged to the flower merchantador, he believed it was not as simple as it appeared and that there was profit to be made. Mark, without a moment's hesitation, raised his bid by 100 to 600. The Black brothers then revealed triumphant smiles, spreading their hands in surrender. Ultimately, warehouse number 2 was secured by Mark for the lofty sum of 2,600. That soon, the third warehouse was opened, and Tang Songyuan once again activated his X-ray vision. This time, his gaze sharpened as he discovered something valuable within. Chapter 69. The masterpiece of the warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse, the crowd quickly realized that it not only had a vast area, but was also filled with numerous items, some even stacked to the ceiling. Although it appeared to be a mere collection of clutter at first glance, seasoned treasure hunters like Dong Hang found endless surprises at the entrance. Tables, chairs, and some open boxes were haphazardly piled. Looking further inside, one could see an old wooden cabinet housing some outdated appliances, such as fans and desk lamps. At the very back was a massive bullhorn, and on the wall hung a surfboard that exuded an air of nostalgia. Given the warehouse's expanse, it was not unreasonable to assume there were even more valuable items hidden within. Unfortunately, according to the rules of treasure hunting, participants could only observe from the entrance. They were not permitted to peek inside, use tools, or even enter the warehouse. Touching any of the items inside was strictly forbidden. However, Tang Songyuan's X-ray vision allowed him to see even more. Inside the storage boxes, he spotted numerous star player cards, with over 1,000 still in their unopened packaging. Various sneakers were nestled within cardboard boxes, primarily from Nike and Adidas, some even bearing signatures. Notably, 2 pairs bore the autographs of Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal that it seemed the warehouse's owner was likely a devoted fan of the Los Angeles Lakers. While Tang Songyuan was not an ardent fan, he was still familiar with the names of the Black Mamba and the Big Shark. Behind the obstructing wooden cabinet, several large plastic bins contained toys meticulously wrapped by the previous owner, some even remaining unopened. These toys could be traced back to the 1980s. However, what truly captivated Tang Songyuan were the paintings located in the corner of the left rear of the warehouse. One depicted a 3-eyed, bull-headed monster, surrounded by several distorted figures, while another showcased a contorted woman. Although Tang Songyuan lacked expertise in painting and art, the assessment provided by his X-ray vision indicated that these 2 artworks were authentic pieces by Picasso. One piece alone would be worth the effort. Thus, acquiring 2 pieces from different periods of Picasso's career was an extraordinary opportunity. "All right, time's up." Jamie interrupted the crowd's eager observations of the warehouse, announcing loudly, "The bidding for the third warehouse starts at 200, and now begins." No sooner had he finished speaking than the elderly white couple raised the price to 400, but the hefty black brother quickly followed suit with a bid of 500. Bids began to flow as the crowd believed that such a warehouse must contain numerous treasures. Soon, the price surpassed 500, at which point the number of participants began to dwindle. Yet, the Black brothers, to 100. Mark made it clear he was merely a spectator for fun, but if others ceased bidding, he wouldn't mind acquiring this warehouse for 500. The elderly white couple evidently intended to invest heavily. This price made the Black brothers, Billy and Mark, hesitate momentarily, ultimately choosing to withdraw. That a triumphant smile spread across the elderly man's face. As expected, he was about to secure this warehouse. That it was at this moment that Tang Songyuan spoke up. 600. Wow, the mysterious Eastern lad. The hefty Black brother exclaimed excitedly. The elderly man's smile faltered, and he promptly raised his bid by 100. Tang Songyuan calmly offered 800. That the 2 Picasso paintings were undoubtedly worth a significant sum. Even spending 10,000 to acquire this warehouse was of no concern to him. 3000. The elderly man exchanged a glance with his wife, took a deep breath, and solemnly placed his bid. 100. Tang Songyuan's increments were modest, yet they imposed considerable pressure on the elderly couple. This handsome Chinese man exuded an air of calm and composure. 300. The elderly man began to sweat as he raised this bid, clearly feeling the strain. Tang Songyuan responded with unwavering composure. 400. Off. The elderly man let out a sigh of relief, shaking his head at his wife, choosing to concede. After 3 inquiries regarding the price, Jamie declared that the warehouse belonged to Tang Songyuan. Tang Songyuan smiled faintly, casting a glance at the silent Lu Chinlu beside him, and approached Jamie to make the payment. Subsequently, emulating the actions of Mark and the others, he publicly closed the roll-up door. The 3,005 was undoubtedly a tremendous bargain. Franco, who had yet to participate in the bidding today, leaned over and whispered to Tang Song. Tang Songyuan chuckled softly and replied, "Great minds think alike. I see they all have their eyes on it, and I am no exception." As the 4th warehouse was opened, a foul stench assaulted the senses. It was crammed with various refuse, clearly a repository for others' discarded trash. The 10th and final warehouse of the day was not even opened by Jamie, who stood at the entrance and addressed the throng of treasure hunters with a chuckle. As per tradition, we do not open the last warehouse. Perhaps it is filled to the brim with refuse, or perhaps it conceals treasures of considerable worth. All depends on your luck. The starting bid is $100. Let the bidding commence. Tang Songyuan was the first to bid, maintaining his composure as he declared, $150. Chapter 70. Cash in hand. The last warehouse was particularly intriguing. Before the door was even opened, Tang Songyuan, utilizing his enhanced vision, discerned the contents within. Outside, a neat arrangement of wooden crates revealed an assortment of firearms. These weapons were well preserved, still glistening with gun oil. A rough count indicated there were 8 of various types. Additionally, corresponding ammunition of different calibers totaled nearly 500 rounds. Even further inside were tools, some brand new and unopened. What astonished Tang Songyuan most were the 5 large barrels, tightly wrapped in deep blue oilcloth. Inside the oilcloth lay stacks of neatly arranged $100 bills, amounting to an estimated $5 million in cash. Could this truly be the warehouse of some flour merchant? Tang Songyuan pondered, as others began to place small bids, incrementing by $5 or $10, treating it as a lottery draw. Even if they unearth refuse, the chance of discovering something valuable lingered, potentially leading to fortune. Let us take a chance, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. $250. $260. $270. Many treasure seekers, having found nothing throughout the day, saw this final warehouse blind box as their last hope. Bids escalated rapidly, soon breaching the $500 threshold. However, $500 was essentially the limit for most participants. Even with no acquisitions, the likelihood of unearthing a room full of garbage was exceedingly high. Should that occur, they would not only lose their investment, but also incur expenses for waste disposal. Tang Songyuan, remaining unflustered, placed his bid. $505. Just then, another voice emerged. $550. This individual seemed to have noticed Tang Songyuan's interest and deliberately raised the stakes. Yet, Tang Songyuan remained unfazed, offering a smile as he countered. $600. This smile sent a shiver down Mark's spine that he suspected some sort of scheme awaited him, and after a moment's hesitation, retreated reluctantly. Having successfully irked Tang Songyuan, Mark felt a sense of satisfaction in achieving his petty goal. With Mark eliminated as the last obstacle, no one else contested Tang Songyuan's claim, and Jamie reluctantly announced that the rights to this warehouse would belong to Tang Songyuan for the next 24 hours. As he unveiled the ancient furniture shrouded in tattered cloth, his heart sank at the sight that a 3-legged chair, a hole-ridden sofa, and the only intact table, which was not even a genuine medieval dining table. It was clear that with the history of the West being merely 200 years, encountering authentic medieval furniture would be improbable. These were nothing more than ordinary pieces imitating medieval style, crafted from commonplace materials that, oh, how splendid! These furnishings must be worth quite a fortune. Mark, who had purchased warehouse number 2, was in no rush to open his own, deliberately coming over to mock him. Mark laughed heartily, continuing his taunt. Truly impressive, old Billy. Oh, look over there. A wall clock, perhaps an antique worth $10,000 or $18,000. Billy spotted the half-damaged wall clock and felt an overwhelming urge to punch Mark. Even the alluring woman beside Mark couldn't bear it anymore and tugged at his arm, suggesting he check on his own warehouse first. Just then, Billy's eyes brightened as he seemed to have discovered something valuable. With a few swift motions, he tore open a cardboard box, revealing a small, exquisite stool. Though diminutive, it was intact and appeared quite refined at ha. "Look at this, Mark," Billy exclaimed, holding the stool aloft with a grin. "You ever seen anything like this?" Mark wore a perplexed expression, while Billy rummaged through another corner and unearthed a larger cardboard box. "I knew it. This must be a set," he proclaimed with excitement. Mark scoffed. "Stop pretending, old Billy. What junk are you trying to pass off as treasure?" Billy chuckled coldly and proceeded to open the second box, revealing a wooden piano scaled down several times. Both the wooden piano and the petite stool were exquisitely crafted, resembling children's toys. "The deal, you know I run an antique shop," Billy declared triumphantly. "Even though it's merely a model crafted from Honduran rosewood, it could fetch at least $10,000. If this piano is a limited edition, the price could soar even higher that I bought it for $2,500. I could easily make a profit of $7,500. The more Billy reveled in his find, the more Mark's expression darkened, that he had no doubt that old Billy was speaking the truth. After all, he was a seasoned treasure hunter and a distinguished antique dealer. Moreover, there were no flaws in Billy's statements. Even Tang Songyuan had overlooked this model. When he had glanced earlier, he had merely seen it as a child's toy, missing out on the intriguing antique model. Had it been a real piano, he might have taken a closer look and searched online for its value. At this moment, Tang Songyuan had not yet opened his warehouse. He had commissioned Franco to procure a truck for him. The mere presence of those cash bills was enough to incite envy, not to mention the two authentic Picassos that the three of them waited. The Black brothers excitedly approached Franco. "Hey, my dear Franco, come quickly and help us assess the value of these two treasures." Chapter 71. Staying low-key, Yuri Jean held two items, a pocket watch and a flat, small flask. Franco Lee took them, examining them carefully before stating nonchalantly, "This pocket watch likely dates back to World War II, but it's not in great condition, probably worth around $20. This flask also appears to be of World War II style. About $50 should suffice." The Black brothers felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, and Yuri Jean lamented, "Oh, what a dreadful day. I had hoped to uncover something of value from the warehouse." But the outcome is so disheartening that he then turned to Tang Songyuan, asking, "Hey, brother, aren't you going to open your warehouse to search for treasures? Do you need our assistance?" After Lu Chinlu translated, Tang Songyuan smiled gently and politely declined. Yuri Jean remarked, "What a pity, Franco, my good friend. Could you come over to help us assess these items? We truly can't find anything of worth." Franco glanced at Tang Songyuan, who gestured for him to proceed. With a sigh, he followed the Black brothers. Meanwhile, Mark had opened his own warehouse. He first tossed out the broken chairs and then examined the intact table. This table was in decent condition and could likely fetch $40 or $50 in the second-hand market. This statement was directed at the alluring woman, yet her expression revealed no joy. Instead, she seemed somewhat forlorn. "Mark, don't you think there's already enough garbage piling up at home?" Mark shrugged dismissively. "What garbage? That's called recycling, turning waste into treasure. Those items will eventually realize their value." Mark felt a surge of annoyance as he continued to rummage through the warehouse. Wooden crates, cardboard boxes, storage containers, and even the large black plastic bags were all thoroughly searched. What he found were either worthless odds and ends or sheer rubbish. The moment he opened those oversized black plastic bags, the stained bed linens within made the fiery young woman feel a wave of nausea that was far too filthy and foul-smelling. She could scarcely fathom how anyone could allow their bedding to reach such a deplorable state. "I've had enough." The once eager woman, who had been assisting with the cleanup, now completely lost her patience, tossing aside the items and striding out without a backward glance. Mark paid her no mind. His focus shifted to the safe at the very back of the warehouse. That was his last glimmer of hope, and he firmly believed that within that safe lay something of significant value, perhaps even cash. He attempted to shift it, only to discover that it was exceedingly heavy, weighing an estimated 60 to 70 kilograms. That a thrill coursed through Mark. He exclaimed inwardly that he had indeed found a treasure. The most valuable item in the warehouse was contained within that safe. Regrettably, the woman had already departed, leaving him with no one to share this good news. With great effort, he managed to pull the safe out from its position, then sought out a crowbar and other tools, preparing to force it open. After nearly an hour of alternating between manual and power tools, the massive safe finally yielded. With a mixture of anxiety and excitement, Mark opened the door, only to find it utterly empty. The reason for the safe's weight became apparent. It was encased in thick iron, entirely filled with solid concrete. Damn it. Enraged, Mark kicked the safe in frustration, only to lose his footing and land in a heap among the debris. To make matters worse, he had inadvertently dislodged a protruding nail from a nearby crate. His anguished cry caught the attention of Billy, who was nearby. Upon seeing Mark's unfortunate predicament, the older man couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh, God bless, Mark. Weren't you quite the cocky one? Look at you now." Throughout the ordeal, Tang Songyuan and Yuan had been closely observing, particularly keeping a vigilant eye on the large barrels, ensuring that the workers did not open the tarpaulin covering them. As for the two authentic Picasso paintings, he personally took charge of securing them, placing them into a large fabric bag for transport. An hour later, Franco led the two to a secluded house on the outskirts, nestled against the mountains and near water. This was originally a retreat for Franco's leisure, spacious and discreet. Upon disembarking, Franco, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Songyuan, I don't understand why you insisted on a private location for the unboxing." Tang Songyuan observed the workers carefully unloading the cargo and explained, "Perhaps I simply prefer to keep a low profile." He handed the bag he had been holding to Franco, saying, "Take a look at this first." Franco, with a skeptical expression, pulled out a frame from within, and upon seeing it, he lost his composure. "This is an authentic Picasso. My God, this is indeed the real deal, and there are two of them." Tang Songyuan shrugged, stating, "This is why I mentioned the need for discretion." Lu Chinlu, curious, leaned in for a glimpse, remarking in bewilderment, "What is this chaotic art?" "A creature with a bull's head and 3 eyes." Franco, calming his racing heart with a hand on his chest, retorted excitedly in a hushed tone, "This is Picasso, one of the most representative artists of 20th century modern art. Each of his works holds immense artistic value and cultural significance." Lu Chinlu rolled her eyes, replying, "Sorry, but I truly cannot appreciate it." After a brief while, the workers finished unloading. Tang Songyuan settled their wages and the driver's transport fee. And once they had all departed, he began to tally the items with Franco. First, they examined the contents of warehouse number 3, that there were approximately 100 pairs of brand new sneakers. Franco estimated each pair to be worth around $50, meaning the sneakers alone were valued at over $5,000. If signed, their value could easily multiply tenfold, and the pair bearing signatures from Kobe and Shaquille was estimated to be worth at least $8,000, if not more. After all, the Black Mamba's autograph had become a collector's item. In addition to the sneakers, there were thousands of sports trading cards and storage boxes, featuring various types and series. Some bore signatures, while others were limited editions. Franco roughly estimated these cards to collectively be worth $30,000, which Tang Songyuan did not contest. "Wow, there are also some classic toys here," Franco exclaimed as he opened the next storage box. Tang Songyuan was taken aback. He thought to himself that the Spanish had such a lack of prestige that even outdated toys could be valuable. The oversized storage box contained an assortment of around 40 to 50 toys, and there were 4 such boxes in total. They included model airplanes, tank models, toy trains, and more. Despite their age, these toys were mostly well-preserved, with little damage. Franco's eyes glistened with excitement as he said, "You might not realize this, but in Spain, some sports cards and original toys can be quite valuable." He picked up an unopened toy box, saying, "This is from the Wizard of Oz series. It's nearly a collector's item now, and could easily sell for $200 to $300. And this one is from Titan, while this is Green Lantern, and this needs no introduction. It's Thor and the Incredible Hulk." Franco elaborated on each item, giving Tang Songyuan a sense of enlightenment that it wasn't that he lacked knowledge. Rather, he had never played with such toys as a child, or if he had, they were scarce and mostly homemade. After another rough calculation, the toys from warehouse number 3 alone were worth at least $50,000. As for the 2 authentic Picasso paintings, Franco dared not assign a value, suggesting instead that Tang Songyuan consider auctioning them, as only an auction could maximize their worth. Next, they turned their attention to the items in warehouse No. 10. As soon as the wooden crate was opened, Franco was taken aback. Although firearms were generally not prohibited in many parts of Spain, the sudden appearance of an M4 rifle from the crate made his heart race. Having once been Lu Chinlu's informant, he was particularly sensitive to weapons that, "Oh damn." He cursed, "What on earth is this doing here?" Tang Songyuan pointed to another similarly styled crate below, replying, "How would I know? I only just arrived in Spain yesterday." Their commotion drew Lu Chinlu over, her brow slightly furrowed as she remarked, This warehouse wouldn't happen to belong to some criminals, would it? Not just possible, but definitely, Franco exclaimed as he continued to open the remaining crates, revealing 8 firearms of varying lengths arranged neatly together, accompanied by sealed ammunition that he muttered. This firepower is enough for a small-scale shootout. Lu Chinlu picked up a rifle, examining it briefly before aiming it at the large barrels, and saying, "Now I'm curious about what's inside those barrels. Could it be flour?" Franco shuddered at the thought. Imagining such a massive quantity of flour was too much for him. The three gathered around as Tang Songyuan personally unwrapped the tightly secured tarpaulin. As he lifted a corner, revealing a vibrant green color, Franco let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not flour. Holy hell! The barrels were filled to the brim with stacks of cash. Meticulously arranged, Franco's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tang Songyuan, asking, could the other barrels also contain cash? Damn it, cover it up quickly! Franco shouted anxiously. This is too much trouble that moment. Lu Chinlu chimed in. Earlier, I overheard the Black and Fat brothers mentioning a flour merchant named Adel, whose warehouse is nearby. But it seems he has been apprehended. Franco's eyes narrowed, murmuring the name. Adel. He then stood firm, declaring, you all wait here. I'll go find out more. With that, he walked over to a tree and began making a phone call. Lu Chinlu raised an eyebrow, pulling up a chair to sit. She scrutinized Tang Songyuan for a moment, her calm gaze making him feel slightly uneasy. You seem to know there are valuable items here, don't you? How could that be? Tang Songyuan immediately denied. This is merely coincidence. We arrived in Los Angeles together the day before yesterday, and you've been with me throughout these past 2 days. If I hadn't come, would someone else not have auctioned it off? Lu Chinlu found some merit in his reasoning, though not entirely so. You really have had an extraordinary streak of luck. You won the lottery back home, and now you've stumbled upon so much cash in a warehouse blind box. Not to mention those Picasso paintings. Tang Songyuan scratched his head and remarked, is that really considered a masterpiece? I just made a discreet inquiry over the phone and confirmed that a notorious drug lord was recently apprehended. However, I cannot be certain that these items belong to him. Lu Chinlu rose to her feet and said, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. So we must leave the West immediately. Tang Songyuan urged, but what will happen to these items? With such a large quantity of goods and cash, he cannot possibly take them all. Lu Chinlu reassured him. You need not worry about that. Franco is an expert in this area and is trustworthy. He can assist you in managing it. Franco nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, you need not fret about the cash. Once I have counted it, I will transfer it to your UBS account. However, as per customary practice, there will be a service fee of about 5 to 10%. Tang Songyuan understood the necessity of the fee, recognizing the sensitivity of his current identity. Carrying such a large amount of cash, he could not leave the country, and he promptly stated, that is not a problem. I appreciate your help. Tang Songyuan added, thank you, Franco, for handling the auction of the paintings as well. Chapter 73. The exchange of the meteorite initially. He had planned to participate in the suitcase treasure hunt and was eagerly anticipating the container treasure hunt. The prospect of earning money from these treasure-seeking activities was enticing, and he found them quite enjoyable. Yet, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. The warehouse they uncovered today was exceedingly sensitive, containing not only firearms but also a substantial amount of cash, which could potentially lead to further complications. Given that he and Lu Chinlu were currently using false passports to enter illegally, it was prudent to exercise caution. The trio hastily loaded valuable items onto the pickup truck, placing the less valuable ones temporarily inside the house, and sped towards Franco's antique shop. As Franco drove, he commented, Songyuan, please do not take our caution amiss. In our line of work, it is imperative to be cautious. Indeed, even more so. Tang Songyuan nodded in understanding, replying, I harbor no grievances. In truth, my primary mission in the West is to trade for the iron meteorite. Everything else is merely a diversion that I am quite content as long as I can make some profit and enjoy myself in the process. Franco chuckled lightly, saying, I merely worry you might have regrets, especially since you signed up for the suitcase treasure hunt, which is set to begin in 2 days. Tang Songyuan laughed heartily. What of it? My gains from this trip have been substantial enough. Conversely, I am somewhat concerned that our departure might place you in jeopardy. Franco laughed boisterously. You need not worry. I have my own means of survival. Tang Songyuan fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. Once Franco dismissed his employee, he brought forth the iron meteorite known as Cupid's Heart, completing the final transaction with Tang Songyuan in the shop. Although emotions ran high and urgency permeated the atmosphere, they managed to navigate the situation without incident. The iron meteorite in Tang Songyuan's possession was not a contraband item, and he smoothly passed security checks as the plane took off. Tang Songyuan gazed through the window at Los Angeles International Airport and the bustling Long Beach port, pondering that this trip had not been entirely satisfying and that he would definitely return. Not only would he return, but he would do so with great aplomb, standing proudly to earn his keep. After nearly 18 hours of flight, Tang Songyuan finally returned to the Magic City. As he exited the airport, Lu Chinlu bid him farewell. With the backpack containing the iron meteorite slung over his shoulder, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Lu Chinlu, you speak as if something urgent may arise, possibly involving national security, that I will give you a contact number shortly. Reach out to me if necessary." Tang Songyuan smirked slightly, replying, "All right." He then hung up the phone, leaving him bemused. Was she truly harboring some grave concern? Tang Songyuan promptly hailed a taxi, discussing the route and fare with the driver, and headed towards the Huaxi Sword Retreat where Huang Xingde was located. As he sat in the car, he reflected that it was high time he obtained a driver's license, having procrastinated for nearly a month, still stuck on the first theoretical exam. The Sword Retreat remained unchanged, nestled among the mountains, surrounded by lush greenery. The pebble path within was occasionally adorned with fallen leaves, creating a captivating ambience. After alighting from the car and giving the driver a brief instruction, he stepped into the Sword Retreat, traversing the pebble path once more until he encountered the familiar blue brick house, though Huang Xingde was nowhere to be seen. "Master Huang," Tang Songyuan called out. Before long, Huang Xingde appeared at the door, dressed in a coarse blue robe that a flicker of confusion crossed his face as he exclaimed, "It is you." Tang Songyuan replied, "Indeed. Master Huang, I have brought the 4 kilograms of iron meteorite you requested." Huang Xingde, slightly incredulous, responded, "You truly found it. In less than 20 days. Nevertheless, he accepted the over 4-kilogram iron meteorite from Tang Songyuan and scrutinized it carefully, a satisfied smile emerging as he nodded, affirming, "This is indeed an iron meteorite. Wait a moment. I will fetch the meteorite I possess." That he placed the meteorite on the ground and hurried inside. Within 2 minutes, Huang Xingde returned, cradling a meteorite in his hands. Tang Songyuan activated his perspective vision to confirm it was the meteorite containing the mysterious small sphere. His face brightened, exclaiming, "Master Huang, I have fulfilled your request. The 4 kilograms of iron meteorite are more than sufficient. Let us complete the transaction." However, Huang Xingde hesitated, saying, "Please hold on for a moment." Chapter 74, a shift in roles at this critical juncture. Huang Xingde's hesitation irked Tang Songyuan, who wondered if an unexpected complication had arisen. Noticing Tang Songyuan's displeasure, Huang Xingde quickly clarified, "Oh, I do not intend to back out. I merely meant that my meteorite weighs just over a kilogram, while yours exceeds 4 kilograms, that I cannot allow an honest person to suffer a loss." Tang Songyuan realized the misunderstanding and chuckled. "That is entirely my decision, Master Huang. You need not feel any obligation." Huang Xingde shook his head and retreated into the house again. When he emerged, he held a beautifully sheathed sword in both hands. "How about this?" he said. "This is a high-quality sword I forged last year, which I have been reluctant to sell. Today, I shall gift it to you as compensation for the excess weight of the meteorite." Seeing Tang Songyuan still hesitate, he adopted a stern expression and asked, "What, do you look down on the sword I forged, old man?" Tang Songyuan quickly replied, No, Master Huang, you misunderstand. Your craftsmanship is exceptional, and your virtue is commendable. I admire you greatly. How could I possibly look down on it?" As he spoke, he extended his hands to accept the sword from Huang Xingde, saying, "I must thank you, Master Huang, for your generosity that I shall certainly visit more often when time permits." With the transaction completed, Tang Songyuan took his leave, carrying the meteorite and the sword. After navigating through numerous hurdles, he finally obtained the extraterrestrial meteorite. However, he did not plan to open it immediately. Who knew what peculiar phenomena might occur upon its unveiling? 2 hours later, at Hangzhou Airport, Tang Songyuan greeted an ICC, who had just flown in. Upon spotting him, she rushed over with enthusiasm, wrapping her arms around his neck and catching him off guard. "Junior brother, how could you be so heartless, leaving your senior sister to wander alone for so long? Tell me, did you miss me?" This girl was exhibiting quite the behavior, and Tang Songyuan did not recall them being so close. Shrinking away, he extricated himself from her embrace, saying, "Senior sister, please, not here. There are so many people around." Nicc raised an eyebrow and replied, "What is there to fear? We have done nothing scandalous." "Let me see you," she exclaimed. "Oh dear, our little Yuan has lost weight recently. I am eager to see what your hometown is like." Her sweet voice sent shivers through Tang Songyuan. "All right, fine, let us go now," he conceded. Preparing to purchase tickets to Lan City, as they traveled, Nicc remarked, "Oh, junior brother, aren't you going to exchange the iron meteorite?" By 8 in the evening, Tang Songyuan and Nicc arrived in Lan City. With the backpack slung over his shoulder and pulling Nicc's suitcase, she affectionately linked her arm through his, exclaiming, "Wow, is this Lan City? It looks quite nice." Tang Songyuan felt a vain throb on his forehead. Retorting, "Senior sister, could you speak properly?" Nicc feigned surprise, then adopted a haughty tone. "Oh, so you are playing a role." The Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties were not given any further thought. After all, ever since this girl had emerged from Rueli, she had been acting quite erratically. The more attention one paid her, the more spirited she became. However, there was no malice in her heart as Tang Songyuan opened the door to his home. He beheld his sister Wei Qing diligently working on her exercises beneath the light. Upon hearing the door creak, she was initially startled, but as soon as she recognized Tang Songyuan's visage, her face instantly transformed with delight as she exclaimed, "Brother!" Immediately, she sprang to her feet, dashing toward him with the intent of leaping into his embrace. However, she soon caught sight of Nicc, who was trailing behind Tang Songyuan, and her momentum abruptly halted. Tang Songyuan ushered in his luggage and affectionately tousled Wei Qing's hair, introducing, "This is my senior sister." Nicc. You may simply refer to her as senior sister as well. Turning to Nicc, he added, "Senior sister, this is my sister Wei Qing, my only family in this world." Nicc, embracing her naturally sociable demeanor, entered with a gentle smile and gently took Wei Qing's hand, saying, "So you are the sister Wei Qing I have often heard Xiao Yuan mention that on their first encounter." Nicc had not prepared any gifts, but she removed a jade bracelet that she had worn for over a decade, presenting it to Wei Qing with sincerity. As she slid the bracelet from her wrist onto Wei Qing's, Tang Songyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The icy jade, rich in green hues, was worth no less than 1 million. Wei Qing, taken aback by the gesture, hastily removed it, stammering, "Senior sister, this is far too precious." Tang Songyuan interjected, "She is still a minor and currently a student. Wearing such an expensive bracelet may not be appropriate. Besides, it's not necessary to wear it every day. Simply keep it for when you might need it. And you know well that we possess many such items at home, some even of greater value." He then surveyed the room and inquired, "Which room will I be sleeping in?" Tang Songyuan, no longer hesitating, led Nicc into his bedroom, stating, "The old house is a bit cramped. Tonight, senior sister can take my room while I'll sleep on the chaise in the living room, or if you prefer, I can find you a hotel." Nicc surveyed Tang Songyuan's room, which, though small, was tidy and well kept. A teasing smile crept onto her face as she gazed at him. "Have you engaged in any clandestine activities within this room?" "Junior brother." A light sheen of sweat broke out on Tang Songyuan's forehead as he glanced at Wei Qing, cautioning, "My sister is here. Please refrain from discussing inappropriate topics." Nicc raised an eyebrow before turning back to Wei Qing. "Sister, may I sleep with you tonight?" Wei Qing, unable to refuse, nodded in agreement. Nicc then revealed a triumphant smile, saying, "I heard that you will be taking your college entrance examination in a few days. I haven't finished my airplane meal. How about I treat you to some barbecue?" She then donned a worried expression. "I wonder if the barbecue in Blue City is any good." Chapter 75. Arrival of the funds. There was nothing particularly remarkable about having barbecue. However, considering that Wei Qing had only 2 days before her examinations, Tang Songyuan firmly declined. Going out now would consume several hours. Qing needs to adjust her routine and should not stay up too late. Besides, don't you also prefer an early bedtime? Let us postpone it until after her exams. Nicc pondered for a moment before conceding, turning to Wei Qing. "Very well. I am a bit fatigued after flying thousands of kilometers. Shall we go wash up?" Wei Qing nodded in agreement, leading Nicc to the restroom. At that moment, Tang Songyuan's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Lu Chinlu calling. He answered directly, and a voice devoid of emotion came through. "Hello." Tang Songyuan responded, "It's me. What is the matter?" Lu Chinlu replied, "Franco has completed the inventory of your warehouse items. The funds have also been processed. Shall I send you the list now?" Tang Songyuan was pleasantly surprised by Franco's efficiency and replied cheerfully, "Yes, please that I appreciate your help." Not long after hanging up, Lu Chinlu sent over a detailed list compiled by Franco, which meticulously outlined the quantities and purchase prices of various items in Chinese. There were 103 pairs of branded sneakers, each valued at $50. Although their actual selling price hovered around 100 or more, the buyer had to account for sales pressure, store costs, and other factors, which Tang Songyuan understood. There were also 6 pairs of signed sneakers, each priced at $800, while a pair signed by both Kobe and O'Neal fetched a staggering $12,000 in total. The sneakers alone from warehouse number 1 amounted to nearly $22,000. Various sports cards accumulated to $30,000, and the collection of classic toys, dolls, and other assorted items totaled over $50,000. This did not even account for the 2 original Picasso paintings intended for auction. Next, in warehouse number 10, firearms, ammunition, and other valuable tools were collectively estimated at $30,000. The cash reserves were substantial. Franco had meticulously counted the cash in 5 large barrels, totaling over $7 million. Even after deducting a 5% handling fee, there remained over $6 million. Nearing $7 million, Tang Songyuan was elated. This trip to the West had proven remarkably fruitful, and he resolved to return for another visit when the opportunity arose. He then checked the balance of his UBS account and felt a surge of joy upon seeing the figure. The amount was in dollars, and this was after deducting the over $1 million spent on purchasing iron meteorites. Otherwise, his 3-day journey to the West would have yielded nearly $10 million, that he also wondered what price the 2 Picasso paintings would fetch at auction. With that thought, he rummaged through his backpack and examined the piece of meteorite, placing it alongside the sword gifted by Huang Xingda beneath his bed. According to the current exchange rate, over $7 million would amount to more than 50 million yuan, that he called Lu Chinlu to inquire if she wanted a share, only to be met with an unyielding refusal. The following morning, breakfast was prepared by Nicc. By the time Tang Songyuan rose, there was already a pot of white rice porridge and a plate of perfectly pan-fried eggs awaiting him. He soon noticed that after a night spent together, Nicc and Wei Qing had grown quite close. While cooking, Wei Qing had been attentive, assisting Nicc, and their hushed conversations were punctuated by Wei Qing's cheerful laughter. "What are you 2 chatting about?" Tang Songyuan inquired with curiosity. The porridge was thick and creamy, and although it was made from ordinary rice, he could still savor a subtle rice fragrance. The egg was cooked to perfection, and he bit into the runny yolk with satisfaction. "Brother, senior sister and I said that after my exams, you will take me to Rueli as well. Is that true?" Wei Qing asked gleefully while eating her breakfast. Tang Songyuan nodded. "Indeed, I've rented a place there, and once you finish your exams, I will take you over." "That is wonderful," Wei Qing exclaimed, nearly bouncing out of her seat, waving her arms in excitement. "Honestly, I've never left Blue City my entire life." Tang Songyuan affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "Silly girl, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now that I have the means, you can go wherever you wish." Nicc suddenly interjected, "And what about me? Can I also go wherever I want?" Considering her early morning efforts in preparing breakfast, he replied, "Senior sister can also go wherever she desires." That Nicc's expression turned serious as she declared, "Then I wish to soar into the heavens." Tang Songyuan, who was mid-sip of his porridge, nearly choked, taking a moment to regain his composure. Rubbing his sore chest, he responded, "All right, I wish you success in that endeavor." After finishing breakfast, Wei Qing hurried off to school. Although classes had ceased prior to the exams, the school environment was more conducive to studying, and she could seek help from teachers whenever needed. Tang Songyuan spent 2 hours resolving issues with the UBS account transfer before preparing to purchase a cutting machine to slice the meteorite at home and extract the small spheres within. However, he soon realized that Nicc was an unavoidable hurdle. He couldn't simply tell her, "Please step out for a moment. I need to level up. Junior brother, what would you like for lunch?" Nicc's sweet voice broke his thoughts. Noticing the lack of ingredients at home, he replied, "Wait a moment. I'll go out and buy some groceries." "Are you going to the market?" Nicc tilted her head. "I excel at that. Just wait for me. I'll change into something else." She quickly donned a striking yellow dress, reminiscent of the popular fashion on social media. The sheer fabric hugged her alluring figure, accentuating her curves, and the high slit of the dress revealed glimpses of her porcelain thigh, evoking a sense of intrigue. Tang Songyuan felt a rush of heat to his cheeks and asked, "Is that what you plan to wear to the market?" And ICC, seemingly oblivious to his concern, responded, "Is it illegal to wear this to the market?" Chapter 76. Preparation for the public auction. 3 days swiftly passed. An Weiqing successfully concluded her college entrance examinations. Tang Songyuan, much like numerous other parents, awaited her emergence at the school's entrance, while NICC cradled a beautifully arranged bouquet of baby yes breath in her arms. As students began to stream out after finishing their exams, Tang Songyuan remained as calm as a father watching over his children. Although he could not claim to be extraordinarily wealthy, he had amassed over 90 million in bank savings. Inching closer to a personal goal, he felt assured that he could provide a better life for his sister, and thus, he was unconcerned about Wei Qing's examination results. Naturally, it would be even more splendid if she were to gain admission into a prestigious institution. "Brother," Wei Qing spotted the pair from a distance and hurried over, her laughter ringing out, "Ha, from today onwards, I am finally liberated." NICC smiled gently, presenting her with the bouquet. "Indeed, congratulations, sister." Wei Qing, overwhelmed with joy, embraced the flowers and linked arms with both Tang Songyuan and ICC, exclaiming, let us go. Today I want to eat well, drink well, and have fun." Tang Songyuan chuckled. "It's only been 3 years, with 9 years of compulsory education plus 3 years of high school. It has actually been 12. Just then, Dahong was at home, seated in the tea room, lost in thought as he watched the steam billowing from the kettle. Tang Songyuan immediately bowed in greeting. "Master." NICC sweetly called out, "Grandfather." NICC dashed over, looping her arm through his, and cheerfully asked, "Grandfather, have you missed me during this long absence?" Dahong replied, "Miss you? Not at all. Without your incessant chatter in my ear, I couldn't be happier. That you're lying." NICC playfully scolded, "You clearly miss me." With that, she spun around and ran off. Tang Songyuan then produced the treasured sword gifted by Huang Xingde, remarking, "He has examined this sword. Huang Dexing's craftsmanship is truly exquisite." Dahong calmly accepted it, unsheathing the blade for a closer inspection before flicking it with his finger, producing a low, resonant chime akin to a bell. "Indeed, it is a fine sword. You are thoughtful, Dada." Tang Songyuan paused, unsure of how to begin his narrative. During his trip to the Magic City, his teacher participated in the auction held by Shangde, selling a piece of gold nugget and earning nearly 40 million. He then ventured to the Western country for blind box luggage and warehouse blind boxes. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances and a cautious approach, he might have even delved into container blind boxes. However, aside from the gold nugget, other details were not permissible to disclose. Well, actually went to the Magic City to consign a piece of gold nugget and this time was for the auction of that very ore. After some contemplation, Tang Songyuan recounted the story of how he discovered the gold nugget and subsequently brought it to auction. Once he finished, Dahong nodded, "Gold nuggets are indeed valuable, and this classification falls within the realm of 3 no man's land. If you had found gold bars, coins, or already processed gold, those must be surrendered to the state. According to regulations, all unidentified buried treasures, cultural relics, and mineral resources belong to the state." That I recall reading a news article back in 2015 about a Kazakh herdsman who found a piece of gold nugget weighing approximately 15 pounds by a river or on the Gobi Desert. Not only did he not have to surrender it, but the local government also stated that if he wished to sell it, they would purchase it at market value to display in the county museum. If he preferred to keep it, he was free to do so or dispose of it as he saw fit. After sharing this, he turned to Tang Songyuan. "So it seems, Sung, your fortune is genuinely remarkable. To find such a rare treasure is indeed a stroke of luck." Tang Songyuan chuckled softly, scratching his head. "It is truly just a matter of good fortune. What are you two discussing so passionately?" At that moment, NICC approached with a box in hand, sitting beside Tang Songyuan to brew tea for Dahong. Observing her adept tea-making skills, Dahong smiled gently. "We weren't discussing much. Songyuan. In a few days, there will be a jade public auction in Yingjiang. I'll take you to witness it. The 4 major jade public auctions in the country are held in Ruili, Jiang, Pingzhou, and Yingjiang. Although they may not match Myanmar in terms of scale, quality, or transaction prices, Myanmar's auctions occur only once a year and may even be suspended at times. In contrast, domestic auctions can be held multiple times a year, growing larger and more renowned with each passing iteration. Furthermore, the Yingjiang Jade auction is even larger in scale than the Ruili auction, ranking second in the country only to Pingzhou. Tang Songyuan's eyes sparkled. He had been pondering how to surpass the 100 million goal, and here was the opportunity that he eagerly nodded. All right, thank you, master. After spending some time at the NI residence, listening to NI Dehong impart knowledge about jade, Tang Songyuan took his leave as evening approached. NICC offered to have him stay for dinner, but he politely declined, citing that Wei Qing was still at home. What's the issue? I'll just go pick up Sister Wei Qing. As he reached the entrance, NICC expressed her discontent. You're leaving already? Tang Songyuan chuckled. I understand your good intentions, sister, but Wei Qing has just arrived and is still adjusting. Let us give her some time. NICC huffed. Fine. I won't bother with you. I'm not your keeper. Chapter 77. The new President Tang NICC wore a woeful expression, her tone resembling that of a wronged young bride, her sarcasm unmistakable. However, after spending ample time with her, Tang Songyuan harbored deep suspicions that she was concocting some mischief. He replied, let us save it for next time. I'll treat you to a meal then. NICC tilted her head, letting out another huff. Don't be ridiculous. I'll just go find her myself tomorrow. Tang Songyuan's eyes gleamed. This presented a perfect opportunity for him, that he smiled. That's fine. But I hope it won't trouble you, sister. NICC casually brushed it off. Not at all. I'll be bored at home anyway. Brother, what exactly is your relationship with sister and I? Wei Qing asked with curiosity, holding a roasted duck leg and enjoying it messily. Tang Songyuan replied, it's just a typical senior-junior relationship. What do you think it is? Wei Qing remarked, but I can't shake the feeling that sister and I has special feelings for you. Just look, when we first met, she gifted me such an expensive bracelet and seems to always consider you that although she can be a bit eccentric at times. Yet I sense she harbors no ill intentions towards either of us. Just focus on your duck leg. Tang Songyuan retorted playfully. You're just a child. Why are you meddling in my affairs? Noticing Wei Qing's indignant expression, he suddenly realized, oh, in just a month, you'll be turning 18. You're no longer a child. This thought, Tang Songyuan felt a sense of comfort. After the passing of his adoptive parents, he had shouldered the responsibility of supporting the family, enduring both sweet and bitter experiences known solely to him. Now, with the struggles seemingly behind him, and Wei Qing completing her examinations, she was soon to step into adulthood. Habitually, he tousled her hair, saying, when your birthday arrives, I'll throw you a special party, inviting everyone you wish to invite. How does that sound? Wei Qing beamed up at him. Thank you, brother. You're the best. The following morning, NICC indeed arrived early, joyfully taking Wei Qing out. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan rode his motorcycle around for a while and then spent the morning renting a workshop in the Cultural Industry Park. It was more of a transfer than a rental. The previous owner, Wu Huan, who had once engaged in gambling stones, was no longer interested in continuing and was transferring both the machinery and the workshop to Tang Songyuan. As for the reason behind the transfer, Tang Songyuan did not pry. It was either due to a loss of interest or business troubles, which were none of his concern. The workshop spanned approximately 170 to 80 square meters, with 4 to 5 rooms of varying sizes. The workshop possessed all the necessary credentials, and the equipment, including water saws, wire saws, oil saws, and other stone cutting and polishing tools, was fairly complete. However, most of the original workers had been let go. Nevertheless, Ruili, known as the capital of jade, had numerous shops dealing in such machinery and tools. The transfer fee was 500,000, encompassing the rent until the end of the year. After some negotiation, Tang Songyuan settled on 450,000. Additionally, he expressed a desire to meet the former workers, suggesting that if all went well, he could consider hiring them again. Wu Huan made a few calls, and eventually, 4 workers showed up. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Ma Tianming, whom Wu Huan referred to as Old Ma, stating he had been a master craftsman for over a decade. The other 3 were in their 30s, named Ding Lesan, Lu Helen, and Wang Bing. All 4 were locals from Yunnan province and showed no disdain for Tang Songyuan's youth, instead focusing on the matter of wages. Tang Songyuan inquired, what was your wage structure under Boss Wu? Beside him, Wu Huan interjected, Old Ma, being a master craftsman, earned 4,500 a month, while the other 3 earned 3,500. Additionally, Wang Bing stayed on site at night to oversee the workshop, earning an extra 300. Tang Songyuan said, very well then, I shall add 200 to your original salaries, and by the end of the year, depending on the factory's performance, there will be a bonus for everyone. What do you think? The 4 individuals immediately rejoiced, nodding in agreement that in this day and age, securing employment is no easy feat, and earning money is equally challenging. They had come over upon receiving Wu Huan's call, indicating their willingness to continue working. The new boss not only raised their salaries but also promised a year-end bonus. How could they possibly refuse such an offer? Lu Helen raised his hand and said, "I can drive, but I only have a Class C license." Tang Songyuan replied, "A Class C license is sufficient that in a few days, I will acquire a second-hand pickup truck. And you can also take on the role of the factory driver that I will certainly consider your compensation." Lu Helen responded joyfully, "All right, Mr. Tang." Subsequently, Tang Songyuan accompanied Wu Huan to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to handle the necessary paperwork, marking the establishment of Tang Songyuan's first enterprise. However, it was evident that he had more pressing matters to attend to, that he was uncertain whether the stone-cutting machine could effectively slice through meteorites. Yet it would not cost much. After securely locking the door, he personally operated the cutting machine to commence the task. Amidst the sparks flying, Tang Songyuan utilized his enhanced vision to gradually slice through the meteorite. He frequently adjusted his angle, creating a circular incision along the initial cut, but he preferred to proceed cautiously, ensuring the mysterious small sphere inside remained unaffected. After half an hour, he finally completed the cutting process. The small iron meteorite bore a circular incision, yet it remained partially intact, with less than a millimeter left in the center. Tang Songyuan retrieved a hammer and a wedge, inserting the iron wedge into the gap and striking it a few times. The dark red-hued iron meteorite finally split in two, revealing the enigmatic metallic sphere lying quietly on the ground. Similar to the first metallic sphere Tang Songyuan had discovered, it was smooth and round, resembling the fitness balls often seen in the hands of elderly men in parks. Filled with anticipation, Tang Songyuan extended his hand, gently touching the surface of the sphere. Indeed, as if drawn by his fingertips, the sphere swiftly merged into him. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and he fainted without warning. Chapter 78. High-end shopping. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Tang Songyuan finally regained consciousness, curled up on the ground, still in a dazed state. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He noticed 2 missed calls on his phone, one from Wei Qing and another from NICC. Was this the completion of an upgrade? Tang Songyuan pondered, promptly activating his enhanced vision. The holographic-like perspective descended, revealing that while his ability had not changed significantly, the range had vastly increased. Previously, it covered a radius of 50 meters centered on him. Now it had at least doubled. The depth he could perceive underground had also roughly doubled, allowing him to see deeper areas. The capabilities of magnification, reduction, and identification remained the same, yet it seemed his physical abilities had strengthened somewhat, though he could not ascertain the extent. After exerting such effort to achieve this upgrade, he felt it was somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, any enhancement was better than none. Perhaps with further upgrades in the future, cumulative progress could lead to a qualitative change, allowing him to ascend in a dramatic fashion. Disabling his enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan called Wei Qing. "What are you up to?" "I called, but you didn't answer." He said, "Oh, I was busy with a meeting and didn't notice." "You all can start eating without worrying about me," he replied before hanging up. He dusted himself off and stored the remaining iron meteorite, thinking it might be useful in the future. After locking the workshop's door, Tang Songyuan rode his bike to Yuqing Market. Now that the factory was secured and the workers recruited, the next step was to cut stones for profit. Thus, he needed to prepare a batch of raw stones. Otherwise, he would be unable to commence work the following day. As for sales channels, he had little to worry about. Both Li Yanqiu's uncle Song Jinghua and Ni Dehong's old friend, He Tai, could assist him in selling his products. However, as the scale expanded, Tang Songyuan would need to establish more sales channels and perhaps recruit additional craftsmen to create finished products in the future. Brother Tang, long time no see. Yuan Jie, round-faced and cheerful, greeted Tang Songyuan warmly upon spotting him. "Where have you been making your fortune lately?" "What fortune?" Tang Songyuan activated his enhanced vision to scan the raw stones in Yuan Jie's shop, maintaining a calm demeanor. He replied, "Today, I'm just here to select a few stones to test the waters." "Sounds good." Yuan Jie responded cheerfully. "Feel free to browse. I assure you, I won't interrupt." Tang Songyuan crouched down, mimicking Ni Dehong's technique, feeling the texture of the rough material, occasionally using a light to observe the stone's response. Although he was already aware of the jade's condition, he still needed to perform the necessary steps. Simultaneously, he combined his enhanced vision with the practical knowledge he had gained from Ni Dehong. After nearly an hour, Tang Songyuan selected 8 pieces of jade material. This will do. Please calculate the total cost for me. The 8 pieces varied in size, with 5 having superior quality, the finest boasting a high ice grade, while the remaining 3 were entirely inferior. Haha, Brother Tang is aiming for a big haul today. Yuan Jie complimented him before also crouching down to examine the stones that he took out a notebook and, using the identification numbers on the jade raw materials, began quoting prices. XP 601, 3008. MML 334, 12,000, but the total came to 123,800. But I'll round it down for you. Just pay me 123,000. Tang Songyuan reminded him. These are all old clients. I've purchased materials from you more than once that let's skip the superficialities and be practical. You see, I came straight to you without visiting other shops. If you can't accommodate this, I don't see the need for a long-term partnership. Hearing this, Yuan Jie remained unperturbed, still smiling, and replied, Well then, Brother Tang, what price do you propose? Tang Songyuan remarked, This piece of material, while not commonly seen in the market, lacks the fine texture and clarity. Its quality is average. I am interested primarily because the stone's base seems decent, with a hint of risk that if I were to make an offer, I could go as high as 3,000. He eloquently critiqued each piece, outlining both their merits and shortcomings. That as Yuan Jie's expression grew increasingly bleak, he finally forced a chuckle and said, Brother Tang, you truly are remarkable that I heard you became a disciple of Master and I. I initially thought it was mere rumor, yet it appears to be true. Tang Songyuan frowned slightly, surprised at the gossip within the jade community. However, considering Ni Dehong's status in the jade gambling realm, such curiosity was somewhat inevitable that he snorted, saying, All right, you know so much already. Do you dare to blatantly swindle me? Yuan Jie chuckled and said, Then let's go with the price you proposed, no objections from me. All right. In the end, for all 8 pieces, Tang Songyuan paid a total of 28,000. Upon hearing the payment confirmation, Yuan Jie remarked, It's much more convenient here in the domestic market. When we go to Myanmar to collect stones, we often carry a whole truckload of cash. Sometimes just counting the money takes an eternity. This is a unique characteristic of jade trading in Myanmar, where transactions within public auctions are conducted in euros, while outside the auctions, cash transactions prevail, primarily in kyat, rarely utilizing other currencies. Occasionally, when encountering high-quality jade materials, one might need several sacks of cash to make a purchase. Based on basic grading classifications, the first 2 grades of rough jade are sold through public auctions, while the latter 2 grades are likely sourced from individuals like Yuan Jie. After concluding the transaction, Yuan Jie procured 2 sturdy, white-woven bags, dividing the 8 pieces of jade into 2 bags for Tang Songyuan. Together, they carried the bags to the parking area outside the market. Are you taking them on your motorcycle, Brother Tang? Yuan Jie asked, surprised at the sight of Tang Songyuan's motorcycle. Tang Songyuan replied, What's wrong with a motorcycle? Is it not acceptable? Yuan Jie chuckled and said, That's not what I meant. Why don't I help you deliver them? The business this afternoon is rather slow. I can drive my van to take them to you. Tang Songyuan waved his hand, saying, Let it be for today. We'll arrange it next time. In fact, there would be no need for a next time. The following morning, Tang Songyuan intended to take the driving test for the first subject, and afterward, he would acquire a second-hand pickup truck. When he returned next time, he would bring along his newly recruited worker, Lu Helen. Chapter 79. Many thanks for your guidance upon activating his enhanced vision. Tang Songyuan discovered that the 2 were actually in Wei Qing's room, seemingly engaged in a makeup lesson led by NICC. Perhaps hearing some noise, Wei Qing attempted to peek outside, but was firmly held back by NICC, who continued applying eyeshadow to her eyelids that he cleared his throat but chose not to intrude further, instead seating himself on the sofa in the living room and messaging Li Yangxiu to arrange a meeting that evening. Although there were no issues with the factory's operations, he was not well acquainted with the 4 workers and could not claim to trust them entirely. Moreover, he had few friends, with Li Yangxiu being the only one he felt he could rely on. Therefore, his intention was to invite Li Yangxiu to oversee the factory's daily management. After dawdling for approximately 10 minutes, Wei Qing finally emerged from her room, gracefully striding up to Tang Songyuan. She playfully shook her head and inquired, Sister Cece drew this for me. Does it look good? Tang Songyuan took a serious glance, noting that Cece had shaped her eyebrows, applied eyeliner, and curled her lashes, that he chuckled softly and replied, My dear sister is naturally beautiful. She doesn't need makeup at all. Her bare face is the most stunning. Wei Qing, upon hearing this, pouted and murmured, I knew you wouldn't like me to wear this, that I'll wash it off right now. No. Tang Songyuan hastily detained her, saying, "Actually, it looks quite lovely. It's just that I believe your youth is your finest adornment, requiring no additional embellishment." With this reassurance, Wei Qing felt much more at ease. However, an ICC, who had just walked out of the room, appeared less pleased. She lightly huffed and remarked, "What? Does the junior brother think that the senior sister has aged and lacks youthfulness and vibrancy?" "No, no." Tang Songyuan's scalp tingled, and he quickly responded, "Senior sister, you are as beautiful as a celestial being, eternally youthful and radiant." "Wait." Before he could finish, an ICC interrupted him, taking several steps forward until she stood before Tang Songyuan. Leaning in closely, nearly brushing against his face, she suddenly asked, "How has your skin become so smooth?" She extended her slender fingers to touch Tang Songyuan's cheek, puzzled. "Not only is it smooth, but it's also fair and firm. Have you recently been secretly using some whitening remedy?" "Not at all." Tang Songyuan thought it might be the result of the mysterious little ball's upgrade, then sidestepped slightly and said, "I feel a bit hungry. Is there any food left at home?" Wei Qing quickly replied, "The rice in the pot should still be warm. As for the dishes, then I'll go heat them up for you." She picked up a plate of food but then paused. Gazing earnestly at Tang Songyuan, "Brother, you do look quite handsome today." After saying this, she giggled and dashed away. After finishing their meal, Tang Songyuan informed the two about the upcoming Subject 1 exam and the new workshop. A playful glint sparkled in NICC's eyes as she said, "Are you already thinking about establishing your own venture?" Tang Songyuan replied, "After all, I'm just an ordinary person. Opening a factory to earn money is perfectly reasonable. I cannot attain the realm and grace of my master, that I in reality." Setting up the factory also served as a cover for him to cut materials on a large scale. How many pieces could he cut alone in a day? Moreover, he felt that he couldn't rely on others' machines every time he needed to cut materials. Even if the factory did its own cutting, he would still occasionally add some waste materials. Otherwise, the workers might become suspicious. "Ah," NICC remarked, "my grandfather isn't entirely against making money. He has simply become more indifferent in recent years. How about this? Didn't you say there are only 4 workers in the factory? I could manage the finances for you. How does that sound?" Tang Songyuan paused, initially suspecting NICC's motives. "What? Are you unwilling?" Seeing his hesitation, NICC immediately adopted a serious expression. "Though I am not a finance major, I do have some knowledge in this area." She then stood up, adjusted her attire, and slightly bowed to Tang Songyuan, stating, "Mr. Tang, I shall be your secretary from now on. I look forward to working with you." Just moments ago, she had mentioned managing finances, and now she was saying she wanted to be a secretary, perhaps a dual role as financial manager and secretary. He forced a dry smile and said, "It's not that I'm unwilling. I'm merely worried that having my senior sister come to this small factory may be beneath your talents." The NICC lowered her eyelashes and sighed. "Is being a secretary not acceptable?" Upon reflection, Tang Songyuan found that having NICC manage his finances would indeed be quite fitting, that on one hand, he could trust her. On the other, he needed to leverage many of the connections from the NI family, especially those of NI Dahong. Thus, he said, "Then it would be a slight inconvenience for you, senior sister, to take on the role of financial director at my small factory." Financial director? NICC instantly beamed with joy, her laughter becoming somewhat unrestrained. After a moment, she composed herself, extended her hand toward Tang Songyuan, and said seriously, "All right, I will rely on you, Mr. Tang." Wei Qing, watching from the side, was also wide-eyed with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother, I want to go too. Just arrange a cleaning job for me. You go stand aside." And ICC made a cute and playful expression, exclaiming with mock surprise, "Ah, is there a salary too? I thought I would have to pay for this job. This would be my first job. I'm unsure how much is appropriate. How about you decide, Mr. Tang?" This girl was once again indulging in role-play. Tang Songyuan helplessly acquiesced, and thus the arrangement was set. "Brother, why did you summon me so late at night?" Li Yangqiu inquired with his usual mischievous demeanor. Tang Songyuan gestured for him to get into the car and drove him to a late-night eatery. After ordering and opening 2 bottles of beer, Tang Songyuan finally said, "I've recently acquired a factory and am in need of a factory manager to oversee daily operations. Could you assist me?" Although Li Yangqiu was nominally an apprentice under Songjinghua, in reality, he was merely a gopher. The prospect of becoming a factory manager excited him immensely, and he playfully slapped Tang Songyuan's arm, declaring, "I knew this day would come. I'm calling my cousin right now to resign." However, Tang Songyuan quickly grabbed his arm, saying, "Hold on a moment. Have you even thought this through?" Li Yangqiu retorted, "What is there to think about? We agreed long ago that no matter how prosperous we become, we shall not forget each other. Now that you are calling upon me, should I hesitate?" Tang Songyuan replied, "No, I brought you here to help me. Working under me means I will exploit you and squeeze out your remaining value. Are you really not going to consider it?" Li Yangqiu took a large gulp of beer and slammed his glass down on the table, laughing. "Go ahead, brother. How do you want to exploit me? How do you want to squeeze?" Chapter 80. Exceptional gambling material. "I'm going to exploit you right now," Tang Songyuan said, exasperated, refilling his beer, that a true brother should be clear about finances. "I know you well enough. Though your words may be frivolous, your heart is not bad. However, if you come here to manage, you must wield both kindness and authority. At the very least, you need to maintain control. That I understand, Mr. Tang. Tomorrow I will take office and start with a bang." Tang Songyuan disapproved, saying, "Don't call me Mr. Tang. We are still brothers behind closed doors." That Li Yangqiu laughed heartily and raised his beer again, saying, "All right, Mr. Tang." After downing another drink, Tang Songyuan helplessly remarked, "What will you tell your cousin about leaving?" Li Yangqiu nonchalantly replied, "It's no big deal. When I first joined, we both agreed it was just an ordinary apprenticeship, doing some odd jobs. How much I learn is my own ability. If I don't learn anything, I can't blame him." Tang Songyuan nodded. That makes sense. That he then briefly Yangqiu on the factory's location and handed him a key, instructing him to arrange the stone cutting work first thing in the morning. The next day, Tang Songyuan woke up early, but evidently, someone had risen even earlier. As he descended the stairs, he found an ICC dressed in professional attire, adorned with frameless glasses, her long legs clad in black stockings and high heels, waiting downstairs, standing beside the luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class. She opened the car door and greeted Mr. Tang. "Hello, I am your new secretary, Cici. Please get in." Tang Songyuan was taken aback by her appearance, exclaiming, "Senior sister, you have so many styles. I truly admire you." Cici chuckled softly, then quickly adopted a serious expression, asking, "Are you getting in or not?" After getting into the car and closing the door himself, Cici cheerfully hopped into the driver's seat, swiftly changing into a pair of sneakers before starting the engine and driving toward the exam location. As they entered the main road, Cici asked, "Are you leaving your sister home alone?" She continued, "Does the junior brother enjoy playing video games?" Tang Songyuan thought for a moment before replying, "I don't play often. It's quite rare." Cici chuckled lightly and asked, "Then why did you name the company Hextech Gemstone?" Tang Songyuan paused, briefly silent, and sighed, "Consider it a tribute to my lost youth." Cici smiled again, slightly turning to face Tang Songyuan, saying, "No worries. From now on, your senior sister will keep you company. The game you'll likely play with me is cat and mouse role-playing, which will exhaust me," he replied. At 8:30, they smoothly passed subject 1, and Tang Songyuan then took an ICC to the bank to set up the company account, depositing $2 million into it. From now on, all transactions for Hextech Gemstone would be conducted through this account. Subsequently, they arrived at Yuqing Industrial. As they strolled through the bustling morning market, and ICC remarked, "To be honest, although my grandfather is an expert in this field, this is the first time I've come to this place." Tang Songyuan inquired, "Why is that? Does the senior sister not like gambling on stones?" ICC remarked, "It cannot be said that I particularly like or dislike it. How should I put it? Perhaps I simply have no feelings towards this matter. As for the stones in my grandfather's treasure trove, which are said to be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, I have never even glanced at them." At this moment, a typical person would inquire about what the senior sister is fond of. Yet Tang Songyuan was instead captivated by a rough piece of jadeite. It was a stone that appeared somewhat unappealing on the surface. The raw stone seemed small, weighing perhaps only 1 or 2 kilograms. It presented an overall grayish-blue hue, with a rather rough texture, its skin speckled with evenly distributed white spots resembling pine flowers. However, if properly cut, it could yield some high-quality pieces. This truly tests the patience and skill of the cutter, making it an excellent opportunity to assess the newly hired workers. Tang Songyuan entered the shop, inquired with the shopkeeper, and began to examine the stone. After shining a light on it, he had a clearer understanding and asked, "Boss, how much for this piece?" The shopkeeper glanced at it and replied, "That one is priced at 20,000. Someone offered 12,000, but it wasn't sold. If this stone were well cut, even extracting just one high-quality piece could easily fetch around 200,000. Yet, Tang Songyuan was quite familiar with the market. When the boss quoted 20,000, it was evident there was considerable room for negotiation. He chuckled and said, "Let us be straightforward about this piece. The only gamble lies in the cracks, and no matter how good the quality, it cannot withstand too many fissures." The shopkeeper, clearly well aware of the stone's details, asked, "So how much are you willing to offer?" 3,000, Tang Songyuan replied. "That old crack on the stone is an unavoidable hurdle. Once it opens up, it's not just one or two cracks. It's very likely that this stone could become entirely unworkable." 3,000 is too low. You should add a bit more, the shopkeeper said, appearing troubled. Ultimately, Tang Songyuan added 500 and acquired the unattractive stone weighing around 2 kilograms. Nicc paid for it, and the shopkeeper wrapped the stone in paper, handing it to Tang Songyuan in a bag. The two continued to stroll through the market, feeling as if they were wandering through a vegetable market. "I find the vegetable market more interesting," Nicc commented. "There is indeed a difference," Tang Songyuan countered. "For instance, when you browse a vegetable market, you are the end consumer of those goods. However, when it comes to gambling with stones, if you make a cut or scratch and feel dissatisfied, you can still resell it. Or if the value increases, you can pass it on to a secondary dealer who can earn a profit." Nicc nodded. A genuine glass-grade stone. According to the classification that Songjinhua had previously explained to him, both the night market of Dalong and the morning market of Jegao were merely entry-level for stone gambling. In such places, ice-grade jadeite is exceedingly rare, let alone the highest quality glass grade. Yet here stood a true specimen. However, this stone was currently being closely examined by a man in his 30s, who was shining a flashlight on it. Tang Songyuan found it inappropriate to draw attention to himself, so he pretended to be unaware and walked past with Nicc. "Hey, beautiful, wait a moment." Just a few steps away, the man eagerly stopped them, specifically positioning himself in front of Nicc. With a broad smile and sincere demeanor, he said, "Could I add you on WeChat?" As he spoke, he took out his phone and opened his contact card. Nicc smiled widely, but ignored him, turning instead to Tang Songyuan and asking, "Darling, do you think I should add his WeChat?" Tang Songyuan felt a bit awkward, but the man appeared even more uncomfortable. Chuckling awkwardly before apologizing and leaving, Nicc scoffed, gazing at the man's retreating figure. "He has the heart of a thief, but lacks the courage. Don't you agree, brother-in-law?" In just a short while, their roles had switched dramatically. Fortunately, Tang Songyuan had grown accustomed to her whimsical nature and turned his attention back to observing the glass-grade jadeite. This stone had not been cut yet. It was a complete gamble piece. Weighing approximately 7 or 8 pounds, its surface was grayish-white with a faint yellowish tint. The owner, Lu Chinlu, sat in a rattan chair, puffing on a cigarette, and offered one to Tang Songyuan, who politely declined. "What do you think, brother? This is genuine old Muna white sand skin, a top-quality piece that just arrived yesterday." Tang Songyuan looked up at him, remaining silent but adopting a serious expression. His eyes revealed admiration, yet also a hint of uncertainty, but he intended to play the novice again, and this piece of jadeite was certainly not to be missed. The stone was indeed a glass grade, with a slight hint of blue intertwined with pinkish hues, and the jade meat was translucent with almost no flaws. Tang Songyuan said, "I'm not certain if it's Muna, but I really can't judge this piece accurately. May I inquire about the price?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chinlu's face broke into a smile, and he stood up, patting the stone. Leaning in closer, he whispered, "Brother, if you genuinely want it, I'll give you a fair price, 120,000. To be honest, 120,000 for this piece is truly not expensive. Given the quality and color of this glass-grade jade, extracting a bracelet from it would easily fetch over 5 million. Or even start at 10 million. Tang Songyuan recalled his earlier encounter with the iron meteorite. Due to a lack of decisiveness, he had gone through much trouble. 120,000 was indeed a steal. And regardless of whether Lu Chinlu recognized the true value of this stone, there was no need for excessive words. Playing the fool must be done with discretion, ultimately serving the intended purpose. Thus, he quickly made up his mind, stating, "All right, let us go with your quoted price. Senior sister will handle the payment." The last part was directed at Nicc, that Lu Chinlu did not expect Tang Songyuan to be so straightforward. Puzzled. Once outside the market and back in the car, Tang Songyuan felt it necessary to inform Dahong that he had quietly set up a workshop and brought Nicc along as the financial director. It seemed inappropriate not to mention it to him. Thus, he said, "Let us head to your home. I want to see Master." Nicc did not ask further and drove towards her house, that Dahong was home today, watering flowers with a watering can. NICC parked the car in the courtyard, just a short distance from her grandfather. How strange. I clearly said I would come over myself. Tang Songyuan thought with amusement as he got out of the car and greeted. Master, good day. Dahong nodded with a greeting and set down the watering can, waving. Songyuan has arrived. Come inside and sit. Once inside, Tang Songyuan explained his recent acquisition of the factory and invited an ICC to assist him. There was no need to conceal this matter, and perhaps an ICC had already mentioned it to him that IT would be more straightforward to express it openly than Dahong pondered for a moment. Then a subtle smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, Son, you are still young. Being energetic is a good thing, and I support that. However, I have seen many storms in the stone gambling business, and I have witnessed numerous ups and downs, separations, and reunions that I want to say much about that. You will experience it yourself in due time. That AS for business advice. I can offer little, but I will say this. Do not be overly concerned about immediate gains or losses, but always keep a discerning eye. However, with CC assisting you, there shouldn't be any major issues. This girl is sharper than a fox. Grandfather, how can you say that about others? NICC interjected, displeased. I'm going to cook. I want to be dealing with you too. After NICC left, Dahong turned his attention to the 2 bags Tang Songyuan had brought, asking, Show me the stones you bought. Tang Songyuan promptly took out both pieces and placed them on the table. Dahong raised an eyebrow, first picking up the piece of white sand skin jade. After examining it for a few seconds, he inquired, How much did you pay for this? Dahong nodded calmly. Not haggling was the right choice. This stone is very deceptive. Glass-grade jadeite is rare, and most people truly cannot judge it accurately. Generally, glass-grade jade has a thick, old skin and a smooth surface, but look at this piece. Its surface is not smooth at all, and upon closer inspection, it appears as if bubbles are about to emerge. Additionally, the raw stone of glass-grade jadeite has a particularly fine sandy texture, and it feels distinctly sandy to the touch. This somewhat aligns, but I still cannot conclude that it is an exceptional glass grade. Tang Songyuan thought to himself, Indeed, as the saying goes, even deities find it hard to discern a piece of jade. This emphasizes the challenges inherent in the world of jade gambling. Tang Songyuan remained silent, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Dahong chuckled softly and continued, Generally speaking, glass-type jadeite rough stones are predominantly sourced from old pits. This is because the rough stones from old pits have undergone more extensive weathering and geological erosion, resulting in a superior quality compared to those from new pits. Therefore, when assessing glass-type jadeite rough stones, we consider 2 additional indicators. One is its oiliness, also referred to as fluorescence, and the other is its hardness. Glass-type jadeite rough material possesses an exceptionally delicate and compact jade quality, with a density surpassing that of ordinary rough materials. Thus, its hardness is also the highest. Tang Songyuan smacked his thigh and exclaimed, Master is absolutely right. I felt that this piece was rugged and exuded a sense of old-style ice oil, which is why I purchased it without hesitation. While this statement had a touch of embellishment, it was particularly fitting for the occasion. Dahong nodded, setting aside the piece of white sand skin and turning his attention to the unattractive stone. As he illuminated it with a flashlight, a frown began to form on his brow. Are you planning to gamble on the cracks? He inquired without looking up. Tang Songyuan replied, Yes, master. I believe the material's quality is sufficient, though I am uncertain about the cracks. However, at only 3,005, I didn't think much of it. Dahong stated, It's not merely a matter of cost. I believe I have previously mentioned that among the 5 major gambling points in stone, quality, base, cotton, cracks, and impurities, cracks are the most challenging to assess. Do not take such risks in the future. Tang Songyuan did not rebut and nodded in agreement. Dahong proceeded to share some of his experiences regarding the characteristics of gambling on cracks. Unbeknownst to them, noon approached, and NICC came over to invite the 2 for lunch. After the meal, Tang Songyuan took his leave, while NICC drove him to the newly opened Hushi Jade Company. Upon entering, they were greeted by the cacophony of cutting machines. Li Yanxiu stood behind Ma Tianming, observing him as he meticulously cut the jade material. Seeing Tang Songyuan enter, Li Yanxiu immediately approached with a grim expression. Greeting him, Tang General, Tang Songyuan inquired, What troubles you? Looking so forlorn. Casting a glance at him, Tang Songyuan thought to himself that this fellow had clearly not checked the market before leaving home that morning. Out of 8 pieces of material, 5 were promising. Yet he had chosen the three without any potential. An extraordinary stroke of bad luck, he said. It's nothing. The cutting of stones can be taken slowly. This is my senior sister, NICC, whom you have met before at the NI family. She is now the financial director of the company. Have you had lunch? Li Yangxiu first greeted NICC before responding. That remark has a half-joking tone, but Tang Songyuan nodded and said, I was just about to discuss this. The factory currently lacks a catering service, so I have decided to allocate 20 yuan per meal for each person, with arrangements for lunch and dinner deliveries from nearby restaurants that I want to arrange breakfast. As for the locals, their isn't a breakfast that can't be resolved with a bowl of rice noodles. Just then, Ma Tianming's cutting machine ceased operation, and his excited voice rang out. He ran over, cradling a piece of rough material in his hands, eagerly exclaiming to Tang General, take a look at this piece. Tang Songyuan accepted it, lifting the cut cover of the rough material, revealing a hue of green tinged with yellow. This is apple green. Although the green of apple green is not entirely pure, the yellow undertone enhances its brightness. It's quite nice. Continue cutting to him. Tianming joyfully responded. All right, Tang General, how about starting the cut from here? Tang Songyuan assessed it with his enhanced vision and nodded. That works. He mused, I just don't understand why I've been here all morning and produced nothing but waste, while you arrive and immediately strike green. This remark had a double entendre, to which Tang Songyuan chuckled and replied, I am merely fortunate, but you, my friend, seem to possess a talent for attracting green, easily drawing the jade's essence away. NICC, weary of their banter, interjected, Where's my office? Tang Songyuan pointed casually and added, Sister, feel free to take a look or choose for yourself. For the next hour, other workers in the workshop also shared good news. Ding Leshan produced a piece of glutinous ice with floating flowers. Lu Helen cut out a vibrant yellow-green piece, and Wang Bing's cut was precisely that of a high ice type. Everyone was elated, dispelling the morning's gloom over waste material. After all, today marked the opening of the new factory, and had everything turned to waste, the boss would surely have been disheartened. Tang Songyuan, in high spirits, encouraged, Let us all work diligently, and I'll treat everyone to a feast tonight. The four felt invigorated, and Tang Songyuan sought out NICC, asking her to prepare several red envelopes, each containing 200 yuan, as a token of appreciation from him. As the boss, NICC inquired, Does everyone get one? What about me? Tang Songyuan replied, Certainly. Let us prepare SIX.NICC, with a twinkle in her eye, suggested, Then I think my envelope should contain 520. Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes but nodded. All right, NICC cheerfully responded. Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance, boss. The freshly cut rough material, still unpolished, appeared somewhat lackluster and coarse, particularly the apple green, which resembled tender shoots sprouting on the grassland. However, after slicing and polishing, it would undoubtedly radiate a captivating brilliance. Tang Songyuan produced the unattractive stone he had acquired that day and handed it to Ma Tianming, saying, Let us leave this one as is for now. You decide how to cut this piece. This stone, riddled with cracks, would serve as a test for Ma Tianming, but if he executed the cut well, Tang Songyuan would consider giving him a raise. Chapter 83. Thriving Ma Tianming shone a light on the rough material of the unattractive stone, then drew a line on the original stone with a pencil, perfectly aligning it with an old crack. He then activated the machine and began cutting along the crack. While cutting, he meticulously compared, fearful of making a mistake. After about half an hour, he managed to create a 10-centimeter gap in the unattractive stone. He then procured a hammer and wedge, inserting the wedge into the gap. With a few strikes, the unattractive stone split into two halves. Outsiders may not understand this chiseling action, and even Tang Songyuan had learned of it from an Idaho. It's cut open, Tang General. Ma Tianming, somewhat anxious, brought the two pieces of material to find Tang Song. The divided unattractive stone appeared equally unappealing, with the old crack now exhibiting 3 to 4 dozen fine fissures that resembled tree roots embedded in the white jade flesh. Isn't this splendid? It has reached the ice type. Yet it was somewhat troublesome. Patience was Iwan's anxiety eased slightly, and even the weathered creases on his face softened as he smiled and assured. Rest assured, Tang General, I will handle this. They continued their busy work until nearly evening, completing the peeling of the remaining 6 pieces of jadeite rough material. Only the piece of glass-bottom rough material remained, which Tang Songyuan decided against having cut. This jadeite rough stone held great value and exceptional quality, a rare treasure indeed. Tang Songyuan intended to keep it as his first collectible. much like Ni Dehong's original stone warehouse. It would remain uncut, stored away. That evening, he allocated a sum of money to Li Yangxiu, instructing him to treat 4 workers to a meal that he himself had an ICC drive, bringing along the day's treasures to He Tai's studio. He Tai was busy with a carving tool, sculpting a jade pendant from a design drawing. Upon seeing Tang Songyuan and NICC enter, he was initially oblivious until Tang Songyuan called out, "Uncle Tai Dado, it's little Tang." And CC, "What a rare guest. Please have a seat." When addressing little Tang, He Tai wore a warm smile, but upon seeing an ICC, his expression blossomed like a flower, and he set down his tools and unfinished pendant, bustling around to offer chairs and tea, remarking, "Little Tang hasn't visited in quite some time. This is the material we cut today. Uncle Tai, could you take a look at these pieces?" "Certainly, quite a lot for a single day," He Tai remarked, his eyes lighting up as he picked up a piece for appraisal. "Ni old fellow has taught a good disciple." Hearing praise for her grandfather and Junior, NICC's face brightened, though she remained silent. Tang Songyuan continued, "Our scale is still small, and we lack specific sales channels, so we hope Uncle Tai might assist in selling these, that I can certainly take them." He Tai replied, his eyes widening, that high-quality jadeite is becoming increasingly scarce, and even your master has some treasures tucked away and uncut, that if you have good materials, feel free to bring them to me. Uncle Tai will not shortchange you. He Tai then proceeded to evaluate each piece of material. Tang Songyuan brought 0.1 piece of high-ice jadeite, weighing around 2 kilograms, could yield 2 to 3 bangles, while the remaining scraps could be fashioned into numerous pendants and cabochons. Ultimately, he quoted 1,100,000 that the other materials also had their unique features. Some were of excellent quality, while others boasted vibrant colors, totaling 230,000 for the 5 pieces. Even the unattractive stone slab, once cut, yielded 2 prominent high-quality pieces, capable of being transformed into exquisite landscape plaques or idol plaques. The remaining smaller fragments could be fashioned into playful items such as gourds or crab claws. He Tai offered an astonishing price of 550,000 that he further suggested in the future there will be more materials. "Xiao Tang, you need not deliver them personally. I will have my people come to collect them from you regularly." "What do you think?" He chuckled. "That would be splendid. Let us set a weekly schedule. What do you think, Uncle Tai?" Tang Songyuan was well aware of the wisdom in not putting all one's eggs in one basket. He intended to seek additional sales channels and, should he continue to expand, consider recruiting sculptors to create finished products, thereby establishing a comprehensive industry pathway from gambling on stones to selling finished products. He then provided the address of his workshop, while He Tai instructed his people to transfer 3,400,000 to Hushi Jade Industries account, marking the first day's revenue. After discussing some trivial matters, Tang Songyuan rose to take his leave, that He Tai personally escorted them to the studio's entrance, reminding NICC to visit often. That he added, "Everyone should eat and drink well today. Tomorrow, work can begin no later than 10 o'clock. That I end the future. Everyone can cut the materials at their discretion, based on their experience. To ITS perfectly acceptable if they mess up. It's quite normal in the world of stone gambling." During this time, he also conferred with Li Yangxiu regarding the purchase of a pickup truck to Li Yangxiu, a seasoned driver with a license, previously worked for Songjinghua, primarily transporting stones or finished products. Tang Songyuan remarked, "Let us buy a new pickup truck registered under the company's name. You can handle the arrangements. My only requirement is that it be sturdy and durable, preferably domestically produced." Chapter 84. The public auction action. Wei Qing was engrossed in a game on her tablet, lamenting her plight. Tang Songyuan chuckled. "Oh dear, feeling wronged, are we? How about I take you out to the night market?" Having completed the cutting of materials at the factory, Tang Songyuan needed to prepare for the raw jade required for the next day's work. It was evening, perfect for a stroll through the night market in Delong. Wei Qing perked up, tossing her tablet onto the sofa and leaping with excitement, exclaiming, "Great! Let us go right now." Upon arrival, Wei Qing was greeted by the surging crowds and the streets brimming with raw jade. And she pouted, "Brother, is this what you call a night market?" Tang Songyuan chuckled. "Indeed, this is the most bustling and vibrant night market in Rueli. Look at all these people. They've come to enjoy the market." Wei Qing pondered for a moment, then fell silent, linking arms with NICC, curiously surveying her surroundings. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan activated his discerning vision, scanning the piles of raw stones lining the street. The Delong night market was not solely composed of materials priced at 100 or 500. These were the lower-tier miners from Myanmar, collectively known as the Yamuxi. This sizable group is allowed to enter various mining sites on designated days to excavate raw jade without modern tools, relying solely on shovels and pickaxes, although some mine owners permit the use of electric drills. Generally, within 2 hours of opening, anything unearthed can be legally taken from the mining site. However, foreign participation is strictly prohibited, and an undercurrent of unseen bloodshed and barbaric violence persists. The raw stones in the legitimate shops of the night market are quite comparable to those found at the Jiagao morning market. According to classification, the top 2 grades, which are scarce and valuable, enter public auctions, while the lower 2 grades flow into various markets. Tang Songyuan grew increasingly adept in such markets, quickly acquiring 8 pieces of jade material. Although none were exceptional, they were affordably priced. The trio then wandered into the shop area, where dim lighting still failed to deter the throngs of people. At this juncture, Wei Qing inquired, "Brother, do you really make money from these stones?" Tang Songyuan smiled, replying, "In a sense, yes, that I have apprenticed under your sister CC's grandfather, who is a master in this industry, that I have learned a great deal from him." Wei Qing gazed at Nicc with admiration, but she merely laughed. "Oh please, my grandfather told me that you are a rare talent in luck, naturally suited for the stone gambling trade. Your aptitude is remarkable. You grasp concepts almost instantly." Wei Qing, both delighted and intrigued, exclaimed, "So, there are indeed industry secrets. I want to learn too." "Learn what?" Tang Songyuan retorted playfully. "Your current task is to eat, drink, and enjoy life. Once you receive your admission notice, focus on your studies. Understood?" Wei Qing stuck her tongue out at him, muttering, "Got it." Just then, Tang Songyuan spotted another piece of material and bent down to examine it was a sky blue stone. After a brief observation, he inquired about the price, and the vendor quoted 8,000 without haggling. He purchased it outright. After more than an hour of browsing, Tang Songyuan ended up buying over 30 pieces. As they were about to depart, he said, "Senior sister, there's no need to pick me up personally. I find cycling more convenient. I feel bad troubling you every time, but Nicc, not one for pretense," simply nodded, shaking the red envelope containing 520 yuan that Tang Songyuan had given her, cheerfully saying, "Wishing you good fortune in your endeavors." In the following 2 days, Tang Songyuan frequented both Yuqing and Dalong markets, purchasing a substantial batch of raw materials, totaling over 200 pieces on the day of the Yinjing Jade public auction. He arrived early at Enai Dahong's residence. The master and disciple set off in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, heading westward. They reached the city of Yinjing around noon, casually grabbing a quick lunch before Enai Dahong drove for another 10 minutes. Finally arriving at the venue for the Yinjing Jade public auction. Stepping out of the car, Tang Songyuan was immediately awestruck. The auction venue sprawled over an expansive area of no less than 10,000 square meters, lined with rows of various jade materials, far exceeding 10,000 pieces in scale. The indoor raw materials mainly consisted of unprocessed stones, lacking any surface treatment, and predominantly comprised high-grade materials. Adjacent to the bidding area was a section for smaller raw materials, neatly arranged on display tables under the watchful eye of dedicated personnel. Directly facing the bidding area was an outdoor display zone for larger raw materials, where stones were meticulously organized, accompanied by a water bucket for merchants to wash the surfaces of the materials. Some large stones had already been cut open and even polished, with a clearly stated base price. According to the color of the price tags, Enai Dahong explained, red tags indicate that the seller can intercept bids. A sale will only occur if the bid meets the seller's expectations. White tags signify that bids cannot be intercepted, resembling a typical auction format where one simply needs to increase the bid above the base price. The highest bidder wins. Yellow tags represent a unique category within the Jade public auction, as they have no base price, essentially starting at zero. That the venue was bustling with attendees, yet surprisingly quiet, with small clusters of people gathered. Speaking in hushed tones that Tang Songyuan listened attentively, he activated his discerning vision. Indeed, the quality of the stones at the auction was significantly superior to those in the market. The variations in quality left him somewhat dazzled. Chapter 85. The emergence of Imperial Green. The Yinjing public auction would last for 5 days, with the 5th day dedicated to revealing the bids. Although Tang Songyuan's objective was unprocessed stones, he maintained a learning mindset, following Enai Dahong around the venue to observe. Most of the semi-processed stones outdoors were substantial, ranging from a few kilograms to those weighing several hundred kilograms, with some still exceeding several tons even after being cut. Approaching 2 stones that had been split in half, Ni Dahong became intrigued. He beckoned Tang Songyuan to crouch down beside him, running his hand over one of the cut surfaces and saying, "Songyuan, look at this piece. It's quite fascinating. Once cut, the transformation is remarkably pronounced. The cut surface resembled a miniature version of the African continent, covering an area of about half a square meter." Tang Songyuan glanced at the label, noting that the total weight of the two pieces was 85 kilograms. The stone displayed a rich array of colors, from deep green to light green, with several visible cracks across the cross-section. However, Tang Songyuan was now aware that these cracks would not impede the ultimate extraction of jade. Whether for slicing into bracelets or leaving large pieces for display, this stone was more than sufficient. 16 million, quite a hefty price for this material. Tang Songyuan mused as he examined the label, and Ni Dahong scoffed. "No one is pressuring you to buy it, that I want you to observe this piece. To witness its transition from nephrite to high ice, from deep green to light green, thus grasping the genesis of jade, that a quality piece of jade is undoubtedly the result of geological evolution under high temperature and pressure. With the involvement of metallic ions, that Ni Dahong's profound knowledge of jade and wealth of experience included insights into geology, which Tang Songyuan diligently noted, recognizing that such knowledge might prove invaluable in the future. He further remarked, although these are semi-transparent materials, the changes that occur later are still considerable. Once you delve deeper, the colors, textures, and even the cracks and bottom structures may differ significantly from what is visible on the surface. Some may transform for the better, while others may deteriorate. This requires years of accumulated experience and, of course, a bit of luck. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent but smiling faintly that he possessed none of these qualities. Yet he had the gift of perception. Moreover, after studying under Ni Dahong, he could project himself as an experienced and fortunate individual, thereby reducing the risk of revealing his extraordinary insight. Throughout the afternoon, Ni Dahong wandered leisurely in the area of transparent materials. Unlike other merchants who would jot down numbers and base prices upon spotting something appealing, Ni Dahong primarily observed, occasionally sharing insights with Tang Songyuan when the mood struck him. Eventually, the two arrived at a display table crowded with people. The table was rather unremarkable, merely a wooden surface draped with plush fabric, upon which lay a dozen or so rectangular pieces of jade, all uniformly green. These were the top lots of the public auction in Jiang, known as imperial green jade, the image merely for reference. Among the crowd, some expressed their astonishment. Owning just one of these stones could ensure a lifetime of comfort. "Surely, you jest," someone nearby scoffed. "This is imperial green, a color so rare that even a single piece could secure a property in major cities." Another interjected, "Your comment reveals your inexperience. Imperial green is merely a commercial term, not something insiders use." As tensions rose between the two, an elderly man in a blue-collared t-shirt spotted Ni Dahong and exclaimed with excitement, extending his hand, "Ah, Master and it's been too long." Ni Dahong shook his hand and introduced, "I've brought my disciple, Xiao Tang, to gain some insight. Songyuan, this is Boss Feng Delong from Jiang." Tang Songyuan promptly greeted, "Hello, Mr. Feng." Feng Delong praised, "Your disciple is quite impressive, radiating with vitality. Master Ni's discernment is commendable." But he then instructed an assistant to retrieve a business card, which he handed to Tang Songyuan. Tang Songyuan accepted it with due reverence, carefully stowing it away. Ni Dahong arched an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and inquired, "Are these materials from your quarry?" Feng Delong chuckled modestly, "Nothing significant, too many cracks. Please feel free to examine." With that, Feng Delong seemed to spot another familiar face and wandered off to greet them. Ni Dahong picked up one of the striking green stones, conducting a brief assessment before telling Tang Songyuan, "Do not heed his words about the cracks. Remember, this is the pinnacle of jade color, what the world refers to as imperial green." Tang Songyuan had already confirmed through his insightful vision that this was indeed imperial green jade, and all the pieces on the table were of the same caliber. Some weighed 3 or 4 kilograms, while others were in smaller fragments or strips, weighing 7 or 8 taels. Ni Dahong continued. "The space was filled with numerous stones, certainly no less than 2,000, but I will take a look myself." This indicated a need for independent exploration, and Tang Songyuan nodded in delight, activating his perceptive vision to examine each piece. Chapter 86. The road ahead. It must be said that the materials at the public auction far surpassed those available in the market. The quality of raw stones in the market varied greatly, whereas the materials at the auction were predominantly of high caliber. Even the opaque stones were seldom of poor quality, merely differing in texture and color intensity. The most striking aspect was their visual appeal, which greatly exceeded that of market materials. However, the gamble remained significant. A slight color difference could result in price discrepancies of tenfold, even dozens of times that Tang Songyuan scrutinized the stones with his perceptive vision. The raw stones before him shed their outer layers, revealing icy, glutinous, lotus, sunlit green, sky blue, and violet varieties. Yet he felt a twinge of regret that none of the imperial green stones were among them. Having just come from Feng Delong's display, he had been quite envious of those few pieces and longed to encounter a raw stone of imperial green jade himself. Unfortunately, such treasures were indeed rare and precious. Around 5 o'clock, an Dahong called for Tang Songyuan, signaling their departure from the public auction venue. After all, it was only the first day, and the selling channels had yet to open. Once in the car, an Dahong asked, "Did you find any materials that caught your eye?" Tang Songyuan hesitated. "There are 2 or 3 pieces that interest me, but I'm not entirely certain that in truth." He had his sights on no less than 10 pieces, but could not afford to reveal his perceptive abilities. So he chose to fabricate a modest response to that moment. Tang Songyuan noticed they had driven into the outskirts, the roads narrowing as Dahong turned onto a winding mountain path. The dirt road kicked up considerable dust as the vehicle sped onward. Just when he was puzzled by their destination, the car came to a halt in front of a temple that we've arrived. "Let's get out." Dahong exited first, while Tang Songyuan remained bewildered, uncertain of Dahong's intentions in bringing him here. The temple was named Compassion Temple, adorned with rather plain decorations. Despite its carved beams and painted rafters, the paint was chipped and faded, suggesting a lack of vibrant activity that Dahong walked straight inside, with Tang Songyuan following closely behind. Upon entering, they found themselves in a grand hall, where an elderly monk sat silently reciting scriptures at the center that a novice monk approached from the side, seemingly recognizing Dahong. He first bowed respectfully before speaking. "Master, long time no see." The novice wasted no time, turning to offer a lit incense stick, which Dahong accepted. That he then stepped into the hall, closed his eyes in silent reverence, and bowed 3 times before placing the incense in the burner. Though Tang Songyuan had not brought incense, he followed suit and bowed 3 times. One may choose to disbelieve, but one must not lack respect. Dahong cast a complex glance at Tang Songyuan before patting his shoulder, saying, "Come with me." With that, he proceeded outside, and Tang Songyuan nodded in acknowledgement, bowing once more to the reciting monk, who did not lift his gaze nor acknowledge them throughout. Emerging from the temple, they found themselves at the back mountain, which was surprisingly well kept. However, what astonished Tang Songyuan was the sight of a grave standing in the center of an open space. Dahong stood silently before the grave. Tang Songyuan approached from behind and read the inscription on the tombstone: "Grave of my son, daughter-in-law, Songyuan, and Wen Xiaoshuang." Could this be the final resting place of Dahong's son and daughter-in-law? The parents of Cc? Over 20 years ago that Dahong began. "I was originally skeptical of fate. At one point, someone predicted Songyuan would not live past 24. I nearly threw that fortune teller out." His expression grew somewhat melancholic as he continued. "It was merely a common car accident. No materials were lost, yet Songyuan and Xiaoshuang perished due to delayed medical assistance, and my brother Dejiang lost a leg as a result." Upon hearing this, Tang Songyuan recalled what he had inadvertently seen through his perceptive vision earlier and asked, "Master, your brother wouldn't be that?" Dahong replied, "Yes, he is the monk reciting scriptures just now." After recovering from his injury, Dejiang felt a sense of guilt and chose to renounce the world here. Thus, it became clear that while Dahong had no enemies, his life bore a tragic weight, losing a son in middle age while a trusted brother chose the monastic path, leaving only a young granddaughter as his companion. It was no wonder he possessed remarkable skills in stone gambling, yet showed little desire for wealth, unbelieving in fate, yet cruelly toyed with by it. Tang Songyuan sighed and said, "Master, do not be too sorrowful. You still have sister and well, me too." Dahong nodded. "I am aware. Tonight, I plan to stay at the temple and observe a day of fasting tomorrow. You may descend the mountain first." After speaking, he made a gesture as if to reach for his keys, but then recalled that Tang Songyuan did not yet possess a driver's license, leaving him momentarily speechless. Tang Songyuan also perceived this and immediately said, "It's all right, master, that I will stay here with you." However, Dahong waved his hand and replied, "There is no need for that. It is still early." You can walk down in just 10 minutes. That if you wish to visit the public auction tomorrow, that would be fine. That I will come to find you the day after. Tang Songyuan did not insist further. Given his current physical condition, a mere 10-minute walk was certainly no challenge. At that moment, he suddenly began to understand the reasons behind an ICC's sometimes capricious and even eccentric demeanor. The temple was shrouded by lush green forests. Her eyes sparkled with urgency as she cried out, "Help! Big brother, save me! Someone is trying to kidnap me." In this desolate wilderness, the woman's expression was frantic, and her tone was desperate, startling Tang Songyuan. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, the woman had already rushed to him, seizing his arm as if grasping a lifeline, pleading, "Save me, big brother. I can give you money, truly." No sooner had she spoken than 4 or 5 burly men emerged from the grove. 3 wielded machetes, one brandished a rope, and another held a wooden stick. The man with the rope, his gaze menacing, glared at the woman and said, "Little lady, while my brothers were preoccupied with their meal, you managed to cut the rope. Now let us see where you think you can run. If we catch you again, we won't be so gentle." The woman, seemingly frightened, let out a scream and hid behind Tang Songyuan, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer." One of the men with a machete raised his weapon and pointed it at Tang Songyuan, saying, "Kid, this doesn't concern you. To be smart and step aside, or you'll be tied up with her. What's the point of talking? This kid has seen our faces. He can't be left alive." The man with the stick growled that if necessary, we'll take care of him too, and then escape abroad. Tang Songyuan, feeling quite innocent, thought to himself, "What the hell? I haven't done anything. I haven't even spoken a word, and already I'm sentenced to death." He called out, "Hold on a moment," to momentarily stabilize the situation. He then removed his jacket, along with his phone and wallet, and handed them to the woman behind him. To prevent any damage during the impending scuffle, that it was evident that these men were not here for friendly purposes, and the situation seemed dire. However, Tang Songyuan was undeterred by the 4 or 5 men. Even if they were armed, with only a t-shirt on, his muscular arms were exposed, seeing that he appeared somewhat unfazed and seemed to be contemplating resistance. The 5 men's anger flared, and they charged at him with their weapons drawn. Instead of retreating, Tang Songyuan stepped forward with calm resolve and agility, swiftly executing a kick that sent one machete flying. He then pivoted and delivered another kick to one man's face, sending him crashing to the ground as if struck by a battering ram. Though he had not learned any intricate techniques, his flexibility and control over his own strength had become increasingly adept. After 2 transformations from the mysterious orb, his power was already formidable, and his speed and reflexes had improved significantly, making him far from an ordinary match for these thugs. Thus, his kicks were not only swift but also precisely measured in force. Having sent one man flying, Tang Songyuan used the momentum to regain his footing, seized another machete aimed at him, and, with a swift motion, slashed sideways while simultaneously throwing a punch. The 2 machetes collided in midair, producing a sharp clang, as Tang Songyuan's fist connected with the abdomen of the last armed man, knocking him out instantly. However, he did not pause. His fists continued to rain down upon the remaining assailants. That was a one-sided affair, as the 5 men found themselves relentlessly beaten, unable to retaliate, nor could they even touch a corner of Tang Songyuan's clothing. One of the burly men, now enraged, bellowed, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." In response, Tang Songyuan unleashed a massive punch that struck the man squarely in the face, rendering him unconscious. Finally, one of the men, unable to bear the overwhelming defeat, dropped the rope and fled into the woods. Tang Songyuan snorted and quickly pursued, bending down to pick up the rope before following suit. In mere seconds, he caught up to the fleeing man and knocked him down from behind. Within 10 seconds, the remaining men were left in a state of shock, and one shouted, "Split up and run." The 2 remaining men were not unwilling to flee, but having been struck by Tang Songyuan's heavy fists, they were too dazed to muster the strength to escape. But he tied the 4 of them together with the rope, delivering a swift kick to anyone who dared to resist. Once accomplished, Tang Songyuan called out to the still trembling woman, "Hand me your phone." She hurriedly approached, breathlessly handing over his jacket and belongings, saying, "Big brother, your phone." After Tang Songyuan received the phone and dialed for help, she expressed her gratitude mixed with anxiety, saying, "Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, I fear I'd up before she could finish." Tang Songyuan silenced her with a gesture, speaking into the phone, "Hello, I'd like to report a crime." Approximately 20 minutes later, police sirens echoed down the mountain as several police cars sped up. During this time, Tang Songyuan attempted to inquire about the assailants but learned nothing substantial. However, he did find out the girl's name, Feng Linwan. As the police arrived, 3 vehicles in total, one of which was an armored vehicle, bore a dozen or so officers, some armed with rifles, while others carried riot shields and batons that a police officer, adorned with 2 stripes and 2 stars, exited the vehicle, quickly surveying the scene before addressing Tang Songyuan. "Did you make the call?" Tang Songyuan nodded and briefly recounted the events. The officer appeared astonished, asking, "Have you trained before?" In a modest tone. Tang Songyuan replied, "Just a few tricks." After checking his identification, the officer instructed his team to document the scene and dispatch a unit to search the woods. Following half an hour of record-taking at the police station, the officer informed Tang Songyuan that he was free to go, though they might summon him for further information if necessary, and hinted at possibly awarding him a bravery commendation. As he exited the recording room, Feng Linwan emerged from another office. She bore minor injuries that had been treated and appeared more composed, her face washed clean, revealing her striking beauty. Xiaowan, how are you? You have no idea how worried your father has been." A figure rushed through the police station's entrance, his voice tinged with urgency and concern. Tang Songyuan turned to see Feng Delong. Hearing the girl's accent earlier, he had guessed she was from Yuezhou, but he had not anticipated that she was Feng Delong's daughter. Earlier in the afternoon, at the public auction in Yingjiang, he had seen Feng Delong showcase several pieces of imperial green jade, which had sparked a twinge of envy within him, as he wondered when he might discover a piece of such quality himself. Little did he know that by evening, he would rescue the man's kidnapped daughter. Truly, life is unpredictable. Feng Delong, spotting Tang Songyuan beside his daughter, briefly displayed a look of confusion before exclaiming in astonishment, "It's you? Your master and I's disciple, Xiao Tang. Xiaowan, was it Brother Tang who saved you?" The latter part was directed at Feng Linwan, who, now devoid of panic, clung to her father's arm and said, "Yes, Daddy. You have no idea how amazing Brother Tang is. He single-handedly took down those kidnappers. If they hadn't split up to escape, he could have apprehended them all." Feng Delong grasped Tang Songyuan's hand with gratitude, saying, "I cannot thank you enough that I am an elderly man. I have only this one precious daughter. I thought to bring her out for a change of scenery, but who would have thought she would be kidnapped?" Tang Songyuan smiled gently and replied, "It was merely a small effort on my part." Feng Linwan shook her head, saying, "I'm fine, Daddy. Just some minor scrapes that a female officer has already bandaged me up, and I should recover in a day or two." That upon exiting the police station, 2 burly men clad in black approached, positioning themselves protectively around Feng Delong and his daughter, presumably acting as their bodyguards. Tang Songyuan also caught sight of Feng Delong's vehicle, a luxurious Range Rover. After settling into the spacious back seat, they drove for approximately 5 minutes before arriving in an underground parking garage of a hotel. Ascending to the top floor via the elevator, Feng Delong led the 2 into a lavishly decorated suite, complete with an elegantly furnished living room and bedroom, but he invited Tang Songyuan to sit on the sofa while arranging for the bodyguards to procure a meal. Feng Linwan excused herself to change clothes in the bedroom, and Feng Delong then took a seat opposite Tang Songyuan, exclaiming, "What a harrowing experience! If it weren't for you today, young Tang, the consequences would have been dire." Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly and replied, "Actually, I was merely accompanying my master to a temple for prayers. He intends to stay there, and I happened to encounter the situation while descending the mountain alone." Feng Delong responded with an "oh," and quickly added, "Young Tang, please don't misunderstand. I harbor no suspicions towards you. Alas, this incident bears some hidden truths, and I must admit that Xiaowan has been inadvertently entangled in this matter." Tang Songyuan, taken aback, inquired, "Oh, Uncle Feng, are you aware of the origins of those kidnappers?" Feng Delong sighed and recounted, "This tale begins 3 years ago when I, along with 2 friends, acquired a piece of jade rough from a miner in Myanmar. We agreed to share the profits or losses equally. However, as you are aware, the past 3 years have been fraught with difficulties in business, leading my partners to gradually withdraw their stakes that I, under immense pressure, ultimately absorbed their shares that I, as you might know, last year, I cut the stone, and its value surged tenfold." Curiously, Tang Songyuan asked, "But why didn't Uncle Feng cut the stone from the outset?" Feng Delong smiled sheepishly and explained, "It's not that we didn't wish to. There were numerous factors at play. Firstly, due to channel issues, as your master might have mentioned, certain materials cannot be handled with excessive publicity. Secondly, the investment in this piece was substantial, and we dared not act impulsively, that a single misstep could result in losses amounting to hundreds of millions. Thus, time slipped away, and 3 years passed that he continued, involving jade rough worth over 100 million. Clarifying, not the shareholders themselves, but the son of one of them, Zhao Jiashi. Last year, his father's business faced financial troubles and ultimately went bankrupt, leading to a fatal heart attack that I possess ample evidence, and the outcome is evident. Zhao Jiashi lost the lawsuit last year, and again in the second trial this May. With a sigh, Feng Delong lamented, they were once good friends. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? It's no wonder many warn against engaging in business with close friends. Tang Songyuan countered, yet that does not necessarily imply that this kidnapping incident is directly linked to Zhao Jiashi, does it? Feng Delong replied. Someone contacted me, insisting that I exchange those jade pieces for Xiaowan, and though it wasn't Zhao Jiashi's voice, I am certain he is involved. Tang Songyuan fell silent, contemplatively remarking, then Uncle Feng must bolster your security. For the adversary lurks in the shadows, possibly with ulterior motives that if they resort to kidnapping and extortion, they likely harbor few reservations. The proximity to the notorious borders of northern Myanmar only heightened concerns. Feng Delong, furrowing his brow in deep thought, eventually turned to Tang Song, saying, Brother Tang, I take the liberty of asking you to call me uncle. I beseech your assistance. Tang Songyuan responded nonchalantly, Speak your mind, and I shall consider my response. Chapter 89. The primacy of interest. Feng Delong paused momentarily, then awkwardly smiled. Young Tang, please do not be alarmed. It is not a grave matter that I know you are also attending the public auction in Yingjiang, and I hope you can escort Xiaowan, ensuring her safety in case of any danger. Tang Songyuan queried, But Uncle Feng, do you not have bodyguards? Couldn't you simply assign 2 to watch over Miss Feng? Feng Delong patiently explained, I only have 3 professional bodyguards, one of whom must assist with security for the event, and I fear Zhao Jiashi might act recklessly and commit further indiscretions that I am aware of your capabilities. And it would only be required until the auction concludes in a few days. Still perplexed, Tang Songyuan asked, But why must Uncle Feng absolutely participate in this auction? Feng Delong appeared somewhat troubled. Pondering for a moment before speaking, Brother Tang, I will not conceal the truth from you. 2 months ago, I attended the auctions in Pingzhou and Ziyang, where I was offered 1.5 billion for those jade pieces. However, as you have seen, they collectively weigh nearly 10 kilograms, and my target is over 22 million. That the Yingjiang auction is larger than those in Ziyang and Pingzhou, attracting many merchants from Southeast Asia and Hong Kong. I hope to achieve my desired outcome at this auction. His words were refreshingly candid, but ultimately, it boiled down to profit that he aimed to sell the imperial green jade he possessed for a high price while ensuring Feng Linwan's safety. If indeed Zhao Jiashi was involved, the hotel would not be secure, thus necessitating Tang Songyuan's assistance. That as Tang Songyuan contemplated whether to acquiesce, a bodyguard entered the living room carrying their meal. Feng Delong portioned out a serving and personally delivered it to Feng Linwan's room. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan, feeling famished, began eating without hesitation. Having operated excavators in various unpleasant conditions, he was unfazed by Feng Delong's watchful gaze, relishing his meal. That as he weighed the pros and cons, Feng Delong spoke up. Once the auction concludes, I shall present you, young Tang, with a piece of jade rough as a token of gratitude for your efforts. Raising an eyebrow, Tang Songyuan set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin, saying, Are you suggesting that I cannot afford a piece of jade rough, Mr. Feng? Or that I am incapable of purchasing materials at the auction myself? Though Tang Songyuan preferred to avoid trouble, he was not one to shy away from it. While he might not possess a fortune, his keen eye for jade ensured that no exceptional pieces could escape his notice. It was merely a matter of encountering rare stones. No, that is not my intention. Feng Delong quickly clarified, Young Tang, you are a distinguished disciple of Master Ni, and your skills in gambling on stones are undoubtedly exceptional. That I merely meant to offer you a piece that possesses unique characteristics. As I have heard that Master Ni enjoys collecting such items, after everything is resolved, I intend to personally thank Master Ni with my daughter by my side. Considering Master Ni's somewhat reclusive nature, Tang Songyuan suggested, There is no need for a formal visit of thanks. Miss Feng can accompany me, but we must adhere to my schedule. His participation in the auction was primarily to seek out jade rough, not to serve as a bodyguard for anyone. Feng Delong expressed his delight. So, young Tang, you agree? Tang Songyuan inclined his head slightly and resumed eating. Feng Delong further stated, Of course, the itinerary will revolve around you. And Xiaowan is quite obedient that I will arrange for another room for you in this hotel. That evening, under Feng Delong's arrangements, Tang Songyuan settled into the hotel. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Tang Songyuan joined Feng Delong and his party for breakfast at the hotel. Feng Linwan had donned long clothing to conceal her injuries, and she ate with a delicate demeanor, taking small, measured bites and chewing each morsel meticulously, switching sides after 30 chews before swallowing. Though she made no sound, her protracted chewing left Tang Songyuan with a slight pang in his teeth. After breakfast, as they prepared to head to the auction, they encountered the officer who had led the charge the previous day in the hotel lobby. It was only then that Tang Songyuan learned that this individual was the deputy chief of the Yingjiang police station. He briefed Feng Delong on the investigation's progress while attempting to unearth any leads from him. Unfortunately, the escaped kidnapper remained at large, and the four captured had clammed up, leaving the case at a standstill. Rest assured, Mr. Feng, we will provide police support during the auction, doing our utmost to ensure everyone's safety, that the officer assured as he departed. Although Feng Delong harbored reservations about the police's assurances, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude and escorted the officer to the exit. Upon reaching the auction venue, Tang Songyuan and Feng Delong parted ways. Feng Delong is heading towards the outdoor pavilion, showcasing the imperial green jade, while Tang Songyuan plans to explore the indoor area where the rough stones are displayed. Feng Linwan naturally follows closely by his side. However, in the absence of Feng Delong, Feng Linwan begins to exhibit a more lively demeanor. She observes Tang Songyuan pausing intermittently to examine the bizarre and unique jade roughs and, filled with curiosity, inquires, "Brother Sung, you are so young, yet you are quite adept at this stone appraisal." Feng Linwan bites her lip and adds, "Indeed, my impression is that those who enjoy stone appraisal alongside my father are mostly elderly men." "Ha ha ha, but I'm not referring to you, Brother Sung." Tang Songyuan pays no heed to her jest, merely responding, "Well, that's the truth. The main reason is that the majority of today's youth are financially constrained, while the older generation tends to be more affluent." Feng Linwan nods in agreement, saying, "You are absolutely right. For instance, I hardly have any money." Tang Songyuan glances at her, thinking that once her father sells those pieces of imperial green jade, her family will be financially secure for generations. As they continue to stroll and converse, engrossed in their discussion, a young man suddenly obstructs their path. With a faint smile on his face, he gazes at Feng Linwan and states, "Feng Xiaomei, do you remember me? I used to carry you when you were little." Feng Linwan's expression swiftly darkens, and she enunciates each word with precision. "Zhao, Jia, sure." Chapter 90, A Web of Doubts. "What? He is Zhao Jiashi." Tang Songyuan is equally startled by Feng Linwan's address. Just yesterday, he heard Feng Delong analyze that Zhao Jiashi was likely the mastermind behind Feng Linwan's kidnapping. Who would have thought they would encounter him right here at the public auction? No, it should be said that Zhao Jiashi deliberately approached Feng Linwan to greet her. Zhao Jiashi appears to be in his late 20s, of average height, and possesses an unremarkable countenance that he looks at Feng Linwan, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and says, "What is wrong, Xiaowan? Why are you looking at me like that? You used to enjoy playing with me when you were younger." Feng Linwan's face contorts with distaste as she retorts, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Jiashi chuckles lightly, dismissively saying, "Why shouldn't I be here? There is no high threshold for this public auction. I'm here to buy jade, of course. Does Xiaowan harbor any grievances against me?" Feng Linwan scoffs softly, "I wouldn't dare hold any grievances against you. Who knows when I might get kidnapped again?" "How could that be?" Zhao Jiashi replies, "I had some disagreements with your father, but that's between him and me. It doesn't affect the bond between us siblings." This statement nauseates Feng Linwan, and she exclaims, "Who considers you a sibling? I truly wish not to see you at all." Turning to Tang Songyuan, she asks, "Brother Songyuan, can we leave now?" Tang Songyuan remains silent throughout, yet his mind is rife with questions. If, as Feng Delong stated, Zhao Jiashi is indeed the mastermind behind Feng Linwan's kidnapping, how could he have the audacity to appear so brazenly? What if the four kidnappers exposed him? Wouldn't that be akin to walking into a trap? Does he possess some form of assurance, or is there a larger scheme at play? These thoughts elude him, that he casts a casual glance at Zhao Jiashi and coolly states, "Let us go." With that, he turns and leads Feng Linwan away. Zhao Jiashi does not pursue them further, watching their retreating figures with a persistent smile on his face. Exiting the indoor area, Tang Songyuan locates Feng Delong's imperial green jade exhibition booth. The area remains bustling with people, and Feng Delong is engaged in an animated conversation with a plump, middle-aged man. Upon noticing Feng Linwan's unhappy expression as she approaches, he quickly excuses himself from the affluent man and comes over, placing a comforting hand on Feng Linwan's shoulder, asking, "What is wrong, Xiaowan? Who has troubled you this early in the day?" Feng Linwan replies softly, "Dad, I just saw Zhao Jiashi over there in the indoor area." Feng Delong's expression shifts dramatically, exclaiming, "How could that be? How dare he show up here?" He then looks towards Tang Songyuan, seemingly seeking confirmation. Tang Songyuan nods slightly, stating he mentioned that there are no barriers to entry for the public auction and that he is here to buy jade. Feng Delong's face darkens, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he beseeches Tang Songyuan, "Young brother Tang, could you take Xiaowan away from here?" Tang Songyuan frowns. "It's not merely a matter of leaving. There are so many people here. I don't believe he would dare act openly." Feng Delong, agitated, insists he has lost all reason now. He could commit any frenzied act, and I genuinely fear he may target Xiaowan again. She is innocent. Tang Songyuan reassures him, "As long as Xiaowan remains by my side, nothing will go awry." Does Boss Feng not trust me? Feng Delong fails to notice the change in Tang Songyuan's address and replies, "Of course, I trust you, young brother Tang. I'm just concerned about any unforeseen circumstances." Tang Songyuan asserts, "There will be no unforeseen events, and besides, we agreed that my itinerary would take precedence that if Boss Feng does not trust my words, we can cancel our cooperation." He had no intention of gaining anything from Feng Delong. He had merely taken on this task out of convenience that if Feng Delong displeased him, he could withdraw at any time. Feng Delong, in a state of urgency, concedes, "All right, we'll follow your lead." He notices Song Jinghua, who remains smiling, resembling the Methia Buddha, as he pats Tang Songyuan's arm, saying, "I knew you, Xiao Tang. We're destined for great things. You opened a new factory without even notifying me. Do you not consider me a fellow townsman?" Tang Songyuan feels somewhat awkward regarding the matter of poaching Li Yangqiu and replies, "I apologize. Uncle Song, I did not inform you beforehand about Li Yangqiu, did I?" Song Jinghua laughs off the matter, saying, "Water flows downhill, and people seek higher ground. It's a good thing for Xiaoqiu to go to your place. To speak frankly, in the jade gambling business, I'm still but a novice, merely feeling my way along in the dark. Following me will not yield much knowledge." Tang Songyuan responds, "Uncle Song, you are being too modest. My point is that our factory currently lacks a sales channel. Could you assist in collecting semi-finished products on your end?" Although Hitai had mentioned that Haikisi Jade Industry would accept any number of semi-finished products, Tang Songyuan still wished to expand this aspect of his channels. Of course. Why wouldn't Ti? Song Jinghua replies with a smile, "In truth, sales are merely about storefront costs and delivery timelines. Once you've been in this industry long enough, you'll become familiar with it." Tang Songyuan expresses his gratitude. "Then I must trouble you, Uncle Song." He then casts a teasing glance at Feng Linwan, who is closely following him, and inquires, "And who might this be?" Song Jinghua continues to smile, nodding and greeting her. Aside from Song Jinghua, Tang Songyuan notices several familiar faces, including Xiaoying Xue and Feng Hongyi, whom he had encountered at the Jade Gambling Appraisal Conference in Modu, as well as Jiang Mingcheng. At 1 o'clock, the auction for the rough stones begins. The auction is divided into 3 sections, with bidding commencing according to the grade number assigned to each stone. Otherwise, with over 2,000 rough stones present, even if each piece takes 3 to 5 minutes to auction, only 20 pieces could be completed in an hour, leading to an interminable wait. Tang Songyuan also collects a bidding paddle. Preparing to participate in the auction for the first group, which contains 3 pieces he is particularly optimistic about. Shortly after the auction commences, Feng Linwan cautiously tugs at Tang Songyuan's hand, saying, "Brother Songyuan, I'd like to use the restroom." Tang Songyuan glances towards the restroom, and then at the order of the rough stones, replying, "I'll accompany you." As they walk towards the restroom, Tang Songyuan suddenly adopts a grave expression. He grips Feng Linwan's wrist, halting her movement. "Wait a moment, don't rush in." Feng Linwan, taken aback, asks in confusion, What is the matter?" Tang Songyuan's grip on her wrist is intentional, that he had just scanned the area with his enhanced vision and discovered a woman in one of the stalls of the women's restroom. She was not genuinely using the toilet. Rather, she was seated on a small stool within a partitioned area, equipped with rope, a towel, and a mask. Moreover, his X-ray vision identified ether compounds on the small towel she carried. Tang Songyuan quickly surveyed the surrounding area once more, and indeed, spotted Zhao Jiashi lurking in an inconspicuous corner. Following his upgrade, his X-ray range had doubled, placing Zhao Jiashi well within his line of sight. They are evidently plotting to abduct Feng Linwan again. He concludes internally, contemplating the feasibility of this plan. Extracting someone from the restroom and taking them out the back door could indeed succeed to a considerable extent. Firstly, the restroom is sufficiently discreet, and secondly, there are not many women attending the public auction, making it likely for Feng Linwan, as a young girl, to visit the restroom. Tang Songyuan muses aloud, "Actually, I also need to use the restroom. But don't you find it rather foul?" Feng Linwan sniffs and replies, "It's not too bad. I'm not that delicate." Tang Songyuan remarked, "This won't do. I cannot endure this. Rather, let us head to the small supermarket for a face-to-face encounter. I was there just yesterday." That he refrained from informing Feng Linwan that there were individuals lurking inside, as it pertained to the potential exposure of his clairvoyant abilities. Moreover, it was equally inappropriate to involve the authorities in such a situation. Following that line of thought, he could hardly accompany Feng Linwan into the women's restroom. The paramount concern was to ensure Feng Linwan did not find herself in peril. The means to that end were of lesser importance. "Very well." Feng Linwan agreed without much contemplation, adding, "I was just thinking of purchasing some snacks over there. To be honest, the variety of snacks here is truly abundant. Have you ever tried any, Brother Songyuan?" As they walked outside, Tang Songyuan smiled softly. "Not yet, that if you were willing to treat me, I wouldn't mind sampling some." Simultaneously, he observed Zhao Jiashi's movements through his clairvoyant vision. Upon noticing their departure from the restroom, a look of disappointment mingled with a hint of cold regret appeared on Zhao Jiashi's face. This individual was indeed suspicious. A few minutes later, the two resolved their physiological needs at the small supermarket outside the venue. Feng Linwan offered Tang Songyuan some local specialty red-fleshed papaya, while Tang Songyuan treated her to a popsicle. One of those old-fashioned popsicles priced at 1 yuan each. Feng Linwan licked it vigorously, slurping the icy sweet juice, exclaiming, "My father never allowed me to eat these things when I was little, claiming they were neither healthy nor hygienic." Tang Songyuan chuckled, "Foolish girl. Unless you prepare everything yourself. How many things out there are genuinely clean and sanitary?" "That's a good point." Feng Linwan giggled. Who knows what schemes this fellow might be concocting in the shadows. The auction continued to unfold with great fervor, and one of the rough stones Tang Songyuan had taken a liking to was soon presented. That it was a black stone with a notably oily surface, revealing a lengthy water head when illuminated. In reality, it concealed a high-quality jadeite with green flecks inside, estimated to weigh over 3 kilograms. However, it was evident that many others were vying for this stone, with a starting price of 120,000 yuan, which quickly escalated to 200,000 yuan. Tang Songyuan remained unperturbed. In his view, acquiring this stone for under 800,000 yuan would be a substantial profit. 210,000, 220,000. Soon enough, others surpassed Tang Songyuan's bid. Good items naturally attract discerning individuals. Most participants in the auction were insiders, each possessing their own psychological price for the stone's worth. Generally, merchants tended to be quite rational. Ultimately, after several rounds of bidding, Tang Songyuan secured the stone for 350,000 yuan. "Wow, Brother Song, you're amazing. This feels so exhilarating." Feng Linwan seemed to be experiencing such an event for the first time, finding it particularly novel. Tang Songyuan, upon seeing her enthusiasm, was reminded of his sister Wei Qing, thinking he should take her out more often to broaden her horizons. "Little Yuan, you certainly know how to act decisively." As the auction neared its conclusion, Song Jingwu approached to greet them. Tang Songyuan smiled. "Uncle Song, you also acquired 2 pieces that I hope you strike it rich when you cut them open." Song Jingwu chuckled and replied, "I appreciate your kind words. That be by the way, where's your master?" During dinner, Feng Delong relayed a piece of news he had uncovered. The 4 robbers he had apprehended confessed today, claiming it was a spur-of-the-moment decision with no instigator behind them. "How could that be?" Tang Songyuan exclaimed. "Why did they choose to abduct Lin Wan specifically?" Their demeanor at the time was clearly organized and premeditated. Feng Delong's expression soured. The 4 apprehended robbers had become scapegoats while the true mastermind remained at large, still posing a significant threat to him. "Indeed," Feng Delong cursed under his breath, "I've already inquired. And if these individuals plead guilty, they will serve at most 5 to 10 years, that as long as those behind them provide sufficient funds. They could easily take the fall. Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow. Did you not say that the Zhao family has gone bankrupt? Where would Zhao Jiashi find the resources to orchestrate such matters? Feng Delong sighed. The Zhao family is indeed bankrupt, but these pieces of jade I possess are valuable. Zhao Jiashi could easily use them as a promise of profit to secure support from the shadows. Tang Songyuan nodded thoughtfully and added, I must caution you, Mr. Feng, that the opposition will undoubtedly not cease their actions against you, that if there are no breakthroughs regarding Linwan, they may very well turn their attention toward you. Chapter 92. Top quality. If they cannot deal with Feng Linwan, they could directly target Feng Delong. Feng Delong gasped. How can that be? My remaining 2 bodyguards are always by my side, that I refuse to believe they can find an opportunity to abduct me. Tang Songyuan recalled the woman who had been lurking in the restroom that afternoon and snorted. I merely mentioned it in passing. Currently, the enemy is concealed while we are exposed, that Mr. Feng. Do not underestimate their power, nor the allure of the imperial green jade. You know the opposition has lost their rationality. They dared to abduct Linwan, so why would they hesitate to target you? Feng Delong's expression shifted, and Feng Linwan looked on with concern. Feng Delong shook his head, stating, It's not that simple, and besides, someone has already bid 18 million on those few pieces that I truly do not wish to give up at this juncture. How about this? You all continue eating. I will make a few phone calls, ideally requesting assistance from the police, that IT would be best if they could provide a few plainclothes officers. The allure of wealth captivates the heart, and Feng Delong's target was still 400 million away. Clearly, he had no reason to abandon his resolve regarding this sum. Tang Songyuan took a mouthful of rice and nodded. This plan seems more feasible, as the organizers also bear a certain responsibility for your safety. Before bedtime, he contacted Wei Qing, NICC, and Li Yangxiu, who were still in Ruili, to inquire about their situation. The following morning, Tang Songyuan discovered that Feng Delong indeed had 2 unfamiliar faces accompanying him. Both were clad in plain clothes, their gazes sharp. He surmised they must be the protective detail provided by the Yingjiang police. After breakfast, Tang Songyuan awaited the arrival of Anai Dahong, who had completed his fast. Master. Tang Songyuan greeted him warmly as he approached. Upon seeing Feng Linwan trailing closely behind, Anai Dahong inquired, Who is she? Tang Songyuan recounted how he had emerged from the temple and rescued Feng Linwan, only to later learn she was Feng Delong's daughter. Then Anai Dahong sighed, I have heard some tales about last year's imperial green jade. Wealth can be a treacherous thing. Songyuan, if you can assist, please do so appropriately. If not, do not force it. Tang Songyuan neither concurred nor opposed, but instead asked, Master, have you eaten? I can buy you a meal at the hotel. Then Anai Dahong interjected, I have already eaten, so there's no need to trouble yourself. If there's nothing pressing, let us proceed to the public auction. Tang Songyuan placed the rough stone he had purchased yesterday into the trunk of the Mercedes G-Class, and along with Feng Linwan, boarded Anai Dahong's vehicle. The third day of the public auction was as lively as ever, with jade enthusiasts from across the nation gathering, including merchants from Hong Kong speaking Cantonese and dark-skinned Southeast Asian traders. Once again, they arrived at the rough stone exhibition area, where, apart from the over 300 pieces sold the previous day, many more remained unsold. Anai Dahong led the way, with Tang Songyuan following closely behind, while Feng Linwan dutifully trailed after him. Which pieces did you find uncertain the other day? Anai Dahong inquired. This question caught Tang Songyuan off guard. He had merely mentioned it in passing, not expecting Anai Dahong to remember. He activated his clairvoyant vision and quickly scanned the area, ultimately selecting a rough stone, saying, Master, I have not encountered this type of material before. That it was a rough stone weighing over 30 kilograms, appearing somewhat solid and square, initially seeming rather unremarkable, almost resembling a chunk of concrete. Ha! Anai Dahong chuckled softly. This should be a piece of... Tang Songyuan feigned surprise and asked, Master, is there a particular significance to this? Anai Dahong extended his hand, gently caressing the surface of the rough stone, explaining, possesses a particularly intriguing quality regarding its oiliness. It always appears to have a layer of oil that cannot be wiped clean. Feel it with your hand. Tang Songyuan reached out to touch it, and Feng Linwan, unable to contain her curiosity, also reached out to feel it, exclaiming with delight, It truly is so smooth and shiny. Anai Dahong nodded. In truth, is rather challenging to gamble on. For if there is even a slight impurity or haze within, the stone becomes less than perfect. That it must be a deep, pure black, yet it is not entirely black. Truly fine will subtly reveal a hint of green light. This is because it's formed from green garnet, containing two types of green components, iron and chromium. Should it be chromium that forms the mineral, then this piece is certainly worth the gamble. The insightful feedback provided by Tang Songyuan regarding the perspective of the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties indicated that the composition within this material was undoubtedly chromium. A wave of elation surged within him. Since N.I. Dahong asserted that the mineralization of chromium could be a gamble, this piece was one he simply had to acquire, that N.I. Dahong further commented. In recent years, the market response has been quite favorable. A top-tier bracelet can fetch prices upwards of 4 to 5 million. That naturally, it must possess the qualities of being profoundly dark, lustrous, and delicate. Moreover, S-branded rings and other items are immensely popular in the marketplace. Tang Songyuan mused, isn't this material precisely dark, lustrous, and delicate? This could indeed be considered an unexpected delight. Quietly noting the item number and auction sequence, Tang Songyuan followed closely behind N.I. Dahong as they continued to scrutinize the rough materials scattered on the ground. Even with Feng Linwan present, N.I. Dahong generously shared his insights, imparting knowledge to Tang Songyuan without reservation. He added, the value of his distinct and color materials possess attributes that can rival even the finest. There exists a notion called suggesting that when the color of a material reaches its zenith, it can achieve remarkable value despite not having the highest. However, it must meet the criteria of being rich, vibrant, and uniform. Chapter 93. Unexpected developments at 9 in the morning. The auction for the continued. Tang Songyuan made successive bids, expending over 260,000, successfully acquiring 8 pieces of rough material, including a raw stone weighing over 30 kilograms, with N.I. Dahong present at the public auction. Tang Songyuan had no intention of holding back. Regardless of how precious the jadeite they cut from the material turned out to be, he could readily attribute it to N.I. Dahong's expertise. During the bidding for that material, there was considerable competition, including from Xiaoyingxue. The two raised the bid to 120,000, but ultimately, Tang Songyuan's confidence prevailed as he added another 20,000 to secure the win. N.I. Dahong, too, made a purchase, spending 60,000 on a 2-kilogram color material. N.I. Dahong also reserved a room at the hotel, while Feng Delong contemplated treating him to dinner, only to be politely declined by the elder. Unfazed, Feng Delong accompanied Feng Linwan upstairs. During dinner, Tang Songyuan inquired of N.I. Dahong, Master, what do you believe the final selling price of Feng Delong's will be? N.I. Dahong replied, it is impossible to predict. Resources of top-tier quality like are not easily understood by all. One might appraise it at 8 or 10 billion. While another may see its worth as 20 billion. Additionally, there are various dynamics at play between buyers and sellers. Tang Songyuan nodded thoughtfully and remarked, thus, such premier goods may sometimes remain in hand for a year or two. N.I. Dahong chuckled. Indeed, but not entirely. So that in truth, top-tier resources are interconnected in terms of information. For instance, if I have a client interested in making a purchase but lack the resources, I can easily involve Feng Delong. While I satisfy the client, both Feng Delong and I can profit. There is a network of resource sharing, as well as competition and conflict. Within this realm, many intricacies will become clear to you over time. The successful bidders were all smiles, while those who did not win felt little disappointment. Of course, there were those pieces that garnered no interest. Despite having been cut once, the element of chance still remained. Some materials held significant variability, leaving potential buyers uncertain. Such pieces may reappear at the next public auction. Often referred to as old actors, Tang Songyuan made several more bids, ultimately acquiring over 20 pieces, totaling nearly 400 pounds to accommodate the weight capacity of N.I. Dahong's vehicle. He resolved to cease bidding. As night fell, more visitors arrived at the hotel to consult Feng Delong. Tomorrow marked the date for the unveiling of the red mark materials, and many interested parties sought to uncover the base price through Feng Delong. While such actions typically violated auction protocols, the organizers tacitly condoned this behavior, making it unavoidable. Around 9 in the evening, Feng Delong entertained a group of merchants from Hong Kong, 5 individuals entering his room. The leader, a middle-aged man in his 40s, spoke in fluent Cantonese as he took a seat on the sofa, stating bluntly, Boss Feng, what price can you offer for those? Feng Delong replied with a smile. Mr. Li, you have asked me this question no less than 20 times over the past few days. However, due to the auction's regulations, I can only inform you that the highest bid thus far has reached 18 billion. Ardella was not deterred by the 18 billion figure. Instead, he chuckled, "Boss Feng, I understand the rules. But there is a saying, the moment rules are established, they create opportunities for those who wish to break them. Just tell me, what is your psychological price for those pieces? If we can agree, we can amend the bidding price tomorrow morning." Feng Delong's shrewd gaze scanned the faces of the merchants before he chuckled softly. "Mr. Li, to be frank, my psychological price is at least 22 billion. However, I must make it clear that at least 3 other parties are aware of this base price." This was Feng Delong's strategy, to initially present a deceptively low base price to attract interest. Then, as competition intensified and bids reached 18 billion, he would reveal his true base price, compelling those with the means to engage in the final contest that TO secure this batch of goods. One would need to present at least 22 billion in funds. But what if someone else bids higher than 22 billion? After a while, one of the companions excused himself to use the restroom. Upon returning, he had a cigarette in his mouth and approached one of Feng Delong's bodyguards, saying, "Brother, could I borrow a light?" The bodyguard, unsuspecting, produced his lighter to assist him. However, instead of lighting the cigarette, he suddenly struck the bodyguard in the face, and Ardella and the others simultaneously sprang into action. One assisted in dealing with the first bodyguard, while 2 others attacked the remaining guard. Ardella lunged towards Feng Delong. Caught off guard, Feng Delong was stunned. Before he could react, Mr. Li had a knife pressed to his throat. Soon, the 2 bodyguards were subdued by Mr. Li's accomplices, who then rushed into Feng Linwan's room to bind her as well. The 4 individuals were tied together in a circle, seated on the floor. "Who are you?" Feng Delong exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. Ardella sneered. "What is there to clarify? We are kidnappers, huh? We've been tracking you. During the day, 2 plainclothes officers followed you, but at night, you were left with just 2 ordinary bodyguards that if we cannot acquire your jadeite, we will simply take you instead." Feng Delong suppressed his inner fear, striving to maintain calmness as he said, "Capturing me will be of no use. The materials are with the auction organizers, and I have made it clear that if I am not present, no matter how high the offer, it will be treated as a blocked bid. The materials will then be sealed away, and no one will be able to obtain them. That's so." Mr. Li's face twisted into a malevolent smile as he approached Feng Linwan, lifting her chin. "I heard your daughter is merely 19 years old, and you have always protected her well. She must still be a virgin, right?" Chapter 94, Premeditated Plans. Feng Linwan's face drained of color, and Feng Delong was both shocked and furious. He could hardly comprehend how the jovial merchant had suddenly transformed into a kidnapper. He exclaimed, "You better think this through. We are in the city, and you cannot escape. Even if you kill us, you won't get your hands on those materials." Mr. Li chuckled. "If we cannot obtain them, then so be it. But since my brothers are here, why not take this opportunity to indulge in a little soft jade experience in front of Mr. Feng?" As he spoke, he reached out with greedy hands, preparing to tear off Feng Linwan's clothing. Though her hands were bound, she struggled violently, crying out, "No! Daddy, save me! Daddy, to help me, stop!" Feng Delong, witnessing the scene, was frantic. His hair stood on end as he shouted, "What do you want? If it's money, I have some on hand. If you release us, I'll give you all the cash I have." "All of it?" Mr. Li paused momentarily, saying, 30 million is too little." Ardella shook his head. "It seems those are still more valuable." Feng Delong insisted, "I've told you, the jadeite is with the auction organizers. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I have no means to do so. At most, I can block the bid tomorrow and then try to find a way to give you something." Do you think I'm a fool?" Mr. Li sneered. "In the end, you just want me to release you. But once you're free, what about my brothers and I?" Feng Delong asked. "Then what do you propose we do? 30 million seems insufficient to you, and I find myself unable to procure the imperial green jadeite at this moment. How about this? I have a friend within this building. Allow me to call him, and borrowing 1 or 2 billion should pose no issue." The individual he mentioned is naturally Tang Songyuan. Although it remains unclear whether Tang Songyuan possesses 1 or 2 billion, his intention is solely to seek assistance from Tang Songyuan to navigate his current predicament. Given Tang Songyuan's capabilities, it should pose no significant challenge to handle these 5 individuals. However, General Li remains unimpressed, continuing to sneer coldly. "Who knows if your call might reach the authorities? You have been in close proximity to them lately. How can I be certain you haven't left any signals behind?" Feng Linwan is rendered speechless, while Feng Delong is both furious and anxious that if this isn't acceptable, nor is that, you merely desire money, right? If 30 million is insufficient, I am willing to sell my house, car, and even my company to provide it to you. Yet, this is even more absurd. Selling a house and car is not something that can be accomplished overnight. That moment, a companion of General Li interjects. Brother, time is running short. If we delay, it could spell trouble, and we may not escape. General Li's expression shifts, his gaze hardening. With 3 resounding slaps, he strikes Feng Delong's face, not merely as a form of torture, but as a means of humiliation. Brother, we truly have little time left. The surveillance cannot hold for long, another companion urges. Still unsatisfied, General Li delivers another slap to Feng Delong before commanding. Release him. Let him transfer the funds now. 30 million it is. Let us secure it first. Under the duress of a knife, Feng Delong transfers the funds to the account provided by General Li. The group then restrains the 4 individuals once more, binding their hands and feet with additional durable zip ties, which are both sturdy and convenient to carry. As they prepare to leave, General Li threatens. You better intercept those pieces of imperial green jadeite tomorrow, or you shall face the consequences. Upon closing the door, General Li and his 5 companions swiftly descend the stairs, swaggering out of the hotel. Inside the room, the Feng family and their 2 bodyguards are tightly bound together, their mouths sealed with tape. Fortunately, aside from Feng Delong receiving a few slaps, the others have sustained no significant harm. Now, their only hope lies in breaking free from their restraints to turn the tide of their predicament. One of the bodyguards manages to combine his efforts, shattering a cup on the tea table, and after more than 20 minutes, uses the shards to cut through the zip ties binding his feet. He then painstakingly moves to free his hands, severing the ties there as well. Finally liberated, the bodyguard exhales in relief, hurriedly tearing off the 3 layers of tape sealing his mouth, and then he rescues the remaining 3 from their bonds. By the time this task is completed, over an hour has elapsed. Feng Linwan bursts into tears, collapsing into Feng Delong's embrace, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. The harrowing events of just an hour prior replay vividly in her mind, and the mere thought of their captors' menacing faces fills her with dread. Feng Delong comforts her, firmly instructing, "Call the police immediately. This group should not have gotten far. They have extorted 30 million from him, almost all of his liquid assets." The 2 bodyguards feel ashamed, having allowed such an incident to unfold under their watchful eyes, and even they have suffered the consequences. Within mere minutes of the call to the police, Deputy Director Li arrives at the scene with a dozen officers. After briefly gathering information, he promptly orders, "Notify all units to seal off major intersections and conduct thorough checks of all vehicles. Additionally, alert the border patrol. They may attempt to flee the country." Li's expression darkens. Instruct the technical department to restore surveillance as soon as possible and retrieve all monitoring footage from the area to ascertain this group's movements. Moreover, trace the bank account immediately and freeze the funds. Truthfully, Li holds little hope. This group has likely been plotting for some time, in just an hour. Seasoned criminals could circulate this sum through dozens, if not hundreds of accounts, and it may very well have already left the country. Feng Delong, consumed with anxiety, addresses Li. "Deputy Director Li, I apologize for the trouble. IT is our duty." Deputy Director Li reassures him. "Such an incident occurring within my jurisdiction warrants an apology from us to Mr. Feng. Given the substantial sum involved and the serious implications, I have reported this to higher authorities. We must ensure this group is brought to justice." Chapter 95. The moment of reckoning. By the time Tang Songyuan learns of this incident, it is already past 11 at night. Feng Linwan, tearfully calling him, recounts how she and her father were recently kidnapped and extorted, nearly facing mortal danger. Songyuan gige, upon seeing Tang Songyuan's figure appear in the room. Feng Linwan cannot restrain her tears, throwing herself into his embrace. Having been kidnapped twice in recent days, it is only in Tang Songyuan's presence that she feels a sense of security. Feng Delong, seated despondently on the sofa smoking, merely nods in acknowledgement of Tang Songyuan's arrival. After grasping the basic situation, Tang Song offers gentle words of comfort and advises Feng Linwan to rest. "I am sorry to trouble you." Xiao Tang, coming over at such a late hour, Feng Delong expresses gratitude, chain smoking with an impassive countenance. Tang Songyuan replies, "In truth, I am of limited assistance. We must await the police's investigative results." This is indeed the case. Not only Tang Songyuan, but even the police find themselves in a predicament. The proximity to the border is too close. Within an hour, the culprits could easily cross over. Finding a place to hide, the police would face considerable bureaucratic hurdles in conducting cross-border operations. Furthermore, Tang Songyuan feels something amiss. This kidnapping bears a striking resemblance to a previous incident. Does this group have any connection to the last? Their target remains the same. Those pieces of imperial green jadeite. But why act the day before the bidding? Perhaps their sole aim was to extort 30 million. Despite the many unanswered questions, the matter does not directly concern Tang Songyuan, and he is disinclined to delve deeper. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet a man of wealth invites trouble. Feng Delong coughs a few times, reflecting. Now I truly comprehend the meaning of that phrase. Tang Songyuan advises. In that case, Mr. Feng, take this opportunity to swiftly sell those pieces of imperial green jadeite. Feng Delong responds with a hint of frustration. I wish to sell, yet their offered prices are far too low. Tang Songyuan raises an eyebrow. Did you not mention someone had already offered 18 billion? Feng Delong replies. The bidding has not yet been revealed. How could I possibly know the offers of others? That was merely a statement I made to the public. Damn. Tang Songyuan curses under his breath, realizing he had taken Feng Delong's fabricated claim at face value. Little did he know the 18 billion offer was merely a smokescreen. He sighs. Then we shall see how tomorrow's bidding unfolds. Mr. Feng, take care of yourself. The following morning, the public auction site sees an increase in police presence. The authorities have brought in armored vehicles, and armed officers guard the entrance, instilling a sense of security in the attending merchants. At 8 o'clock, the bidding for the red label jadeite begins. A host, clutching a thick binder, steps onto the stage and announces, item number Y92081. The highest bid is 668,000 yuan. Shall we intercept the bid? The owner of item number Y92081, a bespectacled middle-aged man, exclaims joyfully, no interception. The host announces, congratulations, the deal is made. Item number Y66080, imperial green jadeite, with a highest bid of 1,580,000,000. Mr. Feng, shall we intercept the bid? A flicker of disappointment and anguish crosses Feng Delong's face. After a moment of internal conflict, he forces a smile and replies, the offered price still diverges from my expectations. Thus I have decided to intercept the bid. This price is merely 8 million more than his previous participation in the Jiang auction. Yet it falls 6 billion short of his target of 22 billion, that he has endured considerable tribulations for these pieces of imperial green jadeite, and cannot afford to part with them easily. With the conclusion of the red label auction, Yingjiang's event draws to a close. At the entrance, Feng Linwan presents Tang Songyuan with the promised piece from Feng Delong, bidding him farewell. Thank you, Songyuan Gij. In contrast to Feng Delong's mercantile demeanor, Feng Linwan exudes a sense of purity and innocence. She earnestly nods. All right, goodbye, Songyuan Gij. On the drive back, Dehong drives at a leisurely pace, remaining silent throughout. Perhaps lost in memories of his son and daughter-in-law buried in Yingjiang, or contemplating his brother Ni Dajiang, who has taken vows. After over 4 hours, Tang Songyuan dozes in the passenger seat. When they are about 20 kilometers from Ruili, Tang Songyuan's phone rings. He squinted as he picked it up, only to discover that it was a call from Feng Linwan. As soon as he answered, he heard her voice laced with tears. Brother Songyuan, it's terrible. The escort vehicle carrying our family SJ.IT suddenly veered off into a small road and fled. We've been chasing it for ages. But we are unfamiliar with this area, and no matter how hard we try, we can't catch up. What? Tang Songyuan jolted upright from his seat. An escort vehicle can run away on its own? No, wait. What if this vehicle was specifically arranged for them? Tang Songyuan pieced together the events. Feng Linwan's kidnapping, Zhao Jia's deliberate appearance at the public auction, and the subsequent home invasion. Ingenious, truly ingenious.